1. Rebirth. This is a story that begins in a coal mine. It's about a man who has been reborn and a life lived differently. Cold Shaofeng, are you satisfied now? A clear, delicate female voice rang out softly weeping, filled with sorrow. At the sound of her voice, Cold Shaofeng couldn't help but tremble inwardly. This was Su Jing. He knew that voice too well. It had echoed countless times in his dreams, always bringing unbearable regret. He suddenly jolted awake, sitting upright, dazed as he looked around at his surroundings. This wasn't the VIP hospital room where he had lain alone, waiting for death. Absolutely not. This was a small room, no more than 20 square meters. The white walls were peeling, patches of paint flaking off. Worse still, the upper half of the walls was blackened by smoke, especially the ceiling, nearly pitch black. In the center of the room, an old pale green ceiling fan slowly turned. Inside were 4 wooden beds. 2 were draped with mosquito nets, while the other 2 were piled with various items. Against the wall stood a dark red table over a meter tall, its surface pockmarked and chipped. Above the table, on the wall, hung a large mirror. Beside it was an ancient calendar. The date clearly read, July 16th, 1985. This wasn't a dream. The clarity and realism were far beyond what any dream could offer. This was Rial had returned to the year he was 20, the year that haunted him with regret. Back to Yansi coal mine, the place that defined his youth, forever etched in his soul. It was the most unforgettable place of his life, haunting his dreams again and again. Strange? Absolutely. But for someone with such rich life experience, this was nothing. What hadn't he seen in his life storms, tragedies? Fate had given him another chance. Yes, Cold Shaofeng was back. Cold Shaofeng, you bastard. Seeing that the man ignored her, Su Jing kicked him angrily. Her bare foot, pale and flawless, small enough to fit in one hand, was beautiful and delicate. She tried to pull away, but a large hand gripped her tightly. You pervert, let go. She scolded, her face flushed, eyes glaring. Yet her gaze, like flowing water, full of emotion, held no real, threat-only cuteness. There was something uniquely enchanting about her. Her little foot struggled, but she couldn't break free from the firm grip. After struggling fruitlessly, things took a turn for the worse. The most beautiful scene unfolded before his eyes. Perfect features, graceful curves, mesmerizing long legs. Everything the pure beauty of the moment. The breathtaking scenery was utterly captivating. Gulp. Cold Shaofeng's eyes lit up with greenish hunger, swallowing hard. He stared, transfixed, at the view before him. The little lamb sensed the wolf's predatory gaze. Realizing the danger, the once angry girl lost all defiance. Her eyes grew timid. She quietly lay back down, pulled the thin blanket over herself, and scooted toward the corner like an ostrich hiding its head. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the creaky rotation of the aging ceiling fan. In this quiet afternoon, time felt serene and tender, yet charged with passion. Unknowingly, the air thickened with a sultry atmosphere. In his previous life, after being rejected when proposing to Su Jing, Cold Shaofeng had suffered a devastating blow to his pride. He sank into despair. To get back at the Su family and reclaim his shattered dignity, he decided to give Yansi Coal Mine's deputy manager, Su Changhe, a grand gift. A plump grandson. You think I'm not worthy of your daughter? Fine, then he'll make sure the rice is cooked and see what you can do about it. If today I'm not good enough for you, tomorrow you won't be able to reach me. I'll wait. You'll wait until the day you beg me on your knees to marry your daughter. He predicted the beginning, but not the ending. Some memories best left unsaid. Today, he finally got his chance. Su Jing had come home from university for summer vacation and attended a class reunion. After everyone else left, he brought her to his dormitory room. Then, although the process was bumpy, he achieved his goal. He successfully claimed Su Jing's first time. Back then, he had taken everything from her but gave nothing in return. He treated her with cold indifference, ignoring the deep emotional wounds he left behind. But this time he would be different. He'd start making amends from the very beginning. Between perfection and imperfection, there was just one missing piece. Find it, and everything changed. For Cold Shaofeng right now, this was easy. With his peak physical condition and decades of hardened experience, he was truly a master in this art. Simple. So simple. Cold Shaofeng was a man of action, wasted no time putting his plan into motion. This time, he was more attentive not just physically, but emotionally. And because of that, everything was more beautiful. Outside, the afternoon sun pierced through the monotonous curtains, forming a beam of light directly onto the edge of the bed. It illuminated a dazzling whiteness, almost blinding. The fan stirred a breeze, fluttering the curtain, shifting the light beam unpredictably. The moving image, painted in vibrant hues, was stunning. Too intoxicating. Inside the room, a young couple seemed to be whispering softly. Their voices rose and fell, sometimes passionate, sometimes subdued. The words were unclear, but they didn't need to be understood. Though the conversation was simple, often repeated, it didn't stop them from discussing it deeply, passionately, thoroughly. When the pair of young lovers finally reached an understanding of life's true meaning, the sun was already setting. The sunset was beautiful beyond words, yet fleeting, like the dusk itself. The most beautiful time of day, the most precious moment of their lives. Their exchange had exhausted both speech and energy. Cold Shaofeng felt parched and needed water, so he rolled off the bed, completely naked, and walked barefoot to the table. His tall, muscular figure passed before Su Jing's stunned gaze. She watched, startled, and snapped out her trance. Quickly covering her eyes, she dared not look again, only murmuring to herself, "Would staring cause corns?" Ever since childhood, adults had warned her that some things shouldn't be seen or else she'd grow corns on her eyes. On the table sat a chipped teapot, its lid also badly cracked. Cold Shaofeng grabbed it, tilted his head back, and poured the cool water straight into his mouth. Galugulu, galugulu. Half the pot was gone in one go. Finally, he exhaled deeply. Then, he turned his gaze to the mirror. In it was his younger self. Chapter 2. How could you be like this? How could you be like this? In my youth, I was undoubtedly a dashing young man, tall and handsome. I stood with an impressive stature, my arched brows radiating a youthful vigor. My skin, kissed by the sun, bore a slight bronze hue, and at 183 meters, I was the epitome of a robust Eastern man. With a broad chest and well-defined pectoral muscles, my arms were strong and muscular, biceps prominently bulging. My physique a testament to sheer strength, with six-pack abs strikingly visible. Beads of glistening sweat adorned my bronzed skin, exuding a quintessential masculinity. The fluidity of my form provided a visual impact that was undeniable, embodying the essence of a tiger's back, a wasp's waist, and mantis-like legs. Such a powerful physique brimmed with explosive energy. Youth is indeed a wondrous gift. Gazing at my reflection, my heart swirled with complex emotions. Past events and memories flashed through my mind, a kaleidoscope of thoughts fleeting by. The previous life had become a distant memory, best left undisturbed. In this life, I yearned for moments to reminisce, to cherish the beauty of youth and the beloved. Withdrawing my gaze, I grasped the teapot and poured myself a cup of water. Approaching the bed, I turned abruptly, catching Su Jing off guard. She quickly closed the gap between her fingers, retreating her little head in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her heart fervently praying. How mortifying. To be caught in the act of peeking. He surely didn't see me, surely didn't he? Observing the bashful Su Jing, I couldn't help but find amusement within. This girl dared to spy on me. Yet, I pondered, what exactly did she glimpse? That remains a mystery. Come, have some water, I said, sitting down with an unusually gentle tone. However, Su Jing remained unresponsive, still covering her face, embodying a state of utter shame. Darling, please get up and drink some water. I resorted to my ultimate tactic. Yet, inexplicably, my voice quivered slightly. This term of endearment had been long overdue, a regret that lingered throughout my life. Who is your darling? Cold Shaofeng, you shameless scoundrel. Su Jing erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, momentarily abandoning her attempt to hide her face. Of course it's you. We've gone this far. And you still refuse to acknowledge me as your wife? I smiled, my eyes glimmering with warmth, a hint of moisture shining at the corners. My voice was imbued with tenderness as I gently extended a cup of water towards her. Absolutely not. Su Jing hesitated, seemingly recalling something. How can you be like this? You've already shared a bed with me, yet you refuse to take responsibility? Suddenly, my tone turned plaintive, akin to a young bride bullied by her mother-in-law. The unexpected words left Su Jing wide-eyed, her large eyes blinking in disbelief. This phrase struck her like thunder, leaving her stunned and questioning her existence. She stared at me. A look of incredulity etched across her face, curious as to how such a bold and brazen statement could escape the lips of someone with such pronounced features. The issue lies in his words. What exactly did he say? At that moment, gazing at the astonished expression on Su Jing's face, Leng Shaofeng's mood blossomed even further. To echo another's words, rendering them speechless, such a sensation is undeniably exhilarating. You You, Leng Shaofeng, you. Su Jing murmured, at a loss for words. She truly found herself rendered speechless, utterly flabbergasted. Haha, just teasing you. Rest assured, my dear, I will take responsibility. Sensing her confusion, Leng Shaofeng swiftly redirected the conversation, reverting to a more conventional mode of discourse. In this era, women are still susceptible to a bit of playful banter, but one must tread carefully. Excess can lead to missteps. Su Jing shot him a fierce glare, yet chose to remain silent. He was a rascal, ever since their days as classmates in middle school. He had a knack for making her cry, only to coax laughter from her moments later. She was too exasperated to engage, knowing that the more she acknowledged him, the more he would push his luck. Covering herself with the blanket, she extended her fair arm to accept the cup, taking a long sip. Her thirst had escalated to a point of desperation. Noticing her parched state, Leng Shaofeng turned again to pour another glass of water. Su Jing took the cup once more, this time sipping slowly, taking small gulps. Halfway through, she suddenly paused, her cheeks flushed, and turned her head away. You better put on some clothes. You look completely ridiculous, flailing about like that. It's mortifying. Haha. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, hurrying to find his clothes. Although he possessed considerable resources, discretion was still advisable. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. He grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat from his body before beginning to dress. He donned a pair of loose-fitting shorts, followed by an olive green pair of trousers, and on top, a navy blue and white shirt. The t-shirt was snug, stretched taut across his frame. With a crisp snap, he secured a brown-red utility belt around his waist. This belt served dual purposes. It functioned as a regular belt, but could also be wielded as a weapon, proving quite convenient. And thus, he was ready. Initially, he had considered wearing an olive green jacket, but the heat was too oppressive, and he opted against it. At this point, Leng Shaofeng had been working for 2 years, serving as a squad leader in the mine's security department. Back in school, he was quite the troublemaker, constantly embroiled in mischief and brawls, which naturally reflected poorly on his academic performance, resulting in his admission to a vocational school for mining, where he specialized in coal extraction. After graduating, he proudly became a coal miner, transitioning to surface work 3 months later, joining the security department and swiftly rising to the position of squad leader within just over a year. Of course, this ascent was not solely due to his own industrious efforts. His uncle played a significant role as well. Not every underground worker could transition to surface work. It was a matter of connections. Leng Shaofeng's uncle, Leng Guangping, was the chief engineer of the Yansi coal mine. His status and authority were akin to that of a deputy mine manager, making him a key figure at the mine, on par with Su Chang'e. In this era, a chief engineer possessed genuine expertise, unlike the casual titles bestowed in later times. This is also a significant reason why Leng Shaofeng from his past life could not accept the rejection of his engagement. Why should that be the case? How could the nephew of the chief engineer be deemed unworthy of the daughter of a deputy mine manager? Although there is a slight disparity, it hardly warrants such a heartless dismissal, does it? What gives them the right to cast us aside so abruptly? Such reasoning is unfathomable. Just as Leng Shaofeng had finished dressing, he heard a delicate exclamation from behind. Turning around, he discovered that Su Jing had donned her white blouse. As she reached for her pants, she inadvertently tugged at her injury, eliciting a moment of pain. Unable to suppress a cry of discomfort, she winced. Are you all right? Leng Shaofeng quickly grasped Su Jing's arm and stepped forward to offer comfort, only to be met with a significant eye roll from her. Subsequently, her small hand found its way to his waist, giving it a sharp twist. You are nothing but a brute, always picking on me, allowing you to bully me like this. Su Jing, still unsatisfied, twisted again a couple of times. My dear wife, spare me. You have wronged me terribly. This situation is truly not my fault. Leng Shaofeng hastily pleaded for mercy. Chapter 3. Embrace. Why would I blame you? Should I blame myself instead? Su Jing grumbled in frustration, her teeth clenched. Of course, it's your fault. You possess the beauty of a celestial being, akin to a fairy descending to the mortal realm. How could an ordinary person like me possibly resist your charm? Leng Shaofeng replied, his words dripping with honeyed sweetness. Humph. Su Jing raised her delicate face, a proud expression adorning her features, her lips curving into an alluring smile. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you this time. Now, stop staring and turn around. I need to get dressed. At her command, Leng Shaofeng quickly faced the wall, though his feet gradually inched towards the mirror. A rustling sound filled the air, accompanied by the occasional gasp from Su Jing as she caught her breath. After what felt like an eternity, Su Jing finally managed to dress. Raising her gaze, she found herself confronted by the infuriatingly handsome visage of Leng Shaofeng reflected back at her. "You scoundrel! Leng Shaofeng. You're nothing but a lecher. I could just kill you." In that moment, Su Jing was utterly exasperated. Before her words could fade, a pillow flew across the room, followed by a pair of slippers, both striking Leng Shaofeng's back. Fueled by indignation, Su Jing lunged at him, her claws extended. Ouch! She had barely taken 2 steps when pain shot through her injury, causing her legs to buckle, and she nearly collapsed. In the nick of time, Leng Shaofeng sprang forward, arms outstretched to catch the falling Su Jing. The warmth of her presence enveloped him, their eyes locking in an electric moment of connection. Silence. The atmosphere suddenly grew still. Her luscious lips parted, unspoken words tinged with shyness, undeniably alluring. Without hesitation, Leng Shaofeng leaned in and kissed her. His powerful arms tightened around her soft form, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. After an eternity, their lips parted. The two remained silent, savoring each other's warmth, embracing deeply, as if they were enveloping the entire world. "Su Jing, wait for me. No matter the obstacles I face, I will surely marry you. In this lifetime, I shall not let you slip away." In the intimate closeness, Leng Shaofeng whispered softly, his sincerity unguarded. He had uttered these words countless times in his dreams from a past life, and today he finally had the opportunity to voice them in reality. "Yes, Shaofeng, I will wait for you. I shall marry no one but you." Su Jing's voice was gentle, yet brimming with unwavering conviction. The ceiling fan continued to creak as it turned, the breeze gently dispersing their youthful vows. In this moment, silence enveloped them. They no longer spoke, simply embracing each other and gently twirling, as if the world itself spun around them. At this instant, their hearts resonated in harmony. Silence spoke louder than words. Suddenly, a heavy knocking echoed from the dilapidated wooden door, followed by the clamor of keys. Someone outside was fumbling with the key, preparing to enter. Su Jing's eyes widened in shock, her face paling. Thankfully, she was fully dressed. Otherwise, it would have been utterly mortifying. "It's nothing, he's not coming in. I've locked the door. Don't be afraid, it's Han Bin." Leng Shaofeng gently patted Su Jing's shoulder, offering words of comfort, and then seated her by the bedside. "Feng Ge, are you inside? Why is the door still locked? Open up, Feng Ge." Han Bin's voice echoed from outside as he twisted the doorknob, realizing it was securely locked. "What are you shouting for? Are you calling for a spirit?" Leng Shaofeng retorted with irritation, opening the door. Standing outside was his middle school classmate and current roommate, Han Bin. As the door swung open, Han Bin's face, marred by numerous red and white pimples, resembled a chaotic scene of a car crash. "Feng Ge, why is the door locked? You're not secretly engaged in any shameful acts in there, are you?" Han Bin grinned with an impish demeanor. With a swift motion, Leng Shaofeng slapped Han Bin on the shoulder. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you can't speak properly, then just be quiet. I'm in the middle of a conversation with your sister-in-law. Understand? A conversation." Stepping aside, Leng Shaofeng allowed Han Bin to see Su Jing, who was seated at the bedside. "Ah, Su. No sister-in-law, hello?" Han Bin exclaimed, his surprise evident as he quickly adjusted his address. This lad was adept at adapting to the situation. "Han Bin, why didn't you attend the class reunion today?" Su Jing asked, her voice tinged with shyness as she sought to change the topic. "Sister-in-law you don't know? I'm covering for Feng Ge at work. It was supposed to be his shift," Han Bin replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. "You're on duty, so why are you back? Feeling restless? Be careful, or I'll deduct your wages." Leng Shaofeng grumbled, eager to send him away. "No, Feng Ge, this isn't just a temporary swap. I forgot my lunchbox," Han Bin exclaimed, swiftly grabbing his aluminum lunchbox from the table and retrieving his meal tickets from beneath his pillow. In a flash, he darted away, his movements swift and efficient. "You smart lad. At least you know when to run," Leng Shaofeng muttered, still irritated as he closed the door with a decisive click. Locking it once more. "Shaofeng, it's getting late. It's time to eat." "I need to go home," Su Jing said, sensing the shift in atmosphere as she prepared to leave. However, Leng Shaofeng pulled her back into his embrace, with a beautiful woman in his arms. How could he bear to let her go? He felt an insatiable desire to hold her, unwilling to part even for a moment, haunted by regrets from a past life. "Be good, Shaofeng, I really need to go home. My mother must have finished work by now." Su Jing struggled, aware that time was slipping away. "Just let me hold you a moment longer. just for a moment. Leng Shaofeng insisted, refusing to release her. He feared that if he let go, the dream would shatter. Buried in the delicate scent of her neck and hair, he inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the unique fragrance that enveloped him. Such a delightful flavor. Such a tangible sensation. Leng Shaofeng has finally confirmed that this is not a dream. As she senses the man's infatuation with her, Su Jing feels a tingling sensation in her body, her heart swelling with secret joy, sweet and blissful. She is reluctant to part ways, wishing that time could stretch infinitely, that their bond could last forever. Yet perhaps it is best to let him hold her a little longer. This embrace is intoxicating, leaving one yearning for more. It is unclear how long they lingered in this moment before they reluctantly separated. Let us go, I will escort you home. Leng Shaofeng gently smooths the disheveled strands of her hair. Meanwhile, Su Jing busies herself with adjusting her clothing. Leng Shaofeng, you are truly exasperating. It is all your fault that I lost a button on my shirt. She cannot help but lament. Indeed, the second-to-last button of her white shirt has vanished. Through the gap, one can just glimpse Su Jing's fair abdomen, along with her petite, rounded navel. Ah, never mind. It is nearly dark, so others cannot see. He reassures her. I will replace your garment with a new one. No, 2, no, 10. Leng Shaofeng hastily concedes his fault. I will let you off this time. But do not be so reckless next time. A sudden thought seems to cross Su Jing's mind, and a faint blush reappears on her cheeks. Rest assured, I shall be cautious next time. The weight of the words next time lingers heavily in the air. Chapter 4. Past grievances. Su Jing found the conversation somewhat peculiar. Sensing an underlying tension she could not quite identify. Today, Leng Shaofeng exhibited an unusual demeanor, marked by an unsettling malice that seemed to permeate his very being. Yet it was strangely magnetic, compelling her to linger. As the two approached the door, they hesitated to enter. Leng Shaofeng pressed his ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds echoing from the corridor, reminiscent of a thief in the night. Su Jing, too, could hear footsteps and murmurs beyond the door. It was mealtime. And Minnie had ventured to the cafeteria. With his ear against the door, Leng Shaofeng's gaze inadvertently drifted to the expanse of Su Jing's alabaster abdomen. It was so flat, so fair, and irresistibly captivating. The sight of that delicate whiteness, intermittently revealed, was undeniably alluring. As he observed Su Jing's smooth belly, a grave thought suddenly struck him. My dear, when was the last time you experienced abdominal pain? Though he had taken precautions during their last encounter, he had been reckless the first time, leaving them in a precarious situation. Why are you asking such things, you scoundrel? I'm not telling you. Su Jing misconstrued his concern, refusing to divulge any details. Calm down. I am merely worried about the possibility of you being with child. Leng Shaofeng felt compelled to clarify the seriousness of the situation. Pregnant? Su Jing's complexion drained of color, a flicker of panic crossing her features. No, that can't be. My stomach only hurt 2 days ago. And today I just treated classmates to a meal. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, she sighed with relief. Well, that's good. Today is a safe period. Everything is fine. Leng Shaofeng exhaled in relief, although his thoughts wandered. A safe period, he mused. Had he known, he would have acted differently. But then again, the next couple of days were also safe. Perhaps he could. You seem quite knowledgeable, Leng Shaofeng. You better behave yourself, or else. Su Jing pinched the soft flesh at his waist as a warning. Fear not, my dear. I shall cherish you for a lifetime, ensuring your happiness forever. Leng Shaofeng hastily pledged his devotion. Su Jing derived satisfaction from his words, yet her expression remained impassive as she fixed her gaze upon him in silence. The intensity of her stare made Leng Shaofeng uncomfortable, stirring a sense of unease within him, for he felt guilty. What is wrong, my wife? He inquired, breaking the silence. Nothing much, just a thought I must share with you. I have little interest in your past, but you must treat me well, always. If you dare betray me, I shall end my life before your eyes. Her words were solemn and resolute, echoing with a weight that caused Leng Shaofeng's heart to race. Indeed, in their past life, after he had taken advantage of Su Jing, he had simply pulled up his trousers and left, failing to engage in any meaningful dialogue. Neglecting her feelings and thoughts, this woman harbored such sentiments, and it was no wonder that events had unfolded as they did in the past. Half a year later, a pregnant Su Jing was expelled from school, returning despondently to the Yansi coal mine, facing her own apathy and the relentless pressure from her parents. She was asked whose child it was, yet she remained silent. When urged to terminate the pregnancy, she resolutely refused. Eventually, Through the clandestine act of perusing her daughter's diary, Su Changhe unearthed the truth and confronted Leng Shaofeng alongside Su Jing. Leng Shaofeng showed no mercy, retorting coldly, "Didn't you claim that I was unworthy of your daughter from the Su family? So what of it now? If you dare, repeat that to me once more." This statement left Su Changhe trembling with rage, while Su Jing felt her heart freeze in despair. In the end, neither did Su Changhe receive an appeal for mercy, nor did Su Jing await a proposal from Leng Shaofeng. Instead, she was besieged by a deluge of gossip and various malicious slanders. Ultimately, on a day when the winds howled mercilessly, Su Jing, bearing an 8-month-old child, leaped from the Wenhui Bridge into the frigid waters below, perishing tragically. Upon hearing of Su Jing's demise, Su Changhe's hair turned white overnight, and Leng Shaofeng was struck as if by lightning. He could never forget the piercing gaze of Su Changhe as he cradled Su Jing's lifeless body, a look brimming with profound hatred. If looks could kill, at that moment, Leng Shaofeng would have perished 1,000 times over. From that day forth, the Su and Leng families were like fire and water, and in Su Changhe's heart, there would be no peace until blood was shed. Consequently, the Leng family paid a heavy price. Uncle Leng Guangping took the fall in a mining accident, losing everything, while the actual mine manager was reassigned, allowing Su Changhe to ascend to power. Tragically, Leng Guangfu, his father, perished in that disaster, his body decomposed by the time it was recovered. Eldest brother Leng Shaoyang, once the deputy head of the equipment department, was demoted to underground work as a coal miner. However, his physique was ill-suited for such strenuous labor, and after injuring his leg and becoming lame, he was forced to resign. Fortunately, his knowledge of electromechanical engineering was not in vain. He began repairing household appliances at the mine and steadily improved his skills, ultimately regaining his footing at the Yansi coal mine. As for Leng Shaofeng, following his uncle's disgrace, he was first indefinitely suspended, then faced exclusion from various circles, ultimately compelled to leave home to forge his own path. His life thereafter was fraught with hardship and myriad trials. He toiled laboriously, dabbled in illicit trades, and served as a bodyguard, among other endeavors. Thankfully, due to his exceptional skills, he eventually aligned himself with a man named Gao Qiqiang, who treated him well and imparted a wealth of knowledge, particularly the art of war as outlined by Sun Tzu. Having such a mentor was indeed a blessing. For several years, he enjoyed the good life with Gao Qiqiang, relishing culinary delights and vibrant experiences. However, fate is ever capricious. When his brother fell into trouble, Leng Shaofeng, displaying remarkable loyalty, willingly served a 3-year prison sentence in his stead. Upon his release, he anticipated further recognition from his brother, envisioning a meteoric rise to success. Yet, to his shock, his brother was apprehended, imprisoned, and sentenced to death. Nonetheless, he found himself unexpectedly fortunate, inheriting the chaotic legacy his brother left behind, which included his alluring widow and a beautiful, innocent orphan. Ambition ignites the spirit, propelling one to rise anew, to regroup and embark on a second venture, achieving unprecedented glory, ultimately transforming oneself into a formidable figure. Yet, as health declines, the absence of one's own progeny becomes painfully evident. Upon receiving a cancer diagnosis in its advanced stages, one finds themselves devoid of kin, destined to wander as a solitary spirit. The vicissitudes of life, intertwined with the karmic threads of past existences, weave a complex tapestry that is difficult to articulate. Amidst a torrent of thoughts, one returns to the present. A resolute attitude is imperative. Fear not, my dear wife. I vow to cherish and love you for all eternity. Should I falter, may my family suffer. The words of Leng Shaofeng remained unspoken, as a delicate hand covered his mouth. You foolish man, how could you swear on your family's behalf? Enough, enough, I believe you. Su Jing interjected anxiously, interrupting Leng Shaofeng's declaration. He, as long as you trust me, that is sufficient. With no one else around, let us depart. The corridor outside had fallen into silence. Leng Shaofeng donned his green satchel, secured his lunchbox, and, accompanied by Su Jing, stepped out into the world. Chapter 5. Greetings. Upon descending from the second floor of the dormitory, a military green motorcycle came into view. This was the steed of Leng Shaofeng. In this day and age, it is quite a rarity for an ordinary family to own even a bicycle, let alone a motorcycle. This particular motorcycle was not a personal possession, but rather the property of the mine. The security department owned a total of 3 motorcycles, the other 2 being sidecar equipped, colloquially known as 3-wheeled vehicles. Thus, this one without a sidecar had become Leng Shaofeng's chosen ride. In the entire Yansi coal mine, it was a solitary gem. Riding it bestowed an undeniable presence. With one graceful leap, Leng Shaofeng mounted the motorcycle, ignited the engine, and shifted gears with fluid precision. The motorcycle roared to life, its thunderous growl resonating through the air. "Get on. Hold on tight," he shouted to Su Jing, his voice rising above the din of the engine. It was imperative to raise his voice. The sound of the motorcycle was overwhelming. Su Jing cautiously perched herself on the side, her hands anxiously clutching the hem of Leng Shaofeng's clothing. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward, leaving a plume of black smoke in its wake. Su Jing's residence was situated in the nearest row of houses to the mine entrance. This row of buildings was considered high-ranking accommodation, housing notable figures from the mine. Every day, Leng Shaofeng would pass by these buildings on his way to work, becoming quite familiar with the surroundings. From the bachelor dormitory, a right turn followed by a straight path, then another right, and there he would arrive. It was merely a matter of a swift acceleration. He parked the motorcycle by the roadside rather than at her building's entrance. As soon as the motorcycle came to a halt, Su Jing leaped off, her long legs carrying her swiftly towards home, eager to avoid any familiar faces. Leng Shaofeng watched with a gentle smile as her figure disappeared through the building's entrance. He then glanced up at the window on the left side of the third floor, where lights had already illuminated, indicating that someone was inside. Not daring to linger, he twisted the throttle once more and drove straight into the mine, navigating along the wall. Within the mine and outside of it, there was merely a wall separating the two. This towering barrier enclosed the work environment, while the area beyond it comprised the residential quarters. Inside was labor, outside was life. Su Jing hurried up the stairs to the third floor, retrieved her key, and entered her home, feigning calmness. Yet, inside, she was a bundle of nerves. Her mother, Lu Lijuan, a woman in her 40s, slightly plump but well-groomed with a fair complexion, was seated on the sofa. The coffee table before her was laden with dishes, clearly having prepared dinner and waiting for quite some time. "Stop right there. Where have you been? Why are you returning so late?" Lu Lijuan's sharp voice startled Su Jing, causing her to halt in her tracks. Hesitating, she stood there, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. "I didn't go anywhere, didn't I mention? I attended a classmate reunion," Su Jing replied, blinking her large eyes and trying to maintain a calm demeanor. "A reunion that lasts until this hour? Wasn't it just lunch?" Lu Lijuan questioned, her suspicion evident. "After lunch, we started playing cards, and in the midst of the fun, we lost track of time." As the conversation lingered, her eyes darted, redirecting the topic. "Oh, mother, you have prepared so many delicious dishes today, and my favorite, braised pork. You are truly wonderful," Su Jing exclaimed with the exuberance of a child discovering a new world. As she spoke, she reached out eagerly for the braised pork on the table. "You little rascal. Your habits are becoming increasingly disordered. Go wash your hands first. Your father just called. He will be home shortly." Lu Lijuan gently swatted Su Jing's hand. Su Jing stuck out her tongue and offered an embarrassed smile. "All right, mother, I'll wash my hands right away." She dashed to the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the faucet, letting the water flow freely. Yet, her body felt somewhat weak as she leaned against the door frame, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and the reflection in the mirror revealed her rosy cheeks, exuding an endearing charm. The dining hall was located within the mine, merely a short distance from the entrance, approximately 150 meters in a straight line. For an ordinary person entering the mine, security would naturally require a work permit. However, for Leng Shaofeng, he needed no such validation. His motorcycle served as the finest testament to his identity. With a wave to the guard on duty, he greeted him without halting, revving his engine as he drove directly into the mine. Upon arriving at the entrance of the dining hall and bringing his motorcycle to a stop, he was met by an approaching figure. Leng Shaofeng's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the individual. It was none other than Su Changhe. Since his proposal had been rejected last year, Leng Shaofeng had entirely ceased all communication with Su Changhe, who had likewise reciprocated his silence. Yet, today was different. The Leng Shaofeng of now was no longer the naive youth he once was. He had shed his youthful arrogance and competitive spirit, having endured the trials of life that granted him over half a century of wisdom. "Director Su, have you just finished work?" Leng Shaofeng initiated the conversation with warmth and cordiality. "Ah, Shaofeng. Yes, I'm off work now," Su Changhe replied, momentarily taken aback, his thoughts momentarily disoriented. Would you care to join me for a meal? It's on me. Leng Shaofeng gestured towards the dining hall, inviting him with an elegant flourish. Oh, no need. No need. I've got dinner waiting at home. It would be too much trouble. I must be going. Su Changhe appeared flustered, caught off guard by Leng Shaofeng's unexpected gesture. Very well, Director Su. Until we meet again. Leng Shaofeng bid farewell with a composed wave, feeling an unexpected lightness as he ascended the steps to the dining hall. In the blink of an eye, he melded into the throng of patrons. Su Changhe stood in a daze, lost in thought for a considerable moment before shaking his head and turning to head home. Is it possible that the sun has risen from the west today? At the family residence of the Su family, Su Jing greeted her father with delight. Father, you're back. Mother has made so many delicious dishes. Her spirits were high, and her body felt particularly lively, though a hint of fatigue and discomfort lingered. Indeed, Su Changhe, ever the man of few words, maintained his serious demeanor, an inevitable trait cultivated from years in leadership. A family gathered around the dining table, sharing laughter and conversation as they indulged in their meal. After finishing, they turned on the television to watch the news, which would later evolve into the familiar evening broadcast. At that moment, however, it had yet to undergo its transformation and was not yet referred to as the evening news. Beside them, Su Jing had already changed into her comfortable sleepwear, a soft pink cotton ensemble, featuring a collared t-shirt on top and knee-length shorts below, adorned with an adorable bear motif. Its cheeks slightly puffed out. The program on the screen made her yawn repeatedly, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. She felt utterly exhausted, as if her bones were about to crumble. Stretching languidly, she contemplated retreating to her room for rest. The fatigue weighed heavily upon her, akin to having been propelled several hundred miles by a relentless bull. Guess who I ran into today? Su Changhe ignited a cigarette, suddenly broaching a topic. While speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, noting her remarkable beauty that day. She appeared particularly radiant, a quality that was indescribable. Who is it? Why the mystery? Just tell us. Lu Lijuan, cracking sunflower seeds, shot an exasperated look at her husband. It's Leng Shaofeng, Su Changhe declared, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Su Jing perked up instantly, her drowsiness vanishing. With a calm expression fixed on the television, her ears were nonetheless alert, eagerly absorbing the conversation. Chapter 6. Conversations of the Su family. What is so peculiar about it? That young man rides his motorcycle flamboyantly all day long. Humph. A toad aspires to eat swan meat. He even dreams of marrying my dear Jing without a moment's reflection. Lu Lijuan expressed her discontent, showing clear disdain for Leng Shaofeng. But you know, today is indeed somewhat strange. That fellow actually took the initiative to greet me, and he was quite warm about it. Furthermore, I could sense that his enthusiasm was genuine. Su Changhe shook his head, appearing perplexed. Is that so? That is rather odd. Lu Lijuan also wore a look of incredulity as she turned to her daughter. Jing, you aren't still in contact with that boy, are you? Oh, there is no connection at all. He barely acknowledges me now. We only crossed paths at today's class reunion. However, we hardly conversed. Merely played cards for the entire afternoon. Su Jing, her face calm and her heart steady, felt a slight perspiration in her palms. That is good to hear. I must tell you, that boy is not of good character. Lately, he has been rather unruly. Many people are aware that he has become entangled with that widow selling mutton soup. Mother, is that so? I had heard a whisper of it before. But it doesn't concern me, so I didn't bother to inquire further. Su Jing's gaze remained fixed on the television, her words casual, as if the program was particularly captivating. Not just that, you have no idea how foolish he can be. Lu Lijuan settled into a cross-legged position, ready to gossip. It seems he has taken a fancy to that widow, frequently visiting the mutton soup shop. The son of Mayor Huang, what is his name? Huang Dabiao, also has his eye on that widow and often goes to the shop as well. One day, for reasons unknown, the two of them got into a fierce brawl. Lu Lijuan took a sip of water and continued. On that freezing day, Leng Shaofeng actually stripped off his shirt, bare-chested, and single-handedly fought against Huang Dabiao and a dozen others. And guess what? Despite being outnumbered, he managed to chase after them, pursuing Huang Dabiao's group all the way to Wenhe Bridge, nearly reaching Yansi town. Tell me, how audacious is he? No wonder they call him Leng Fengzi. Lu Lijuan shook her head in disbelief, her tongue clicking in disapproval. Su Jing nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this sentiment. He is indeed quite bold, even a bit reckless. Today, I fought with him for a long while and ended up bleeding. I was terribly bullied by him. Yet, she suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, a tightness in her chest. Ever since then, he has been entangled with that widow. Patrons of the soup shop have seen his motorcycle parked there for the entire night. Moreover, that widow is not virtuous either. With her alluring demeanor, the men from the mine refer to her as the mutton soup she sure. Bah, she is nothing but a little enchantress, a seductress of men. Lu Lijuan remarked dismissively. Do not speak such nonsense. She is merely a victim of circumstance. Her husband has passed away, and without children, she is left to care for a mute sister. The household registration is not even at the mine, making it impossible for her to take on a temporary job. To add insult to injury, her in-laws have seized the compensation funds. Thus, she can only rent a storefront and start a small business. Surely, as the union chairman, you are more familiar with her plight than I am? Su Changhe could no longer contain himself and interjected. Alas, old Su, something seems amiss. Why is it that every time I mention the young widow, you are so knowledgeable? Have you taken a liking to that little vixen as well? Lu Lijuan, sensing the underlying tension, redirected her attack towards Su Changhe with fervor. You are utterly unreasonable. Su Changhe, infuriated, huffed, and stormed off to the bedroom. My dear daughter, see, I was not mistaken. Your father has become quite agitated. Lu Lijuan glanced at her daughter, seeking her support in this verbal battle. Mom, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm going to sleep now. Su Jing ignored the fray, taking small steps to retreat. Lu Lijuan observed her daughter's awkward gait, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, yet she couldn't quite grasp the reason. Rising from her seat, she turned off the television and marched toward the bedroom. In the main bedroom of the Su household, Lu Lijuan crossed her arms, silently casting a cold gaze at Su Changhe. He continued to peruse the book in his hands, feigning ignorance. Old Su, have you forgotten something? What is it? Su Changhe remained focused on his reading. What do you think? Tell me, how many days has it been since you submitted the grain tax? Where has your grain tax gone? Su Changhe paused, his complexion shifting between red and white. Stop spouting nonsense. Do not let others hear and mock us. Enough. I'm tired today. Let us sleep. Back in Su Jing's bedroom, she returned but did not succumb to slumber. Instead, she unfolded an exquisite notebook and began to write in her journal. She wrote with great concentration, occasionally furrowing her brow, pursing her lips in a quiet smile, and at times pouting in frustration. As she reached the end, she paused her pen. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to blur her vision. Several freshly penned words were dampened by her tears, rendering them somewhat indistinct. With a gentle sigh, Su Jing closed the notebook and tucked it away in the innermost drawer of her desk. The drawer already housed several similarly styled journals. What began as an ordinary diary had transformed into a vibrant tapestry of her experiences since she transferred to Yansi coal mine in her second year of junior high. The most prominent subject of her writings was the cold and aloof Shaofeng, who had evoked countless tears and laughter. After finishing today's entry, she found herself lost in thought. I can give you everything you desire, but there are matters beyond my control. Forgive me, Shaofeng. I only wish for a regret-free youth, not seeking eternity, but cherishing what once was. May you find the girl of your dreams and grow old together. While I will be far away, I will send my blessings your way. Su Jing's voice gradually faded into a soft, almost inaudible whisper. As cold Shaofeng emerged from the dining hall, satiated and content, he could not help but reflect on the rather unimpressive fare provided. The selection was scarce and lacking in flavor. However, he savored the meal, for it evoked a sense of nostalgia. Accompanying him were Han Bin and several other colleagues from the security department. Descending the steps, he mounted his motorcycle. Hold on to this for me. I shall take a shower first. He casually tossed his meal container to Han Bin. With a swift kick, the motorcycle roared to life. Hey, Feng Gu, will you be back tonight? Should I leave the door open for you? Han Bin inquired with a playful grin, his expression somewhat cheeky. Of course. The rumble of the motorcycle seemed to drown out further conversation. Han Bin stood there, momentarily bewildered, pondering whether to wait or simply let it go. Chapter 7. A bath-cold Shaofeng rode his motorcycle forward, the remnants of sweat clinging to his skin, particularly from the latter half of the afternoon. The discomfort of stickiness and an unpleasant odor prompted him to seek a bath. The mine provided a complimentary bathhouse for its workers, while outside, there were paid facilities, where skilled bath attendants showcased their expertise. He halted before a rather nondescript two-story building, its unremarkable gray facade lacking any distinctive features, yet expansive in size, with steam curling up from the surrounding drainage system. This was the bathhouse. Without hesitation, cold Shaofeng ascended to the second floor. The air was thick with the scent of soapy water, a rich and greasy aroma intermingled with various other odors. Though not particularly pleasant, it evoked a profound sense of nostalgia in cold Shaofeng. Relying on the depths of his memories, he instinctively located his designated changing locker on the second floor. Technically, he should have returned the locker long ago. However, given that his uncle held a prominent position at the mine, no one dared to reclaim his key. Such lockers were typically reserved for those who worked underground, as the nature of their labor was exceedingly dirty, necessitating specialized work attire. Upon returning from the mines, the first order of business was always a bath. Every worker emerging from the depths was covered in coal dust, rendering them nearly unrecognizable, save for the white of their teeth and the scare of their eyes. Surface workers generally were not allocated personal lockers unless their jobs were particularly filthy. However, they enjoyed the privilege of free bathing, with no restrictions on usage, while changing clothes could occur on benches lining the corridor. The lockers at Yansi coal mine were divided into two levels, the upper tier for clean clothing and the lower for work attire and toiletries. Yet, cold Shaofeng's locker was nearly vacant, containing only a few toiletries, as he no longer descended into the mines and had discarded his soiled work clothes. Stripping down, he slipped on a pair of slippers, clutching a soap dish, shampoo, and bath towel in each hand as he made his way to the bathing area. The work schedule at Yansi coal mine was structured as follows. The morning shift ran from 6 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. The afternoon shift from 2 to 10 in the evening, and the night shift from 10 at night to 6 the following morning. At this hour, before 8, the underground workers had yet to finish their shifts, resulting in a relatively empty bathhouse. This was the optimal time for bathing, as once the workers completed their shifts, the sight of dozens of coal-covered individuals entering the bath could transform the pristine water into a murky pool in an instant. By the end of their wash, the surface would be cloaked in a mixture of black grime, grease, and white soap suds, creating a striking visual impact. Fortunately, the surroundings were equipped with showerheads for a final rinse. The bathhouse at Yansi coal mine was indeed quite impressive, featuring 4 expansive bathing rooms, each containing 4 bathing pools, each pool measuring 5 by 10 meters. The hour is still early, and only a single bathing room has been opened. Inside, workers clad in boots and shorts diligently scrub the floors. Of the 4 basins, only 2 are filled with crystal clear water, while the other 2 are still gurgling as they fill. The leftmost basin, though brimming, remains entirely vacant. Conversely, the rightmost basin steams invitingly, clearly a hot water pool, where 7 or 8 individuals are bathing, among them 2 children of around 7 or 8 years old, who are evidently acquainted, splashing and frolicking together. In a previous life, Leng Shaofeng would have undoubtedly opted for a cold shower. On sweltering days, after working up a sweat, he would leap into the cold pool, the icy water invigorating him from head to toe, leaving him utterly refreshed. An elderly worker once cautioned him against plunging into the cold water while still sweating, but Leng Shaofeng paid no heed. He felt robust, unafraid of even the coldest water, merely seeking the thrill. It was only in middle age that he came to understand the repercussions, suffering from persistent joint pain. In this life, however, Leng Shaofeng, without needing guidance, obediently approached the hot water pool. Just as he reached the edge, one of the playful boys dashed out of the pool and latched onto his leg. Uncle. Leng Shaofeng suddenly recognized his own nephew, Chen Wenxiang. This little nephew had always been particularly close to him, idolizing Leng Shaofeng from a young age. His elder uncle, Leng Guangping, had a son and a daughter, both residing in the mine. The younger son, Leng, though unremarkable in appearance and bespectacled, had married a tall and beautiful woman and welcomed a daughter the previous year. The elder sister, Leng Aiqin, was quite attractive, 10 years older than Leng Shaofeng, and had married Chen Zhangwo, a teacher at the coal mine school in Yansi. This boy, Chen Wenxiang, was their son. Leng Shaofeng's arrival immediately drew the attention of several men bathing nearby, who could not help but glance at him before instinctively shrinking back. A swift look revealed his brother-in-law, Chen Zhangwo. Instantly, a cold glimmer flashed in Leng Shaofeng's eyes. Chen Zhangwo, a graduate of a teacher training college, had lived in Yansi coal mine with his cousin since marriage. Now in his 30s, he was a strikingly handsome man, exuding an intellectual charm. He was a competent teacher, methodical in his work, and adept in social situations. However, it later became apparent that his character was lacking. His presence in Yansi coal mine was akin to an unwelcome guest, yet the Leng family treated him as one of their own, never regarding him as an outsider. Under his uncle's care, he had risen to the position of vice principal at the school. However, following the upheaval in the Leng family, when his uncle stepped down, Chen Jiangwo abandoned his wife and child, resolutely seeking a divorce. Ignoring his cousin's pleading on her knees and their son's desperate attempts to keep him, he chose to leave with nothing but the clothes on his back, never looking back as he departed Yansi coal mine. 6 months later, he rebuilt his life with a divorced woman from the city's education bureau, raising her son together. Within a couple of years, he ascended to the position of principal at the city's #1 high school. Meanwhile, his cousin chose to raise Chen Wenxiang alone, never remarrying. Later, Chen Wenxiang entered into matrimony. Chen Jiangwo, accompanied by his new wife, attended his son's wedding. However, when it was time for the parents to deliver their blessings, he insisted on bringing his new spouse onto the stage. This decision met with unanimous disapproval from the Leng family, particularly from Leng Shaofeng, who, despite his limp and armed with a stool, stood resolutely to block their ascent. Unfortunately, Leng Shaofeng was away at that time and could not return in time for the ceremony. Had he been present, his temper and formidable strength would have swiftly dealt with the intruders. Regrettably, Chen Jiangwo's later years were far from blissful. The son he had painstakingly raised did not stand by him in his final moments. Instead, after attending his mother's funeral, he left for abroad and never returned. During the last 3 years of his life, Chen Jiangwo was bedridden, cared for solely by his devoted cousin, who remained by his side until his passing. This infatuated cousin had unconditionally loved him throughout, her feelings unwavering. In the face of his remorse, she tirelessly tended to him for 3 years, ensuring he was comforted until the end. Half a year later, the cousin, whose health had already been fragile, could no longer endure and soon fell gravely ill, passing away shortly thereafter. Ultimately, Chen Wenxiang arranged for the ashes of both his cousin and Chen Jiangwo to be interred in the same grave. Chapter 8, Bathing Ah. Here you are, Shaofeng. It has been several days since your last visit to your uncle's house. Just yesterday, my mother was mentioning you, exclaimed Chen Jiangwo. The mother he referred to as Lu Lan, the wife of Leng Guangping and the aunt of Leng Shaofeng. Indeed, it has been a while. I shall visit when I have the chance. I crave the fried sauce noodles that my aunt makes, replied Leng Shaofeng as he stepped into the bathing pool, positioning himself on the large step and began splashing water onto himself. The bathing pool at the Yansi coal mine features a substantial step in the center, where one can sit comfortably to bathe or recline partially submerged, with only their head above the water. Uncle, your endowment is quite remarkable. The largest I have ever seen, Chen Wenxiang exclaimed, causing a wave of laughter to erupt among the adults present. This assembly of individuals was well acquainted with Leng Shaofeng, who was quite a notable figure at the Yansi coal mine. Unlike his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang, who was raised alongside their father at the mine, Leng Shaofeng grew up with his mother in their hometown. During Leng Shaofeng's second year of middle school, the village's sole university graduate, Leng Guangping, a technician by training, reached the pinnacle of his career, ascending from technical section chief to chief engineer of Yansi coal mine. With newfound resources, he was finally able to relocate his entire family to the city, granting them urban residency. The Leng family's ancestral roots lie in Yunqing County, a region in the southwestern plains of Shandong, renowned for its martial traditions. The area is famed for producing many martial artists, with legends proclaiming that 72 of the 108 heroes of Liangshan hailed from Yunqing. Each village boasts its own martial arts expertise, and the seemingly unassuming farmers can often execute impressive fighting techniques. Raised in such an environment, Leng Shaofeng exhibited extraordinary martial arts talent from a young age. Coupled with his tall stature, he quickly distinguished himself among his peers, garnering the attention and mentorship of the elders. Upon arriving at Yansi coal mine, he swiftly established his presence, earning the respect of all his contemporaries. With his growing charm and the support of his illustrious uncle, Leng Guangping, he became a well-known figure in the area. At last, I have caught you. Come and scrub my back, called out a teacher named Lu Hongjun, who had previously taught Leng Shaofeng Chinese. Behind closed doors, Leng Shaofeng and his friends affectionately referred to him as the 8th Route Army. The reason he requested Leng Shaofeng to scrub him was due to the latter's exceptional talent in bathing, possessing strong hands that, under Lu Hongjun's guidance, transformed into a masterful technique. Each encounter inevitably led to a request for Leng Shaofeng to assist him. With no objections, Leng Shaofeng dutifully complied. "You certainly know how to scrub well. It feels delightful," Lu Hongjun murmured in satisfaction. "I want to bathe too," Chen Wenxiang chimed in, eager to assist from the sidelines. Eventually, after a round of mutual scrubbing with Chen Jiangwo, they concluded their bathing ritual. Upon finishing, Leng Shaofeng did not wait for his companions and took off on his motorcycle, speeding away. Those who walk different paths do not conspire together. Those with different speeds cannot travel the same road. Leng Shaofeng raced onward. A sense of inexplicable tension enveloped him, akin to the nervousness one feels upon nearing home after a long absence. He did not return to his single dormitory. Instead, he ventured forth from the mine's entrance. Continuing down the road, not far from the mine's gate, he parked his vehicle and turned off the ignition. This thoroughfare is known as Happiness Road. Adjacent to it stood a restaurant, prominently displaying the name Sister's Lamb Soup House. At this hour, the establishment had already closed. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, the lights extinguished. Yet, a small window nearby glowed with a soft orange light. The illumination, though not blinding, emanated a sense of warmth. Gazing at the light before him, it seemed both tantalizingly close and yet profoundly distant, as if separated by an entire galaxy. Cold Shaofeng hesitated to approach, gripped by uncertainty. He feared that should the person inside not be the one he sought, he would be at a loss. He feared this might be a mere dream, from which he could awaken at any moment. Instead of departing or rushing inside, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and inhaled deeply. The smoke curled around him, his gaze becoming hazy as thoughts swirled. Yansi Coal Mine is a state-owned enterprise, situated by the banks of the Wen River and governed by the Wenhua Mining Bureau. This bureau oversees 17 state-run coal mines, all of which fall under direct management of the Ministry of Coal. To the north, 4 coal mines are located in the steel city of Fengcheng, collectively referred to as the Northern 4 Mines, one of which is Yansi Coal Mine. The other 3 include Shijiang Mine, Nanling Mine, and Liuan Mine. Within this coal mine, in such an era, exists a unique community comprising coal miners and their families. Yansi Coal Mine is home to over 40,000 individuals, approximately 20,000 of whom are miners, with the remainder being their dependents. The profession of mining is fraught with peril. Each underground miner possesses an innate awareness before descending into the depths. Each shift could be their last, with the possibility of never witnessing the sun rise again. These individuals toil in rock caverns hundreds of meters below ground, colloquially known as rat holes. Here, they are perilously close to hell, potentially unearthing the gates to it at any moment. Life is arduous for them, in an age of limited mechanization. Every ton of coal extracted bears the imprint of their sweat and blood. Terms such as coal dust, gas, collapses, roof falls, and water seepage are not mere jargon. They signify potential calamities, and there are many such terms. When disaster strikes, these individuals find themselves with nowhere to hide, left to the whims of fate. During moments of idleness, their minds seek solace, yet find none. The psychological burden is immense, with many living solely in the present. Those with wives may express their frustrations through quarrels or physical outbursts, finding respite in their partners. However, many are single men, and in this era of scant entertainment, they may resort to mischief, gambling, drinking, brawling, and harassing women, or engaging in other indiscretions. As for the miners' wives, they possess an acute understanding of their husbands' struggles, striving to accommodate and support them as best as they can. They are not afraid of their husbands' volatile tempers or their verbal and physical abuse. Rather, they dread the possibility of their husbands returning home late. They are even more alarmed by the ominous news that may come from the depths of the mine. When their husbands are late by an hour, they are filled with concern. After 2 hours, they become restless. And if they are absent for a day and a half, despair sets in. This unique living environment has fostered a distinct ecosystem. It is indeed a peculiar circle. Here, the incidence of men striking their wives is undoubtedly higher than in the outside world. Conversely, the women have become more gentle and considerate, more resilient, and more willing to endure for their husbands. These women are mostly quite ordinary, average in appearance, physique, and character. However, there are always exceptions. Among the multitude, encountering an extraordinary woman from the coal mining community would truly be a stroke of fortune. Chapter 9. Women like flowers in this world, there exists a flower. Modest and unassuming. This flower is diminutive, almost imperceptible, so humble that it may easily be overlooked, akin to dust. yet its tenacity of life renders it impossible to disregard. With but a drop of water, it remains vibrant. With merely a hint of soil, it takes root and flourishes. Perhaps one day, in some inconspicuous corner, this flower will have quietly adorned an entire wall with its delicate presence. Its vitality and beauty, under the blazing sun, amid the tempest, and in every unheeded moment, bloom defiantly in the wind. The instant you become aware of it, you are struck by its exquisite beauty and genuinely marvel at its resilient spirit. This flower is known as the rose. In this world, there exists a woman. She is as beautiful as a flower, and her tenderness flows like water. Her gentleness is akin to the quiet stream, nourishing the parched earth. She does not compete. Instead, she embodies the essence of water, embracing all, healing the wounded hearts of men. She is lovely like a flower, blossoming in a secluded corner, leaving a fragrant trail that embellishes your life and dreams. She is as resilient as a blade of grass, ever breaking through darkness to greet the sunlight. Her tenderness can melt your heart. In her gaze, you are the sole focus. Her smile is reminiscent of spring's return to the earth. She is born ordinary, a member of the vast human tapestry. Yet she stands unparalleled, neither seductive nor ostentatious. Her eyes are clear, resembling stars in the night sky, guiding you homeward. Her embrace is a warm harbor, allowing weary men to set sail once more. In the face of life's tribulations, she remains steadfast. Confronting the injustices of fate, she endures silently. Amidst the fluctuations of the world, she remains true to her essence. Before you stands such a woman, a treasure in her own right. Her name is Li Hongqiang. Within the confines of the dwelling, the woman is named Li Hongqiang. She is a woman burdened by misfortune, not of the ordinary kind. Born into a family that favored sons over daughters, her arrival was met with discontent. In this era, such beliefs were commonplace. Her birth displeased everyone, even her biological mother. A year later, the birth of her brother brought joy back to the household. Tragically, her brother passed away before reaching his first birthday. Her parents, attempting to regroup, worked tirelessly, yet years passed without further news. It was not until Li Hongqiang turned 8 that her mother became pregnant again, giving birth to another girl the following year. To their dismay, this child was yet another disappointment. The Li family, lacking in vitality, was soon shrouded in gloom. Fortunately, in this era of communal living, Li Hongqiang and her sister barely survived. However, misfortune struck again when the youngest daughter, Li Hongwei, fell gravely ill at the tender age of 3. She survived, but emerged deaf and mute. The mother, unable to endure the violence within the household, abandoned her 2 daughters and fled, leaving no trace behind. Fatherly, profoundly affected by her departure, searched for her tirelessly for over a month, yet found nothing. Ultimately, he returned home, weary and on the brink of death. Having exhausted the family's savings and incurred substantial debts without being able to rescue her, he succumbed to his fate shortly thereafter. With the father gone, the relatives who had lent money did not spare Li Hongqiang. They divided the property and land, stripping everything away. In rural areas, this is referred to as cutting off the lineage. This phenomenon also underscores the prevalent preference for sons over daughters in rural societies, where only boys are deemed capable of carrying on the family name, while girls are seen merely as a financial burden. Li Hongqiang was left with nothing but her younger sister. Fortunately, by this time, she had grown into a young woman. Together with her sister, she took refuge in the village's cattle shed, foraging for wild vegetables, eating birds from trees, fish from rivers, and relying on the charity of others to survive. Upon turning 18, she blossomed into a graceful young lady, ready for marriage. Many suitors approached, but Li Hongqiang had but one condition: she would marry, but only if her husband agreed to care for her sister for life. Many men, deterred by the prospect of supporting a disabled sister, withdrew. Only one remained, a coal miner named Wang Ermatzi, known for his pockmarked face and slothful nature, a 35-year-old bachelor and a notorious misfit at the Yansi coal mine. Despite his shortcomings, Li Hongqiang accepted him, marrying him and relocating to the mine several dozen miles away with her mute sister. Initially, Wang Ermatzi cherished his beautiful bride, whom he had not spent a penny to acquire. He lavished her with food and drink, and occasionally gifted her new clothes. Suddenly nourished, Li Hongqiang thrived like parched earth receiving abundant rain. She experienced a remarkable transformation. Her figure lengthened, her complexion improved, and she radiated vitality, exuding femininity in every gesture and smile. Soon, Her beauty became the talk of the Yansi coal mine, and the men began to envy Wang Ermatsi for his unexpected fortune in marrying such an exquisite woman. However, Wang Ermatsi was plagued by his own frustrations. His wife grew increasingly beautiful and alluring, yet he found himself increasingly impotent. Initially, he managed to cope, but soon he began to suffer severe health issues, culminating in complete impotence. He irrationally attributed his plight to Li Hongqiang, blaming her for being too seductive and enchanting. His resentment boiled over into a rage against her, leading him to drink excessively and abuse her. Fortunately, this tumultuous period did not last long. Wang Ermatsi met with an accident and, tragically, did not survive. Thus, Li Hongqiang acquired two new identities, that of a widow and a bereaved family member. In the aftermath of such tragedies, the mining company typically extends special care to the families of the victims, endeavoring to provide employment opportunities and financial compensation. However, the compensation intended for Wang Ermatsi was directly claimed by his parents and siblings. Without a household registration, Li Hongqiang found herself unable to secure even a temporary position, compelling her to rent a storefront and open a restaurant. Fortunately, having catered to Wang Ermatsi's discerning palate over the past 3 years, Li Hongqiang had honed her culinary skills, particularly excelling at crafting his favorite mutton soup. Thus, the Sister Mutton Soup restaurant was born. Li Hongqiang's establishment quickly gained a reputation for its delectable flavors, vibrant colors, and enticing aromas, further enhanced by the beauty of its proprietress, a charming young widow. This allure drew the rugged men from the mine, who, like sharks sensing blood, flocked to the restaurant. For these rough-hewn laborers, the prospect of savoring exquisite mutton soup while feasting their eyes on a captivating woman was a double delight. Consequently, the Sister Mutton Soup restaurant flourished remarkably. With a delicate waist, a curvaceous form, and arms as white as lotus roots, combined with a flawless visage and expressive, sparkling eyes, Li Hongqiang bewitched the miners, earning her the nickname of the Mutton Soup Siren. Even residents from the nearby Yansi town made a point to visit for a bowl of her famed soup. Among them was Huang Dabiao, the son of the town's mayor, who was utterly entranced upon first laying eyes on her. He became a frequent patron, often lingering at the restaurant and becoming increasingly forward in his advances. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng, having recently faced rejection, found solace in this haven. He would order a bowl of creamy mutton soup, generously drizzled with red chili oil, sprinkled with finely chopped scallions, and seasoned to taste with salt, vinegar, and MSG. Accompanied by 2 golden oil-fried pastries, he relished his meal, sweating from the spice while enjoying the gentle tones of the proprietress and admiring her graceful figure. He felt a profound sense of comfort in this place, which inexplicably lifted his spirits and alleviated his troubles. Yet, Leng Shaofeng, possessing refined taste, chose to appreciate rather than intrude. On the contrary, Huang Dabiao grew increasingly brazen, resorting to crude remarks and unwelcome physical advances. Finally, unable to tolerate the harassment, Leng Shaofeng seized the burly Huang Dabiao, delivering several resounding slaps before tossing him out the door. Unwilling to accept this humiliation, Huang Dabiao called for reinforcements from the town, leading to a fierce confrontation outside the Sister Mutton Soup restaurant. Despite being outnumbered, Leng Shaofeng emerged victorious, pursuing his adversaries all the way to the Wenhe Bridge, nearly reaching Yansi town. From that day forth, Huang Dabiao refrained from returning for mutton soup. Returning triumphant yet battered, Leng Shaofeng was ushered by the proprietress into the back room, where she tended to his wounds with medicinal alcohol. However, as they shared this intimate moment, sparks ignited between them, and their burgeoning passion culminated in an overwhelming fervor that caused the wooden bed to collapse beneath them. From this moment forth, dry kindling encountered fierce flames, igniting a conflagration that spiraled beyond control. Chapter 10. The Meeting in His Previous Life. Leng Shaofeng owed the most to 2 women, Su Jing and Li Hongqiang. He had possessed both of them, yet ultimately, he lost them entirely. This loss represented an irrevocable regret in Leng Shaofeng's heart. During their time together, Li Hongqiang wholeheartedly regarded Leng Shaofeng as her man, showering him with unparalleled tenderness. Following Su Jing's tragic suicide, Leng Shaofeng was engulfed by immense sorrow, guilt, and self-reproach. It was through Li Hongqiang's companionship and solace that he gradually emerged from the shadows of despair. As their relationship deepened, Leng Shaofeng found himself profoundly in love with this woman and resolved to propose to her. When he did so, Li Hongqiang was overwhelmed with joy. bursting into tears as she collapsed into his embrace. However, upon sharing this decision with his family, he was met with unanimous opposition. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng found himself trapped in a dilemma. Yet, Li Hongqiang revealed her magnanimous side, comforting him and urging him not to feel burdened. "Regardless of whether we have a marriage certificate," she said, "as long as you hold me in your heart, I will forever be your woman." Later, after the Leng family encountered turmoil and faced various pressures from Su Changhe, Leng Shaofeng had no choice but to venture far away to forge his own path. Before departing, he made a promise to Li Hongqiang. Within 3 years, he would establish himself and come back to take her away. 3 years later, Su Changhe ascended to a position at the mining bureau, and Leng Shaofeng returned to Yansi coal mine, only to find that the sister sheep soup restaurant had been transformed into a clothing store. The Li sisters had vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Their disappearance sudden and complete. Leng Shaofeng frantically searched the world for them, yet found nothing. The Yansi coal mine had become a place of profound sorrow for him. Ultimately, he resolved to distance himself from the mine, returning only during the New Year or Qingming festival to pay his respects. At that moment, he and she were separated by merely a wall, yet it felt as if a century lay between them, as if they inhabited entirely different realms. In his past life, after roughly pushing Su Jing aside, he had come here that very evening without a hint of psychological restraint, indulging in the exquisite tenderness of Li Hongqiang's service. However, in this lifetime, Leng Shaofeng sensed an invisible barrier between him and the woman inside, as if an ethereal wall kept him at bay. Having resolved to treat Su Jing well, what then should become of the woman inside? Should he abandon her? Yet, a voice within him seemed to roar in protest. Can you bear to let her go? Can you truly let her go? Just as the cigarette in Leng Shaofeng's hand was about to extinguish, the door across from him suddenly swung open. A woman emerged from within, illuminated by the dim glow of the street lamp. In an instant, Leng Shaofeng recognized her. She was the very person he had been desperately searching for, across both his past and present lives. In the dim light, her features appeared somewhat indistinct, yet those eyes, as clear as water, and her delicate figure swaying like a willow in the breeze, captivated him. As he drew closer, a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk, wafted into his senses. This scent was familiar to Leng Shaofeng, stirring memories that haunted him. It was her. Li Hongqiang. What was the matter? Why didn't she come in? A gentle voice, tinged with curiosity and concern, echoed in the air. Suddenly struck by a craving for a cigarette, Leng Shaofeng slightly twitched his nose, his speech carrying a hint of nasal timbre. The woman stood before him, within arm's reach. "It's all right. I heard your motorcycle earlier and wondered why you hadn't come in," she said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Her hair was simply tied with a white handkerchief, and this unpretentious gesture, combined with her gentle smile, exuded a distinct femininity. Clad in a white top adorned with blue flowers, the fitted attire accentuated her slender waist, showcasing a figure that was both alluring and exquisite. Simple yet elegant, she embodied beauty in its most refined form. Leng Shaofeng abruptly tossed the cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it underfoot. "Hongjia, I miss you so much." The longing that transcended 2 lifetimes and half a century erupted within him at the sight of her. To hell with giving up. He had been reborn. Was he to disregard a woman? What a ridiculous notion. He desired both of these women. He would cherish them both. With newfound resolve, Leng Shaofeng enveloped her soft, delicate form in a tight embrace, inhaling her intoxicating scent. It was truly delightful, utterly captivating. "Shaofeng, don't here. Let us go inside." The woman's voice trembled slightly. Women of this era were quite conservative. Her body yearned to resist, but ultimately surrendered, allowing the man to hold her close. Without hesitation, Leng Shaofeng scooped her up in a princess carry, striding into the mutton soup restaurant while deftly using his foot to close the door behind him. The courtyard of the restaurant was quite small, approximately 30 square meters. In a corner, a shed stood atop a stove, beneath which a large iron pot simmered. Despite the lid, the distinctive aroma of mutton soup permeated the air. Neatly stacked against the wall were several bundles of firewood and coal. The establishment featured 3 front-facing rooms, all converted into a dining area, each furnished with small square tables and stools. Another side room, originally the kitchen, had been repurposed into a bedroom for Li Hongqiang and her sister. With familiarity guiding him, Leng Shaofeng carried Li Hongqiang into the bedroom. Once inside, He pressed her firmly against the door, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. Taken by surprise, Li Hongqiang initially struggled against his directness, but soon succumbed to the moment, losing herself entirely in their shared world. Time seemed to slip away until they finally broke apart, both slightly breathless. It's your fault. Why are you so eager? Li Hongqiang's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and playfully pinched Leng Shaofeng's arm. However, it was of little consequence. The muscle on his arm was quite firm, making it difficult for her to exert any real pressure. Observing Li Hongqiang's bashful demeanor, Leng Shaofeng suddenly realized he had overlooked something. He turned sharply to glance into the room, only to discover a young girl of approximately 15 or 16 standing by the bed, delicately biting her lip, appearing utterly flustered and anxious, her gaze fixed on her own toes. The girl's charming face was flushed, reminiscent of a ripe Fuji apple. Upon noticing Leng Shaofeng's attention, her lips parted and closed a couple of times before she managed to emit 2 hoarse syllables. Go, GG. This girl was none other than Li Hongwei. The sudden joy of their reunion made him momentarily forget the presence of another in the room. Li Hongwei had lost her hearing at the age of 3. Although she had been able to speak at that time, her linguistic abilities had regressed following her hearing loss. Now, she could only produce simple syllables, a feat achieved only through Li Hongqiang's relentless encouragement. In her daily interactions, she predominantly relied on sign language. Nevertheless, the girl was quite astute. She had a remarkable aptitude for reading lips, able to discern what others were saying by observing the movements of their mouths, though she remained unable to hear. Her ears rendered entirely ornamental. Yes, indeed, very well spoken. As Leng Shaofeng regained his composure, he wore an expression of calm indifference. He gave the young girl a thumbs up and approached her, naturally reaching out to pat her head. Thank you, Gigi. A radiant smile illuminated the little girl's face, clearly delighted by Leng Shaofeng's praise. However, she quickly lowered her head in shyness, unable to meet his gaze. The earlier encounter had profoundly impacted her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Chapter 11. Education. Sit down and continue to read and write. At this moment, Li Hongqiang regained her composure and approached her sister, gesturing as she began to instruct. Li Hongwei obediently sat down, displaying remarkable compliance. In the room, there was a small square table adorned with some coarse, yellowed sheets of paper, meticulously cut and bound together to form a notebook. Li Hongwei took a seat and picked up a pencil, glancing at her sister first. Following her sister's nod of encouragement, she timidly began to read. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang grasped a straight ruler set aside, the kind used for tailoring, measuring approximately 1 Chinese foot, or about 33 centimeters in length. At that moment, Li Hongqiang's expression was somewhat serious, her face stern as she assumed the demeanor of a scholarly figure, yet with her exquisite beauty. She resembled the so-called ice goddess of later generations. Nearby, Leng Shaofeng, rarely witnessing this side of Li Hongqiang, squinted his eyes, a smile lingering on his lips, thoroughly entertained by the scene. Human beings, at the outset, are inherently good. Li Hongwei struggled to articulate the fundamental lines of the 3-character classic, pausing for each word, occasionally stumbling. The characters on the pages were indeed neatly written, exuding a certain grace, akin to that of a primary school student. It was unclear who had penned them. According to Leng Shaofeng's knowledge, Li Hongqiang had also not completed her primary education, having only attended for 4 years. Subsequently, her life had transitioned from the communal dining of the production team to gathering pig fodder with her sister. Leng Shaofeng, too, settled onto a small stool beside Li Hongqiang, his large hand subtly reaching out to grasp the idle hand of Li Hongqiang, soft and delicate, akin to a feather, providing a sense of comfort. Do, Yin Shan. As she reached the character do in Do Yin Shan, it evidently became a formidable obstacle. Li Hongwei stumbled over it several times without success. Finally, casting a furtive glance at her sister, she attempted to feign understanding. Crack! The ruler struck the table, causing Li Hongwei to shudder. Although Li Hongqiang's mind wandered slightly, as her other hand was exploring her waist, she could not overlook such a blatant mistake. With a swift strike of the ruler, she pointed decisively. Li Hongwei, looking pitiful, extended her left hand. Do. Li Hongqiang, teach it again. Crack! The ruler landed on her palm, making Li Hongwei tremble in pain. Do. She echoed, attempting to repeat after her sister, yet still mispronouncing it. Crack! Do. Observe my lips, do. Li Hongqiang patiently taught it 3 more times. Finally, she succeeded. Do. Yin, Yin, Shan, Yu, Yifang. Upon completing the reading, Li Hongwei exhaled a long breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Li Hongqiang concluded the lesson at this point, deeming the day's assignment complete. All right, let us stop here for today. She too released a sigh, her large, watery eyes shooting a glare at Leng Shaofeng. He merely smiled back, winking at her, unperturbed by her expression. Li Hongqiang turned back to her sister, resuming her gestures. This intricate sign language, however, left Leng Shaofeng perplexed. Li Hongwei obediently stood up and walked outside. Leng Shaofeng withdrew his hand and casually flipped through the notebook on the table. Li Hongqiang leaned closely beside him, feeling the warmth of each other's skin where they touched. The words in the notebook were neatly written, with the character Li appearing most frequently, followed by the name Li Hongqiang. Soon, the three characters of Leng Shaofeng appeared as well, occupying a substantial portion of the pages. The characters Zhang Wei were not easy to write. Yet Leng Shaofeng was quite simple and looked rather elegant. This is all written by Xiao Wei. It's not bad, right? Yes, very good. I'll find you a few calligraphy books for practice. I want the calligraphy book by Pang Zhonghua. All right, then it shall be Pang Zhonghua. Leng Shaofeng readily agreed. At that time, Pang Zhonghua's calligraphy had started to gain popularity, with many people practicing his style, which would remain in vogue for many years. Although many in later generations criticized Pang Zhonghua's work as misleading, it must be acknowledged that his calligraphy was indeed aesthetically pleasing. For the average person, having beautiful handwriting suffices. Does it not? It is unreasonable to expect Pang Zhonghua to reach the level of Wang Shiji. Wouldn't that be absurd? These calligraphy books were not expensive, costing around 30 to 40 cents each. However, they were scarce in the mines, and even harder to find in Yanshi town. To purchase them, one might need to travel 20 kilometers to the Xinhua bookstore in Fengcheng. While they were conversing, Li Hongwei entered carrying a basin of hot water. Here, wash your feet first. Li Hongqiang took the basin and placed it in front of the bed. I just took a shower. I don't need to wash them again. Do I? The women of this era were truly virtuous, Leng Shaofeng thought to himself. No way, the hot water is here. It would be wasteful not to use it. Li Hongqiang shook her head firmly. She squatted down and tested the water temperature, confirming it was just right. Why don't you wash instead? I can do it for you. Having just returned to life, Leng Shaofeng felt somewhat unaccustomed. More importantly, he felt unworthy. You washing my feet? What kind of talk is that? Aren't women in the mines supposed to wash men's feet? What has gotten into you today? You've never been like this before. Li Hongqiang lifted her delicate face, blinking with confusion. Ah, fine. Leng Shaofeng no longer insisted and comfortably sat on the bed. Li Hongqiang bent down and began to untie his shoelaces, removing his shoes and socks. Leng Shaofeng wore sturdy green liberation rubber shoes, which were indeed durable but could be quite suffocating. It was manageable when he was inactive, but if he walked a lot, his feet could become rather odorous. However, Li Hongqiang had never complained. She skillfully submerged his feet into the hot water. At that moment, Li Hongwei perceptively brought over a small stool for her sister to sit on. The water soon covered the tops of his feet. As the hot water enveloped him, a wave of warmth spread throughout his body, making him feel utterly comfortable. How refreshing! Li Hongqiang bent down, meticulously scrubbing each foot, ensuring to cleanse between every toe. Her clothes clung tightly, accentuating her graceful waist, while her hair cascaded down her shoulders, partially obscuring her charming face. There exists an indescribable, ethereal beauty. Coupled with the refreshing sensation emanating from my feet, a pair of delicate hands, nimble, soft, and fair, bestows an extraordinary experience. This sensation is so exquisite that it engenders immense satisfaction, be it visually, physically, or psychologically. As the gentle hands tenderly cleanse, the delightful tactile experience radiates from my soles throughout my entire being. The warm water, cascading over the surface of my feet, seems to caress the very depths of my heart, evoking a delightful tingling sensation. It stirs an irresistible flutter within. Chapter 12. Strengthened Cold Shaofeng, fearing an embarrassing moment, quickly averted his gaze. Consequently, his eyes landed upon a pair of delicate, fair feet adorned with transparent rubber sandals. However, the sandals were evidently too small, stretched to their limits, with the tips of 5 toes peeking out. These were Li Hongwei's feet. It was clear that the shoes had long outgrown her, yet the girl was reluctant to part with them. Cold Shaofeng felt a pang of guilt and resolved to buy her a fitting pair of sandals upon his return, and he intended to do so promptly. The room fell into a serene silence. broken only by the gentle splashes of water as Li Hongxiang washed, while Li Hongwei gazed intently at her sister's hands. After a while, Li Hongxiang finished her task. In perfect unison, her younger sister handed her a towel, which Li Hongxiang took to dry herself. Meanwhile, Li Hongwei carried the basin of foot-washing water outside to pour it into the drainage ditch in the courtyard. Upon her return, she found her sister already tidying the bed and setting up the mosquito net. The room contained 2 beds. One was a proper wooden bed, a new acquisition after the previous one collapsed, spacious enough for 2 to sleep comfortably, while the other, situated opposite, was constructed from 2 thick wooden planks, also covered by a small mosquito net. Typically, the sisters shared the larger bed, but today, Li Hongwei noticed that her sister had moved her own pillow and blanket to the smaller bed and had drawn the curtain between the 2 beds. Realizing that she would be sleeping on the wooden bed tonight, Li Hongwei understood that the handsome and protective older brother would share the larger bed with her sister. Though somewhat bewildered by her sister's arrangement, she refrained from asking questions and obediently settled into the small wooden bed. She knew that the curtain between them would soon sway back and forth. Indeed, that night, the curtain swayed vigorously, and Li Hongwei remained puzzled as to why her brother enjoyed moving the curtain so much. However, this evening, the curtain swayed for an unusually long time, without pause. Curiosity piqued. Li Hongwei wished to sneak a glance at what her sister was doing, yet she dared not do so. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep in a daze. After a considerable time, the room, once filled with heart-fluttering sounds, finally fell silent. Li Hongxiang, however, found it difficult to regain her composure. Normally, she would rise early to clean, but today, she felt utterly devoid of the energy to do so, allowing cold Shaofeng to tidy up the aftermath and care for her. After drinking 2 cups of cool boiled water to replenish her hydration, Li Hongxiang felt revitalized. Cold Shaofeng reclined once more, and the 2 nestled closely together. Shaofeng, you seem different today, Li Hongxiang remarked, her hand caressing the powerful muscles of his chest. Different in what way? Cold Shaofeng inquired, feeling that everything was perfectly fine. It's just it feels like you've grown stronger. This time, you were truly remarkable. The duration was much longer than before. As she spoke, Li Hongxiang blushed, burying her little head into cold Shaofeng's embrace. Ah, how true it is. Leng Shaofeng was somewhat slow to realize this. However, upon receiving such a reminder, he felt a palpable sense of strength within him, most evident in his interactions with both Su Jing and Li Hongxiang, 2 distinctly different women. Moreover, it seemed that his entire being had been fortified. Within him lay a reservoir of primal power, making him feel as though he could vanquish a bull, specifically a rhinoceros. Additionally, his mind had become remarkably clear. He could effortlessly recall details from his past, whether from his previous life or this one, details he had previously overlooked. If tasked with taking an elementary school graduation exam, he was certain he would score a perfect 100. How extraordinary! Just this afternoon, he had participated in 2 high-intensity exchanges, and now, another awaited him in the evening. Crucially, he felt ready for yet another engaging interaction. This was truly invigorating. Leng Shaofeng mused. Could this be the benefit of being reborn? It seemed so. He couldn't help but softly call out to the system in his mind, but thankfully, there was no response. What do you think, Hongjia? Are you satisfied? Shall we attempt it once more? Leng Shaofeng's large hand began to wander. No, Shaofeng, it's too late now. If I don't sleep, I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Li Hongxiang's face paled as she sensed the man's unusual demeanor. It was quite alarming. However, she truly could not afford it. She needed to rise early to open her business. Very well. Leng Shaofeng had no intention of pursuing it further. Recognizing the hour was late, one must not behave like a brute. Thank you, Shaofeng. Wait, I shall make it up to you later. Li Hongxiang was grateful for the man's thoughtfulness, yet she felt a pang of regret. If it were the previous Wang Ermatzi, he would not have shown such concern for her well-being. Meeting this man was indeed fortunate, albeit a touch too late. She felt remorse for not having reserved her first experience for him. You were born before I was. I am already old by the time you come to life. Fortunately, the age gap was not insurmountable, merely 4 years, and she believed they would grow old together. As Li Hongxiang's thoughts wandered, she drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Li Hongxiang awoke to the sound of someone knocking on the door. Groggy, she opened her eyes and noticed the dawn light creeping in. She had overslept. Typically, she would awaken around 4 in the morning, even before the sun rose. Yet today, it was already 4:30. She knew that the one knocking at the door must be the meat delivery person. Hastily, She dressed, not even taking the time to tie up her hair, and rushed to open the door. Indeed, it was the meat delivery arriving. "Madam, you're up late today." At the doorstep stood a villager from the nearby village, Mr. Wang, who delivered freshly slaughtered lamb every day. "I apologize, I overslept a bit yesterday." Li Hongqiang's complexion flushed with a rosy hue. "Oh dear, it's not because I overslept. The motorcycle is still here," chuckled Uncle Wang, gesturing towards the bike. "Uncle Wang, how many pounds of lamb do we have today? Let me calculate the cost." Li Hongqiang quickly changed the subject. In no time, the two settled their financial affairs. Uncle Wang mounted his sturdy bicycle, its bells jingling merrily as he rode away. "Oh, this bike is quite admirable. Aside from the silent bell, it chimes everywhere else." After deftly deboning the lamb, the legs were plunged into the pot. The cold breeze began to stir. Leng Shaofeng rose to tend the fire, assisting where he could. "You should rest over there and wake Xiaowei. She sleeps so soundly that she cannot hear a thing, often slumbering until 10 o'clock. Li Hongqiang felt this was a task better suited for a woman. "No need. The young girl is sleeping quite peacefully. Let her continue her rest. How could I possibly enjoy your lamb soup for free?" Li Hongqiang shot a flirtatious glance at Leng Shaofeng, whispering under her breath, "You certainly aren't offering it for free. Even she belongs to you now." Soon, guests began to arrive. Early shift workers emerged in search of sustenance. Li Hongwei was also called to rise. Her daily duty was to tend the fire and offer complimentary refills of soup to the patrons. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang took charge of greeting the guests, slicing the meat, serving the soup, and managing the accounts. Leng Shaofeng savored his first bowl of lamb soup after his rebirth. This was the freshest initial broth, rich in flavor and utterly delightful. The taste matched the memories he cherished, perhaps even more delectable. Feeling utterly satisfied, Leng Shaofeng waved farewell to Li Hongqiang, mounted his motorcycle, and headed straight to the mine. Chapter 13. Zhang Donglai. This week, it was Leng Shaofeng's turn to take the early shift, needing to arrive at 6 o'clock for the handover. The timing was just perfect. "Good morning, team leader. Brother Feng, you're here." Within the large office of the security department, many had already gathered. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng, they greeted him warmly. "Good morning, Brother Feng. Wishing you prosperity." Noticing Brother Feng's radiant complexion and striking appearance, one could tell he must have indulged in lamb soup that morning. The speaker, Yao Shengli, was of slight stature. His hair neatly combed, and his fair complexion gave him a somewhat comical look due to his habitual blinking. His playful nature and penchant for jokes made him the life of the party. Of course, Brother Feng can enjoy lamb soup without a care. He can drink as much as he pleases. Indeed, one worries that Brother Feng might indulge beyond just the lamb soup. Perhaps he has even tasted the boss lady's saliva. Laughter erupted in the office as Yao Shengli lightened the mood, teasing Leng Shaofeng. The colleagues were well aware of the situation between Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang, and their envy was palpable. In good spirits, Leng Shaofeng playfully kicked Yao Shengli on the backside. "Ah, Brother Feng, spare me. Look, he is out for blood." Yao Shengli cried dramatically, clutching his head, prompting another round of laughter. At that moment, a few individuals entered, led by the head of the security department, Li Jun. Night shift Captain Liao Wenlong followed closely behind. Now, everyone was present except for those stationed at the entrance. Li Jun approached the podium and rapped his knuckles on the table. Instantly, the room fell silent as everyone took their seats. The large office of the security department also served as a conference room, arranged similarly to a classroom, with rows of back-supported benches and no tables, save for the podium which held a table and a blackboard. As Li Jun's raps echoed, the office gradually quieted down. Despite being over 40, his military background shone through. His voice was robust and commanding. "Comrades, silence. We will begin the morning meeting with the first item, roll call." The roll call was conducted swiftly, revealing no absentees. Everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived. Those not present were on duty. "Good. We will now proceed to the second item, the shift handover." Starting with the night shift, Liao Wenlong stepped forward to the front of the room. Last night was largely uneventful, except for a few new potholes on Happiness Road that need to be filled during the day. I suspect it was the work of the Dongsholland folks. They've been quite brazen lately, even daring to strip cars in broad daylight. Liao Wenlong paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, there were lights at Jiazi Mountain last night, indicating that someone was likely collecting coal again. Please keep an eye out during the day. That's about all I have to report. Liao Wenlong concluded before taking his seat. At this point, Li Jun stepped up to the podium once more. Cold Shaofeng, in addition to his regular inspection duties, Must ensure that someone is dispatched to fill the potholes on Xingfu Road. Please pay attention to the situation at Zotsishan as well, Li Jun instructed Cold Shaofeng. Not a problem. I will contact the construction team as soon as the meeting concludes, and we will certainly fill those potholes today, Cold Shaofeng replied, rising briefly before sitting back down. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Those on the night shift should retire early for rest. No playing cards, Li Jun announced, adding a special note. In these times, entertainment options are scarce, and playing cards has become a rare leisure activity. However, card games can lead to addiction. If those on the night shift indulge in playing, it could disrupt their rest. As for the matters concerning Xingfu Road, they are, to be frank, rather trivial. It is quite common for individuals to collect coal at Zotsishan. There is a saying, those who depend on the mountains eat from the mountains. Those who rely on the sea eat from the sea. Thus, it is only natural that people would take advantage of the nearby coal mine. When a household finds itself in need of coal, their first thought is to head to the mine to gather what they can. Consequently, the residents of the villages along the 3-kilometer stretch of Xingfu Road, which serves as a thoroughfare for coal trucks, have their eyes on the coal-laden vehicles. I neither steal nor rob. However, if the ground is riddled with potholes and a coal truck happens to jolt over them, it is only to be expected that a few chunks of coal may fall off, around 10 pounds or so. This seems reasonable, does it not? Surely it is not excessive. Thus, it is not uncommon for new potholes to mysteriously appear along Xingfu Road, particularly at night, when large trucks, not paying close attention, might unwittingly crash into them, causing hundreds of pounds of coal to spill. Maintaining this road is also a responsibility of the security department. As for Zotsishan, it is merely a mountain formed from coal gang. The large Zotsishan at Yanshan coal mine towers several dozen meters high, conical in shape, and occupies a substantial area. Within the coal gang, it is certain that unseparated coal chunks remain. Villages adjacent to Zotsishan always see individuals scavenging for coal. However, this comes with its own risks. Every day, countless trucks transport coal gang up the mountain, unloading massive amounts. As these coal gang tumble down the slopes, they carry significant kinetic energy. Should they strike a person, the consequences could be dire. Safety is paramount in coal mining operations. Despite repeated warnings and various hazard signs posted, the villagers remain indifferent to such precautions. When in need of coal, they simply gather what they can. After all, it costs nothing. Not only do village residents engage in this scavenging, but many from the mine do as well. After Li Jun concluded his instructions, he retired to his office to enjoy tea and read the newspaper. Liao Wenlong exchanged greetings with Cold Shaofeng before departing with his team. The remaining individuals in the meeting room were all from the morning shift, prompting Cold Shaofeng to begin assigning tasks. Yao Shengli, take 2 people to keep an eye on Zotsishan. Feng Chong, Wang Dashan, Zhang Rue, accompany me to Xingfu Road. The rest of you, continue your inspections or stand guard as required. Move out. With laughter and chatter, the group exited the meeting room, heading to their respective posts. Cold Shaofeng proceeded directly to the duty room at the mine entrance, where a public phone was located. He picked up the receiver and began dialing. This telephone is an antiquated model, requiring a full rotation to dial a single number, and for multiple digits, one must turn the dial accordingly. Hello, is this Brother Zhang? This is Leng Shaofeng speaking. The road on Xingfu Street has been riddled with several potholes again, and we need to arrange for someone to fill them in today. Could you please take care of that, Brother Zhang? All right, let us meet at the entrance of the mine. I will be waiting for you. Okay, Brother Zhang, I shall await your arrival. After finishing the call, Leng Shaofeng made no move to leave, instead settling comfortably into the main seat. He casually flipped through the newspaper that lay on the table. The others took their seats as well, engaging in light conversation as they waited. This waiting extended until well past 8 o'clock. A large truck, draped in an inky hue that obscured its true color, came to a halt at the entrance of the mine. In the back of the truck stood a group of 7 or 8 individuals, comprising men, women, and children. The majority were women, with only 2 elderly men present, both well past their 50s. Among the women were young brides, middle-aged matrons, and even some with hair as white as snow, collectively forming a group of the elderly, the weak, and women with children. The latter half of the truck's cargo area was stacked with a considerable amount of construction materials, cement, sand, and various tools, including small carts. When the truck finally came to a standstill, a man in his late 20s or early 30s emerged from the passenger seat. Despite his unremarkable stature and ordinary appearance, complemented by slightly squinted small glasses, He exuded an air of vitality. This was none other than Zhang Donglai, the captain of the construction team. Chapter 14. Li Suyun. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Li Suyun limped towards the duty room at the gate. Zhang Donglai had suffered from polio as a child, leaving him with a slight limp. However, it was not severe. Nevertheless, Zhang Donglai was astute and capable, quick to learn skills such as carpentry and masonry. He hailed from the same region as the Leng family, with their villages being quite close. It was only natural that they would bond over their shared roots, even from 1,000 miles away. Zhang Donglai was also adept at navigating social situations, possessing a charming way with words. Leng Guangping, his uncle, held him in high regard and offered him a helping hand, which led to Zhang becoming the leader of the construction team. This man was grateful and loyal when the Leng family faced adversity. He did not take advantage of their misfortune, but continued to maintain a relationship with them. After Leng Shaofeng sustained his leg injury, the two, both hindered in mobility, found solace in their shared plight and grew even closer. Upon seeing Zhang Donglai approach, Leng Shaofeng immediately stepped out to greet him. Indeed, Zhang Donglai was quite impressive. Aside from his limp, he excelled in every other aspect, making him a valuable ally. "Ah, Brother Feng, it has only been a few days. Yet you seem to have grown even more handsome. Come, let us share a smoke." Zhang Donglai exclaimed warmly, producing a pack of premium red cigarettes. These cigarettes, priced over $1 a box, were considered quite luxurious. Leng Shaofeng brushed off Zhang's compliment about his looks. After all, Zhang had always possessed a silver tongue, skilled in flattery. The two exchanged cigarettes and engaged in lively conversation. "Youngster, your smoking habit has intensified. You ought to cut back a little. And where have you been these past few days? Have you forgotten your mother?" Before they could enjoy their cigarettes, a middle-aged woman jumped down from the vehicle. Approaching Leng Shaofeng, she seized his ear with a firm grip. Faced with her fierce grasp, Leng Shaofeng dared not show any dissent and lowered his head to ease her effort. This woman, in her 40s, was of modest height with short hair that grazed her ears. Standing just above 1.60 meters, her features were striking, though her complexion bore the marks of sun exposure. In her youth, she would have undoubtedly been considered a great beauty, and even now, she retained a captivating charm. This woman was none other than Leng Shaofeng's mother, Li Suyun. To be frank, had it not been for his father's identity as a worker, coupled with his father's rather unappealing visage and temper, it would have been nearly impossible to find such an exquisite wife, an endeavor akin to searching for a lantern in the dark. It must be noted that during that era, the status of a worker was exceedingly favorable. Fortunately, unlike his elder brother, who resembled their father, Leng Shaofeng took after his mother in looks. Originally, she had not intended to work, but after her elder son married, she entrusted household duties to her daughter-in-law and found herself restless, seeking temporary employment. In Leng Shaofeng's memories, his mother had always appeared as a silver-haired matriarch with kind eyes. Yet, at this moment, she appeared remarkably youthful, stirring a tide of emotions within him. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Mother, let go." Leng Shaofeng quickly pleaded. "Have you really not returned home in days?" Li Suyun showed no mercy, instead tightening her grip further. "No, it hasn't been that long. The house is cramped. Why would I go back?" Cold Shaofeng felt a twinge of grievance as he spoke in a pitiful tone. Sighing, Li Suyun released her grip. The residence allocated to Cold Shaofeng's family at the mine consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room. Naturally, his parents occupied one room, while his elder brother, Cold Shaoyang, who had grown up alongside their father, inhabited the second bedroom. After Cold Shaofeng moved to the mine, he took up residence on the balcony. The mere 1 meter width of the balcony was hardly suitable for someone of his tall stature, especially during winter when it lacked heating, rendering it as frigid as an ice cavern. Fortunately, Cold Shaofeng possessed a robust physique, enabling him to endure the conditions. When Cold Shaoyang eventually married, Cold Shaofeng opted to move out entirely and took up residence in a single dormitory. Li Suyun was well aware of this predicament. She harbored a deeper affection for her youngest son, whom she had always kept close, yet reality compelled her to make sacrifices for him. "You must return home for dinner often. Your sister-in-law is making dumplings today. You heard that, right?" Li Suyun gently stroked her son's flushed ears, feeling a pang of sympathy. "All right, Mom, once I finish my work, we'll head back together," Cold Shaofeng replied, knowing full well he dared not oppose her, demonstrating his willingness to comply. "All right, let us set off." Zhang Donglai called out loudly as he climbed back onto the large truck. Feng Chong and the other 3 younger brothers also mounted a tricycle. perfectly filled with the three of them. Li Siyun, instead of returning to the truck bed, settled behind Cold Shaofeng, wrapping her arms around his waist. A group of people in 3 vehicles set forth from the east gate, turning left onto Happiness Road, heading northward. Cold Shaofeng found himself once again enveloped in his mother's embrace, still as warm as ever. Li Siyun held him tightly, her face pressed against his broad back. Soon enough, the group arrived at their destination and halted the vehicles. At that moment, Cold Shaofeng sensed something amiss. His back felt cool, and his clothing was likely damp. Looking up at the sky, he noted the sun was shining brightly, making it improbable for rain to have fallen. He then glanced at his mother, Li Siyun, whose eyes appeared slightly red. "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Cold Shaofeng, perplexed, felt a surge of worry and tenderness. "Who is crying? It's just the wind blowing too fiercely, making it hard to keep my eyes open," Li Siyun denied. "Oh." Cold Shaofeng elongated his response, clearly unconvinced. "You rascal. Seeing you grow up into such a handsome young man brings joy to your mother's heart. This is happiness, do you understand?" As she spoke, Li Siyun reached out to pinch Cold Shaofeng's ear. "I understand, of course." He quickly nodded. Observing his mother's playful gesture eased his concerns. It seemed there was nothing serious to fret about. As the saying goes, one should never attempt to decipher a woman's thoughts, as long as there were no grave issues. All was well. The group busied themselves, each fulfilling their respective roles as they began to unload supplies. Cement, sand, and various tools were all removed from the truck, creating a substantial pile by the roadside. Once the unloading was complete, Zhang Donglai waved at the large truck, which honked its horn before rumbling away. The vehicle belonged to the coal transport team, tasked with additional responsibilities. Leng Shaofeng and Zhang Donglai approached to inspect the large pits on the ground. To their astonishment, they discovered 3 substantial craters scattered across the terrain. Each pit measured half a meter in size and was 20 centimeters deep. If the coal truck were to jolt, it would undoubtedly dislodge a hefty load of coal. The ground was shrouded in a dark layer, composed entirely of fine coal dust. Upon further observation, they noted that the village marker of Dong Xiaolin stood not far off. It was highly probable that the mischief was the handiwork of Dong Xiaolin's people. At that moment, a considerable number of villagers, both young and old, gathered by the roadside, whispering among themselves while watching Leng Shaofeng and his companions. Each of them wielded brooms, dustpans, burlap sacks, and some even brandished iron-tined rakes. The sight of those iron rakes was particularly egregious. A single swing could easily snatch away dozens of pounds of coal as the transport truck passed by. Unable to bear witness to this injustice any longer, Leng Shaofeng strode directly towards the group. Chapter 15. Intimidation. Leng Shaofeng, clad in olive green and adorned with a tactical belt, stood tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority. "Which village do you hail from?" he bellowed. A group of individuals exchanged furtive glances, their silence palpable. With a sweeping gaze, Leng Shaofeng discerned that none dared to meet his eyes. They averted their gazes or lowered their heads, some even recoiling slightly. "What are you all armed for? And you, with that pitchfork, are you planning an outright robbery?" Leng Shaofeng's piercing eyes scrutinized the crowd, ultimately settling on the man wielding the pitchfork. "Who dares to steal?" "What's wrong with my pitchfork? I can wield it if I wish." "Who are you to dictate?" the man retorted, his voice rising in defiance. He was a rough-looking fellow in his 30s, with disheveled hair and a bravado that belied his inner trepidation. "I'll tell you this. And you too. You think this coal belongs to the Yansi coal mine? No, you're mistaken. It belongs to the state. Each pound of coal here is meant for the construction of our nation," Leng Shaofeng proclaimed, his voice resonating with conviction as he surveyed the surroundings. "You are scheming to pilfer coal for your own gain. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This is an affront to socialist construction. You are undermining socialism. You are eroding the foundations of socialism." With these formidable accusations, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Not only were the villagers stunned, but even those affiliated with the Yansi coal mine were taken aback. Leng Shaofeng's commanding presence, combined with his eloquent rhetoric, left everyone speechless. Even Li Siyun, astonished, reflected on her son, who typically preferred to settle disputes with brute force. When had he become so articulate? Undermining socialism, eroding the foundations of socialism. These were grave charges that could lead to severe repercussions, reminiscent of the past decade when such accusations were frequently levied. Many in the village recalled those times vividly. And now, they found themselves instinctively retreating. "Do not intimidate us. Who is undermining socialism? Who is eroding its foundations?" The man with the pitchfork stumbled back, his expression betraying a mix of alarm and confusion. Yet, Leng Shaofeng showed no signs of relenting. He lunged forward, seizing the wooden handle of the pitchfork. The man, in a panic, gripped tightly, attempting to reclaim it. However, a sudden surge of strength from Leng Shaofeng wrenched the pitchfork from his grasp with ease, leaving the man feeling as if his fingers had been forcibly straightened, a sharp pain coursing through them. "I advise you all to behave yourselves from now on," Leng Shaofeng declared, and without hesitation, he raised the pitchfork and struck it against his leg. Crack! The resounding snap of the thick handle echoed through the air, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. All present gaped in disbelief. Was it truly broken? The man's face turned pale, his eyes wide in horror. This handle was newly replaced, crafted from sturdy elm wood. It was commonly said that one who lacked sense was as dense as an elm knot. Why is that? It is simply because the elm wood is remarkably sturdy. However, to witness such a thick elm stick break so easily is utterly astonishing, almost terrifying. In that moment, even Leng Shaofeng found himself somewhat taken aback. He acted instinctively, without much contemplation. Now, he could ascertain that he had indeed grown stronger, and significantly so. At the very least, breaking this wooden handle had not pushed him to his limits. In his past life, he would never have been able to snap such a thick stick. Yet now, he had accomplished it. At that instant, the distant sound of a honking horn pierced the air. A coal truck, laden with chunks of coal, was speeding towards them. The massive vehicle blared its horn while beginning to decelerate. "Step back, disperse." Leng Shaofeng waved his hand to scatter the crowd. A throng of people seized the opportunity to flee in all directions. After a considerable distance, some lingered, reluctant to depart. A man with a rake picked up his tool from the ground and walked away without looking back. The coal truck continued its journey, gradually slowing down while honking. Even as it reduced its speed, the bumpy surface of Xingfu Road caused the truck to jolt incessantly. Along the way, black coal chunks occasionally tumbled down. As the truck approached the crowd, the driver clearly spotted the potholes on the ground and began to maneuver. His driving skills were commendable. He avoided 2 out of 3 pits, but ultimately became ensnared by the last one. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, and a cascade of coal spilled out in a dramatic fashion. The truck did not halt. Instead, it accelerated away from the crowd, heading towards the distant national highway. Under normal circumstances, faced with a ground littered with spilled coal, the villagers would have rushed forward in a frenzy to seize it. However, this time, not a single person dared to approach. Once Zhang Donglai observed that the situation was under control, he began to rally the others to work. The task of filling the holes was straightforward, and everyone readily engaged. They fetched water and mixed materials. A lively scene of collaboration ensued. This work belonged to the construction team, and it was not the responsibility of the security personnel to participate. Naturally, the security team would not involve themselves in such laborious and dirty tasks. No one had the leisure to engage in such trivialities. Feng Chong and his companions, recognizing that they had no further role to play, exchanged farewells with Leng Shaofeng and continued their patrol in their tricycle. It was not until over an hour later that they returned, driving straight back to the mine without pausing. Leng Shaofeng remained behind to assist his mother. Despite Li Siyun's repeated insistence that it was unnecessary, and Zhang Donglai's opinion that there was no need for him to stay. Nevertheless, Leng Shaofeng chose to remain. Li Shiyun assigned him a simple task, stirring. This chore was not particularly exhausting for one person, especially with an additional strong pair of hands. As a result, Li Siyun found herself somewhat idle, merely observing. She couldn't help but express her gratitude, marveling at how her son had truly grown up and become considerate. Understanding the importance of caring for his mother, not only Li Siyun, but also her companions were incessantly singing praises. Particularly, 2 middle-aged women with whom Li Siyun shared a close bond, one surnamed Tian and the other Yu, were eager to introduce suitors to Leng Shaofeng. They relentlessly inquired about his preferences, leaving him feeling overwhelmed, as though the socializing was more exhausting than the labor itself. They toiled until noon, at which point 3 pits had been entirely filled. However, the cement had yet to set, and a thick layer of iron plates was laid atop. A group of individuals tidied up their tools, pushing a cart with the remnants of cement, and began their journey back to the mine. Nonetheless, Zhang Donglai had arranged for someone to remain behind to guard the 3 large iron plates, as they would surely be pilfered if left unattended. Not only did they need to keep watch during the day, but patrols were also required at night. After all, the cement would need to cure until the following day. However, These matters were of little concern to Leng Shaofeng, who took his mother, Li Xiyun, directly back to the coal mine. Chapter 16. The Cold Family. As the journey progressed, the roads were remarkably clear, devoid of any traffic congestion. The motorcycle raced forward with the wind, swiftly arriving at the row of family apartments located at the southernmost edge of the mining area. There, at Unit 2, Room 301, resided the Cold family. Li Xiyun fished out her keys and unlocked the door. As soon as she opened it, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. "Mom, you're back?" greeted a young, plump woman standing at the doorway. She was none other than Gao Zuixiao, the sister-in-law of Cold Shaofeng and the wife of Cold Xiaoyang. This sister-in-law, of modest height, approximately 1.6 meters, boasted a full figure with a round face, exuding a gentle, unassuming demeanor. However, she lacked any remarkable talents and often appeared clumsy. Drawing upon the experiences of a past life, it was evident that this sister-in-law was quite extraordinary. After marrying into the Cold family 2 years prior, her weight surged from 130 jin to a staggering 160 jin. It fluctuated around that weight for a time, eventually culminating in a self-transformation that saw her weight rise to 180 jin. In the memories of Cold Shaofeng, it never decreased thereafter, and whether she surpassed that threshold again remained a mystery. Regardless, the changes were no longer discernible. If anyone inquired about her weight, she would merely respond with an innocent smile. Now, after a year and a half since her arrival, her current weight was indeed considerable. Only Cold Shaofeng, standing at 183 meters and robust as an ox, could confidently overshadow her. The rest of the family had been completely outmatched by her, and even Cold Shaofeng found himself humbled. "Hello, sister-in-law," Cold Shaofeng greeted warmly and sincerely. How should one put it? This sister-in-law was neither troublesome nor extravagant. She was simply ordinary, which was quite agreeable. She could contribute to the Cold family by bearing children and continuing the lineage. It would not be long before she would conceive and give birth to a hefty baby boy weighing over 8 jin, bringing a ray of hope into the previously gloomy household. With such a sister-in-law, what could one possibly find to complain about? "Xiaofeng has arrived. Come in. Your mother has been mentioning you incessantly these past few days. Why didn't you come back sooner?" Gao Zuixiao urged Cold Shaofeng inside with a beaming expression. Upon entering, Cold Shaofeng noticed 2 men seated on the sofa, his father, Cold Guangfu, and his elder brother, Cold Xiaoyang. His father sat in the center, with his brother to the left. These two bore a striking resemblance to one another, though his brother's face was slightly shorter. Perhaps a result of genetic refinement from their mother, Li Xiyun. Despite both having long faces, their features harmonized surprisingly well, making them quite pleasant to behold. "Father, brother," Cold Shaofeng exclaimed. "Xiaofeng has arrived." Cold Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement to his younger brother. "Take a seat." Cold Guangfu, known for his few words, spoke sparingly as always. Although he had an elder brother who served as a chief engineer, Cold Guangfu had spent many years as an ordinary underground laborer. It was not that his uncle didn't wish to assist him. Rather, it was that his father was simply unable to rise to the occasion. He is utterly illiterate, recognizing only a single character, Cold, amidst the multitude of characters in the world. His temper is notoriously foul. When angered, he is as stubborn as a mule. Despite the household being managed deftly by Li Xiyun, who tirelessly attends to both domestic and external affairs, once Leng Guangfu expresses his opinion, the entire family is compelled to comply. Should anyone dare to dissent, he erupts in a furious rage, seething with indignation. In essence, the family fears that his wrath might literally consume them, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce. Nonetheless, the atmosphere in the Leng household is generally amiable. However, Leng Shaofeng has been returning less frequently. Now, having made a rare visit, it is a small reunion, and everyone gathers to prepare dumplings. At this moment, sister-in-law Gao Zuixiao calls out from the kitchen, while everyone but Leng Guangfu lends a hand. Each person has a large plate of dumplings before them, accompanied by 2 cold dishes and 2 hot dishes, a cucumber salad, a tofu skin salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and dry-fried green beans. Small plates of aged vinegar and garlic cloves are also prepared. Soon, the table is set, and the family begins to eat with chopsticks flying. However, after consuming just 1 dumpling, Leng Shaofeng realizes it does not taste as he remembers. In other words, the dumplings prepared by his mother, Li Xiyun, fall short of his expectations. Nevertheless, he remains silent and continues to eat heartily. In these times, enjoying a meal of dumplings is indeed a rarity. leaving little room for picky eating. The Leng family, with 3 working members, lives quite comfortably, unlike many households where a single breadwinner struggles to support a large family. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Leng Shaofeng leaned close to Li Suyun and whispered, "Mom, I wish to eat the dumplings you make." Upon hearing this, a smile graced her face, and she simply nodded in acknowledgement, their exchange a quiet moment between mother and son. Once the family has eaten their fill, the women clear the table and wash the dishes, while the men recline on the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Shaofeng, our Leng family holds a respectable position in the entire Yansi coal mine. You should avoid associating with dubious individuals, particularly young widows, Leng Guangfu interjected, clearly alluding to Li Hongqiang. Leng Shaofeng understood immediately, recognizing the reference. "Yes, Dad, I understand," he replied, opting not to confront his father directly, offering a vague acknowledgement instead. Leng Guangfu detected the insincerity in his son's tone, feeling dissatisfied yet refraining from expressing his discontent, merely grunting heavily. "Brother, I have a matter I might need your assistance with." Leng Shaofeng promptly shifted the conversation to his elder brother. His father, a blend of confusion and obstinacy, was someone he preferred to avoid. In contrast, Leng Shaoyang was far more reasonable, and their brotherly bond was strong. "What is it?" Leng Shaoyang inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Regardless of your professional expertise, there is no doubt you can handle it." Leng Shaofeng did not explicitly state his thoughts. He was consumed by a singular idea, feeling it was not yet the time for concrete action. There was no rush. "All right, call me if you need anything," he said. Leng Shaoyang readily agreed, reflecting the bond of brotherhood they shared. "Dad, you're in the second shift, right? It's almost time for work. Would you like me to give you a ride on my motorcycle?" Leng Shaofeng was indeed heading to work, as his shift had not yet concluded. Moreover, he was required to cover for Han Bin today, who had taken his place yesterday. "I want to sit. I can't get used to that contraption. Walking is much more comfortable." Leng Guangfu firmly shook his head. "What about you, brother?" Leng Shaofeng turned his attention to his elder sibling. "I can't get used to it either. Let us forget it. It's not far. I'll stroll." Leng Shaoyang also declined the offer. "Very well. I shall take my leave then." With that, Leng Shaoyang turned and departed. Everything unfolded as it had in his previous life. No one cared to ride in his vehicle. Just as he reached the ground floor, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he was surprised to see his mother, Li Suyun, following him down. Leng Shaofeng found it peculiar, as this scene had not occurred in his former life. Chapter 17. Dialogue between mother and son at this moment. Leng Shaofeng's mind was remarkably sharp, allowing him to vividly recall that such a scene had never transpired in his previous life. After dining, he had simply departed. Could it be that his reincarnation has induced a butterfly effect? For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease pervaded his heart. He wished to remain the most significant variable, hoping that neither people nor circumstances would alter. Such changes would diminish the advantages his rebirth conferred. "What's wrong, Mom?" Leng Shaofeng inquired with curiosity. Li Suying, however, remained silent, continuing her stride until they reached a shaded corner of the building, a veritable dead end not frequented during regular commuting hours. This only heightened Leng Shaofeng's anxiety. He knew his mother well. She was undoubtedly harboring something of importance. "What is it, Mom?" he pressed, halting in his tracks. Li Suying's expression was complex, her hesitation palpable as she refrained from speaking immediately. Leng Shaofeng, unhurried, waited patiently by her side. "Xiaofeng, may I ask, do you still like that female classmate?" The daughter of the mining director, Su Jing. After a considerable pause, Li Suying finally broached the subject concerning Su Jing. "Yes, I do," in the presence of his mother. Leng Shaofeng felt no need for prevarication, responding candidly. "Do you still wish to marry her?" Li Suying pressed further. "Of course. I am determined to marry her in this lifetime, and no one can deter me," Leng Shaofeng replied resolutely. However, upon hearing her son's declaration, Li Suying's brow furrowed in concern. "Truth be told, I am also quite fond of the daughter from the Su family. She is attractive, has an admirable figure, and is a university student. Who wouldn't be smitten?" Li Suying's tone shifted. "Yet, our family's circumstances truly do not match hers. It is no wonder that Director Su does not approve. Look at you, having just graduated from a technical school and working in the security department, seemingly aimless. Xiaofeng, have you truly thought this through?" Li Suying's expression was laden with worry. "Rest assured, Mom, I am well aware of my path. I will astonish everyone soon enough." Academic credentials truly do not hold paramount importance. I will certainly marry Su Jing. I am a man of my word. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng brimmed with confidence and ambition. Xiaofeng, I have heard from your uncle that Director Su is not an ordinary person. He hails from the capital, and his family is filled with high-ranking officials. Li Suying's apprehension was evident, her confidence waning. That matters not. It merely presents a slight challenge. I can manage it. In his previous life, Leng Shaofeng had gleaned that Su Changhe's connections lay in the capital, which explained his smooth ascension to the head of the mining bureau and why he had once pursued Leng Shaofeng like a rat fleeing from a cat. Yet, before a reborn individual, before a former titan of influence, all those considerations seemed trivial. Little did he know, his elder brother was Gao Qiqiang, and he, Leng Shaofeng, would surpass all expectations. This was the essence of his confidence. This is the confidence of a reborn individual. His mind is now filled with an abundance of information about the future. Even a mere handful of insights would suffice to surpass his past self. Why should he worry about a trivial character like Su Chang'e? To say nothing of the passing years, in just a few, he could easily overwhelm Su Chang'e with his wealth alone. As time progresses, the allure and power of money will only intensify. The capacity of currency is indeed boundless. And what of the small widow who sells mutton soup? What exactly is your relationship with her? True to her maternal instincts, Li Suyun asked candidly. Well, she is also my woman. Leng Shaofeng hesitated for a moment before providing an affirmative response. There is no other reason. It all stems from confidence. You. Li Suyun, flustered, found herself at a loss for words and reached out to pinch Leng Shaofeng's ear. No, Mom. Ouch, that hurts. Leng Shaofeng, fully capable of evading her grasp, chose instead to endure in silence. Not for any other reason, but simply because she is his mother. You still know pain. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Li Suyun gasped in frustration, but eventually released her grip. She couldn't bear to inflict more pain. You little rascal. What were you thinking? Do you truly desire both? Who do you think you are? Have you even dared to look in the mirror? Li Suyun was furious, wishing to scold him, for this son was indeed a handful. I have looked in the mirror, and I think I'm rather handsome. Heh. Leng Shaofeng grinned playfully. This brought a smile to Li Suyun's face despite her irritation. As for this younger son, she was torn between scolding him and cherishing him. Truly, he was beyond her control. Xiaofeng, last year when you were rejected in your courtship, did I not give you a note? Li Suyun suddenly recalled an event from the past. If it had been in the past, Leng Shaofeng's mind might not have been so sharp, and he likely would not have remembered such trivial matters. In fact, there was no memory of any note from his previous life. However, at this moment, a note vividly surfaced in his mind. Last year, when he was feeling despondent, his mother had given him a note, stating that if he truly wished to marry the girl from the Su family, he should seek the person mentioned on the note for assistance. Yet, Leng Shaofeng had dismissed it casually, tossing the note aside. I seem to recall. Mom, who was that person? What is their relation to our family? When he received the note last year, he had posed the same question. However, his mother had not provided a clear answer, appearing instead lost in thought before turning to leave. In this lifetime, his curiosity could not be contained, and he asked the question once more. This time, Li Suyun hesitated briefly. If you have the time, you should seek out that person. Once you meet him, everything will become clear. For reasons unknown. There appeared to be a glimmer of tears in Li Suyun's eyes. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily at a loss as to how to comfort her. Today, his mother seemed particularly different. In the morning, lying on his back, it felt as though he had wept once. Leng Shaofeng's heart was suddenly overwhelmed. A myriad of thoughts swirling within. All right, let it be this way. Regardless of the circumstances, you must take care of yourself. No matter what, Mother will always stand by your side. After uttering these words, Li Suyun felt despondent and turned to return home. Leng Shaofeng watched his mother's figure recede, disappearing into the confines of the apartment building. At that moment, he found himself in no hurry to go to work. He stood still, quietly rummaging through his memories. The intricate details of that note eluded him, for in his past life, he had scarcely given it any thought. Yet, the general shape of the note and the place where he had carelessly set it down emerged from the depths of his recollection. In his previous existence, Leng Shaofeng lacked such a memory. Thus, the note ultimately faded away, vanishing forever into some corner of the world. However, now it had resurfaced in his mind. No longer hesitating, Leng Shaofeng strode purposefully towards his motorcycle. With a rev of the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life and sped away. His destination was the bachelor dormitory. He suddenly felt an intense curiosity to uncover the specific contents of that note. Chapter 18. Imparting experience, the motorcycle sped with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, Leng Shaofeng executed a sharp brake, elegantly performing a drift before coming to a steady halt beneath the single dormitory building. He then strode purposefully towards his room. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing the presence of another. Han Bin was reclined on his bed, perusing a magazine adorned with the image of a modern woman showcasing her long legs. He chuckled to himself as he flipped through the pages, clearly amused. Scattered on the floor were 2 crumpled tissues. "Brother Feng, you're back," Han Bin greeted, sitting up. Take it easy, you rascal," Leng Shaofeng replied, lighting a cigarette. He caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and thought it fitting to smoke to mask the scent. "Brother Feng, may I have one?" Han Bin, ever the opportunist, was no stranger to borrowing cigarettes from Leng Shaofeng. Observing Han Bin's outstretched hand, Leng Shaofeng subtly stepped back 2 paces. He tossed a cigarette towards him, followed by a matchbox. "Consider this box of matches a gift." Leng Shaofeng had no intention of using that box any longer and decided to pass it on to Han Bin. In those times, matches were commonly referred to as foreign matches. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Han Bin gleefully lit a cigarette and reclined back on his bed. Leng Shaofeng picked up a broom and swept the crumpled tissues into the trash bin. "Brother Feng, I feel guilty for always borrowing your cigarettes. I think I should take the afternoon shift today," Han Bin said, savoring his smoke as if he were enveloped in clouds of bliss. "No need. It's Southall fair and square. Besides, our work is not burdensome. Just keep the dormitory tidy, and we'll count ourselves fortunate," Leng Shaofeng retorted. "Brother Feng, you are just a well-fed man unaware of the hunger of the starving. With beautiful women like Sue and the widow. Come on, Brother Feng, tell me, what is it like to be intimate?" Han Bin asked with a mischievous grin. "Well, it's akin to the pleasure of smoking," Leng Shaofeng replied, wishing to evade further discussion on the topic. "Cut it out, don't try to fool me. If you don't want to talk, that's fine," Han Bin said, clearly unconvinced. "You ought to hurry and find yourself a girlfriend. Then you'll understand everything." Leng Shaofeng leaned against the wall, half reclining on the bed. He found this posture quite comfortable for smoking. "I wish I could, but I lack the charm that Brother Feng possesses. Why don't you teach me?" Han Bin asked earnestly, seeking guidance. "Who catches your eye? Have you set your sights on someone?" Leng Shaofeng asked, intrigued. In a previous life, Han Bin had experienced disillusionment in love, only marrying in his 30s to a divorced woman. "He, you know her, our classmate, Li Xiaoling. I'm quite taken with her," Han Bin said, a shy smile gracing his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ah, her. She's quite the firecracker. Are you sure you can handle her?" Leng Shaofeng responded nonchalantly, though internally he was taken aback. In his previous life, the divorced woman Han Bin married was indeed Li Xiaoling. Could it be that Han Bin is indeed a romantic at heart? After years of remaining single, has he been patiently awaiting the arrival of Li Xiaoling? With this thought, Leng Shaofeng glanced at Han Bin, and, surprisingly, he appeared more agreeable. If it weren't for the blemishes on his face, Han Bin would truly be considered quite a spirited young man. Initially, Li Xiaoling did not choose Han Bin. She married a coal miner 2 years their senior, named Lu Daong. Lu Daong was tall and robust, slightly taller than Leng Shaofeng, and he excelled at basketball, a sport with which Leng Shaofeng was quite familiar. Whenever they met on the court, Lu Daong would invariably defend Leng Shaofeng. Although he never managed to defeat Leng Shaofeng, he was still a formidable opponent for others. However, Lu Daong's prowess extended beyond basketball. He was equally adept at physical violence. After marrying him, Li Xiaoling frequently endured abuse. Once a petite beauty, her fiery temper clashed tragically with Lu Daong's volatile nature, resulting in her suffering greatly. In an era where divorced women were scarce, Li Xiaoling ultimately chose to leave him, spending 2 or 3 years alone before marrying Han Bin. After their wedding, Han Bin indulged her in both significant and minor matters, and the couple enjoyed a relatively pleasant life together. Leng Shaofeng found himself pondering whether he should assist them. After all, they were destined to be together. Why prolong the journey? "So, tell me, how far have you progressed with her? Perhaps I can offer some advice," he suggested. Leng Shaofeng resolved to help this fellow, reasoning that now that he had a wife, he would no longer have to contend with the chaos of living with the 5th girl in the dormitory. "And how far have you really gone? Just classmates, right?" Han Bin seemed somewhat embarrassed. "Classmates? Well, I am also her classmate. Are you merely harboring a secret crush?" Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but scoff at him. "That's not the issue here. Otherwise, Why would I be trying to offer you advice? Han Bin, however, remained obstinate. All right then, let us start from the beginning. The most crucial aspect of pursuing a girl is to take the initiative, and one must possess a thick skin. When the opportunity arises, one must seize it decisively. Drawing from his scant experience, Leng Shaofeng began his lesson. In truth, he had little experience in pursuing girls, yet he had encountered many who pursued him. Although he had been involved with 2 women, those relationships had developed organically without much effort on his part. Wait a moment, had Li Qiaoling ever pursued him? Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng realized the gravity of this question. He began to sift through his memories, and, to his astonishment, indeed she had. He recalled a moment shortly after he transferred schools when Li Qiaoling had called him to the back of the teaching building and posed a simple question. Do you want to be in a relationship? At that time, however, Leng Shaofeng was utterly oblivious. The concept of a relationship seemed far too distant for him. He had answered straightforwardly, no, and that was the end of it. He has only just come to the realization that a sincere love once lay before him, yet he failed to cherish it. Well, perhaps it is for the best that he missed the opportunity. Otherwise, would Han Bin not remain a bachelor for life? Upon reflection, it is evident that despite Li Qiaoling's petite stature, she has a penchant for those of larger build, which explains her marriage to the tall Lu Daong. Indeed, this seems quite plausible. Brother Feng, it sounds simple when you say it, but what am I supposed to do? Han Bin's words jolted Leng Shaofeng back to reality. All right then, let us take it step by step. To forge friendships, one must engage in conversation. First and foremost, you must create opportunities to meet her. For instance, how will you encounter Li Qiaoling while lying in your dorm? You need to venture outside. If you find yourself with nothing to do, why not ask her out? Leng Shaofeng was exasperated by his lack of initiative. Ask her out. You mean a date? Han Bin began to feel a wave of uncertainty. Of course, casually invite her out for a stroll or to watch a movie. But what if she refuses to come? You haven't even tried. How can you know it won't work? Leng Shaofeng retorted. Then I shall give it a try? Indeed, you must. Successfully getting her to agree to meet alone is the first step towards success. Start with friendship, then attempt to hold her hand. As for the rest, I will guide you once you achieve that. All right, I will heed your advice, Brother Feng. Han Bin seemed invigorated, springing from his bed, pumping his fists in encouragement. What job does she have now? What is she doing? She operates a crane in the crane room. Yes, this week she is on the morning shift. Then she must be finishing soon. Hurry and intercept her on her way back. Let me think. Buy her a bottle of ice-cold soda. Perhaps some sunflower seeds or peanuts. Girls do have a sweet tooth. Leng Shaofeng continued to offer suggestions. Got it, Brother Feng. I will wait for her at the mine entrance. Han Bin swiftly donned his shoes, adjusted his clothing, and dashed away in a blur. Leng Shaofeng could only shake his head, wishing him the best of luck. Chapter 19. The note. After bidding farewell to Han Bin, Leng Shaofeng closed the door behind him. He then turned his attention to his own affairs, specifically the search for that elusive note. He recalled having carelessly placed it amidst a pile of books. Those volumes had since been organized, scattered, and moved around, leaving him uncertain as to which book contained the note. Thus, he had no choice but to rummage through them one by one. Among 2 beds cluttered with belongings, one was entirely filled with Leng Shaofeng's possessions. He began to search through the mess. Fortunately, he did not have an overwhelming amount of belongings. Before long, he discovered a cardboard box beneath the bed, filled with numerous books. He meticulously flipped through each one, leaving no page unturned. After over an hour of diligent searching, he finally found the note nestled within a collection of Tang poetry. With a long sigh of relief, Leng Shaofeng examined the small slip of paper, narrow and less than 2 fingers wide, measuring over 10 centimeters in length. The quality of the paper was exceptional, suggesting it had been torn from a book. It had yellowed with age, bearing the marks of time's passage. The upper portion was ragged, while the lower half was neatly aligned. In the center, a line of script lay, its characters somewhat blurred but still legible. At a glance, Leng Shaofeng recognized it as a piece of cursive script penned with a fountain pen, indicative of a writer with a considerable mastery of calligraphy. He began to decipher the content, and in a short while, he could clearly make out the address. Number 9. Lining Avenue, Dongqing District, Beijing, written by someone named Yi Xiangnan. In his previous life, at this very moment, Leng Shaofeng would have had no knowledge of this content. This was precisely why he had once carelessly discarded the note. Eventually, he had cast the matter aside, only to forget it entirely. However, armed with half a century of experience from his previous life, particularly his years spent in the capital. He recognized that the address on the note pointed to a prestigious courtyard, one guarded by armed sentinels. Even at the pinnacle of his former existence, he would not have qualified for even a mere glimpse into such a place. Not only he, but even his elder brother, Gao Qiqiang, would not possess such privilege. Gazing at the small piece of paper in his hand, Leng Shaofeng felt its weight suddenly become burdensome, as if it bore the weight of the world. If his mother had not deceived him, then this note represented a passport to that location. But could his mother truly have misled him? How could that be? Even if the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, there remained one person in this world who cared for him, his mother. Thus, if she had not lied to him, this note held extraordinary value. As he contemplated the small slip of paper, Leng Shaofeng's breath grew heavy with contemplation. He found it difficult to fathom what opportunities he had missed in his past life. Yet, why would his mother possess such a note? Who had given it to her? Was it this Yi Xiaonan? Leng Shaofeng searched through all his memories, but could find no trace of this individual. He stared at the note for a long time, his heart tumultuous with emotion. At last, Leng Shaofeng gently placed the note back into the anthology of Tang poetry. This time, his movements were exceedingly delicate. As if he feared damaging the fragile slip of paper, he meticulously rearranged the books, positioning the anthology at the very bottom. He then tucked the box back beneath the bed, wedging it firmly against the wall in the furthest corner. Just as he secured the box, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Han Bin, who strode in with an expression of indignation. "Ah, Feng Ge, you're still here? That is splendid," Han Bin exclaimed, his spirits lifting upon seeing Leng Shaofeng. "What is going on?" Leng Shaofeng poured himself a glass of water, feeling parched. "Feng Ge, are we brothers?" Han Bin posed a rather perplexing question without waiting for a response. "Well, of course," Leng Shaofeng replied, contemplating for a moment before nodding emphatically. Overall, he found Han Bin to be a decent fellow, someone he could get along with. "Then, Feng Ge, I have a favor to ask. Could you help me deal with someone?" Han Bin blurted out, catching Leng Shaofeng off guard. Uft. The water that Leng Shaofeng had just sipped was suddenly spewed out, splattering the walls. "What? Deal with someone? Who?" His mind struggled to comprehend the request. "Yes, I mean to confront someone. You know him, Lu Daong." Upon mentioning this name, Han Bin's demeanor transformed, his teeth clenched in frustration. "What did he do to you? You need to clarify. I'm completely lost here." Hearing the name, Leng Shaofeng began to form a rough understanding of the situation. "I ran into Li Qiaoling today and even bought her a soda, accompanying her home. We had a delightful conversation. However, upon reaching her building, I encountered Lu Daong." Han Bin paused, his expression darkening. "That fool had the audacity to tell me to stay away from Li Qiaoling and even slap me on the neck. Look, Feng Ge." Han Bin pointed to his neck, where a distinct red mark was evident. It was clear that Lu Daong's slap had been quite forceful. "And then?" Leng Shaofeng inquired further. "And then, I returned here to seek your assistance," Han Bin admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. It was implicit that he had been stunned by Lu Daong's slap, effectively retreating from the confrontation, and more importantly, losing face in front of Li Qiaoling. Rather than responding immediately, Leng Shaofeng took out a cigarette from his bag, intending to smoke. He searched for his matches, only to realize he had given them to Han Bin. Fortunately, Han Bin, perceptive as he was, produced a match and lit Leng Shaofeng's cigarette, taking one for himself as well. "Since you call me Feng Ge, it stands to reason that dealing with Lu Daong shouldn't be a significant matter. If I were to slap him, even once or 10 times, he would have to comply." However, Leng Shaofeng's tone shifted. He was reluctant to take action. The primary reason being that such behavior felt rather juvenile. Wasn't that something only immature children would do? Moreover, Lu Daong is a member of the mining basketball team, and so is Leng Shaofeng. Recently, the mining bureau is preparing to organize a competition. The two of them are bound to practice together frequently. If one were to assault a teammate, how could they possibly play together afterward? However, even if I were to teach him a lesson, he may not necessarily yield to you. He might retaliate with even greater intensity. Furthermore, resorting to violence in pursuit of a girl, particularly by enlisting outsiders to assist, is hardly a commendable approach. So, Brother Feng, what should I do? Han Bin expressed his frustration. "You must clarify your objective. Your aim is to court Li Qiaoling. Regardless of what you undertake, this must remain at the forefront of your mind. Yet, Lu Daong is also pursuing Li Qiaoling, and I fear." Han Bin's anxiety was palpable. Regarding today's incident, it may not be entirely unfavorable. Lu Daong has unwittingly provided you with leverage. Leng Shaofeng exhaled a smoke ring, adopting an air of authority. Oh, what leverage? Han Bin inquired, puzzled. Consider this. The propensity to resort to violence indicates a troubling character trait. If he is willing to strike you so readily, what might he do to a spouse after marriage? Leng Shaofeng released another smoke ring. Ah, indeed. That makes sense. Han Bin's eyes sparkled with newfound insight. Li Qiaoling might not grasp this reasoning immediately, but you can certainly explain it to her, or even have someone else convey it. This way, you not only undermine your rival, but also exhibit your concern. Thus, this slap should not be in vain. You must transform this adversity into an advantage. Upon hearing this, Han Bin completely forgot the pain of being struck and beamed with joy. Brother Feng, why not speak to Li Qiaoling yourself? After all, you are classmates. Me? Leng Shaofeng was taken aback, realizing that after all the analysis, he had inadvertently volunteered himself. Chapter 20. You can hit me. Casting a glance at Han Bin, who was cowering, I genuinely worried whether he would manage to articulate his thoughts clearly. Fine, I shall remind her when I see her someday. Cold Shaofeng decided to feign disinterest for the moment. Brother Feng, don't strike while the iron is hot. After all, there is not much happening in class. Shall we just go now? Cold Shaofeng contemplated refusing, yet hesitated to voice it. Han Bin was well aware of the usual work routine. If he were to tell Han Bin, sorry, I'm busy with work and can't make it, he would jeopardize their friendship. If this fellow decided to retaliate, tossing wads of filthy tissue at him would be quite revolting. All right, let us go. Cold Shaofeng, having just finished his cigarette, resolved to pay a visit to this middle school classmate. Without further ado, Cold Shaofeng hopped on his motorcycle, taking Han Bin along, and they sped away in a cloud of dust. After traversing several streets, making a few turns, and winding through narrow alleys, they arrived at an apartment building. Li Qiaoling's residence was located there. Brother Feng, why don't you go upstairs and call her down? Upon reaching the destination, Han Bin's courage faltered once more. However, it was understandable. Young people often find themselves in such predicaments. When faced with a crush, especially one they secretly admire, they tend to become quite timid. Yet, Cold Shaofeng paid no heed to such hesitations. Li Qiaoling, Cold Shaofeng bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating through several streets. Who is it? A girl's head poked out from a third-floor window. It was indeed Li Qiaoling. Come down. I need to talk to you. Cold Shaofeng tilted his head back, gesturing for her to descend. Oh, Cold Shaofeng, is that you? Just a moment. I'll be right down. She claimed she would be down immediately, yet nearly 10 minutes passed. This was the meaning of immediately in the realm of girls. Truly baffling. When Li Qiaoling finally appeared, both men were momentarily taken aback. Cold Shaofeng was surprised to see her adorned in makeup, her lips of vivid crimson, and she wore a floral dress. Han Bin, on the other hand, was simply dazzled by her beauty. There was an ethereal charm, etched in time, that captivated the heart of a young man. Cold Shaofeng, what brings you to find me? Li Qiaoling's eyes sparkled with mirth, her cheeks flushed. Her tone was gentle, imbued with a hint of shyness, a stark contrast to her usual fiery demeanor. Cold Shaofeng found it perplexing. He intended merely to converse, yet she appeared so bashful. Well, here's the thing. Han Bin is looking for you. I heard he was beaten by Lu Daong, so I came to inquire about it. Cold Shaofeng gestured towards Han Bin, casually explaining. Oh, Han Bin, you're here too. Li Qiaoling seemed taken aback, realizing that such a lively person had gone unnoticed. Cold Shaofeng silently mourned for his good friend for a moment. Hee, I was just worried about you, so I came back. Han Bin beamed with joy upon receiving Li Qiaoling's attention, every little blemish on his face shimmering with delight. What do I have to worry about? Lu Daong has long departed. As soon as you left, I went upstairs. Li Qiaoling appeared nonchalant. Hee, that's good. That's good. Han Bin chuckled beside her. Leng Shaofeng could no longer bear to watch. Li Qiaoling, we came to see you primarily to discuss something. Unable to rely on Han Bin, Leng Shaofeng had to take matters into his own hands. Is there something you wish to tell me? If so, why don't we go to my room? My parents aren't home. Li Qiaoling spoke with a flushed face, lowering her gaze, her feet clad in sandals kicking back and forth. Having weathered many storms, Leng Shaofeng sensed something amiss. This was peculiar. A young girl inviting you to her room for a private chat, particularly emphasizing that her parents were away. What was this all about? It reminded him of a past encounter, where he had once ended up in bed with a girl he had just met at a bar, leaving her sheets in disarray and drenched. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng realized that seeking out Li Qiaoling had been a grave mistake. It seemed he had sent the wrong signal to the young lady. This was nothing short of a blunder. At that moment, Han Bin's mind finally caught up. It appeared that his greatest rival was not Lu Daong, but rather his own friend, Feng Ge. Had he truly invited a wolf into the house? What was he to do? Feng Ge, I can't compete with him. My beloved is about to share a bed with my best friend. What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting for your advice. Han Bin looked at Leng Shaofeng with a pitiful expression, fearing he would agree and ascend to Li Qiaoling's home together. Leng Shaofeng was equally taken aback by the turn of events. What a twist of fate. Well, it's not really anything serious. I just heard that Lu Daong hit my brother, and I'm a bit upset about it. I wanted to discuss this person with you. To his surprise, Leng Shaofeng felt a twinge of nervousness. Then please, go ahead. Li Qiaoling fixed her gaze on Leng Shaofeng, blinking her eyes. It's just that Lu Daong is truly a terrible person. How can he resort to violence so easily? Indeed, how can he strike others without cause? Li Qiaoling nodded obediently. Moreover, such individuals clearly exhibit violent tendencies. If he can strike others today, he will undoubtedly resort to violence against his wife in the future. Don't you agree, Li Qiaoling? Leng Shaofeng pressed on, steeling himself. Yes, Shaofeng, you're absolutely right. Li Qiaoling nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. You see, it's crucial to avoid such people. You must steer clear of them. Leng Shaofeng managed to convey his intentions clearly, which was no small feat. Don't worry, Shaofeng. I will heed your advice. I won't associate with someone like Lu Daong. Li Qiaoling asserted confidently, but then her tone shifted. However, there are some individuals who look particularly attractive when they fight. Shaofeng, you look exceptionally handsome when you're in a brawl. Li Qiaoling spoke softly, her face flushed and her gaze lowered. Suddenly, a twist of fate nearly caused a misstep for Leng Shaofeng. He and Han Bin exchanged bewildered glances. Shaofeng, if you ever feel the urge to strike a woman, you may as well strike me. I permit it. However, do tread lightly, for I wouldn't want to feel too much pain. With that, the young lady covered her face and hastily ascended the stairs, leaving the two gentlemen in a state of utter confusion. Ultimately, the motorcycle whisked the two men away in a hurried retreat. In the grand tapestry of his life, Leng Shaofeng had weathered countless storms. Yet never had he found himself in such a disheveled state as today. It was a woman named Li Qiaoling who had orchestrated this chaos. Upon returning to the dormitory, Leng Shaofeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had gone to assist his brother in vanquishing a romantic rival, only to discover that he himself was the greatest rival of all. Han Bin, engulfed in despair, lamented the situation. The goddess had finally confessed her feelings, but alas, the object of her affection was not him, but rather his dear friend. With a face full of melancholy, Han Bin cast a mournful glance at Leng Shaofeng, rendered speechless. Chapter 21. Planning. Leng Shaofeng reignited a cigarette, swiftly regaining his composure. This matter was truly trivial, nothing of great significance. He gathered his thoughts, intent on guiding his dear brother anew. Brother, you see, today's event is not entirely negative, is it? Han Bin remained silent, gazing at Leng Shaofeng with a blank expression. Although there were unexpected turns, our objective has been achieved. Look at Li Qiaoling. She has fully recognized the gravity of the situation and will undoubtedly distance herself from Lu Daong in the future. Han Bin continued to remain mute, staring quietly at Leng Shaofeng. From a strategic standpoint, our recent strike has resulted in a brilliant victory. We have successfully eliminated a formidable adversary. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Han Bin, still silent, gave a slight nod, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Brother, do not regard me with such despair. Today, I have helped you vanquish an enemy, and I shall not become one myself. Rest assured, I will not vie for Li Qiaoling. As you know, I am not lacking in female companionship, and I assure you, many surpass her in beauty. Observing his brother's despondency, Leng Shaofeng continued to encourage him. As long as you persevere, victory will be yours, and Li Qiaoling will belong to you. Keep pushing forward, brother. I have faith in you. After a lengthy and earnest exhortation, Han Bin finally uttered a single question. Brother Feng, you truly do not harbor feelings for Li Qiaoling, do you? You want to compete with me, right? You can rest easy. If you hadn't mentioned her today, I would have nearly forgotten her. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief. What is this nonsense? However, Brother Feng, even if you do not wish to compete, I still find myself at a loss. What am I to do now? Han Bin's troubles resurfaced. Brother, your perspective is too narrow. With a phoenix tree in the yard, how could the phoenix not come? Let me put it this way. As long as you remain exceptional, how could you fear not finding a beautiful wife? Let us not even discuss that. If you were a person of means, Do you believe suitors wouldn't be lining up at your doorstep? Leng Shaofeng exhaled a languid smoke ring. Brother Feng, I can scarcely gather 100 yuan. Hanbin lamented, shaking his head with a sigh. Hanbin's admission left Leng Shaofeng momentarily speechless. It seemed that he, too, could not muster 100 yuan at present. This will not do. I must find a way to earn money. Money is the backbone of a man. How can one manage without it? To be honest, Leng Shaofeng had little concept of financial constraints, having possessed an abundance in his past life. Yet now, it appeared imperative that he secure some funds. Do you wish to become a person of wealth? Leng Shaofeng asked Hanbin, his tone lighthearted. Brother Feng, is that even a question? Of course, I desire it. Hanbin's spirits lifted considerably, and he lit a cigarette of his own. Trust my words, follow my lead. And I guarantee you will become a person of means. Leng Shaofeng's words were astonishing. Really? Feng Ge, have you found a path to wealth? Count me in, brother. Hanbin suddenly became excited. There are prospects, rest assured, stay with me, and there will be rewards. All right, Feng Ge, I will follow you. In just a few words. Leng Shaofeng secured a little brother. Great, enough of that. I'll go check on the class. Noticing Hanbin's improved mood, Leng Shaofeng refrained from saying more and prepared to leave. Today, he had already lost quite a bit of time with Hanbin, especially since he was still on duty. It wouldn't look good to be absent during work hours. Others might think he was slacking off. Revving his motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng sped away. As he passed the duty room at the mine entrance, he stopped. He sat in the duty room for a while, engaged in some casual conversation, and found there was nothing pressing. Next, he headed to the meeting room. Inside, he found another squad leader, Yang Guozhan. The meeting room was lined with newspaper racks, filled with various publications. Yang Guozhan, a man in his mid-30s, was likely more reserved due to his age. He preferred to spend his time in the meeting room rather than wandering around aimlessly, unlike Leng Shaofeng, who was always out and about. Ah, Shaofeng here. Yang Guozhan greeted him first. Brother Yang, still reading the papers? Any news? Leng Shaofeng casually inquired as he found an empty seat beside him. He had a few matters he wished to discuss with Yang. Nothing major, except that the city has a new millionaire. Guess what business they're in? Yang Guozhan said, shaking his head in disbelief. Brother Yang, there are too many businesses. How could I possibly guess? Leng Shaofeng replied, taking out a cigarette. Better than my Honghe brand, huh? Sigh. I envy your life, smoking what you desire, unlike me, supporting a whole family, and only able to afford Honghe. Yang Guozhan accepted the cigarette, and they began to indulge in the smoke. Brother Yang, you still haven't told me what business that millionaire is in. Leng Shaofeng continued the conversation. You wouldn't believe it. He sells snacks. He is from the Northwest and sells cold noodles and meat sandwiches. To think, in less than a year, he is already a millionaire. Yang Guozhan said, shaking his head, incredulous. Yet, Leng Shaofeng understood, whether now or in the future, those who sell snacks, provided they are willing to work hard and possess decent skills, generally find success. At least, it was far better than earning a meager salary. Of course, this was only true for most, except for the elderly woman selling chili sauce. Unfortunately, Leng Shaofeng only enjoyed eating and had no talent for cooking. Otherwise, he could have cornered the market on chili sauce, which would have been delightful. Indeed, times have changed. Yes, they have changed, they both lamented. Soon, Leng Shaofeng shifted the topic to Yang Guozhan. Brother Yang, I heard your family is from a village up north. Do you also mine coal? Indeed. Our village is named Yangzhuang, and it currently hosts a small coal mine, which is considered a collective enterprise. However, it has been contracted out to an individual. Nonetheless, it pales in comparison to our Yansi coal mine. So why don't you share with me some details about the Yangzhuang coal mine? This was precisely the purpose of Leng Shaofeng's conversation today. There's not much to say, but if you wish to hear it, I shall oblige. I am quite familiar with the manager who has contracted the coal mine. We grew up together, essentially childhood friends. It's quite astonishing how he, who was once a mischievous rascal, has now ascended to the position of manager. Allow me to elaborate. Before long, Yang Guozhan opened up, and Leng Shaofeng occasionally interjected with affirmations, subtly steering the conversation. Yang Guozhan's enthusiasm grew increasingly vibrant. Unbeknownst to him, Leng Shaofeng had gathered ample insight into the situation of the Yangzhuang coal mine. Brother Yang, your words are worth more than 10 years of study. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for a stroll. In conclusion, Leng Shaofeng offered Yang Guozhan another cigarette before leisurely exiting. This time, he chose not to ride his motorcycle, but instead ambled towards the dilapidated warehouse in the northwest corner. There, he had earned his first pot of gold in this lifetime. Chapter 22. The Abandoned Factory. The coal mine is vast, irresistible in its allure. It has been many years since my last visit, yet it remains unchanged. Leng Shaofeng meanders aimlessly through the mine, comparing it to the memories of the Yansi coal mine. While many aspects have remained the same, numerous changes have also occurred. Some buildings, which I remember as demolished, surprisingly still stand. Conversely, areas that ought to have structures are now nothing but swathes of concrete. As he strolls, the boundaries between Leng Shaofeng's memories and the present begin to dissolve. Ultimately, he arrives at a dilapidated factory, his intended destination. Do you truly believe Leng Shaofeng is merely wandering aimlessly? Such a notion reveals your naivety. A mature man, regardless of his pursuits, invariably possesses a clear objective. Only women meander without purpose when shopping. Before him lies a derelict factory, sprawling over the area of a football field, yet in a state of utter disrepair. Many of the surrounding red bricks have aged, crumbling to dust at a mere touch. The main entrance, once intact, has long been dismantled. Upon entering, one can gaze upward to glimpse patches of blue sky. Inside the factory, a hodgepodge of antiquated relics lies strewn about, abandoned mine carts, broken drill bits, and an array of machines whose purposes have long been forgotten. Various hooks, iron tracks, and extensive conveyor belts intertwine with tangled steel cables. The entire space is permeated by a pungent aroma of oil and rust. Before this clutter, a smile inadvertently graces Leng Shaofeng's lips, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. What appears to be a heap of discarded junk in his perception transforms into a delightful treasure trove. As a state-owned coal mine, it annually discards a multitude of mining equipment and machinery, which typically go unattended, carelessly tossed into a large factory space. No one concerns themselves with their disposal. Household essentials like screws and iron scraps, or mere attempts to pilfer metal for profit, attract numerous scavengers. Of course, the prerequisite is that one must manage to carry them out, as the security personnel are not to be underestimated. Some go to great lengths to extract these metals, with individuals strapping dozens of pounds of steel wire around their waists, while others manage to conceal 2 heavy iron discs under their arms. There are even those who can discreetly stow away thick steel pipes within their trousers. In essence, it is an experience that truly broadens one's horizons. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. The struggle between both parties is a riveting spectacle. Some are inevitably caught, while others slip through the cracks. Now, Leng Shaofeng has set his sights on this trove of scrap metal, following a path previously trodden. In a past life, an individual inexplicably found a way to access the mine manager Su Chang's resources, successfully carting away all the steel cables without incurring significant costs. The worn steel cables were sold by him to numerous small coal mines, yielding a substantial fortune. 2 years later, another acquaintance discovered a new opportunity. He dismantled motors and equipment, then reassembled them. Many devices were deemed obsolete, yet the motors remained functional. Even if some motors were burnt out, other components were still in good condition. Thus, after careful disassembly and modification, he managed to create several operational devices or sell the motors directly. He then resold these, amassing an even greater wealth. In this day and age, acquiring a set of equipment is exceedingly challenging, primarily due to the necessity of foreign exchange vouchers. The government's stringent control over foreign currency makes it impossible to purchase equipment merely with financial resources. At the time when the steel cable transactions took place, Leng Shaofeng was still at the coal mine, embroiled in a struggle against Su Changha. By the time the equipment sales commenced, Leng Shaofeng had already left. Yet he remained informed of the events due to his brother, Leng Shaoyang, who was actively involved. With a background in electromechanical engineering, Leng Shaoyang was invited to assist in assembling the equipment, earning a handsome supplementary income. Particularly noteworthy were the upgrades to the underground transportation lines in the past 2 years, which led to a significant overhaul, resulting in the retirement of a large batch of steel cables. The quality of these cables was generally acceptable for normal use. Even if worn, they could be repurposed for small coal mines with minimal impact. Now, Leng Shaofeng had no intention of relinquishing such a remarkable opportunity to outsiders. Apologies, but your fortune is fortunate. I shall take it. While inspecting the equipment, Leng Shaofeng unexpectedly encountered an individual rummaging through a pile of discarded machinery. Upon noticing Leng Shaofeng clad in olive green, the individual was startled, losing his footing and tumbling down from the equipment. Before Leng Shaofeng could approach, he hastily limped away. Surprisingly quick on his feet. Such a talent. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief. This was indeed a misunderstanding. After thoroughly inspecting the large factory, he left with satisfaction. Glancing at the Shanghai watch on his wrist, he noted that it was already past 5 o'clock, and in just over half an hour, the office staff would be off duty. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Leng Shaofeng decided to visit his uncle, Ren Guanping. His uncle's office was located within the mine manager's administrative building. This 4-story structure housed the primary mine officials on the 2nd floor, while other departments occupied the 3rd and 4th floors. The 1st floor contained recreational and conference rooms. The mine manager, Lu Guangming, had his office at the easternmost end of the hallway, while the deputy mine manager, Su Changhe, was situated nearer the center. Leng Shaofeng ascended to the 2nd floor, turned right, and walked to the end of the corridor, arriving in an office marked Chief Engineer's office. He knocked gently. "Please come in." A deep male voice resounded. Cold Shaofeng immediately recognized the voice of his uncle, Cold Guanping. He pushed the door open and entered. There, he found his uncle bent over an office desk, a magnifying glass in hand. Upon the desk lay an immense blueprint, crafted on specialized light blue drafting paper, adorned with a myriad of intersecting lines. With a brief glance, Cold Shaofeng discerned that it was likely a construction drawing for a specific level underground. Unlike contemporary blueprints generated by computers, this one was entirely hand-drawn. Every line on the paper was rendered with exacting precision, their direction, thickness, and length meticulously proportioned. This demanded a profound level of skill and expertise. Undoubtedly, Cold Guangping's professional competence was unparalleled at the Yansi coal mine, deserving of the title of number 1. He was utterly engrossed in the blueprint, not even lifting his head, completely oblivious to Cold Shaofeng's presence. Cold Shaofeng had every reason to believe that his uncle's invitation to enter was entirely instinctive, and indeed, it was just as he thought. Chapter 23. Support Uncle Leng Guanping, now in his early 50s, possesses thick brows, large eyes, and a square face, meticulously styled with a slicked-back hairdo. Though his temples are already grayed like frost, Leng Shaofeng stood quietly for 5 minutes while his uncle continued to scrutinize the blueprints, deftly switching between various tools, sometimes a compass, at other times a ruler or a pencil, measuring and sketching without pause. Leng Shaofeng chose not to interrupt, remaining silently for another 5 minutes. However, as 10 minutes elapsed, Leng Guanping still remained oblivious to his presence. Leng Shaofeng held a deep admiration for his uncle's work ethic, but decided not to wait any longer. If he lingered too long, it would soon be time to clock out. Approaching a nearby desk, he seized a thermos and poured a glass of water, gently placing it on his uncle's desk. The glass made a crisp sound as it met the glass surface. Little Feng, when did you come in? Why didn't you say anything?" Uncle Leng Guanping finally noticed his nephew. "Uncle, I've been here for 10 minutes, Leng Shaofeng replied, exuding a sense of exasperation. In his hometown, the terms uncle and elder uncle are synonymous, commonly referred to in casual speech as elder uncle. I didn't notice. What brings you here? You haven't gotten into trouble again, have you?" Leng Guanping regarded Leng Shaofeng with a skeptical gaze. A bead of sweat formed on Leng Shaofeng's forehead, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling a mix of frustration and humor. Did his uncle truly see him as nothing more than a troublemaker? "Uncle, I genuinely need to discuss something important with you," he insisted earnestly. "It's all right, just speak your mind. I can handle it. Wait, let me take a blood pressure pill first." Uncle Guanping rummaged through his drawer in search of medication. Leng Shaofeng found the situation both amusing and touching. Feeling a blend of gratitude and melancholy, he was moved by his uncle's concern, a true familial bond, yet disheartened by the realization of how inconsiderate he must have been in his past life to have caused his uncle such distress. However, the conversation stalled. Leng Shaofeng, in frustration, scratched his head. "Uncle, I genuinely have something serious to discuss." He felt compelled to emphasize the gravity of his words once more. "Oh, then go ahead. I'm listening," Uncle Guanping replied, settling back into his chair, scrutinizing this troublesome nephew. As he lifted the glass of water, a flicker of surprise crossed his expression. Was this the first time his nephew had poured him a drink? Regardless, it indicated some growth. With that glass of water, Leng Guanping tilted his head back and swallowed a blood pressure pill. "Uncle," while Leng Shaofeng hesitated, "the thing is, I want to embark on something worthwhile." His words nearly slipped past Uncle Guanping's lips along with the water. "Uncle, you see," I'm no longer a child. I should be thinking about marriage, right? I've discovered a lucrative opportunity and wish to earn some money, at least enough to secure a dowry. Shouldn't you lend your support? The matter must certainly be addressed. However, Leng Shaofeng resolved to adopt a more strategic and indirect approach. He understood his uncle well. His uncle was rather conservative, with a strong emphasis on familial values. The legacy of the Leng family was of paramount importance to him, and thus, Leng Shaofeng decided to approach the matter from this perspective. Indeed, marrying and having children to continue the Leng family lineage is a significant and serious undertaking. What avenues do you propose? Let me assess their feasibility, he inquired. Lang Guangping nodded attentively. You see, there are many scraps and remnants at the old factory site. I am considering acquiring them and selling them for profit. What do you think? Leng Shaofeng stated plainly, without reservation. However, Leng Guangping did not respond immediately, but instead regarded Leng Shaofeng with a scrutinizing gaze. Maintaining his composure, Leng Shaofeng remained unperturbed, thinking to himself that he had nothing to be ashamed of. After all, he carried himself well. Is this truly your own idea? Leng Guangping questioned, somewhat incredulous. Of course. What else would it be? Leng Shaofeng shrugged and pressed on. Uncle, please just tell me if this endeavor is viable. Leng Guangping, lost in thought, did not rush to reply, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the protective glass of the table. After a minute or more, he smiled. Shaofeng, you have matured. You have ideas. Very good. Your uncle supports you. This venture, while not devoid of challenges, is not insurmountable either. The old equipment falls under the purview of the equipment department, which is within my responsibilities. There is room for maneuvering here. With a look of satisfaction, Leng Guangping observed his nephew, clearly expressing his support. Had this been 2 years prior, it would have been exceedingly difficult to navigate. The reason those old machines and dilapidated equipment have remained untouched is that the autonomy at the mine has been quite limited. Many matters were dictated by higher authorities, with daily operations revolving around production tasks. Anything extraneous was beyond their jurisdiction, and consequently, no one cared for the neglected equipment. However, in the past 2 years, the Bureau has gradually loosened its grip, consistently advocating for further reforms and market economy principles. From the directives above, there is even talk of transitioning state-owned enterprises into corporate structures with profit-loss accountability. Thus, your timing is impeccable. Nevertheless, it is quite late today. Let's postpone this until tomorrow. I shall draft a note for you then to formalize this arrangement. Leng Guangping provided further clarification. In previous years, he would not have bothered to elaborate so extensively to his nephew, but today he sensed a semblance of maturity in him. Leng Shaofeng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Regardless of the obstacles, it was a relief to know that it could indeed come to fruition, and he had not anticipated it would proceed so smoothly. Uncle, regarding the price, how shall we calculate it? He chuckled. Do not concern yourself with that. It is merely scrap metal, not worth much. However, to silence any naysayers, a token gesture is advisable. You need not worry about the cost. I shall cover it. Truly, an uncle like this is invaluable. Cold Shaofeng felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been pondering where to gather funds, as he was utterly impoverished, unable to scrape together even 100 yuan. Nonetheless, Cold Shaofeng was genuinely elated. He believed it prudent to seize the opportunity while it was ripe. Should he perhaps propose another idea? Just then, Cold Guangping shifted his tone, inquiring, however, how do you intend to handle this scrap metal? Cold Shaofeng had already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Upon acquiring the items, he planned to categorize them. The steel cables would be one category. Some appeared quite new, while others were severely worn and could be discarded. He intended to sell this portion of steel cables to the nearby small coal mines. For them, it would be more than adequate, as such quality materials were hard to procure. As for the remaining equipment, he would first disassemble the parts, then reassemble them. Those that could function properly would be sold as complete units, while the unusable ones would be sold for parts. The items that were entirely non-functional would simply be sold as scrap. Cold Shaofeng articulated his plans in one breath. What he did not foresee was that his seemingly simple words detonated within Cold Guangping's heart. The gaze directed at Cold Shaofeng transformed, becoming softer, filled with warmth, pride, and admiration. His nephew had truly matured, possessing his own distinct ideas. Without needing to say more, if they were to follow this plan, these scraps could indeed yield a significant fortune. Chapter 24. Praise are splendid. Xiaofeng, your performance today has astonished me. I truly see you in a new light. My dear child, you have indeed grown up, Cold Guangping sincerely praised. Such commendation warmed cold Shaofeng's heart, evoking a sense of deep emotion akin to savoring ice cream on a scorching summer day, sweet and delightful. If cold Shaofeng's memory served him well, this was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had received praise from his uncle. He chuckled. Hee hee, it's all thanks to your unwavering support, uncle. Once I have the means, I shall honor you properly. Cold Shaofeng felt a tinge of bashfulness. You child, you need not concern yourself with me. Your true duty lies with your parents. However, it brings me joy to hear you say that. Cold Guamping paused thoughtfully. You mentioned selling steel cables and repaired equipment to the small coal mines. Do you have any acquaintances in that field? Cold Shaofeng shook his head slightly. I have a general idea, but as for acquaintances, not yet. Hee. He scratched his head awkwardly. And what about the scrap metal that cannot be repaired? Who would you sell that to? Cold Guamping continued his inquiry. Well, for scrap metal, I suppose I could take it to a junkyard, Cold Shaofeng replied honestly, having contemplated this matter previously. Upon hearing this, Cold Guamping shook his head and chuckled. Your ideas are commendable, and your reasoning is sound. However, without connections, it could prove quite troublesome. With a shift in tone, Cold Guamping continued. But I, your uncle, have connections. Let us not even discuss the distant ones. Just the 7 or 8 small coal mines nearby. Each has sought my guidance at some point. His pride was palpable as he spoke. And do you think it was a mere coincidence that Ming was able to secure a job at the Shugong steel plant? You underestimate my network. Cold Guamping sipped his hot water, reveling in his self-satisfaction. Cold Shaofeng could not help but feel a surge of joy. It was evident that his uncle was prepared to leverage his connections. Uncle, that is fantastic. Here is the deal. Once we make a profit, I'll share half with you. What do you think? Cold Shaofeng generously proposed. You child, how do you speak? Do you think I care for your little earnings? We are family. There should be no need for such formalities. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother with such matters, Cold Guamping retorted, playfully slapping the table with a serious expression. Hee. Uncle, please do not be angry. Have some water, Cold Shaofeng quickly apologized, pushing the cup towards Cold Guamping. Cold Guamping accepted the cup and took a sip, his gaze fixed on Cold Shaofeng, increasingly pleased. I've been at this Yansi coal mine since graduating from university, and it has been over 20 years. I may not have much else, but I have a wealth of connections. He opened up, reminiscing, in our coal mine. The manager changes every 3 to 5 years. It's a transient environment. Yet, I have ascended from a technician to the chief engineer over these 2 decades. His words were laden with nostalgia. Esteemed uncle, who in the Northern Fourth Mine does not recognize you as a master in the field of exploration and mining? Not just within the Northern Fourth Mine, but throughout the entire mining bureau. Who could possibly rival your esteemed self? Cold Shaofeng transformed into a sycophant, showering compliments as if they were free. Cold Guamping beamed with delight. Within the mining bureau, that may not be entirely accurate. There are still a few formidable figures in Huafeng and Mazhuang's larger mines. However, when it comes to the Northern Fourth Mine, I, Cold Guamping, fear no one. Haha. Cold Guamping erupted into laughter. Observing his jubilant uncle, Cold Shaofeng realized such a pleasant conversation was a rare opportunity. He resolved to seize the moment and continue sharing his thoughts. Uncle, in truth, my initial plan of reselling scrap metal is merely a starting point. I have subsequent plans as well. Heh. Oh, do elaborate. Cold Guamping sat up straight, attentively listening. My first step is to establish a materials recycling company, perhaps initially affiliated with the mine to alleviate some complications. The primary business would involve contracting the disposal of waste materials from the mine, recovering discarded machinery, including coal gang and coal slag, among other things. In essence, I would handle the recycling of any waste the mine no longer needs. At this point, Cold Shaofeng paused, observing his uncle's reaction. Initially, Cold Guamping sat quietly, listening intently. As the conversation progressed, he could no longer contain himself and began to pace back and forth. His demeanor shifted from relaxed to serious. After several laps, Cold Guamping halted, turning to gaze intently at his nephew. Shaofeng, is this truly your idea? Your preliminary concept? Cold Guamping's tone revealed unmistakable astonishment. As the ancients say, 3 days without seeing someone, one should view them with new eyes. Indeed, I am not deceived. At this moment, he regarded his nephew with newfound respect. Of course, but there is more to come. Cold Shaofeng nodded solemnly. Continue, please. Cold Guamping patted his nephew's shoulder. Regarding the coal gang on the slag hills, I have a plan for its treatment. First, we will wash the coal. This will yield a batch of usable fine coal. which is genuinely good quality. The second step involves crushing the unusable coal gang after washing. This has considerable utility as it can be used for brickmaking. In this way, we could conveniently establish a brick factory. Whether it be the recycling station, coal washing, or the brick factory, all can be considered ancillary businesses of the mine. Not to mention the benefits. Just think of the workforce. How many unemployed young people are there at the mine, all eagerly awaiting employment? Leng Shaofeng finished articulating his initial thoughts in one breath. Then, he ceased speaking and focused intently on Leng Guangping. Leng Guangping's eyes sparkled with excitement, his expression animated. However, his lips quivered, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. "Uncle, drink some water, have a sip." Leng Shaofeng quickly offered a cup of water. Leng Guangping took the cup of water and drank deeply, finishing more than half of it in one go. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he gasped for breath a couple of times, finally feeling his breath steady enough to speak. "Shaofeng, I hardly know how to express myself. You have brought me an abundance of surprises today. Your ideas are truly remarkable and entirely feasible. They align perfectly with the current situation. To be frank, with so many unemployed young people and idle laborers at the mine, Director LV is nearly at his wit's end. If the projects you mentioned can be established, it would significantly alleviate the employment issues for a large number of people. As long as we can resolve the employment problem and relieve the burden on the mine, these endeavors are bound to succeed. I gather from your words that you intend to affiliate with the mine, but essentially, you wish to manage the operations, correct?" Leng Guangping pinpointed the crux of the matter. "Of course, having painstakingly devised this opportunity, I certainly wish to reap the majority of the benefits. Moreover, it is only fitting that the resources remain within our own family. My capital, my children's milk money, all depend on this," he chuckled. Leng Shaofeng climbed further up the conversational ladder, jesting, "If you manage to get these ventures off the ground, let us not talk about just one capital. Even 10 would be manageable." In high spirits, Leng Guangping teased his nephew. "Old man, that 1T do, that's far too much. We need not 10. 5 or 6 would suffice." With feigned modesty, Leng Shaofeng continued the banter, though what he truly thought remained a mystery. "You cheeky rascal, you dare to dream so big. I must warn you, don't engage in reckless antics. Be cautious not to attract the attention of the authorities. However, I suppose having more children is acceptable. Our family name, Leng, is rare and must not fade away." Leng Guangping admonished his nephew earnestly. "Rest assured, uncle, once I have a wife, children will surely follow. If there were no family planning policies, I would have 10 or 8 children," Leng Shaofeng replied. You mischievous boy. You're breathing heavily because you're overweight. We cannot go against national policies, can we? Yet, children should still be born where possible." Leng Guangping's words trailed off, but Leng Shaofeng grasped the underlying meaning. "Uncle, that's all well and good. Once we start making money, paying a fine for exceeding the birth limit won't be an issue. I'll head back now and quickly draft a business plan for you. Let us proceed with what we just discussed, shall we?" Returning to the original topic, Leng Shaofeng asked, "You can write a business plan? Do they still teach that in technical school?" I was unaware. Leng Guangping felt somewhat bewildered. Had he fallen behind? Or was his nephew's technical school exceptional? "Uncle, I learned it on my own. It's not a significant matter. I'm merely attempting to create one for practice." Leng Shaofeng clarified, redirecting the conversation. "What a joke. Which technical school could possibly teach such things, aside from the later Blue Sky Technical School?" In the realm of business and strategic planning, he acquired his knowledge from the University of Life, under the meticulous guidance of his esteemed mentor, Gao Qiqiang, as well as through the MBA courses he later pursued. Naturally, such insights remain unspoken. "Very well, demonstrate your abilities. Allow me to see the nature of your proposal," declared Leng Guangping with resolute authority. He then glanced at his watch, exclaiming, "Alas, the workday has concluded. It is time to return home for dinner. Come, let us depart. Join me for a meal this evening. We shall share a couple of drinks together." It was evident that Leng Guangping was genuinely pleased, as he took hold of Leng Shaofeng's arm and led him outside. Thus, it seemed that dinner plans were indeed secured. Chapter 25. Conversations on the road. Leng Shaofeng resolved to abandon his pretenses. After all, it was merely a meal. The connections between the Leng family and the other family were quite common, an everyday occurrence. Accompanying his uncle, Leng Shaofeng exited the office. Coincidentally, as they stepped outside, 2 individuals approached from the opposite end of the hallway, leading to an encounter at the stairway. The 2 men were familiar to Leng Shaofeng. To his left stood a robust, dark-faced man in his 50s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. He was LV Guangming, the director of the Yansi coal mine. To his right was Su Changhe, the vice director of the mine. "Gentlemen, you may go ahead." Cold Guangping initiated the greeting, coming to a halt and gesturing for them to proceed. Being the mine director, LV Guangming held a higher rank, and thus, proper etiquette was necessary. "Ah, Chief Leng, let us walk together. My, this young man looks quite spirited." LV Guangming, having shown deference, now noticed Leng Shaofeng as the newly appointed director of the mine. LV Guangming was not a local and was unfamiliar with Leng Shaofeng. "Hello, Director LV. I am Leng Shaofeng." He bowed slightly, taking the initiative to introduce himself. "Oh, the surname is Leng? Chief Leng, is this your child?" LV Guangming expressed curiosity, halting in his tracks. "This is my little nephew, who works in the mine's security department. He has always been quite mischievous, causing me no end of trouble. However, he has made considerable progress recently and is a promising young man." It was quite surprising to hear his usually serious uncle praise him openly. This revelation not only astonished the individuals present, but also left Leng Shaofeng in a state of disbelief, highlighting the extent of his uncle's surprise that day. "Now that you mention it, I recall your nephew is part of the mine's basketball team, right?" "Ah, yes. Last year, our basketball team relied heavily on him," LV Guangming said, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Impressive. The youth are indeed formidable. Indeed, this young man has always been robust, capable of leaping and bounding. He truly brought glory to our mine. Without him, we surely would have ranked last. Securing third place was entirely thanks to your nephew," LV Guangming remarked approvingly. "Rest assured, Director LV, I will participate in this year's basketball tournament as well. My recent performance has been stellar, and I've made significant improvements in my skills. I aim to bring home the championship title this year," Leng Shaofeng declared confidently. "Ah, splendid. It is admirable to possess such determination. Of course, friendship comes first, and competition second. Should you secure first place, I shall reward you with a bonus," LV Guangming chuckled. "This child just needs to do his best." "First place isn't easily attained," Cold Guangping interjected, attempting to smooth the conversation. "Young people must harbor grand ambitions and strive for greatness. I find that commendable." "Chief Leng, your nephew is indeed a fine young man," LV Guangming continued as he began to descend further, for others were coming down from above, and lingering would obstruct the path. "LV Guang, in truth, this child possesses numerous ideas, all of which are advantageous for our coal mine. Upon hearing them, I found them quite commendable. Tomorrow, shall I find a moment to report to you?" Leng Guangping descended the stairs accompanied by his nephew. "Oh, that would be splendid, although today is rather late. The journey ahead is still long. Come, let us converse as we walk. Feel free to share, and I shall listen attentively." LV Guangming suddenly became intrigued. The remaining distance to cover was at least 500 meters. This stretch of road, not too long yet not too short, provided ample opportunity for discussion. "Very well then. I shall speak freely. My nephew's ideas are as follows." Leng Guangping began to speak while the four of them strolled leisurely. Initially, LV Guangming did not take it seriously, but as he listened, his steps involuntarily slowed, and his expression grew considerably more serious. Eventually, the group halted before the mine's promotional board. LV Guangming's feet ceased to move. "Old Leng, is this what your nephew has conceived, and he intends to submit a proposal?" LV Guangming's tone shifted, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Leng Shaofeng. Even Su Changhe, standing nearby, regarded Leng Shaofeng with a peculiar glance. Shaofeng mentioned this. "The child has ideas that could alleviate numerous employment challenges for the mine. I believe this is a positive development and warrants our support." Leng Guangping ultimately expressed his stance. "Indeed, the concept is excellent. Originally, these were merely scraps, destined to be discarded. Transforming waste into treasure not only yields benefits, but also addresses employment issues. Is this not a case of achieving multiple objectives? I find it agreeable. Thus, Shaofeng, please diligently prepare your proposal and present it to us. We hope to be pleasantly surprised. Su Kuang, when the time comes, we shall thoroughly examine it. What do you think?" LV Guangming's tone became markedly more affectionate as he turned to Su Changhe. "I have no objections to this matter, provided it benefits the coal mine. I shall naturally extend my support." Su Changhe nodded. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng felt a surge of joy. The decision made by the three titans of the Yansi coal mine was indeed solidified. "Absolutely. LV Guang, Su Guang, rest assured, I am determined to undertake this endeavor. I am counting on it to fund my future and provide for my child's milk. Leng Shaofeng hastily declared his commitment. The three individuals surrounding him could not contain their laughter. However, as Su Changhe chuckled, a shadow of concern crossed his face. Future and milk money? This young man's notion of a future cannot possibly refer to my daughter, can it? In an instant, Su Changhe found himself in a quandary. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could this lead to him inadvertently causing his own misfortune? Might someone whisk away his little darling? The group resumed their journey outward, as they could not linger any longer. The hour was late, and it was time for a meal. Their stomachs were beginning to growl. Upon reaching the fork in the path, they parted ways. Following his uncle's footsteps, Leng Shaofeng arrived at a building situated in the middle of the family quarters. This structure was also designated for cadres, albeit constructed earlier and appearing somewhat more dilapidated. Relative to the distance from the mine entrance, it is indeed a bit farther. My uncle's family resides in the first unit on the ground floor, west side. Leng Guangping opened the door and stepped inside. Father, why are you so late today? Exclaimed Yang Hongying, my sister-in-law, as she promptly approached to take the briefcase from Leng Guangping's hands. I had a few matters to attend to, which caused a slight delay. Please inform your mother to prepare an extra set of chopsticks, as Xiaofeng is here for dinner. Leng Guangping nodded and made his way directly to the restroom to wash his hands. Xiaofeng has arrived. Please, take a seat. His brother-in-law, Chen Zhangwo, warmly welcomed him. Come here, let your sister take a look. Everyone, come and see my little brother. He seems to have become even more handsome. My cousin, Leng Aiqin, is quite the beauty enthusiast. Uncle, you haven't played with me in such a long time, exclaimed my nephew, Chen Wenxiang, as he clung to Leng Shaofeng's right leg. Susu. Hug, called out my niece, Leng Chunlei, her speech still somewhat unclear, as she wrapped her arms around Leng Shaofeng's other leg. Please, I want a hug. Leng Shaofeng naturally attracts the affection of children. Among all the elders, he is the youngest, yet possesses a remarkable ability to amuse them, making him particularly adored by the two little ones. Chapter 26. The family of my uncle Cold Shaofeng bent down and gently lifted his little niece, who was not yet 3 years old, into his arms. Cold Chunlei, resembling her mother Yang Hongying, was a beautiful child. Her fair complexion was tinged with rosy hues, her large eyes adorned with double eyelids and long eyelashes, and her hair fashioned into 2 little braids. She was undeniably adorable. As Cold Shaofeng gazed at the cherubic face in his embrace, a wave of tenderness washed over him. Among the next generation of the Cold family, this child was undoubtedly the most cherished. Yet, such indulgence had perhaps led to excessive pampering. As she entered her rebellious phase, she transformed dramatically. Sporting an extravagant hairstyle and attire, the once charming little girl morphed into a rebellious youth. Subsequently, she neglected her studies, dropping out after middle school to remain at home. Early on, she began associating with unsavory characters from the streets. At the tender age of 18, she returned home pregnant. After giving birth to a daughter, she left the child in the care of her cousins, with the identity of the father remaining a mystery, as he never made an appearance. After her confinement, she resumed her aimless wandering, even relocating to another city, disappearing without a trace. Years later, news emerged that this once blossoming young girl had tragically fallen into a life of debauchery under the control of a local gang leader. Her cousins attempted to retrieve her, but were met with hostility and were turned away. Ultimately, they sought the assistance of Cold Shaofeng. By then, he had become a prominent figure in the underworld, known for his prowess in battle. Armed with courage, he single-handedly infiltrated the enemy's lair, confronting an entire gang alone. That battle was the most brutal of his life. Clad in white, stained with blood, and bearing countless wounds, he fought valiantly from one end of the alley to the other, defeating over 30 adversaries and compelling them to submit. However, to reclaim her, he had to adhere to the unwritten rules of the streets, granting the opposing side their due respect. Thus, Cold Shaofeng accepted their demands, realizing that despite his formidable abilities, he could not simply take a vulnerable woman from their territory without consequence. Ultimately, after a fierce and bloody confrontation, he brought Cold Chunlei back home. It took him 6 months to recover from his injuries, during which time his niece tended to him diligently, ensuring his every need was met. Eventually, Cold Chunlei married a miner and settled into a life of domesticity, while Cold Shaofeng returned to the world he had once navigated. Returning to the present, as he gazed at the delightful little girl, Cold Shaofeng embraced her tightly, planting affectionate kisses on her rosy cheeks. The little girl giggled, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. The children were fond of clinging to him, playfully urging each other, Xiaofeng, let uncle wash his hands and eat. Just then, Aunt Lulan emerged with bowls and chopsticks. The family exchanged laughter and conversation as they took their seats. Cold Xiaofeng settled beside his cousin, while his other cousin, sat on his other side. Dear, please bring me that bottle of Maodai. I'm in high spirits today and would like to share a drink with Xiaofeng. Cold Guangping said as he seated himself at the head of the table, directing his request to Lulan. As soon as he finished speaking, the others at the table turned their curious gazes toward Cold Xiaofeng. All right, I will fetch it. Lulan rose from her seat and approached the liquor cabinet to procure a bottle of wine. The current price of Matai is rather steep, with this particular bottle costing over 20 units, equivalent to half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Leng Guangping usually refrains from indulging in it himself. Dad, what is the occasion today? Inquired his cousin, Leng Ai-chin, voicing the curiosity that lingered among the guests. Oh, it's nothing much. Just that Xiaofeng has grown up, become more sensible, and is now capable. This brings me great joy, replied Leng Guangping earnestly. Xiaofeng, you are the youngest among the next generation of the Leng family. Yet, it seems you possess the most intellect. Work hard, your future is boundless. Remember to take care of your older siblings. Uncle, that sounds rather formal, doesn't it? It's as if you're treating me like an outsider. As long as I am here, I will certainly uphold the honor of the Leng family, vowed Leng Shaofeng, thumping his chest in assurance. His gaze briefly lingered on Chen Jiangwo before he returned his attention elsewhere, maintaining his composure. All right, let us pour some drinks. With that, the matai was brought to the table, and Leng Guangping gestured for the wine to be poured. Such a task did not necessitate the patriarch's personal involvement. Father, allow me. Xiaofeng, displaying his promising nature, stood ready to serve. Typically, it was Chen Jiangwo who poured the wine, but this time he rose to take on the role. No, brother-in-law, let me handle it this time. I wish to respectfully offer a toast to uncle, and of course, to my older siblings present. Leng Shaofeng promptly seized the wine bottle from his aunt's hands. Oh my younger brother has truly matured today, taking the initiative to serve. You were never like this before. Jiangwo, just sit back. Let us savor the wine poured by Xiaofeng. In all my years, I have yet to experience such a taste. Giggled Leng Ai-chin, her eyes sparkling with delight as she observed Leng Shaofeng. Indeed, let us relish the wine poured by Xiaofeng. Fill our cups to the brim. Leng Ai-min eagerly extended his glass, clearly yearning for the exquisite liquor. Before long, the four adult men at the table found their glasses brimming. Come, everyone, raise your glasses for a toast. Leng Guangping lifted his cup in a gesture of camaraderie. The gathering raised their glasses, converging towards Leng Guangping for a clink of their cups. The sound of crystal glasses colliding echoed through the air, followed by the warm embrace of a 53 spirit sliding down their throats, a blend of spiciness and rich aroma enveloping them in warmth. What a splendid wine. Truly delightful. Thanks to Xiaofeng, let us toast again. Father, do take it easy. Your blood pressure is high, cautioned his son. Come. Brother-in-law Chen Jiangwo took the bottle and began serving. Always meticulous and adept, he poured with precision. Dad, you haven't mentioned what is going on with Xiaofeng. Share it with us, so we can all rejoice. This time, Chen Jiangwo poured only half a glass for his father-in-law, Leng Guangping. Yes, Dad, do tell us. We are all curious. Leng Ai-chin chimed in, her expression brimming with intrigue. Indeed, we wish to know, echoed her cousin, typically a man of few words, now contributing to the conversation, while his wife, Yang Hongying, nodded in agreement. All right, I shall share, Leng Guangping decided. Leng Guangping took a gentle sip, reluctant to indulge further. He then began to recount the events of the afternoon. The crowd listened, their expressions filled with astonishment as they regarded Leng Shaofeng. So, does this mean that little Feng will be the big boss in the future? Leng Ai-chin exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Sister, we haven't even begun. Leng Shaofeng replied modestly. The mine manager has already agreed, so this matter is surely set. Little Feng, if you pursue this, you will indeed become a significant figure at our Yansi coal mine, Chen Jiangwo remarked with a sense of nostalgia. He was an astute individual, quickly recognizing the promising prospects of this venture, and felt a tinge of envy in his heart. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had also observed the remarkable progress Leng Shaofeng had made in his interpersonal skills. Coupled with advancements in his career, Chen Jiangwo had begun to foresee that the next generation of leaders in the Leng family would undoubtedly be Leng Shaofeng. Chapter 27. Toast. The dinner continued, filled with laughter and lively conversation as the family mingled amidst clinking glasses. Leng Guanping was under strict supervision from his daughter, consuming only 2 cups, at most a couple. Subsequently, at Leng Aichin's insistence, Chen Wengxiang confiscated the elder's wine glass. With no choice but to comply, Leng Guanping acquiesced. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng, Leng Aimin, and Chen Jiangwo became the primary drinkers. Not fair. Seeing you all enjoy yourselves, I must partake as well, declared a cousin, as she took Chen Jiangwo's glass, delicately pressed her lips to it, and took a small sip. However, the inexperienced Leng Aichin immediately choked, her delicate face flushing crimson. Look at you, trying to show off. Now you realize the consequences, don't you? Quickly, drink some water. Witnessing the tears streaming from Leng Aichin's eyes, the family erupted in laughter. Chen Jiangwo rushed to pour water and comfort his wife, showering her with tender care. Leng Aichin, with a blissful expression, leaned against Chen Jiangwo's shoulder, appearing less like a mother of an 8-year-old and more like an infatuated young girl. Observing this heartwarming scene, Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but feel a mix of inexplicable emotion and a tinge of regret. This was the embodiment of the Leng family he cherished, the very vision he yearned for. Xiaofeng, why are you staring at me? Humph, are you mocking your sister? How audacious of you. I'm going to follow Aunt San's example. Come here, let me twist your ear. Leng Aichin misinterpreted Leng Shaofeng's gaze. As she spoke, she circumvented Chen Jiangwo and seized Leng Shaofeng's ear. With no recourse, Leng Shaofeng could only plead for mercy. Sister, let go, I was wrong. I absolutely did not laugh at you. I merely find you adorable. Humph, I'm already this grown-up and still adorable? Clearly, you're ridiculing me, Leng Aichin insisted, applying more pressure. Brother-in-law, you must intervene. Ouch, ouch, that hurts. If you keep this up, my ear will come off. Leng Shaofeng began to squirm in exaggerated pain, his expressions comically animated. All right, Aichin, spare him this once, Chen Jiangwo interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation amidst the family's hearty laughter. Humph, this tactic is quite effective. No wonder Aunt San enjoys using it. Leng Aichin finally relented, her own laughter spilling forth. Leng Shaofeng, having narrowly escaped, cast a woeful glance at his cousin. In truth, he hadn't taken it to heart. Compared to Li Siyun's ear-tugging, Leng Aichin had barely exerted any force. Nonetheless, he felt the need to reclaim his dignity. Turning to the wine cabinet, he retrieved a glass. Come, let me fill this for brother-in-law, in gratitude for saving my life. And you, sister, allow me to fill yours as well, in appreciation for your leniency. Here's to our sibling bond, encapsulated in this cup of wine. Additionally, I wish for you both, brother-in-law and sister, to enjoy a lifetime of love and happiness. Cheers. Leng Shaofeng filled their glasses to the brim, preparing to toast. No, Xiaofeng, I cannot drink. You are seeking revenge against me. Cold Aichin immediately discerned Leng Shaofeng's scheme and refused to be deceived. Indeed, Shaofeng, your sister cannot hold her liquor at all. Chen Jiangwo chimed in beside her. That won't do. You two are conspiring to bully me. Moreover, this is a toast of blessings. It would be unfortunate if you choose not to drink. Leng Shaofeng was adamant against it. Chen Jiangwo and Cold Aichin exchanged glances. Very well, I shall drink this cup. Your sister has a poor tolerance. Just half a cup will suffice. Haha, that's the spirit. Quickly, drink up. Half a cup it is. Leng Shaofeng beamed with delight. He only intended to make a gesture. He couldn't bear the thought of truly getting his cousin drunk. This cousin had always been fond of him since childhood. When he was little, his mother, Li Siyun, toiled alone in the fields and raised pigs, leaving no time for her child during busy farming seasons. It was Cold Aichin who took care of him. Thus, his cousin held a significant place in Leng Shaofeng's heart. Observing his brother-in-law Chen Jiangwo down a drink, Cold Aichin frowned and sipped a little less than half her cup. Leng Shaofeng relented. While others seemed unaffected, Cold Aichin's face flushed fiercely, resembling a ripe apple. Her eyes slightly glazed, leaning against Chen Jiangwo. She gazed adoringly at her husband, embodying the essence of a tender woman. Witnessing his cousin in such a state, Leng Shaofeng sighed inwardly. In the previous life, how heartbroken she must have been in the face of Chen Jiangwo's callousness. No, in this life, this scene must be altered. Leng Shaofeng filled his cup anew, then topped off Cold Aimin's and Chen Jiangwo's as well. He then raised his glass, signaling for Cold Aimin to join him. Cold, I mean. Bewildered, complied, looking at Leng Shaofeng in confusion. Leng Shaofeng stood solemnly. Today, my brother Leng Shaoyang is absent, but that is of no consequence. My brother, and I are here. This toast is for our brother-in-law. Chen Jiangwo, who had been curiously observing Leng Shaofeng, was startled by these words and immediately rose to his feet. Prompted by his wife's discreet nudges, Cold also stood up. Leng Shaofeng regarded Cold and scanned the rest of the assembly before continuing. In our Leng family, there are many boys. We 3 brothers have only one sister. To me, she is not merely a sister, but one who is dearer than blood. I hope that for the rest of her life, my sister will be filled with joy, happiness, and completeness. However, in the days to come, our fates will not be solely ours to dictate. It will depend on our brother-in-law. I trust that he will bring my sister lifelong happiness. When you wed, I was young and naive. But now, I, Leng Shaofeng, have matured and can protect my sister. As long as she is well, through storms or fires, I will pave the way. However, let me make it clear, should anyone betray my sister, I, Leng Shaofeng, declare that she will remain a widow for life. Divorce shall never be an option. I know my words may sound harsh, so I shall take my punishment. I will drink first. As Leng Shaofeng finished his declaration, he downed the contents of his cup in one go, then turned the empty glass downward, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Jiangwo. Shaofeng expressed sentiments that resonated deeply within me, and I too took action. At this moment, Leng has come to a realization and downed his drink in one swift motion. Shaofeng, you speak too harshly. Rest assured, I vow to ensure your sister's happiness for the entirety of my life. Initially, Chen Jiangwo dismissed the matter, yet as Leng Shaofeng concluded his final words, he was struck by a chilling sensation under the piercing gaze of Leng Shaofeng, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin. Overcome with trepidation, he too finished his drink in one gulp. Wah, Shaofeng, you insufferable little brother, what on earth are you saying? You've made your sister cry? Your brother-in-law treats me well. Do not speak nonsense. Wah, insufferable little brother. Leng however, was sobbing uncontrollably, pinching and hitting Leng Shaofeng, ultimately clinging to his arm, reluctant to let go. All present were dear to Leng, and aside from the 2 young children who lacked understanding, the rest were profoundly moved. Only Chen Jiangwo listened with a racing heart, yet dared not reveal his discontent. Internally, he wrestled with unease. Did Leng Shaofeng uncover his flirtations with Teacher Bai? After all, he had merely brushed her small hand, and nothing more. Could it be that during the last meeting in the city, when dining with the daughter of Chief Wang from the Education Bureau, he had been discovered? Perhaps it would be wiser to maintain a low profile. This young man, should he act recklessly, could truly be lethal. Chapter 28. Toy cars. As a glass of wine was drained, the atmosphere in the room grew somewhat delicate. At that moment, Leng Guangping stepped forward to ease the tension, blandly remarking that Leng Shaofeng had indulged a bit too much. Lulan also sought to comfort her daughter. Lang Iqin's emotions were fleeting, arriving and departing with equal swiftness. Soon, the ambience became lively once again, although the group refrained from further drinking. After the meal, Chen Jiangwo, accompanied by his wife and son, prepared to return home. Chen Wenxiang, reluctant to part ways, clung to Leng Shaofeng until, at last, he was pulled away by Chen Jiangwo. Lu Lan and her daughter-in-law busied themselves clearing the table. As they began washing the dishes, Leng Guangping entered the kitchen. Hongying, why don't you step outside and watch some television? I'll take care of the dishes, he suggested. All right, Dad. I'll go watch TV then, Yang Hongying replied, recognizing the cue to exit. However, she couldn't help but wonder, having been married for several years. It was her first time witnessing Leng Guangping in the kitchen. Old man, what is bothering you? Lu Lan discerned that Leng Guangping had something on his mind and seemed ready to express it. Have you noticed? Shaofeng has really grown up. Leng Guangping remarked slowly as he washed the dishes, reflecting on the matter. Indeed, he has become quite considerate of his sister. However, he did speak rather harshly. I wonder if Jiangwo might take offense, Lu Lan concurred. Jiangwo is a good lad in many respects, but he can be rather impulsive. And I worry he may harbor inappropriate thoughts. I believe it would be wise for Shaofeng to keep him in check, she added. That is true. I was moved myself. And even Iqin was brought to tears. Shaofeng is truly a good child, Lu Lan continued. By the way, you should pay some attention to that boy's affairs. He has great ambitions, and we must support him, she urged. Do not worry. I shall arrange everything tomorrow. I will reach out to my acquaintances at the Shugong factory and ensure those smaller coal mines are also properly informed, he reassured her. Rest assured, I will handle it. Meanwhile, in the living room, Leng Shaofeng was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he approached his cousin, Leng, who was seated on the sofa watching television. Brother, I recall the toy cars you made for Nan were quite exquisite. Do you have any left? I'd like to see them, he inquired. As he offered a cigarette to his cousin and lit one for himself, Leng responded, Indeed, I've made some while passing time at the factory. Let me fetch them. He quickly returned from his room, carrying a selection of small cars and toys. Leng, a skilled maintenance worker at Shugong, often utilized scrap materials to craft little toys for his daughter. Leng Shaofeng picked up a large toy truck. Goodness, brother, the craftsmanship is truly impressive, he remarked, feeling the substantial weight in his hands. The entire toy was constructed from thin sheets of metal and fine wire, with the welds smoothed to perfection. The edges of the truck had been rounded, and it was adorned with a coat of green paint. The proportions were meticulously scaled to reflect reality, resembling a miniature model of an actual truck. In this era, such handcrafted creations would undoubtedly captivate audiences in the age of viral short videos. Leng Shaofeng held the toy, feeling a sense of affection and admiration for it. However, he was there to discuss serious matters. Brother, could you take a look and see if you could modify this little cart for me? I would like to add a couple of sliding rods on either side of the rear compartment with adjustable brackets atop them. These brackets should fit snugly onto the rods, allowing for smooth movement back and forth, and then we can cover them with a layer of oilcloth. Leng Shaofeng held a model of the truck, gesturing animatedly while explaining. Ah, so you intend to create a movable canopy for the truck bed. Indeed, this type of tarpaulin mechanism has become quite ubiquitous on modern dump trucks and transport vehicles, serving as an essential feature. Particularly for dump trucks, the mandatory installation of such a device ensures that the contents remain secure during bumpy rides. Yet, what year is it now? It is 1985. If such a device were to be introduced ahead of its time, it would represent nothing short of a revolution for transport vehicles, akin to the simple yet remarkably practical addition of an eraser to a pencil. It would be an epic-making innovation. Today, as he observed coal transport trucks on Xingfu Road, Leng Shaofeng felt something was amiss. Upon closer reflection, he realized the absence of that protective tarpaulin device. If every coal truck were equipped with this mechanism, the issue of coal spillage during transit would be eliminated. Over the course of a year, how many tons of coal could be saved for the Yansi coal mine? And what if this concept were to be applied across the entire nation's coal mines? This device not only prevents spillage, but also serves to shield against rain and sun. Just imagine its potential application across various industries and all transport vehicles. The implications are simply unfathomable. In essence, this contraption could be patented. Should a patent be secured, Leng Shaofeng could live quite comfortably on the merits of this invention alone. However, while creating a model and applying for a patent may be straightforward, the real challenge lies in promoting it nationwide. Naturally, gradual promotion is an option, but that is not Leng Shaofeng's ambition. He intends to use this as a stepping stone to gain access to the Su family's estate. In Leng Shaofeng's estimation, the only individual capable of advancing this initiative within the entire Yansi coal mine is Su Changhe, or rather, the influential family that he represents. The power of the Su family could be measured against this endeavor. After Leng Shaofeng articulated his thoughts, his cousin, Leng, immediately grasped the concept. This is quite simple. All it requires is some iron wire and a piece of tarpaulin. When do you need it? Brother, how quickly can you produce it? The sooner, the better, he replied eagerly. Understood. Just wait a moment. I have everything I need at home, and I can have it ready in no time. Leng's passion lies in crafting little gadgets, and now it was his turn to showcase his skills. He promptly headed to the balcony to retrieve his toolbox and treasure chest. Within half an hour, he had fashioned the device using iron wire and tarpaulin. Upon seeing the result, Leng Shaofeng was astounded. The craftsmanship was impeccable. It resembled the modern tarpaulin protection devices perfectly. A gentle slide of his hand revealed its silky smoothness and flawless functionality. The outcome was exceptional. Little phone, what are you up to? Uncle Leng Guangping had already finished washing the dishes and was sitting in the living room watching television, observing his son and nephew tinkering without a word. He eventually could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced his question. Uncle, this is truly a remarkable invention. Mingji's craftsmanship is beyond compare. Allow me to demonstrate, said Leng Shaofeng as he picked up the truck model and proceeded to showcase it before Leng Guangping. This demonstration surpassed any verbal explanation, leaving Guamping utterly captivated. Is this your invention, Shaofeng? Guamping inquired, now visibly agitated. Father, it's not. I just created this based on Shaofeng's specifications, replied Leng. His expression filled with admiration for the ingenuity of his cousin. Chapter 29. The disobedient legs. However, Leng Guangping had no time to attend to his son any longer. His hands trembled as he held the model of a truck. After a considerable pause, he let out a long sigh, attempting to calm his agitated heart. He then turned his gaze towards his little nephew, who had bestowed upon him countless surprises that day. Shaofeng, this invention of yours, though seemingly small, is remarkably practical. If it were to be promoted, it would greatly benefit both the nation and its people. Since you have created it, do you have any thoughts to share? Feeling a bit bashful from the praise, Leng Shaofeng scratched his head. Well, I do have some ideas. Initially, I was inspired by the coal transport vehicles in our coal mine. It pains me to see so much coal falling off during transit, which is quite unfortunate. Hence, I thought of creating this device. However, since you asked, let me elaborate. Uncle, my intention is to apply for a patent for this device. Not only should we apply domestically, but it is even more crucial to seek international patents. If the country requires this patent, we can offer it freely. But it is essential that we receive some goodwill in return. Of course, earning a bit of money would be even better, he chuckled. Leng Shaofeng was indeed planning ahead. He had grand ambitions for the future, and this was merely a small protective charm for him. I understand. Your primary aim is to gain recognition. Ideally achieving both fame and fortune, Leng Guangping replied. Do you have any further plans? Now quite familiar with his nephew's character, Leng Guangping recognized his ambitious nature. Furthermore, promoting this device as early as possible is key. Indeed, but my capabilities are limited to the Yansi coal mine. I do have some influence at the bureau, but beyond that, I cannot do much, Leng Guangping said with a wry smile. I plan to approach Su Changhe, the mine manager. I recall you mentioned that Su Changhe has connections in the capital. If we could persuade him to support us, do you think it might work? This was the ultimate aim of Leng Shaofeng. Su Changhe, that is a commendable choice. However, Shaofeng, if this were to be promoted through Su Changhe, I suspect that most of the credit would end up going to him. My concern is that you might end up doing all the work for someone else's benefit. Leng Guangping expressed his worries. Hiki, who knows who will benefit whom? He only has one daughter, and she is virtually part of our family now. All accolades and accomplishments belong to us as one. Leng Shaofeng grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. You rascal, it seems you have your eye on his daughter. Indeed, the Su family girl is better off than ours. She is a university student. After all, you might not be worthy of her, Leng Guangping teased. However, you are no longer the same as before. How about I accompany you to see Su Changhe? No need for that. It's not a big deal. I'm merely visiting my future father-in-law. What is there to fear? He cannot possibly eat me, Leng Shaofeng thought to himself. Reflecting on the events of the previous day involving his daughter, he might indeed have had cause for concern. Very well, you can approach mine manager Su. If it doesn't work out, we can take our time. I shall assist you in promoting at the mine, a commendable endeavor indeed. Based upon this, further elevation in your position should pose no difficulty. However, let us cease this discussion. I have only recently assumed the role of squad leader, and any additional advancement would inevitably require Li Jun to step aside. Such actions would invite gossip about the old Leng family. Moreover, I must confess, my time in the security department is limited. There is no need for further promotion. It holds little appeal for me. Indeed, once your responsibilities swell, you will likely find little time for the security department. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Leng Guangping nodded in agreement. With the serious matters addressed, there was little left to discuss. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 8. Leng Shaofeng lingered for a moment before departing with a toy truck in hand. Upon stepping outside, he suddenly recalled that he had not ridden his motorcycle. In his youth, he reveled in ostentation, frequently riding his motorcycle. Yet, the present-day Leng Shaofeng was a transformed man. Forsaking the motorcycle seemed prudent. After all, it was public property. What others might whisper was beyond his knowledge. If he chose not to ride, so be it. The Yansi coal mine was merely a small expanse. As he ambled along, his thoughts wandered to future plans and their execution. Lost in contemplation, he abruptly halted. Raising his gaze, he realized he had arrived at the Sister Yangsu's house. How'd he come here? With a firm slap to his thigh, he chastised himself for wandering aimlessly. Since he was already there, he might as well embrace it. Approaching the door, he began to knock. After a brief moment, the sound of light footsteps emerged from within the courtyard. "Who is it?" came the gentle voice of Li Hongqiang. "It is I," Leng Shaofeng replied in a deep tone. "Ah, what a surprise to find you here. I did not hear the motorcycle." The sound of the bolt being drawn followed, and the door swung open to reveal Li Hongqiang, her eyes sparkling with a hint of surprise. "I have decided not to ride the motorcycle anymore, except for work. After all, it belongs to the public." As he spoke, he stepped into the courtyard. "Really? That is splendid news." Li Hongqiang's voice brimmed with joy. "What is there to be pleased about?" "I merely abstained from riding the motorcycle," Leng Shaofeng inquired, perplexed. "Your motorcycle is well known throughout the mine. Its noise is quite pronounced. It often stands in the courtyard, and I worry. It may cast a negative light," Li Hongqiang admitted, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. "What could be detrimental about that?" Leng Shaofeng came to a halt, feigning a serious demeanor. "Do not misinterpret my words. I merely concern myself with your reputation. As a young man, frequenting a widow's home at night could lead to unflattering rumors. How would you find a wife in the future?" Sensing Leng Shaofeng's displeasure, Li Hongqiang hurried to clarify. "Oh, is that so? Are you not concerned about the impact on your own reputation? I am a widow, and widows often face much scrutiny. To be frank, your presence matters little to me. I have grown accustomed to it," she replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Cold Shaofeng discerned the subtle sorrow in Li Hongqiang's tone and realized he had indeed crossed a line. "Silly girl, I'm merely teasing you. How could I not know you?" he exclaimed as he drew her into his embrace, enveloped by her intoxicating fragrance. "How annoying. You really are insufferable," Li Hongqiang retorted. Yet her spirits lifted as she rested her head on Cold Shaofeng's shoulder. Beneath the moonlight, her features were a breathtaking portrait of beauty. Unable to resist, Cold Shaofeng leaned down and kissed her. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, leaving her face flushed with a rosy hue. Her eyes sparkled with affection, resembling a tranquil pool of clear water. "Let us go inside," she suggested, feeling her cheeks warm under his gaze, and she hurriedly ushered Cold Shaofeng into the house. Upon entering, they found Li Hongwei standing at a small table where the handwritten manuscript remained, though the girl's cheeks were also tinged with red, leaving her demeanor a mystery. Chapter 30. Casual Conversations. "Brother, brother, brother." Li Hongwei struggled to speak, greeting Leng Shaofeng. He approached her, gently ruffling her hair and giving her a thumbs up. "Shaowei, splendid. You articulated everything so clearly." Leng Shaofeng gazed at this sensible little girl, filled with affection. "Are we practicing reading today?" He turned to ask Li Hongqiang. "We've already completed today's reading. Now, we need to practice writing." "Shaofeng, I was just thinking. Why don't you teach her to write? My handwriting isn't great either." "Of course, I'll teach her." Leng Shaofeng readily agreed. In his past life, his writing had been quite poor, akin to that of a dog's paw. He wouldn't dare mislead a student. However, the current Leng Shaofeng was a different person altogether. After following Changgu in his previous life, he diligently practiced calligraphy under his guidance. While he couldn't claim to be a master, his writing was genuinely appealing. Especially in his later years, he devoted an hour each day to practicing calligraphy as a form of self-cultivation. Seated at the small dining table, he gestured for Li Hongqiang and Li Hongwei to join him. He retrieved a fountain pen from his green crossbody bag, spread out a sheet of paper, and began to write. After a moment's thought, he decided to write a poem, selecting Ascending the Stork Tower. The bright sun sets behind the mountains. The yellow river flows into the sea. To gaze 1,000 miles further, one must ascend another floor. These lines were relatively simple, and the poem was melodious, making it ideal for teaching elementary students. As soon as Leng Shaofeng finished writing, the Li sisters were momentarily stunned. "Shaofeng, your handwriting is even better than that in textbooks. Why bother buying them? Just write more, and let Shaowei practice from your work." Li Hongqiang gazed at Leng Shaofeng's writing in disbelief. "Sure, no problem," he replied casually. Though they were aware of their own poor handwriting, they could certainly recognize good writing when they saw it. Leng Shaofeng's characters were magnificent and vigorous, imbued with an air of elegance. Anyone who beheld such writing would find it pleasing to the eye. Li Hongwei stared at Leng Shaofeng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang shifted from astonishment to deep contemplation. Leng Shaofeng remained unaware of her unusual demeanor as he began to guide Li Hongwei in writing. He placed the fountain pen into her small hand, encouraging her to use it. The little girl had never used a fountain pen before, and momentarily struggled to grasp it properly. Leng Shaofeng had no choice but to teach her how to hold it, hand over hand. Li Hongwei's hands were soft and delicate, surprisingly comparable to Li Hongqiang's. Although Li Hongqiang's hands were softer, more gentle, and almost boneless, Li Hongwei's were still somewhat slender. Leng Shaofeng quickly set aside any distracting thoughts and focused intently on teaching her how to write. For some reason, Li Hongwei was exceedingly nervous, gripping the pen too tightly and rigidly. Leng Shaofeng could only communicate through Li Hongqiang, repeatedly correcting Li Hongwei's pen-holding posture. This endeavor left him sweating profusely, more exhausting than an intense workout. After more than 10 minutes of correction, Li Hongwei finally mastered the skill of holding a pen. Imitating the strokes of the 20 characters penned by Leng Shaofeng, she recreated them with remarkable improvement. It must be said, this young lady, when copying Leng Shaofeng's handwriting, exhibited a notable elegance that surpassed her previous attempts, showcasing her innate talent. Alas, fate was unkind, rendering her both deaf and mute. Once she completed her first round of practice, she immersed herself in writing, continuing seamlessly to the second and third rounds without any prodding. Li Hongwei was entirely absorbed in her writing, while Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang settled on the edge of the bed, engaging in light conversation. The advantage of being deaf and mute is that no matter how loud one speaks, they need not fear interrupting her. However, the two were quite close, leaning in near one another, while a large hand playfully roamed along Li Hongqiang's back. Amidst their chatter, Li Hongqiang suddenly brought up a matter. "Guess who came for mutton soup this morning?" she asked, her large eyes twinkling with mischief. "How could I possibly guess? I know too many people at this mine." Leng Shaofeng replied casually, yet he was keenly aware of the delicate waist he held. "Let me provide a hint. She's a female classmate of yours." Li Hongqiang tilted her head, observing him intently. "That's still too broad. I have many female classmates. Most attendees at yesterday's reunion were women," he responded, still somewhat distracted. The sensation of her waist was delightful. They say one can play with legs for years. The same could be said for the waist. This classmate is extraordinary. Though, she's stunningly beautiful, tall, and her surname is Su. I've heard she's even a university student," Li Hongqiang elaborated further. However, as Leng Shaofeng listened, his hand suddenly froze. He swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. Could it be Wang Jinwang? Su Jing came to the mutton soup restaurant. What does this mean? His mind raced, yet he found himself at a loss. "Ha ha," Li Hongqiang chuckled, unable to contain her amusement at Leng Shaofeng's reaction. The once playful hand became still, while Leng Shaofeng's face contorted in confusion. Hearing her laughter, he realized the gravity of his own response. The truth was, in his entire life, he had never encountered such a situation. How could he remain composed in such a moment? "All right, Hongjia, you've grown bold, deliberately teasing me. Tonight, just you try to beg for mercy," Leng Shaofeng declared with mock severity. "Ah, Shaofeng, please, I was wrong. But truly, I am not teasing you. Su Jing really did come for mutton soup," Li Hongqiang quickly pleaded. "Really?" he inquired, surprised. "Yes, she ordered a couple of servings of mutton and an oily pastry." It appeared to be true, Leng Shaofeng sighed, his thoughts gradually settling. Since a decision had been made, there was no need for further turmoil. "How did you know about Su Jing? Did you converse with her?" "How could I not inquire about your affairs, young Master Leng? I needn't even make a deliberate effort to find out. Just by casually listening at the mutton soup restaurant, I learn all there is to know about happenings at the mine," Li Hongqiang replied, her tone tinged with a hint of playful melancholy. "Oh dear." Cold Shaofeng remained silent, letting out a deep sigh. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Li Hongqiang's eyes, as fluid as water, were fixed upon him, seemingly awaiting an answer. Meeting her gaze, Cold Shaofeng inquired, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie?" Perhaps his intense and profound gaze was too much for her, as Li Hongqiang quickly averted her eyes. "Of course, I desire the truth." "Very well, I shall speak the truth. Shall I speak of you or of her?" "Speak of me." For reasons unknown, Li Hongqiang's voice quivered slightly. Cold Shaofeng did not rush to respond. Instead, he moved closer to her, resting his hand on her shoulder, gazing deeply into her eyes. His fiery and resolute gaze was difficult to meet. "Sister Hong, you are a divine blessing in my life. To encounter you and to possess your love is the greatest fortune of my past and present incarnations. I love you profoundly and deeply. I wish to be with you for a lifetime, to cherish you, to adore you, to care for you, and to bring you happiness." As he spoke, Cold Shaofeng enveloped Li Hongqiang in a tight embrace. Chapter 31. A missed connection. Sister Hong, you cannot fathom the depths of my despair. It seems I have traversed an entire lifetime within a dream, Yet that dream morphed into a nightmare. For in that dream, I lost you. Upon returning here in search of you, I discovered your absence, along with the disappearance of the lamb soup restaurant, vanished without a trace. I was driven to madness, scouring the world for you, visiting your hometown, Wang Ermatzi's ancestral home, Yansi town, the neighboring steel mill, and the city itself. Yet, despite my exhaustive search, I could not find you. Sister Hong, I am at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, I lost you. The pain in my heart rendered me breathless, and regret consumed me. In that moment, I wished fervently for another chance at life, promising myself that I would never let you slip away again. I would tether you closely to my side. By the grace of heaven, I awoke from that dream, and you were still here. At first, Leng Shaofeng's confession was filled with deep emotion, but as he spoke, the terror of losing Li Hongqiang in a past life enveloped him once more. Though it was the height of summer, he trembled uncontrollably. Li Hongqiang sensed his shivering, and when he mentioned losing her in the dream, her own heart ached, rendering her breathless. In that instant, she empathized with his fear. She too dreaded the thought of losing Leng Shaofeng. She felt the depth of his terror and the intensity of his feelings for her. They embraced tightly, unwilling to release one another until their breaths became labored, and they slowly parted, gazing intently into each other's eyes. In that moment, they saw only one another, with no room for anything else. Sister Hong, Leng Shaofeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He felt he had expressed everything he needed to say, and there was no further need for words left unspoken. Shaofeng, I understand. Let there be no more words. As long as you do not cast me aside in this life, I shall forever be your woman. However, I have a small request that you must promise me. You may speak. I shall certainly agree. I wish to care for my sister for a lifetime. Oh, I thought it was something of great consequence. You need not worry about this. I will gladly agree, and moreover, I shall assist you in caring for her. Leng Shaofeng interjected, cutting off Li Hongqiang's words. This was no burden at all, considering the obedient nature of the young girl. It was merely a matter of accommodating one more mouth to feed. To Leng Shaofeng, it was a trivial matter. At that moment, Li Hongwei turned around, presenting the freshly penned characters to Leng Shaofeng as if offering a prized possession. It was evident that she was deliberately imitating his handwriting, although it appeared somewhat awkward. Each stroke was executed with great sincerity. Compared to her previous attempts, there was a marked improvement. Leng Shaofeng shared his thoughts, while Li Hongqiang translated throughout. Upon hearing Leng Shaofeng's praise, the young girl beamed with joy, her cheeks flushed with shyness, utterly adorable. Very well, this shall be the conclusion for today. It is past 9 o'clock. I shall prepare foot water for you. Wash up and retire for the night. Li Hongqiang glanced at the clock on the wall, noting the late hour. It was time to sleep. It is imperative that I compose something today, as I must submit it to my esteemed uncle tomorrow. You may retire for the night. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng recalled that he had important matters to attend to. I shall keep you company. Let Xiaowei rest first. However, Leng Shaofeng, uncertain of how late he would need to write, insisted that they all go to sleep. Ultimately, Li Hongwei was the first to retire. Li Hongqiang chose to stay with Leng Shaofeng to assist him with his writing. Not daring to squander any more time, Leng Shaofeng retrieved a stack of stationery from his satchel. After a brief contemplation, he commenced drafting his plan for wealth accumulation. Had this been in his past life, it would have taken him no less than 3 or 4 hours to accomplish this task. Yet, this time, inspiration surged within him like a tide, and his pen danced with divine precision. In less than 2 hours, he astonishingly completed the plan. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was still not yet 11 o'clock. Throughout the process, Li Hongqiang remained unobtrusive, resting her chin on her hand, quietly observing him. Once Leng Shaofeng finished writing, she prepared warm water for him and gently washed his feet. Only then did they extinguish the light and retire for the night. The following morning, Li Hongqiang rose early. Having gone to bed somewhat late, Leng Shaofeng had not disturbed her excessively. He had merely roused her slightly before allowing her to enjoy a peaceful slumber. After preparing a pot of mutton soup, he called to awaken both his sister and his partner. Leng Shaofeng savored his first bowl of mutton soup that day, feeling quite content. Upon stepping outside, he did not head directly to work but instead turned sharply and hurried to the nearby public restroom. He had not relieved himself since the previous night, and after consuming a substantial bowl of mutton soup, he could no longer hold it. Unbeknownst to him, as he rounded the corner, he encountered a tall and radiant beauty emerging from a nearby alley. It was Su Jing. With a lively gait, she made her way toward the mutton soup restaurant. Before entering the restroom, Leng Shaofeng took a deep breath. Suddenly, he dashed inside. Without uttering a word, he swiftly unfastened his belt and began to relieve himself urgently. During this process, he not only held his breath, but also closed his eyes. This was precisely the reason for his fervent, deep breathing prior to entering. The anticipation of this moment of restraint. The release lasted a full 40 seconds. And though he felt a mounting discomfort, he persevered. Once he finished, he tidied himself up and rushed outside, taking deep breaths of fresh air. This episode of breath-holding had persisted for over a minute. Although Leng Shaofeng sensed he had not yet reached his limit, he was undeniably in a state of discomfort. Nevertheless, in comparison to the odor of the restroom, he would gladly endure for another minute. Currently, the residential quarters of the Yansi coal mine predominantly consist of bungalows, with only a few multi-story buildings. Most of these bungalows lack private restrooms. Thus, to address the basic physiological needs, the mine has constructed public restrooms approximately every 100 meters. These facilities are generally water-flushed. However, due to the high usage, the flushing mechanisms fail rather quickly, rendering them akin to dry latrines. As summer arrives, one can detect the pungent scent of ammonia from a distance. Upon entering the restroom, the odor can be so overwhelming that it leaves one feeling dizzy. Even a person suffering from severe rhinitis could find their sense of smell abruptly revived, allowing for a sudden clarity in nasal passages. Recently, Leng Shaofeng has adapted to various aspects of life, yet he remains particularly unaccustomed to the odors of public restrooms. Fortunately, he has developed commendable breath-holding skills. After escaping the clutches of the restroom's stench, he inhaled deeply, savoring a few breaths of relatively fresh air before leisurely making his way to the mine. It was time to commence his work. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Jing stepped into the mutton soup restaurant. "Madam, I would like 1 liang of lamb and a crispy oil cake." Upon entering, she spotted Li Hongqiang busily attending to the customers. Chapter 32. Passion. This woman, though clad in simplicity and her attire made of ordinary fabric, exudes an astonishing allure when it graces her form. Coupled with her figure, demeanor, and smile, she radiates a unique charm. Su Jing recognizes that this is the essence of femininity that draws men irresistibly. She feels acutely aware that she lacks this quality. More precisely, she may possess it in some measure, yet it pales in comparison to the woman before her. Moreover, this woman's skin glistens, akin to a flower nurtured to full bloom, vibrant and resplendent. "Ah, you have arrived. Please find a place to sit. I shall serve you," said Li Hongqiang, surprised by Su Jing's arrival so soon after Leng Shaofeng's departure. Could they have crossed paths on the way? "Well, I shall prepare the fire for my own," Su Jing replied. "All right then, take as much as you desire." The fire-roasted buns were delivered from a nearby shop, typically placed on a side table for patrons to help themselves. A small handful of lamb, just a couple of ounces, was taken, although Li Hongqiang seized a bit more. The lamb was chopped finely, and when paired with assorted lamb entrails, it was placed in a bowl, followed by a generous ladle of steaming, opaque lamb soup from a large iron pot. A sprinkle of finely chopped scallions and cilantro was added. At that moment, Li Hongwei approached, presenting the freshly prepared lamb soup to Su Jing. She then added condiments from the table to suit her palate. One could not deny the exquisite flavor of this establishment's lamb soup, and Su Jing soon found herself enchanted by its delectable taste. Having eaten her fill, she proceeded to settle the bill. "That will be 35 cents. You may pay 30, Li Hongqiang suggested, waving the small change. "Madam, you have given me more lamb than expected. It must be nearly 2 ounces. I shall pay accordingly, which is 60 cents. Please accept it," Su Jing responded calmly, retrieving the necessary amount. "Oh, no need for that much. It wasn't really extra, just a little gift for you," Li Hongqiang insisted, attempting to return the excess. "In that case, let it be 50 cents. If you refuse to accept it, I shan't return again," Su Jing countered, taking back a dime and pressing 50 cents into Li Hongqiang's hands. "Well, if you insist. You are always welcome back," Li Hongqiang smiled as she accepted the payment. Yet, after taking a few steps, Su Jing paused and turned back with a question. "Why do you always give me extra meat?" The sudden inquiry took Li Hongqiang by surprise, momentarily halting her thoughts. "Well, it's mostly because I find you beautiful. It pleases my heart," she replied. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Su Jing's cheeks. "You are the most beautiful woman at the Yansi coal mine," she remarked before hastily departing. Watching Su Jing leave, Li Hongqiang secretly exhaled in relief. For reasons unknown, She always felt a twinge of nervousness in Su Jing's presence. As Su Jing stepped outside, she cast one last glance at the lamb soup shop and let out a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng walked to work. "Captain, why aren't you riding your motorcycle today?" The curious gatekeeper inquired of Leng Shaofeng, wondering how one could utilize the public vehicle during non-working hours. Leng Shaofeng's reasoning was so compelling that the young gatekeeper was momentarily taken aback. Once Leng Shaofeng had distanced himself, the gatekeeper regained his composure, pondering whether the team leader's motorcycle might have broken down. Upon arriving at the grand conference room, Leng Shaofeng noticed that not all attendees were present. As he stepped inside, Yao Xingli approached him, sniffing around like a dog. In response, Leng Shaofeng delivered a swift kick to his rear. "Captain, what on earth is that smell? Did you not partake of the mutton soup? That seems unlikely." At that, Leng Shaofeng chuckled, having just exited the restroom where the lingering scent of ammonia still clung to him. "Alas, having just visited the restroom. It appears all the odors have been absorbed by you. You've struck it rich." He sighed theatrically. The others erupted into laughter upon hearing this. "Yao Xingli, do enlighten us about the scent wafting from Captain Long," one teased. "Old Yao, you're killing me. How can you linger on the smell from the restroom?" Just then, Li Jun and Liao Wenlong entered the conference room, prompting the morning meeting to commence as usual. Li Jun addressed two matters. The malfunctioning gate at the north entrance of the mine required repair, and the retrieval of 3 iron plates from Xingfu Road, which would soon see increased patrols. Once Li Jun concluded, the meeting dispersed. "Feng Chong, you and Yao Xingli take a team to patrol Xingfu Road. I will handle the gate repair coordination. The rest of you, continue your patrols and stand guard as usual," he instructed. Before departing, Leng Shaofeng added deliberately, "You may use that motorcycle during working hours. I shall refrain from riding it after hours. I will leave the keys in the office." Upon this declaration, the conference room erupted into a buzz of excitement. Leng Shaofeng, disinterested in further explanations, exited the room. He proceeded to the duty room at the mine entrance. Inspired by new ideas for yesterday's proposal, he decided to take the opportunity to revise it. The duty room was equipped with 2 long tables, one positioned at the external mine entrance for office use, and another against the side wall, designated for the gatekeeper's personal utensils. Upon arrival, Leng Shaofeng pulled up a chair and settled at the side table, unfurling the document he had penned the previous day to commence his revisions. After half an hour of diligent editing, he was satisfied and tucked the proposal away. He then began perusing the freshly delivered newspapers to pass the time. As the clock struck 8, Leng Shaofeng picked up the phone. "Hello, is this the equipment department? Please help me locate Leng Shaoyang." "Brother, it's me. The gate at the north entrance of the mine is malfunctioning. Could you arrange for repairs? It would be best if you could attend in person, as I have matters to discuss with you." "All right, I will wait for you at the north gate." After hanging up, Leng Shaofeng strolled leisurely toward the mine's north entrance, which was notably close to the abandoned factory. Upon arrival, he found that Leng Shaoyang had already arrived, accompanied by 2 members of the repair team. "Brother, is it possible to fix this gate?" Leng Shaofeng lit a cigarette, offering one to his brother, Leng Shaoyang. As long as the motor was functioning properly, the gate would pose no challenge. Leng Shaoyang possessed an intimate knowledge of the various equipment at the mine. The two were in no rush, enjoying their cigarettes and engaging in conversation. After a short while, 2 maintenance workers arrived to report. "Chief Leng, the hinge has broken. It needs to be taken back for welding." "Very well, take it back, repair it, and return to install it," he instructed, sending the workers on their way. Leng Shaoyang then inquired, "Xiaofeng, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it?" "Come, I shall take you there," responded Leng Shaofeng as he extinguished his cigarette. They made their way to the dilapidated factory. "Why have you brought me here?" Leng Shaoyang could not contain his curiosity upon seeing the disarray of the abandoned structure. "Brother, what if all of this belonged to me? What would happen?" With fervor in his eyes, Leng Shaofeng spread his arms wide and spun around. Chapter 33. Shaka, these items are quite numerous. If sold, they could fetch a substantial sum. Yet, what does this concern you? Cold Shaoyang scanned the surroundings, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Brother, these items will soon belong to me. Later, could you assist me in identifying which equipment can be repaired, which can be disassembled for parts, and which components can be assembled into new machines? Your role in this venture is paramount. Is this truly the case, or are you jesting?" Cold Shaoyang was taken aback. "Indeed, it is genuine. This matter has been confirmed. Director Liu has given the green light." Cold Shaoyang felt a surge of astonishment within, momentarily rendered speechless. His younger brother had delivered a profound mental shock. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that in the past few days, his brother seemed to have transformed into a different person, instilling within him a sense of unfamiliarity. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was indeed his brother. Shaking his head, Cold Xiaoyang dismissed the chaotic thoughts. These drilling machines are from the Bear Country, robust and resilient, with many motors still operational. Not to mention, simply dismantling the motors for sale could yield significant profit. And these are also imported goods. Just look at this rotating wheel and its interlocking precision. Cold Xiaoyang quickly became engrossed, speaking at length about the equipment as if it were his own. After a thorough inspection, he shared an extensive monologue. Cold Xiaofeng, however, struggled to comprehend much of it, as each field has its own expertise. His lack of understanding mattered little. After all, this brother was his own flesh and blood, and he could not escape him. Brother, in a few days, come help me with these devices. Rest assured, I shall compensate you for your labor, Cold Xiaofeng said with a smile. What are you saying? I cannot accept your money. Cold Xiaoyang retorted, eyes widening in surprise. Brother, this task cannot be undertaken by you alone. If you do not require payment, others certainly will. We cannot expect them to work for free. Cold Xiaofeng maintained his stance. It was essential for brothers to keep accounts clear, otherwise, chaos would ensue, potentially damaging their fraternal bond. Cold Xiaofeng had encountered this scenario in his previous life. You have a point. I'll forego my share, but others must be compensated. Cold Xiaoyang finally conceded. Let us discuss this matter further later. Today, I merely brought you here to familiarize you with the situation, so you are not caught unawares. Cold Xiaofeng decided against arguing further, confident in his ability to persuade Cold Xiaoyang. The brothers circled the expansive workshop before finally exiting. Cold Xiaoyang remained enveloped in a sense of astonishment. They returned to the northern gate of the mine. After waiting a while longer, the two maintenance workers returned. Observing their swift and efficient work, Cold Xiaofeng inquired about their capabilities. Brother, I noticed these two work quite adeptly. You will undoubtedly need hands for modifying the equipment. What do you think of them? Cold Xiaofeng softly asked. Well, if I were to choose, it would essentially be these two. The tall one is named Tianfeng, and the shorter one is Yang Junlin. They do not shirk their duties and possess strong skills. Cold Xiaofeng nodded, falling silent. Under the adept manipulation of the two masters, the gate resumed its operation smoothly. Cold Xiaoyang led the two back, while Cold Xiaofeng meandered towards the northern gate. The Yansi coal mine boasts 3 grand entrances. The southern gate connects to the residential area, but is seldom opened, only allowing a small door to swing ajar during peak commuting hours. The security department strictly regulates this entrance, permitting no vehicles. Individuals must present their work identification to enter. The eastern gate serves as the true main entrance of the mine, bustling with activity throughout the day. Additionally, there exists a northern gate, which is equipped with tracks for small coal transport carts. These carts, linked together and drawn by steel cables, transport various production materials. The northern gate also accommodates large freight vehicles. Each of these 3 gates is manned by security personnel stationed at guard posts. Beyond the northern gate lies a river, spanned by an unnamed bridge that locals refer to as the Beilu Bridge, with the river itself known as Beilu River. Although modest in size and prone to drying up in winter, every summer, Cold Xiaofeng and his friends venture to this river to catch fish and crabs. This river effectively separates the Yansi coal mine from the rural expanse to the north. Across the river stretches a vast expanse of untamed land, overgrown with weeds and strewn with stones. This land, still belonging to the Yansi coal mine, remains uncultivated. Further north, agricultural fields are interspersed with 2 rows of towering poplar trees. In Cold Xiaofeng's recollection, this area eventually transformed into a livestock farm, initially raising pigs and cattle, but it later succumbed to economic decline and closed down. Currently, Cold Xiaofeng's attention is drawn to this locale, whether it be for a resource recovery station or a brick factory. It requires a substantial area, and this location is indeed ideal, particularly since the land is owned by the mine rather than the surrounding villages. For Cold Xiaofeng, this represents a significant advantage, as his connections are firmly established within the mine. Although many from the nearby villages are familiar with him, they are often individuals whom he has previously dealt with over conflicts. Thus, Cold Xiaofeng is reluctant to seek land in the village unless absolutely necessary. As he walked along the riverbank, his plans crystallized further in his mind. Eventually, Cold Xiaofeng turned back, retracing his steps. This time, he proceeded directly to his uncle Cold Guangping's office with his documents in hand. He knocked on the door, and a deep voice from within beckoned, "Come in." Upon entering, he found Cold Guangping seated at his desk, sipping tea. "You've arrived. Please take a seat. I've been expecting you," Cold Guangping said with a smile, gesturing to the chair opposite him. "Thank you for your attention, uncle. This is the business proposal I prepared. Please take a look." Cold Shaofeng wasted no time, presenting the tangible contents. Cold Guangping accepted the documents, donned his spectacles, and began to read intently. His expression transformed from initial calmness to astonishment, culminating in a puzzled gaze as he closed the file and looked at Cold Shaofeng. "Xiaofeng, did you write this?" "Indeed. The matter regarding the rented land was something I had just added this morning. Hee, rather than letting that plot of land remain overgrown. It is far better to lease it to me." Leng Shaofeng appeared utterly relaxed. "This, I shall refrain from commenting on the content. Is this handwriting truly yours?" Leng Guangping, possessing a wealth of experience, immediately discerned the irregularity. It later became evident that not only was the content suspect, but even the handwriting exceeded expectations. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng's heart skipped a beat. He had overlooked this detail and had not anticipated revealing a flaw here. Chapter 34. A priceless treasure nevertheless. This is not a matter of great consequence. Indeed, my dear uncle, do you not find my handwriting quite commendable? Does it not bear a semblance of your own elegance? In the eyes of Leng Shaofeng, his uncle Leng Guangping's calligraphy is truly exquisite. From a young age, Leng Shaofeng took particular pride in the character Leng, primarily because he had observed his uncle's signature. Subsequently, as he endeavored to write the character Leng, he intentionally emulated his uncle's style. Even when practicing calligraphy, traces of his uncle's artistry lingered in his strokes. You must admit, there is indeed a hint of that essence, albeit it appears more graceful than my own. Leng Guangping reopened the document, scrutinizing the characters with admiration, nodding in approval. Then, he turned his gaze toward Leng Shaofeng and inquired, "When did you begin practicing your calligraphy?" "Last year," replied Leng Shaofeng. "After being expelled from home by Director Su, I was rather disheartened, you see. Thus, I immersed myself in the art of calligraphy to pass the time and cultivate my spirit, gradually emerging from the shadows." Leng Guangping could not help but muse silently. Wasn't it rather that you were entangled with that young widow during that time? However, as a senior, he felt it inappropriate to voice such thoughts. Perhaps it was a case of simultaneously wooing the young widow while honing his calligraphy skills. Quite plausible indeed. "My dear uncle, I specifically referenced your handwriting while practicing. Your elegant strokes make it particularly effortless for me." Leng Shaofeng offered a compliment with sincerity. Leng Guangping's face brightened with glee. Indeed. Your calligraphy surpasses the master. Splendidly done. Uncle, do not merely admire the script, consider the content as well. I did not come to merely showcase the form." Leng Shaofeng's expression was one of feigned melancholy. "The content is commendable as well," Leng Guangping responded enthusiastically. "It is highly practical, clearly structured, and comprehensive. There is no need for any amendments. You may present it directly to Director L." Leng Shaofeng thought to himself, "Certainly. Although my initial education was from a technical school, I later pursued an MBA in business administration and obtained my diploma. Uncle, do you require my company when you visit Director L? That is unnecessary. You are of the younger generation, and since you met him yesterday, I shall go alone." With that, Leng Guangping rose and made his way outside. "Very well, uncle. While you visit Director L, I shall seek out Director Su." Leng Shaofeng also stood, following suit. "You're visiting old Su? What is the matter?" Leng Guangping halted in confusion. "It concerns the toy truck," Leng Shaofeng said, retrieving the miniature vehicle from his satchel and gesturing with it. "Ah, you rascal, you've suddenly conjured up so many matters. It leaves me quite bewildered. Very well, go ahead and speak to old Su, mentioning that I sent you. Also, before the end of the afternoon, do drop by my office. By then, the necessary procedures should be completed." With a final directive, Leng Guangping proceeded to Director L's office. Both L Guangming S and Su Changha S offices were located on the same floor, merely a few steps apart. By the time Leng Guangping entered L Guangming S office, Leng Shaofeng had already knocked on the door of Su Changha S office. Upon hearing a response from within, Leng Shaofeng pushed open the door and entered. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, it was his first time stepping into Su Changha's office. The layout of this office mirrored that of Leng Guangping's, albeit with the addition of 2 potted flowers on the windowsill, their vibrant red petals in full bloom. Su Changha sat at his desk, holding a document. Upon noticing Leng Shaofeng's entrance, a look of surprise washed over him. Director Su, I am here to report on my work, Leng Shaofeng began, further astonishing Su Changha. The demeanor, tone, and content of Leng Shaofeng resembled that of a seasoned bureaucrat with years of experience in the political arena. Well, Shaofeng, the affairs of the security department are not under my purview. For any issues, you should consult your department head or, if necessary, seek out Chief Engineer Leng or Director Liu, Su Changha responded, uncertain of Leng Shaofeng's intentions and promptly declining. The matter I wish to report does indeed concern you. Director Su, my uncle instructed me to seek you out, stating that it is imperative for you to intervene. Leng Shaofeng invoked the authority of his elder, adding a flattering remark. Very well, then. If Chief Engineer Leng has said so, I am all ears. Su Changha leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze fixed on Leng Shaofeng. Director Su, this matter is indeed relevant to you, as you oversee sales, correct? My issue pertains to our coal mine sales volume. Leng Shaofeng sought to establish a connection. Indeed, I am responsible for production and sales. Please continue, Su Changha responded, his interest piqued by Leng Shaofeng's earnestness. Director Su, the condition of Happiness Road to the north is quite deplorable, necessitating frequent repairs. Throughout the years, our coal transport trucks have lost untold amounts of coal along that route, which equates to a significant loss for our mine. Just the other day, I visited and filled 3 large potholes. While observing the passing transport vehicles, I pondered how we might reduce coal spillage. Fortunately, I devised a solution. After laying the groundwork, Leng Shaofeng produced a toy truck from his bag. What is this? It's well crafted, but it appears to be merely a child's toy, Su Changha remarked as he examined the toy truck, his expression slowly darkening. He could not help but wonder if this young man from the Leng family had lost his senses, attempting to amuse him with the toy. Noticing Su Changha's expression, Leng Shaofeng realized his intentions had been misconstrued and decided to clarify. He took the toy truck back and slid his hand over the cab several times. At first, Su Changha did not discern any significance, but gradually, he began to grasp the concept, his eyes widening in realization. What is this? He stammered in astonishment. Director Su, this is a simple invention I devised. However, if we were to equip our coal transport trucks with such a device, imagine how much less coal we could spill in a year. Su Changha gazed at the small truck before him, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. He scarcely paid heed to Leng Shaofeng's words. Gradually, his countenance grew animated, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. At that moment, the inconspicuous toy truck transformed into a priceless treasure in his heart. He gingerly cradled the toy, while his other hand delicately maneuvered the movable canopy. Leng Shaofeng remained silent, standing quietly to the side, captivated by the expressions flitting across Su Changha's face. He found it utterly enthralling, even more so than a cinematic spectacle. Of course, nothing could rival the beauty of his daughter. Speaking of which, it had been 2 days since he last saw Su Jing, and he missed her dearly. Surely, her wounds must have begun to heal by now. Moreover, she was currently in a safe period. This presented a rare opportunity, one that could lead to a direct. Furthermore, both Su Changha and Lu Lijuan worked the day shift. In the afternoon, after finishing work at 2, could he perhaps sneak home? Leng Shaofeng's mind began to wander, filled with fanciful thoughts. Chapter 35. Collaboration. Just as Leng Shaofeng had settled on names for his and Su Jing's 3rd child, he heard the voice of Su Changha nearby. Shaofeng, your invention, while seemingly simple, possesses remarkable practicality. It can not only be utilized in our coal mines transport vehicles, but could also be applied to coal transport vehicles nationwide. Moreover, it is equally essential for other types of transport vehicles. Truly, it is an excellent innovation with extensive applications and limitless prospects. Look at Su's keen insight. He grasped its significance without Leng Shaofeng needing to elaborate further, articulating his thoughts with clarity and conviction. Indeed, Director Su, your insights are profound. Hearing your words makes my humble creation seem far more impressive than I initially perceived. Your wisdom surpasses that of my uncle and even Director L. Your vision is both lofty and far-reaching. I must learn from you and keep you updated on my work in the future. Leng Shaofeng's flattery flowed generously, eliciting smiles from Su Changha, who waved his hands in modesty. Please, do not exaggerate. I am no match for Chief Engineer Leng. And how could I compare to Director L? Truly, Director Su, my uncle does not see the broader picture. He merely believes that promoting this innovation could save our coal mine considerable expenses. So, he sent me to report to you. I apologize, dear uncle. For the sake of my nephew's happiness, I ask for your understanding. Leng Shaofeng expressed heartfelt apologies to Leng Guangping in his mind. Oh, but one cannot compare in such a manner. Chief Engineer Leng is a technical expert, while I am more focused on business. Our perspectives simply differ. Xiaofeng, your ability to conceive this invention is commendable, and it is rare to find someone so dedicated to the welfare of our coal mine. By the way, does your invention have a name? Su Changhe, now in high spirits, regarded Leng Shaofeng with newfound favor. It is merely a canopy. Does it truly require a name? Leng Shaofeng feigned ignorance. Since it is an invention, it undoubtedly merits a designation. I must admit, I have not contemplated one. Director Su, given your extensive experience, might I trouble you to name it? Leng Shaofeng scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed, as if he were imposing upon the other man. Let us keep it simple. We shall call it a folding canopy. What do you think? Su Changhe pondered briefly before arriving at a conclusion. This name is straightforward, memorable, and rolls off the tongue easily. Excellent. No wonder you are Director Su. Your caliber is something I aspire to emulate throughout my life. Leng Shaofeng found the suggestion agreeable and continued to shower Su Changhe with compliments. Do you have any additional thoughts? Su Changhe glanced at Leng Shaofeng, hesitating momentarily. Originally, he had none, but after hearing your words, it has become a true invention. Since it qualifies as such, might we consider applying for a patent? We do not seek to profit from the state, but this creation is the fruit of our labor. As the saying goes, a person leaves a name. Just as a wild goose leaves a call, we ought to ensure that the world knows who invented it, right? Leng Shaofeng cautiously suggested, intentionally referring to us as we. Yet, regrettably, Su Changhe remained oblivious. Perhaps he noticed, but chose to remain silent. Are you familiar with patents? Su Changhe appeared somewhat taken aback. Director Su, do not underestimate me. Although I did not attend university, I have diligently pursued knowledge through reading. Moreover, many of the devices we utilize underground. As my uncle has informed me, are patented products, which were quite expensive at the time of purchase, and we have been paying patent fees. Uncle, I sincerely apologize. For the sake of my nephew's happiness, would you mind shouldering an additional burden? Leng Shaofeng once again used his uncle, Leng Guangping, as a shield. That explains it. Chief Engineer Leng is indeed quite insightful. The patent you mentioned is indeed feasible, which is why I inquired about the name. Additionally, patent fees could yield considerable financial returns. However, my concern lies elsewhere. There are matters I find difficult to articulate. Su Changhe's face revealed his inner conflict. Director Su, if there is something you find hard to express, please feel free to share. I am still young and require the guidance of esteemed elders like you when I encounter oversights. Leng Shaofeng hastily encouraged him. Please do not hold back. I am eagerly awaiting your words. Shaofeng, it is thus. While this invention may be simple, its impact is significant. The benefits I speak of pertain not solely to the patent and its prospects, which could save our Yansi coal mine considerable resources. These are secondary concerns. How should I put it? Su Changhe stood and began pacing. Leng Shaofeng refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting his response. To put it plainly, this invention in your hands merely entails its implementation within our coal mine, resulting in some commendations and rewards for you. However, if it were to be in my possession, it could transcend the confines of Yansi coal mine, potentially achieving national recognition and applicability across various industries. Such a claim would be monumental. This is not merely recognition. For me, it represents a form of political capital. With it, I could potentially lessen my struggles by 3 to 5 years, or even a decade. With that, Su Changhe exhaled deeply. I understand now, Director Su. Therefore, I would like to declare that from this day forward, this invention is no longer associated with me. It is yours. Leng Shaofeng immediately rose, resolute in his declaration. Shaofeng, you truly are a remarkable young man. I do not intend to usurp your invention. Rather, it would be more convenient for me to have my name attached during its promotion. Thus, Shaofeng, I shall shamelessly take a small advantage. Considering it a joint invention of ours, I will handle the patent application and cover the associated costs. Furthermore, I will not claim any future patent fees. And should any matters arise at the mine, you may approach me. However, I shall retain the political capital for my own use, as it would be of great benefit to me. What do you think, Shaofeng? Director Su felt a mix of apprehension and fortune. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. I find it rather agreeable. It requires no concern on my part while yielding benefits, even the prospect of profit. In light of this, Director Su, I sense that I have inadvertently gained an advantage at your expense. Cold Shaofeng interjected, his expression tinged with guilt. There is no question of taking advantage. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Your invention is of paramount importance, and my role is simply to advocate for it. Director Su waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Cold Shaofeng and said, Shaofeng, allow me to handle this matter. However, I would like to borrow your toy truck. Its craftsmanship is remarkably lifelike. Making the demonstration unmistakably clear, Cold Shaofeng promptly responded, no trouble at all, Director Su. This little truck is a gift for you. Feel free to use it as you wish. With a smile, Su Changhe replied, excellent, Shaofeng. I will expedite this matter, so await my news. Chapter 36. Everything is going smoothly, Director Su. I just recalled something. Typically, we pay patent fees to foreigners. In the future, if our invention comes to fruition, wouldn't it be splendid if we could charge the foreigners instead? Isn't that the logic? Cold Shaofeng felt that his inquiry was insufficient and posed the question again, intentionally steering the conversation. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. It is quite simple. We can apply for a patent abroad. Thus, should they wish to utilize it in the future, they would be obliged to pay us, responded Su Changhe, invigorated by the prospect. Shaofeng, your idea is commendable. Perhaps it could even generate foreign currency, which is indeed valuable. He added, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. You make a compelling point, Su Changhe exclaimed, slapping his thigh as his thoughts flowed freely. He began to pace the room. Shaofeng contemplated for a moment, concluding that his involvement was no longer necessary. Director Su, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall take my leave now. Please carry on with your work. Cold Shaofeng announced, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Shaofeng, Su Changhe interjected. There is something I must address. My uncle handled last year's incident quite poorly. He should not have disregarded your and Chief Engineer Leng's dignity. As Cold Shaofeng turned to exit, Su Changhe called out to him. Uncle, that matter is in the past, and I have long since moved on. Currently, Su Jing and I are merely ordinary classmates. Regardless of whom she may marry in the future, I will sincerely wish her happiness. To be frank, Uncle, although I cannot be with Su Jing, finding a suitable partner for myself is not a concern, he chuckled lightly. Cold Shaofeng had indeed moved on, not out of resignation regarding Su Jing, but rather due to his expanded perspective. What once seemed monumental now appeared trivial. As the saying goes, the vast sea accommodates all rivers. True greatness lies in inclusivity. Yet, one must still employ strategies. First, one must lull the opponent, then await the opportune moment, ultimately delivering the decisive blow that alters the course of fate. That is well, indeed. Su Jing has few friends. It is essential for her to engage in normal social interactions. This way, I too can find closure. Very well, Shaofeng, return home and await my news, Su Changhe said. Observing Cold Shaofeng's demeanor, which clearly indicated he had relinquished his previous concerns, a sense of relief washed over him, as if a heavy burden had lifted. All right, uncle. Farewell. Cold Shaofeng offered a polite smile as he exited Su Changhe's office, ensuring the door was closed behind him. As he turned to leave, a smile graced his face. He leaped joyously, raising a fist in the air, creating a gust of wind. Landing gracefully, he strode away with purpose. All plans were unfolding seamlessly. At that moment, Cold Shaofeng brimmed with ambition and lofty aspirations. Once Cold Shaofeng had departed, Su Changhe gazed thoughtfully at the toy truck resting on his desk. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, his expression resolute. He approached his desk and picked up the phone. With a whirl, he dialed a long string of numbers. Hello, is this the Ministry of Energy? Please connect me to Su Changshan. After a brief wait, the call was answered. Hello, this is Su Changshan. Who am I speaking with? On the phone, a middle-aged man's voice resonated. Brother, it's Changhe. Little third, why are you calling? What's the matter? How is father's health? Still the same, dragging on. The old man spends most of his days in a stupor. The voice from the other end, Su Changshan, was laden with weariness. Sigh. Su Changhe exhaled, clenched his fist, then relaxed it. You must have something to discuss. Speak. Su Changshan's tone grew resolute, his mood shifting rapidly. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I have some new developments to share with you, brother. I wish to make a move. The Yansi coal mine is too small. Little third, remain steady, do not rush. Our resources are limited. Let it settle for now. I will find a way in a couple of years. The voice on the other end conveyed a sense of fatigue. I understand, brother. I have some promising new information that I believe we can leverage, requiring minimal effort from you. Oh, do elaborate. Brother, it is like this. Subsequently, Su Changhe picked up a toy truck from the table and began his explanation. After a considerable duration, a voice emerged from the other end. I think I comprehend what you're referring to now. Although it lacks clarity, I have grasped the basics. In that case, please send me a sample of that small vehicle. However, we can proceed with the patent application beforehand, as this does not conflict. After all, this is a positive development, regardless of its success. A patent application can be filed. Regarding the patent, please consult your second brother, as he is more aligned with this matter. Understood, brother. Shall I hang up now? How is Xiao Jing? She is well, but can't her situation change? Little third, sigh. Do you have any alternative solutions? Brother, there is nothing else. I shall hang up now. All right, take good care of Xiao Jing. Su Changhe ended the call, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Afterward, he dialed another long string of numbers. Upon exiting the mine manager's office building, the sun shone brightly outside. Leng Shaofeng glanced at the time. It was still before 10 a.m. He felt a pang of frustration, pondering where to indulge in leisure, or rather, work. After a moment's reflection and sensing the latent energy within him, Leng Shaofeng promptly made up his mind. It was time to engage in some physical activity, and naturally, he would head to the activity room. For the past few days, he had been caught up in a whirlwind of distractions, whether it was concerning women, work, or making money. He had neglected to stretch his limbs, which was unacceptable. With such commendable physical prowess, it needed to be maintained. The security department had its dedicated activity room, which could also be termed a gym. After all, as a department associated with physicality, it was imperative for the personnel to maintain their fitness. Hence, members of the security department could utilize the facility whenever they had free time. Regrettably, in these times, few individuals took the initiative to exercise. Thus, the activity room often lay empty. In the past, it had been Leng Shaofeng's favorite haunt, a place he frequented most, relishing the sensation of perspiring profusely. After breaking a sweat and throwing a few punches, the exhilaration was unparalleled. Leng Shaofeng entered the activity room, only to find it devoid of any presence, just as he had anticipated. This room was characterized by its sheer magnitude, having been transformed from a former storage facility. A lap around the spacious area, which spans over 1,000 square meters, would measure approximately 200 meters. The floor was remarkably level, made of concrete. However, the available equipment was rather limited and rudimentary. 2 sets of high and low bars, 2 sets of parallel bars, 1 table for table tennis, 1 badminton court, and 2 punching bags. Additionally, there were several sets of barbells and dumbbells of varying specifications. Along one wall, a basketball hoop was affixed, allowing for half-court play and shooting practice. The ceiling was adorned with 8 200-watt light bulbs and 8 large ceiling fans, yet other advanced apparatuses were conspicuously absent. Chapter 37. Fitness. Upon entering, Leng Shaofeng first opened the windows on both sides to create a cross breeze. He then activated the 8 fans, which whirred energetically. Only after this did he commence his warm-up, jogging 4 laps around the factory. As his body gradually warmed up, he removed his shirt, exposing his bare torso, and continued his workout. He began with the pull-up bar, followed by the parallel bars. While there was little to discuss regarding the pull-ups, his performance on the parallel bars was nothing short of impressive, exuding an aura of dominance that was visually pleasing. His movements featured a significant swing, with his body nearly parallel to the ground on both ends. He recalled his previous record of 120 repetitions. However, this time, he effortlessly achieved 200. Even so, he had not yet reached his limit, and he suspected that, should he choose, he could continue indefinitely. After completing over 100 additional reps, he decided to stop. The parallel bars posed no challenge for him, confirming a noticeable enhancement in his physical condition. This was a personal realization, one he had no intention of boasting about to others. Of course, his woman would undoubtedly sense this change, a fact that was unavoidable. Perhaps one day, his adversaries would also perceive this shift, but that would merely be their misfortune. After a brief session with the dumbbells, where he easily lifted 200 repetitions, he moved on to the main event of the day, striking the sandbags. These 2 bags hung 3 meters apart from the main beam, suspended by iron chains. With each punch, the chains vibrated and the bags swayed. Leng Shaofeng remembered that in the past, he could make the bags move, albeit slightly. this time was different. His punches sent the bags swinging at an angle of at least 20 degrees. Each bag was filled with iron sand, weighing at least 300 pounds. He found it hard to fathom the force behind his punches now. He refrained from exerting greater strength, fearing he might tear the bags apart. This level of power was sufficient for his training. For half an hour, he threw punches and kicks relentlessly, drenched in sweat before finally letting out a roar as he withdrew his fists. At that moment, he wore only a pair of boxer shorts, which were thoroughly soaked. He reminisced fondly about air-conditioned gyms, envisioning a future where he could afford a private fitness studio. Feeling that he had reached a satisfying point, he began his boxing routine. Leng Shaofeng was proficient in two styles of boxing, the Da Hong Quan, a martial art from his village, and the praying mantis fist, taught to him by a master from a martial arts school in Jiaodong, who specialized in this technique. The praying mantis fist was particularly devastating, and with his innate talent coupled with a solid foundation in the art, it became his greatest asset in combat. This style mimicked the forelimbs of the mantis, a top predator in nature, whose prowess derives largely from its foldable forelimbs. In his youth, he endured considerable hardship to master the praying mantis fist, focusing primarily on training his forearms in conjunction with the techniques. Martial arts encompass various techniques such as smashing, bouncing, chopping, lifting, leaping, and hooking. These must be harmoniously integrated with body movements, footwork, and leg techniques, alongside numerous methods of exerting force, which are not to be divulged to outsiders. Leng Shaofeng assumed a stance, his mind sinking into his dantian, twisting his waist and settling his hips, balancing in tension and form as he executed two sequences of praying mantis fist. Upon completing the sequences, he felt invigorated and thoroughly at ease. As he retracted his fists, he sensed a surge of energy coursing through his body, every sinew resonating in unison, accompanied by the faint echoes of tiger and leopard thunder. He realized that his martial prowess had ascended to a new realm, a level he had not attained even after a lifetime of arduous training in his previous existence. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying. Noticing the time, he hurriedly donned his clothes and made his way to the bathhouse. The damp fabric clung uncomfortably to his skin. He strode purposefully, soon arriving at the bathhouse. After enjoying a refreshing shower and washing his underwear, he wrung them out before putting them back on, dismissing any concerns as it was the height of summer and would dry quickly. By the time he finished bathing, it was already past noon and mealtime approached. Leng Shaofeng retrieved a meal container from the duty room and proceeded to the cafeteria. During lunch, he encountered Yao Shengli and Feng Chong, inquiring about their morning activities, only to discover they had nothing to report. No news was good news. After finishing his meal, Leng Shaofeng headed to the conference room and reclined on a bench for a brief nap. When he awoke, it was nearly 2 o'clock, and the afternoon shift had already arrived. Yang Guozhan noticed Leng Shaofeng, and they exchanged a few words before Yang remained to guard the conference room, reading the newspaper and sipping tea, while Leng Shaofeng effectively ended his workday. Exiting through the east gate, Leng Shaofeng strolled along the perimeter wall towards the mine's exterior. Upon reaching the first building, he paused, surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was paying him any heed. He then turned and entered the building's corridor, quickly ascending to the third floor in a few swift strides. Stopping at the west unit on the third floor, he pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for any sounds. Hearing nothing, he exhaled a long breath of relief, then gently knocked on the door. Soon, a melodious voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" Without responding, Leng Shaofeng continued to knock. At that moment, the door creaked open slightly, secured by a chain, allowing only a narrow glimpse. Stepping back, he revealed a dazzling smile. "Ah, Shaofeng, what brings you here?" Su Jing exclaimed with delight, welcoming him inside. "Is your family home?" he asked softly. "No, my parents are at work. They won't be back until 6, Su Jing replied, her eyes crinkling with joy. Leng Shaofeng's heart soared at her words as he enveloped Su Jing in an embrace. "My love, I missed you," he declared, leaning in for a kiss. "Shaofeng, I missed you too," Su Jing responded, wrapping her arms around his waist, her heart racing. Yet, her head darted side to side, reluctant to yield easily. Overwhelmed by Leng Shaofeng's fervor, she felt a tinge of bashfulness. After all, her experience in this regard was woefully scant. Leng Shaofeng randomly pressed a few kisses onto her pristine neck, gradually calming himself. The two basked in each other's embrace. "My dear, where do you miss me?" he inquired playfully, nibbling on Su Jing's ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. "You pest. I won't tell you," she retorted, playfully hitting his chest with her small fists, a gesture that felt lighter than a tickle to Leng Shaofeng. "Well then, would you like to know where I miss you?" As he spoke, he shifted his body slightly, and Su Jing immediately sensed a change, her entire being softening. Come here. Let me hold you, and see if you've lost weight." Leng Shaofeng concocted a clumsy excuse, lifting Su Jing effortlessly and carrying her straight into her room. With a resounding bang, the door closed. Soon, the sounds of a card game echoed within the room. Chapter 38. Inheritance. The two were engrossed in a game of do di zhu. Leng Shaofeng took on the role of the landlord, mercilessly suppressing Su Jing, who became the pitiable peasant. When it was Su Jing's turn to be the landlord, she encountered the rebellious peasant, Leng Shaofeng, who once again ruthlessly subdued the unfortunate landlord. They played with great enthusiasm until, after 2 hours, Su Jing was utterly exhausted. "Shaofeng, I can't play anymore. I'm completely worn out. Do di zhu is too exhausting." Su Jing, having been oppressed for 2 hours, felt quite intimidated. "How about we play something else next time?" Leng Shaofeng encouraged her gently. "What else is there to play?" Su Jing, feeling like a blank slate, had nothing to contribute and thus sought guidance. "Let us tell stories. Next time, I'll narrate the tale of Guanyin and the lotus. How does that sound?" "All right, that sounds delightful. I look forward to hearing it next time." After a lengthy session of card games, the heat became unbearable, and they both sweated profusely. Su Jing decided to take a shower and returned with a basin of water. "Why didn't you just shower in the bathroom? Why go through the trouble of bringing water in?" Su Jing inquired curiously, feeling it was rather redundant. "Think about it. If I went to the bathroom to shower and your parents suddenly returned, what if I got trapped in there?" Leng Shaofeng reasoned. That would be quite dreadful." Su Jing couldn't bear to imagine such an embarrassing scene, then asked, "But why is it okay to wash with the water you brought in? Look, if you open the window, there's a narrow path below, and there's a row of storage rooms over there. Jumping down from the 3rd floor, whether I land directly on the ground or into one of those storage rooms, would be a piece of cake for me. So, even if your parents return unexpectedly, I wouldn't be afraid. Do you understand?" As Leng Shaofeng explained while pointing outside through the glass, Su Jing was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly realized how thoughtful and experienced he was. "Experienced? Shaofeng, where did you learn this? Have you gained experience in sneaking around?" Su Jing, now catching on, playfully pinched her waist and twirled around. Leng Shaofeng immediately let out a cry akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. "Darling, it hurts. Stop. I have no experience. I'm just working tirelessly for you, dedicating myself wholly." With a fervent desire to survive, Leng Shaofeng eloquently expressed himself. The act of jumping out of windows was something he had encountered in a past life. At that time, they were deeply engrossed in conversation in Su Jing's room when Lu Lijuan unexpectedly returned early. "Goodness, it nearly scared me to death," he recalled, having to escape through the window, fortunately with no harm done. However, he could not speak of this openly. "Humph, Leng Shaofeng, you better behave. If I catch you in a lie, you'll have a hard time." Su Jing finally released her grip, raising her small fist in a mock threat. That cannot be allowed. Darling, can you let me off the hook just a little? Look at me. I'm still suffering." Leng Shaofeng chuckled mischievously. "Oh, why are you still? No, you naughty rascal. This is unbearable." Su Jing turned her body away, unable to look any longer. "Well then, my dear wife, could you assist me in washing my body? It is quite inconvenient for me to do it myself." No, one must handle their own matters." Su Jing dared not turn around. "You cannot do this, you cannot do that. I am quite upset now," Cold Shaofeng huffed, displaying an irritable demeanor. "Then, I suppose I shall help you a little." Su Jing, feeling guilty, weighed the situation and opted for a lesser compromise. That works," Cold Shaofeng exclaimed, his expression brightening immediately. With considerable effort, Su Jing finally helped Cold Shaofeng dry off. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, making her look exceedingly adorable. "Oh dear, it's past 5. You must hurry." Su Jing glanced at the time, her face turning pale with alarm. "All right, I just happened to have something to attend to at the mine." Cold Shaofeng, not wishing to delay further, quickly dressed, leaned by the door to listen. Finding the hallway empty, he swung the door open and dashed downstairs. He then headed straight to the mine to find his uncle, Cold Guangping. Rushing just in time, he arrived at Cold Guangping's office before 6. Cold Guangping was tidying up his belongings, preparing to leave for home. Upon seeing Cold Shaofeng enter, he remarked, "You child, Your heart is quite bold. I asked you to come before the end of your shift, and you arrived just at the last moment. Are you not a bit anxious? Cold Guamping shook his head in disbelief. What's the rush? This is just the beginning. Uncle, do I not trust you? With your assistance, success is assured. Cold Shaofeng grinned as he approached. Look here, I've nearly accomplished all these tasks for you today. Cold Guamping handed him a stack of documents. Cold Shaofeng solemnly accepted them and began to peruse the contents. The documents included opinions on activating fixed assets and increasing employment at the Yansi coal mine, several opinions on establishing a pilot project for the material recovery station at Yansi coal mine, the transfer contract for the autonomous subcontracting management rights of the material recovery station, as well as management opinions on the temporary leasing of idle factories at Yansi coal mine and the transfer contract for the autonomous subcontracting management rights of the idle factories. A plethora of weighty documents and contracts lay before him. Cold Guamping pointed to several transfer contracts and stated, "These documents require your signature. Please sign all 3 copies quickly and take your share." I have been busy drafting and reviewing these documents all day. Cold Guamping, exhausted, sat in his chair, supporting his back. It had indeed been a hectic day, as completing the process from drafting to review and signing was no small feat. Cold Shaofeng promptly set the documents down and poured a glass of water from the nearby table, respectfully presenting it to his uncle. With heartfelt sincerity, Cold Shaofeng remarked, "Uncle, we are family. There is no need for formalities. I am deeply grateful for your kindness and support." Leng Guangping joyfully accepted the cup of water and took a sip. "Shaofeng, your career is on the verge of flourishing, and it brings great joy to my heart. You are destined to be the leader of the next generation of the Leng family. I am nearing the twilight of my years and will soon retire, unable to look after you for much longer. In the days ahead, I entrust you to take care of your elder siblings." The weight of Leng Guanping's words was profound, yet they carried a sense of relief. This is the essence of familial legacy, the continuation of life, and the transfer of duty. He had borne this heavy responsibility for many years, and today, he could finally pass it on to the next generation. In Leng Shaofeng, he saw a beacon of future hope, and his heart was filled with emotions, yet he felt immensely gratified. "Rest assured, my elder, as a member of the Leng family, it is my duty." Leng Shaofeng's words were resolute and unwavering. "Yes, I trust you. Please, sign here." Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng picked up the documents and began to read. Chapter 39. Signature. He was undoubtedly aware that his uncle would not deceive him. However, he felt compelled to scrutinize the documents, an ingrained habit from his past life. Leng Shaofeng's reading speed was remarkably swift, akin to skimming through 10 lines at once. Though the files were numerous, the core content remained consistent, allowing him to read expeditiously. Upon completion, a singular sentiment resonated within him: an uncle is indeed an uncle. The several official documents issued from the mines served to formally establish the project, clearly indicating that, as a pilot initiative, financial matters were not mentioned at all. Once the project was initiated and the operational rights transferred, it would fall into his hands. His only obligation was to secure 10 employment positions for the mine, to be fulfilled within 2 years. Consequently, all the obsolete materials from the Yansi coal mine would be registered under the material recovery station, thus under Leng Shaofeng's purview. The bulk of these discarded materials lay in the dilapidated factory premises, comprised chiefly of scrap metal and copper. Additionally, there stood the towering slag heap, which represented another significant asset. In truth, the scope was far more extensive. Broadly speaking, any refuse generated by the mine, be it a sheet of paper, a piece of scrap wood, or a chunk of iron, fell within the responsibilities of the material recovery station. Furthermore, the old factory was rented to the station at no cost, a reasonable arrangement since the site was originally intended for storing waste materials. This concession was simply a matter of goodwill, considering the space served no other purpose. Moreover, the riverbank outside the northern gate of the mine was also allocated to Leng Shaofeng for use as the office of the material recovery station and future sites for a coal washing facility and brick factory. The documents stipulated a trial period for the lease, with a contract duration of 50 years. The first 5 years would be entirely free, after which both parties could negotiate terms based on actual circumstances. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng had no objections. The coal mine was unlikely to last another 50 years. At most, perhaps another 40 before it was largely depleted, leaving only a few corners where coal could still be extracted. Subsequently, the Yansi coal mine had opened new coal fields, albeit located in the remote expanse of the northwest Gobi Desert. While the initial 5 years were described as free, it was anticipated that by then, it would become a standard arrangement. Furthermore, well before 5 years elapsed, the primary materials would have been efficiently managed by Leng Shaofeng. After reviewing the documents, Leng Shaofeng picked up a pen and began to sign. As the steel nib descended once more, he transformed from a penniless vagabond into a responsible head of the material recovery station. "Uncle, what about my position as the captain of the security department?" Leng Shaofeng inquired once more. "That depends on your perspective. To be honest, in your department, you are the only capable individual. It would be impractical for the security department to face challenges without a competent leader," Leng Guangping acknowledged, well aware of the security department's situation. "Uncle, my future focus will undoubtedly lie with the material recovery station. However, I am willing to relinquish my role as captain. Could I possibly retain a nominal title as honorary captain? I do not seek to continue drawing a salary from the security department. Merely having a title would facilitate matters should any issues arise in the future." Although Leng Shaofeng felt a tinge of reluctance to part with his duties in the security department, it seemed inappropriate for him to continue holding the position of captain. Upon a sudden inspiration, he devised a compromise. He would assume a nominal position, but would still draw his salary. However, the role of the recycling station's director would not come with additional remuneration. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng had no objections to this arrangement. The matter was settled in a few brief exchanges, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the title of security department captain, he would at least be shielded from any undue harassment. Of course, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to challenge him. Time slipped away, and after more than half an hour, the phone in Leng Guangping's office rang. It was his aunt, Lu Lan, calling. As always, the families at the mine were particularly anxious about late returns home, fearing the worst news. "Come on, let's go home for dinner," Leng Guangping said, setting down the phone and picking up his briefcase. "Uncle, I want to be joining you today. I'll just grab a bite. I was just at your place yesterday, and if I keep eating there, I'll end up bankrupting you." Leng Shaofeng chuckled, wishing to avoid adding to any inconvenience. "You always have your own ideas. Suit yourself. I'll take my leave now." Leng Guangping did not insist. He respected his nephew's wishes regarding such trivial matters. Leng Shaofeng gathered his documents and followed Leng Guangping out of the office. Once outside the mine's gates, they parted ways, Leng Guangping heading home for dinner, while Leng Shaofeng returned to his own abode, the Sister Yang Soup restaurant. The establishment primarily served breakfast and lunch, typically closing around 3 p.m. At this hour, the soup restaurant was devoid of patrons, with only the two sisters present. As Leng Shaofeng approached, he noticed the door was indeed shut. He began to knock. Soon, the door was opened from within. "Shaofeng, what brings you here?" Li Hongqiang's voice brimmed with surprise. It was unusual for him to visit at dinner time, particularly at this hour. "I missed you," Leng Shaofeng replied with a playful raise of his eyebrows as he stepped inside. "How improper. Come in quickly." Li Hongqiang shot him a teasing glance, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. Upon entering the inner room, he observed a small table set with bowls and chopsticks, with Li Hongwei standing gracefully beside it. It appeared the two were in the midst of their dinner. A glance at the table revealed a simple meal, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, accompanied by a small plate of pickles and 2 flaky pastries. "Shaofeng, please have a seat. I'll whip up a couple more dishes for you," Li Hongqiang said, rolling up her sleeves and beginning to prepare vegetables with agile hands. Clearly a capable woman, Leng Shaofeng felt no need for formality with his partner, settling comfortably into his seat. As he sat down, Li Hongwei gracefully took her place as well, her large, glistening eyes fixed intently upon him. "What are you staring at?" Leng Shaofeng could not help but inquire, curiosity getting the better of him. Li Hongwei seemed to comprehend Leng Shaofeng's words, hastily lowering her head, unwilling to meet his gaze. Yet, with her head bowed, she leaned slightly closer to him. Leng Shaofeng was initially taken aback but soon grasped the situation, unable to suppress a chuckle. He then extended his right hand to gently pat her head, tousling her hair. Only then did Li Hongwei lift her gaze, her eyes sparkling with joy. It had become a habit for him to affectionately ruffle her hair during their encounters. Li Hongwei appeared to relish this moment, her eyes crinkling with delight. She stood up again to fetch a new set of dishes, placing them before Leng Shaofeng and gesturing animatedly. He understood that she was inviting him to use the new utensils, giving her a thumbs up in approval. The little girl beamed at his gesture, radiating happiness. At that moment, Li Hongqi waved to her sister, asking her to assist with the fire. The little girl cheerfully bounced over to help. Meanwhile, in the Su household, Su Changhe and his family began their dinner. Lu Lijuan had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, all visually appealing and aromatic. Compared to her work, Lu Lijuan seemed more suited to the role of a homemaker. At the dining table, Su Jing eagerly devoured her meal. Having exhausted herself playing cards in the afternoon and in desperate need of replenishing her energy, Xiao Jing slowed down. No one is competing with you, Lu Lijuan remarked, observing her daughter's lack of ladylike demeanor. Nevertheless, seeing her daughter enjoy the meal she had prepared brought her joy, though she worried about her choking. Su Jing, upon hearing her mother, realized she was eating too quickly and not at all gracefully. She thought to herself that she must not let Leng Shaofeng witness her in such a state, or he would surely tease her. With that in mind, she deliberately slowed her pace. Mom, it's your fault. Your cooking is just too delicious. She pouted playfully. Then eat more slowly. What would you like me to make next time? Lu Lijuan replied, pleased, as she placed a piece of pork belly onto her daughter's plate. Mom, as long as it's your cooking, I love it. You're the best, Su Jing exclaimed, happily accepting the pork. Su Changhe observed his daughter, vibrant and blooming, feeling a peculiar sensation that he couldn't quite articulate, a father's instinct. Lately, his daughter had either been eating or sleeping excessively. Just earlier, upon returning home from work, he found her still asleep in her room. However, he knew that girls often had their own concerns, and as a father, he felt it best not to pry too deeply. Nonetheless, gazing at her, he recalled something related to her and a certain individual. Thus, he spoke up, Xiao Jing, have you been in contact with Leng Shaofeng these past few days? Su Jing, engrossed in her meal, nearly bit her tongue at his question. Her mind raced, and her heart raced. Had she been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. And no, not really. I just saw him at the gathering a couple of days ago. Why, Dad? She stammered. I find myself in a rather ordinary relationship with him now, having had little contact. Su Jing quickly recovered from her shock. What's wrong, Lao Su? What trouble has that rascal stirred up this time? Lu Lijuan was reluctant to mention that name. Just a troublesome toad. It's nothing much. Merely a reflection that in just a few days apart, he seems to have transformed into a different person, suddenly so grown up. You wouldn't believe the things he has done today. Not just one, but several. Ah, truly, a scholar's absence of 3 days warrants a renewed perspective. Su Changhe couldn't help but express his astonishment. Su Jing resonated with this sentiment. The recent changes in Leng Shaofeng were monumental, a realization she deeply felt. In essence, the transformation was so vast that she could hardly grasp it. However, listening to her father's praise for her beloved brought her indescribable joy. What remarkable feats has he accomplished to evoke such admiration from you? Lu Lijuan's curiosity was piqued. At that moment, the family had finished their meal. Su Changhe set down his chopsticks, lit a cigarette, and began to recount the tale. He detailed Leng Shaofeng's material recovery efforts, leading into the matter of the truck tarpaulin, meticulously narrating the events of the past few days. Naturally, he was well aware of the signatures on those documents. To be honest, he felt a twinge of envy while signing them. How could such an accomplished youth not be his own kin? What's the big deal? Isn't it just salvaging some scrap from the mine? Isn't it merely leveraging his uncle's connections? What's so impressive about that? Lu Lijuan remarked dismissively. Su Jing, however, felt her heart swell with pride. This man was becoming ever more exceptional. Truly, he was the one she had chosen, undeniably remarkable in every aspect. What do you understand? This is not merely a matter of connections. It first requires vision and intellect. Without brains, no amount of support could elevate him. Su Changhe found himself speechless at his wife's lack of insight. Isn't he just a scrap collector? Lu Lijuan muttered under her breath. And what about that truck tarpaulin? That was an invention, something he conceptualized, Su Changhe countered. Isn't it just a piece of cloth? Lu Lijuan retorted. By your logic, Newton's discovery of gravity was merely about an apple. Su Changhe provided an example as a rebuttal. This ignited a hornet's nest. Lu Lijuan was not pleased. Rolling up her sleeves, ready to engage. Lao Su, what's the matter with you? Are you arguing with me? Is that Leng Shaofeng your love child that you speak so favorably of him? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Changhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words, flustered. Due to a certain selfish motive, he refrained from disclosing the invention matter, and at that moment, it was rather difficult to articulate. Forget it. I shan't engage with you further. I'm off to my room to read. Su Changhe took his leave, retreating to his sanctuary. You want to engage with me? Then tell me, who will you engage with? Let me hear it. Lu Lijuan rose in pursuit. With a loud bang, The bedroom door slammed shut. Su Jing sighed, resting her forehead on her palm, shaking her head in exasperation. Alas, here it comes again. Chapter 40. Backstopping. Li Hongqiang cooked with remarkable speed, preparing 2 dishes in no time. One was dry-fried green beans, and the other, stir-fried peppers. The vibrant greens and reds of the dishes were visually enticing, stirring one's appetite. The 3 of them took their seats and began to eat. Shaofeng, why have you arrived so early? Li Hongqiang inquired, her curiosity evident. Well, I won't be working a regular job anymore. My position in the security department is now merely nominal, Leng Shaofeng replied, taking hearty bites of the flaky pastry. Ah, what happened? Are you no longer allowed to work? Li Hongqiang's tone turned anxious. Not at all. I've been promoted. I am now the head of the materials recycling station, Leng Shaofeng quickly clarified. Oh, that's good to hear. I've never heard of this materials recycling station before. Li Hongqiang sighed in relief. It was just established, and by coincidence. I am its first head, Leng Shaofeng said, blinking playfully and smiling. Did you create this? Li Hongqiang, astute as ever, sensed from his expression that it was indeed her man who had brought this to fruition. Although she was unaware of the specifics, the mere title sounded impressive. She couldn't help but feel proud of him. Indeed, this is my first pot of gold, Leng Shaofeng nodded. Shaofeng, you are truly remarkable. Li Hongqiang could not help but praise him. In what way am I remarkable? Leng Shaofeng teased, raising an eyebrow at her. You are remarkable in every way. Li Hongqiang blushed, lowering her head to hastily continue eating. Ha ha ha. Leng Shaofeng laughed heartily, reveling in his self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Hongwei, watching from the side, was utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, she had been reading their lips, sensing a normal conversation between her sister and brother, yet now they exhibited such strange reactions. What was there to be embarrassed about, or what was so amusing? The world of adults was beyond her comprehension. Then let us retire early tonight. I intend to show you something even more impressive, Leng Shaofeng whispered softly into Li Hongqiang's ear. She replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her face deepening in color. For the remainder of the meal, regardless of Leng Shaofeng's playful teasing, Li Hongqiang remained silent, focused solely on her food. Hee. Leng Shaofeng, unperturbed, wore a mischievous grin. Before long, the 3 had finished their meal. The sisters stood up to clear the table, washing dishes and scrubbing the pots. Leng Shaofeng leaned back against the bed, lighting a cigarette. Before the smoke could dissipate, Li Hongqiang entered the room. She obediently removed her shoes, knelt on the bed, and placed her hands on Leng Shaofeng's calves. Her delicate fingers began to massage him. Amidst the swirling smoke, her cheeks flushed. Today, Leng Shaofeng had exerted himself considerably, and this massage was particularly soothing. He casually tossed aside the cigarette butt and laid down on the bed. Come up and walk on my back, he exclaimed, reminiscing about the pleasure of such treatment, which he had not indulged in for quite some time. Ah, Shaofeng, I can't. I'm too heavy. Li Hongqiang had never dared to step on him. It's fine, come on up. Your weight is but a feather to me, Leng Shaofeng beckoned her. Well, how about letting Xiaowei try? She weighs less than 80 pounds. Just as Li Hongqiang hesitated, Li Hongwei returned from washing up. She noticed her sister gesturing animatedly towards her. Suddenly, Li Hongwei's face flushed crimson. Timidly, she glanced at her sister and then at the reclining Leng Shaofeng. Biting her lip? She cautiously removed her shoes, steadied herself against the wall, and climbed onto Leng Shaofeng's back. Once she was up, uncertainty clouded her mind, leaving her staring blankly at her sister. Li Hongqiang was equally taken aback. She had no idea either. Just stand on my back and move around a bit. That's all there is to it. The art of stepping on someone's back truly required skill and knowledge of acupressure points. Yet Leng Shaofeng was only familiar with the enjoyment of it, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the technique. He didn't know how to instruct. So he simply suggested she go ahead and step. Li Hongqiang relayed Leng Shaofeng's words to her sister. After a moment of hesitation, Li Hongwei closed her eyes and began to step hesitantly. Although her technique was unrefined, her weight proved to be surprisingly suitable. To Leng Shaofeng's delight, the sensation was rather pleasant, prompting him to emit soft sounds of approval. Observing Leng Shaofeng's reaction, Li Hongqiang gave her sister a thumbs up. Encouraged by her sister's approval, the young girl gained confidence. She displayed a remarkable aptitude, beginning to gauge Leng Shaofeng's expressions and adjust her movements accordingly. Astonishingly, she soon grasped the fundamentals. With each step, the comfort increased, and Leng Shaofeng found himself becoming a bit addicted to the sensation. After a good 10 minutes, It was only at Leng Shaofeng's prompting that Li Hongwei finally ceased her ministrations. Her cheeks flushed and her large eyes sparkling with excitement. She gazed at Leng Shaofeng. He gently ruffled her hair, offering her a thumbs up. "Xiaowei, you did splendidly." The little girl beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, and began gesturing animatedly. Li Hongxiang translated, saying that if he enjoyed it, she would be happy to step on him again in the future. "I certainly loved it. You shall be my back massager from now on," Leng Shaofeng chuckled, casually bestowing her a title. The little girl, playing with her 2 braids, nodded vigorously. She quickly understood the lip movements. "Come on, you can give your brother a massage, and I'll teach you how to write. What do you say?" Leng Shaofeng pulled out a fountain pen and gestured towards Li Hongwei. The girl nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Li Hongxiang retrieved a practice book and placed it on the table. After a moment's thought, Leng Shaofeng wrote 2 poems in a single breath. "Snow dances with the gentle breeze. The plum blossoms endure the harsh winters. Who can understand the solitary heart of the plum without enduring the 3-foot ice?" This poem was one of Leng Shaofeng's favorites, rich in meaning. The other was simpler, titled Mountain Village, a journey of 2 or 3 miles, a village of 4 or 5 homes, 6 or 7 pavilions, 8 or 9 branches of flowers. Upon finishing, he handed the pen to Li Hongwei, who began to write with utmost seriousness. Observing the young girl completely engrossed in her writing, Leng Shaofeng gently took Li Hongxiang's hand, and together they seated themselves on the bed. Li Hongxiang rested her head softly upon Leng Shaofeng's shoulder. He tenderly caressed her delicate face, savoring the silky smoothness of her skin beneath his fingertips. His fingers gently lifted her rounded chin as he leaned down to capture her luscious, crimson lips, indulging in the sweet taste of her kiss. After a considerable time, Li Hongxiang managed to break free from his fervent embrace, and with a playful gesture, she pointed at Li Hongwei, who was diligently writing, casting a glimmering gaze full of reproach at Leng Shaofeng. Understanding her unspoken words, Leng Shaofeng realized that the long night was still ahead, and there was no need to rush. He wrapped his arms gently around Li Hongxiang's graceful form, drawing her close. "Sister Hong, would you kindly close the shop?" he murmured softly. Chapter 41. The discussion of closing the shop. Shaofeng, if I close the shop, what will I eat and drink? How will I support Xiaowei? Li Hongxiang was taken aback, stepping away from Leng Shaofeng's shoulder. "What are you worried about? I will take care of you," he declared grandly, "and your sister as well." Li Hongxiang straightened her posture, gazing at Leng Shaofeng with a conflicted expression as she bit her lip. She was reluctant to be a burden, yet Leng Shaofeng was the man she respected. In her eyes, a man's words were not to be disregarded. This left her in a significant quandary. "What's wrong? Don't you want me to support you?" Leng Shaofeng purposely emphasized his tone. "No, it's not that, but..." Li Hongxiang stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. "But what?" Leng Shaofeng pressed on. "Shaofeng, you mustn't underestimate my little shop. It earns as much as a formal job. Closing it would be a pity." Li Hongxiang finally expressed her thoughts. "Fool." Leng Shaofeng decided to cease teasing her. This woman was too innocent for such jesting. "Of course, I know your small shop does quite well, but you are working far too hard. Rising at 4 every morning, managing the shop alone with your sister, tirelessly toiling away in the limelight. It's truly exhausting." He paused before continuing. "Moreover, your shop attracts too much attention. Just look at the way those men gaze at you. I worry that, over time, it won't bode well." "But, aren't you here?" Li Hongxiang retorted. "Ever since you scared off Huang Dabiao, no one has dared to harass me, even with my presence. I cannot always be by your side, can I?" He replied. "And the reason I don't want you to run the shop is that I need your assistance. My career has only just begun, and I lack trustworthy support. From now on, work for me, and I shall pay you a salary. Do you understand?" Leng Shaofeng playfully pinched Li Hongxiang's nose. "Is that so? Then I am willing," she replied, her face brightening. "Humph, just now you clearly didn't trust me, did you?" Leng Shaofeng decided to confront her. "Oh no, I definitely trust you. It's just that I feel a bit reluctant." Li Hongxiang's voice grew softer, revealing a hint of guilt. Leng Shaofeng found her demeanor amusing, though he maintained a composed facade. "Humph. No, I must punish you," he declared with a playful snort. "And how will you punish me?" Li Hongxiang whispered, her head lowered, lips pressed together, her sparkling eyes beginning to mist over with emotion, presenting a pitiful visage that evoked deep sympathy. Leng Shaofeng leaned in closer, whispering something in her ear. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears turning red. In that moment, she realized she had fallen for his charm once again. "Shaofeng, you You are too wicked, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with shyness, averting her gaze from him. Do you agree or not? If you refuse, I shall indeed be angry. Cold Shaofeng discovered that a slightly firmer tone yielded remarkable results, whether directed at Su Jing or the present Li Hongqiang. One can only say that the women of this era are exceedingly endearing and profoundly innocent. Li Hongqiang let out a faint nasal sound, prompting a mischievous smile to grace Cold Shaofeng's face as he was unable to resist planting a kiss. Just then, Li Hongwei straightened up and ceased her writing. Cold Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang instinctively sat up straight as well. However, Li Hongwei did not turn around. Instead, she flipped a page in her notebook and resumed her writing. Cold Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang found themselves in an amusing predicament, exchanging glances and involuntarily bursting into laughter. One wore a radiant smile, charming and alluring, while the other appeared sheepish, shaking her head with a wry grin. Their gazes locked, laughter gradually subsided, and the two, once again, nestled close together. This embrace, perhaps owing to their earlier rapport, deepened their sense of intimacy. What shall I do with my shop? Li Hongqiang pondered, still reluctant to part with it. Well, let us transfer it. This way, we could earn another sum, Cold Shaofeng suggested after some contemplation. That sounds reasonable. Let me think. How about I transfer it to Sister Hu? I learned to make lamb soup from her, and she has helped me immensely. Cold Shaofeng was aware of Sister Hu, who had once been Li Hongqiang's neighbor, known for her warm-heartedness. When Wang Ermatzi mistreated his wife, Sister Hu had often extended her assistance to Li Hongqiang. The culinary skills of Li Hongqiang were honed under Sister Hu's guidance, although her innate talent soon surpassed her mentoress. All right, you may decide, he affirmed. So, when shall I transfer the lamb soup restaurant? And afterward, where will I stay? Li Hongqiang leaned against Cold Shaofeng's shoulder, her voice tinged with melancholy. I want to have you close the doors immediately. The specific timing will depend on my progress here. However, I estimate it should be ready within a month. Cold Shaofeng replied after a moment's thought, providing an approximate timeline. That's reassuring. It gives me time to adjust. Li Hongqiang sighed in relief, glad for the preparation period. The two continued to chat casually for a while, until Li Hongwei finally completed her writing assignment. The young girl excitedly presented her work to Cold Shaofeng, who meticulously reviewed it, showering her with compliments. Her praises made the young girl beam with joy, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. To be fair, she was quite clever and diligent, showing evident improvement in her writing. Subsequently, it was Li Hongqiang's turn to assist, as she began vocal exercises. At this stage, Li Hongwei's expression noticeably soured. Yet, under her sister's watchful eye, she obediently engaged in the vocal practice. Once they finished the exercises, they noted that it was still not yet 9 o'clock. As per tradition, Li Hongwei prepared foot-soaking water, and Li Hongqiang knelt down to help Cold Shaofeng wash his feet, while Li Hongwei observed attentively from the side. After Cold Shaofeng's feet were washed, Li Hongwei prepared a toothbrush and squeezed out toothpaste. Leng Shaofeng sighed inwardly, reflecting on the beauty of this era, and contentedly proceeded to brush his teeth. However, Li Hongwei did not pause. Instead, she prepared a basin of warm water and began to wash her sister's feet. As she washed, Li Hongwei communicated with her sister through gestures. After a while, Leng Shaofeng returned from brushing his teeth just in time to witness the scene before him. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Shaowei, to wash her feet. What are you two discussing? Leng Shaofeng inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity as he stood beside them. Not much, just teaching her how to wash her feet and how to make it comfortable, she replied. Oh, if you continue to instruct her like this, you might end up nurturing another Li Hongqiang, Leng Shaofeng teased with a smile. Do you not like that? Shall we have Shaowei wash your feet next time? Li Hongqiang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Leng Shaofeng, a captivating smile playing at the corners of her lips. Chapter 42. Departure. The gaze from Leng Shaofeng sent a shiver through his entire being, and upon hearing her words, his heart quivered further. He hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "This is out of the question. I only wish for you to wash. In the future, when we seek a suitable match for Shaowei, let us see who possesses the fortune to win her heart." Li Hongqiang, upon hearing this, remained non-committal. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed softly. I can only hope that my sister's fate surpasses mine, and that she encounters a man who cherishes her. Rest assured, it shall be so. Moreover, we shall oversee her together. As long as I am present, no one would dare to bully you sisters. You need not worry, Leng Shaofeng reassured her. Indeed, Shaofeng, I trust you. A smile graced Li Hongqiang's face once more. This smile was truly more enchanting than flowers, and Leng Shaofeng found himself utterly captivated. "Have you finished washing? It's getting late. You ought to rest early," he urged, though in reality, it was still quite early. Li Hongqiang's face flushed upon hearing this, and she paid no heed to further instructing her sister. She hurriedly washed her feet and brushed her teeth. Under the melancholic gaze of her sister, Li Hongwei, she ushered the little one back to bed. The curtain was drawn, and as the lights dimmed, darkness enveloped the room. In that obscurity, the tomato-patterned curtain began to sway once more. The following morning, the first act of Li Hongqiang upon rising was to rinse her mouth again and again. In truth, she had intended to do so the previous night, but lacked the strength to even get out of bed. After rinsing 3 times, she finally felt the unpleasant taste dissipate. Next, she commenced washing her face and tying up her hair. Gazing into the mirror at her complexion, a delicate rosy hue gracing her features, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Could it be that this truly contributes to beauty and replenishes one's essence? This man, while previously tolerable, had recently become exceedingly adept at captivating her attention. She pondered where he might have acquired such skills. Lost in thought, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Quickly regaining her composure, Li Hongqiang rolled up her sleeves and began tidying the kitchenware in preparation for cooking. Leng Shaofeng, having finished his lamb soup, made his way toward the mine. As he walked, a rather grave concern crossed his mind. Once the sister's lamb soup restaurant is transferred, where would he go for his lamb soup? Would it still retain the flavor he adored? A moment of nostalgia washed over him. Ultimately, he shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Acknowledging the age-old truth, one cannot have it all. In life, gains are often accompanied by losses. One must simply seek to live without regret. Yet, Leng Shaofeng was not one to dwell on trivialities for long, and he soon set aside these scattered thoughts. He proceeded directly to the large conference room of the security department. Today, the official documents regarding his reassignment would be issued, but he still wished to fulfill his duties one last time. One day as a monk, ring the bell for a day, he mused, embodying professionalism. Besides, he was not entirely departing from the security department, he still held a position there. Arriving early, the conference room was sparsely populated. Leng Shaofeng greeted each person with a nod. After a while, more attendees began to arrive, and by 6 o'clock, everyone was present. Li Jun commenced the assignment of tasks. And today there were no extraordinary duties, merely the usual posts and patrols. However, the mine was hosting a reception, as a leader from the mining bureau was scheduled to inspect the work. All departments were required to tidy up, and the security division was no exception. Consequently, after the meeting, those on the night shift returned to rest, while the day shift remained to clean, including Leng Shaofeng. The security division was responsible for the area along the east gate. A group of young men armed with brooms, shovels, and buckets joined forces. In an instant, the scene was lively with water sprinkling and sweeping. By 8 o'clock, the office staff for the day shift began to arrive. They all sent some personnel to clear the snow in front of their respective areas. By 9 o'clock, the security division was the first to complete their assigned tasks. However, they still had an inspection task at hand. The office of the mine manager, along with the union, sent representatives to assess the cleanliness. And the security division was required to participate throughout the process. Leng Shaofeng and Feng Chong were dispatched from the security division, while the mine office sent Deputy Director Kai and a staff member. The union also sent a representative, who was none other than Lu Lijuan, the mother of Su Jing. Thus, a team of 5 formed to commence their inspections. This marked the first occasion for Leng Shaofeng to work alongside Lu Lijuan, and in his heart, he suspected it might also be the last. "Hello, Chairman Lu, and greetings to you, Captain Leng. We are all familiar faces, no need for introductions." Director Wei greeted with a broad smile. "Hello, Director Wei, Aunt Lu, everyone," Leng Shaofeng replied warmly. "Ah, Xiao Leng has arrived," Lu Lijuan casually remarked. Although her demeanor was somewhat lukewarm, Leng Shaofeng's enthusiasm remained undiminished. "Ah, Aunt Lu, it's been several days since we last met, and you seem even more beautiful," Leng Shaofeng exclaimed upon their meeting. "Shaofeng, please don't flatter me. I'm quite advanced in age," Lu Lijuan responded, her face brightening with a smile, tinged with a hint of blush, as she awkwardly adjusted her hair. Such overt compliments were somewhat disconcerting for women of that era. Just moments ago, she had referred to him as Xiao Long, and now it swiftly transitioned to Shaofeng. "Aunt, seeing you reminds me why Su Jing is so lovely. She must have inherited your beauty," he continued. "Alas, it's a pity that in this lifetime, I can only be an ordinary classmate of Su Jing. However, If you happen to know any suitable young ladies, please do not forget to introduce one to me. Leng Shaofeng continued to ascend the social ladder with his flattery. That can be arranged. I've heard from Lao Su that you've made quite a name for yourself. Once I find a good girl, I'll be sure to introduce you, Lu Lijuan replied with a genuine smile. At that moment, she began to understand why her husband praised Leng Shaofeng. The young man had indeed matured significantly. Regardless of anything else, his manner of speaking was quite pleasant. It appeared that, as her husband had suggested, he had completely moved on from Su Jing. This was indeed favorable, as it would eliminate any future conflicts. A group of individuals commenced their inspection duties, diligently engaged until past 11 o'clock, when Leng Shaofeng finally returned to the security meeting room. As the mealtime approached, the room was bustling with people. Upon his entrance, the previously noisy atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with all eyes curiously fixated on Leng Shaofeng. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? He pondered aloud, suspecting the cause of their stares, yet he chose to make light of the situation. Suddenly, Yao Shengli leaped forward. Brother Feng, are you leaving the security department? The documents from the director's office indicate that you will be stepping down from your position as captain and will be reassigned. Indeed, I do have new arrangements. Leng Shaofeng replied, but who said I am leaving? Where are the documents? He extended his hand in request for the paperwork. Just then, Li Jun approached, holding a red official document. Shaofeng, what's the matter? This is all rather abrupt, isn't it? Chapter 43, Treasury Bonds. Leng Shaofeng received the official document with a red header and opened it. Look, it is clearly stated here, in recognition of Comrade Leng Shaofeng's significant contributions to the security department, the position of honorary captain shall be retained for him. What does this signify? It signifies that I, Leng Shaofeng, am a member of the security department in life and will remain a spirit of the security department in death. Leng Shaofeng spoke with deep emotion, though his smile betrayed his true feelings. The title of honorary captain is but a hollow accolade. Brother Feng, are you truly resigning? What position has the mine assigned you? Yao Shengli pressed on, feigning concern. The mine has arranged another role for me, the head of the material recovery station. In simpler terms, I will be collecting scrap. All discarded tables, chairs, and waste materials will now fall under my purview. Leng Shaofeng succinctly explained his new responsibilities. The group suddenly comprehended, their expressions mostly indifferent. Well, Shaofeng has received a promotion. This is a good thing. Besides, he still holds the title of honorary captain. He remains one of us from the security department, still our brother. Li Jun raised a hand to quell the chaotic chatter in the office. All right. Shaofeng is not leaving the coal mine. We will still see him every day. Let us not make a fuss. Everyone should return to their duties. After giving his instructions, Li Jun turned and departed. The others began to tidy up their belongings and headed to the cafeteria, with Leng Shaofeng following suit. However, while the others returned to their posts after lunch, Leng Shaofeng exited the coal mine through the east gate, feeling a sense of lightness. Yet, he did not head straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he took a detour to a stationery shop near the children's school, purchasing a notebook and some graph paper. After a moment's thought, he also acquired a fountain pen and a bottle of ink. This was not the end. Upon exiting, he proceeded to the nearby supply and marketing cooperative and bought a pair of women's sandals. After spending nearly all his money, he finally returned to the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an empty room. Just as Leng Shaofeng was relishing the peace and quiet, the door was pushed open, and Han Bin entered. Brother Feng, you must lend a hand to your brothers. I've heard the news. You've been promoted. Han Bin exclaimed as he rushed in and embraced Leng Shaofeng, startling him into quickly pushing him away. Speak properly. If you dare to take liberties, I'll have you dealt with. Leng Shaofeng warned, halting Han Bin's advance. All right. Brother Feng, I understand. I was just too excited to see you. Han Bin composed himself. Leng Shaofeng took out a cigarette, preparing to smoke. Han Bin, ever astute, quickly struck a match and lit the cigarette for him, taking one for himself as well. Brother Feng, will the material recovery station be profitable? Han Bin inquired, seemingly well informed about the situation. The initial phase is manageable, the later stages are average, but it is certainly better than working a regular job. Leng Shaofeng exhaled a smoke ring. Then, Brother Feng, will you take me along? Han Bin asked eagerly, almost bowing in eagerness. No, I will not. Cold Shaofeng cast a glance at him, unyieldingly rejecting his advances. Han Bin stood there, momentarily stunned as if struck by lightning. I have other arrangements. Cold Shaofeng could no longer tease Han Bin, for prolonging the jest would drive him to despair. Brother Foam, whatever you need, just command me. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. Han Bin, like a man reborn, pounded his chest with assurance. Yet cold Shaofeng remained silent, turning instead to rummage through boxes. After a while, he unearthed some currency notes from a small chest. He extracted one, displaying it to Han Bin. This is what I want you to do. Han Bin, puzzled, took it and upon inspection, realized it was a $10 treasury bond, adorned with an image of a mining machine at work. Brother Foam, isn't this just a treasury bond? I have plenty of those too, both $10 and $5. The mine issues these periodically. We must take them, or else it becomes quite bothersome. Han Bin examined it repeatedly, but found no hidden wealth code. Yes, that's it. You will collect treasury bonds, like this $10 one. You can acquire it for $7, $7.50, or even $8, but do not exceed 80% for now. Cold Shaofeng began to explain how to operate. So if it's a $100 treasury bond, wouldn't that be $80? Han Bin frowned. Of course, the higher the face value, the more valuable it is. For now, let us not exceed 80%. Cold Shaofeng established the upper limit. Brother, I understand your point. Buy it for $8, and when it matures in a few years, we can exchange it at the bank. According to interest, let me calculate. Oh, we could exchange it for $13.60. Brother Foam, that's quite a difference. Han Bin's excitement showed as he calculated. Cold Shaofeng nodded, acknowledging that the lad possessed some economic acumen. However, he misunderstood. Cold Shaofeng would not wait several years to exchange money. In this era, abundant with opportunities, hoarding a pile of stagnant cash was akin to committing a crime. But Brother Foam, what about the initial capital? I have less than $100. At most, I could purchase $100 worth of treasury bonds. Before Cold Shaofeng could respond, Han Bin's expression turned dismal. You need not worry about the capital. Just spread the word about collecting treasury bonds, making as many people aware as possible. This way, anyone wishing to sell their treasury bonds will come to you. Brother Foam, these bonds take years to mature. That's an excessively long wait. By the time they mature, Li Qiaoling's child will be running errands for soy sauce. I had hoped to earn money and marry Li Qiaoling. Han Bin slumped onto the bed, dejected as he smoked. You need not concern yourself with the capital. If you collect bonds worth $100, I will give you a commission of $3, which amounts to a 3% profit. Should you manage to collect $100,000 in treasury bonds, I will give you $3,000. Will you do it? As Cold Shaofeng finished speaking, Han Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. I will. Why not engage in this endeavor? It does not impede my work. In our mine, there are numerous workers. And who among them does not possess 100 or 80 treasury bonds? The higher-paid individuals likely have several hundred. Let us conservatively estimate 100. Considering the number of workers in our mine, this amounts to 2 million. With an interest rate of 3%, that yields a total of 66,000. Han Bin's mental calculations resonated with clarity as he arrived at a staggering figure, one so immense that it left him in disbelief. He swallowed hard, rendered momentarily speechless. Indeed. I ask you, will you proceed? Leng Shaofeng exhaled the final puff of his cigarette before extinguishing it. Brother Foam, are you truly offering me such a sum? Han Bin expressed his incredulity. I, Leng Shaofeng, am a man of my word, he assured with a confident gaze. Brother Foam, I am in. I will begin collecting right away, starting with the bonds from our security department. Han Bin, invigorated, turned to leave. However, upon reaching the door, he hesitated, a sheepish expression crossing his face. Brother Foam, I am without funds. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. He too lacked liquid assets, yet this posed no challenge for him. Chapter 44. Commencement. Even without funds. Who does not know you, Han Bin? Who does not recognize me, Leng Shaofeng? Just state that this is on my behalf. And keep a ledger. I shall settle the accounts in 3 days. Trust me, within 3 days, everything will be reconciled. Leng Shaofeng had unwavering confidence in his ability to procure funds within that time frame. Let us not mention anything else. The multitude of discarded items belonged to him, and selling even a fraction would yield profit. All right, Brother Foam, I shall heed your counsel. I will set out to collect. Han Bin turned and departed, brimming with enthusiasm. As Han Bin left, tranquility enveloped the room. Leng Shaofeng pulled up a chair, seated himself at the table, and retrieved a newly acquired notebook, beginning to jot down his thoughts. Contemplating the path ahead necessitated careful planning, and a plethora of information required organization. Merely utilizing a few select pieces of this vast information would suffice for Leng Shaofeng to outpace his peers significantly. While recording, he employed a shorthand technique he had mastered in a future era, utilizing an array of unique symbols and lines. Many characters were exceedingly abbreviated, even more so than simplified Chinese. This method of notation would not emerge until a later time. Even if someone were to glimpse this notebook, its contents would remain utterly incomprehensible unless they, too, hailed from the future and had fortuitously learned this particular recording style. Even then, comprehension would be limited, as many symbols were merely personal quirks of Leng Shaofeng, habits not shared by others. Leng Shaofeng wrote for a solid 2 hours, filling approximately 1/3 of the thick notebook. Only then did he close the notebook, sling his bag over his shoulder, and step outside. Passing by the high-ranking apartment building of Su Jing, he hesitated momentarily, gazing up at a particular window on the 3rd floor. Yet, through sheer self-discipline, he resisted the urge to ascend, continuing on his way. If he were to go upstairs, the entire afternoon would slip away, and aside from Su Jing, nothing else would be accomplished. Furthermore, Su Jing's stamina was quite limited, far inferior to that of Li Hongqiang. It was best to allow her some rest. He could tend to her later. With this thought, a mischievous smile involuntarily graced Leng Shaofeng's lips. He must first earn some money. A man without funds cannot stand tall. As he passed the entrance to Dong Damon, he exchanged pleasantries with the guard on duty. A glance into the duty room revealed a throng of people gathered, with Han Bin at the center, animatedly gesturing and speaking with fervor. Leng Shaofeng smiled subtly, his pace unbroken, as he made his way to the office of the mine manager. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he knocked on the door of the chief engineer's office. "Come in," came the voice of Leng Guangping. Upon entering, Leng Shaofeng found his uncle, Leng Guangping, deeply engrossed in his work. Observing his uncle's concentration, Leng Shaofeng noted that he had entered work mode. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed his uncle's water cup was empty and proceeded to refill it from the thermos. The sound of pouring water roused Leng Guangping from his focused state. "It's you, brat. Have a seat," Leng Guangping responded, still perusing documents as he casually welcomed his nephew. Leng Shaofeng took a seat, patiently awaiting his uncle to finish reviewing the documents. After 2 minutes, Leng Guangping set down his pen and regarded his composed nephew sitting before him, momentarily experiencing a peculiar illusion as though he were conversing with an equal. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Uncle, I am here to seek your assistance in obtaining a contact number. I recall you mentioning your acquaintances in the small coal mines," replied Leng Shaofeng. "Ah, you seem to have swiftly adapted to the situation. I thought you would need a few days of leisure. Nevertheless, their contact details are readily available. I shall procure them for you," said Leng Guangping, who then began rummaging through his drawer. Before long, he uncovered a thick work notebook. Flipping it open, he found a page filled with handwritten notes and slid it across the table to Leng Shaofeng. "To the north of our Yansi coal mine, there are 8 small coal factories. Here are the contacts and phone numbers for each of them." Taking the notebook, Leng Shaofeng retrieved his own from his bag and began transcribing the information. "Uncle, aside from Yang Zhanwu, I am not particularly familiar with the others. Could you enlighten me about them?" he inquired while copying the details. "Certainly. I am quite knowledgeable about their circumstances. Let us start with the Shirgo coal mine. Their manager is named Shidachang." Leng Guangping began to elaborate, displaying an evident familiarity with the subject. These small coal mines maintain close connections, forming a tight-knit community akin to a warm embrace. Among them, Shirgo coal mine holds a prominent position, and Shidachang has noteworthy connections, being the brother-in-law of the city's armed forces minister. The scale and output of these coal mines are relatively similar. However, they manage to keep their costs low and sell coal at competitive prices, resulting in substantial earnings over the past 2 years. "Uncle, I shall pay a visit to Shidachang and perhaps utilize your name," Leng Shaofeng chuckled, exhibiting no signs of embarrassment. "Well, you are indeed my nephew. Honesty is paramount. However, do you truly intend to go alone? Setting aside other matters, can you specify the dimensions of the steel wire ropes? Also, do you have any idea of the cost per meter?" Leng Guangping took a sip of water, an amused expression gracing his features as he gazed at Leng Shaofeng. "Dimensions of the steel wire ropes? Do they sell by the meter?" Leng Shaofeng looked perplexed, as he was not a professional in this field. He had previously heard that the pricing was based on weight. It appeared that he was not alone in his ignorance. "Haha, it seems you still require guidance from your elder," Leng Guangping observed, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at his nephew's predicament. "Uncle, you truly must teach me." I initially planned to sell by weight, Leng Shaofeng admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Very well, I can teach you. However, this matter is rather intricate and cannot be explained in a brief moment. Alas, since I am your dear uncle, please wait a moment while I make a phone call. Leng Guangping picked up the phone with a cheerful demeanor and dialed a sequence of numbers. After a couple of beeps, the call connected. Hello, who is this? A robust male voice emanated from the receiver, casual in tone. It's me, Leng Guangping from Yansi coal mine, he replied in a neutral manner. Oh, it's Chief Engineer Leng. Greetings, greetings. You are someone we seldom have the pleasure of reaching. What brings you to call today? The voice on the other end instantly transformed into one of deep respect. A stark contrast to its earlier casualness. Leng Shaofeng could almost envision the man, who had perhaps been lounging moments ago, now standing upright in attentive posture. Chapter 45. Shi Dachong. Director Shi Dachong is indeed a busy individual, and I seldom dare to intrude upon his time. However, this call serves a singular purpose, to convey some delightful news. Our coal mine has recently established a materials recovery station. As you are aware, in the past 2 years, we undertook capacity upgrades, resulting in the elimination of numerous steel wire ropes and various pieces of equipment. These steel wire ropes and equipment are now available for external sale. While they may be discarded by our coal mine, they are still entirely adequate for your needs. I am the first to notify you, as valuable items await no one. It is a matter of first come, first served. Chief Engineer Ling, you are well acquainted with the circumstances of our coal mine. Do we have any steel wire ropes suitable for my shaft? The anxious tone of Shi Dachong's voice came through clearly. Certainly. We have an array of specifications for the steel wire ropes we discarded. There are several types designated for shaft use alone. I recall that we have 631 SW and 636 SW. Either of these would suffice for your purposes. Chief Engineer Ling, do we have any that could be utilized for the inclined shaft and open pit operations? The urgency in his voice intensified, and his volume inadvertently increased. For the inclined shaft. Let me think. Yes, we do. We have the inclined shaft hoisting triangular steel wire ropes and specifications 6V37s and 6V36. I cannot recall any others with certainty, but I can assure you these two are available. As for the open pit slopes, we also possess suitable options specifically. The open pit hoisting line contact steel wire ropes in 655 SWS. Haha, will this be sufficient for your needs? Chief Engineer Long, do not say anything further. Please wait for me a moment while I go to inspect. I just hope it is convenient for you. Yes, it is better to take a look, as I, too, have some uncertainties. Rest assured, I shall be candid with you. The person in charge of the materials recovery station is my own nephew. Otherwise, I would not bother myself with such matters. Ah, that is splendid news. Here is the plan. Chief Engineer Long, I shall set off immediately and will arrive in 30 minutes. Very well, I shall await your arrival. By the way, if you come from the north, head straight to the north gate, as it is closest to the workshop. After ending the call, Leng Guangping raised his cup of water, gently blowing on it, a modest smile gracing his face. In this moment, Leng Shaofeng found his uncle surprisingly endearing. Uncle, your memory is quite remarkable. It has been 2 years. Yet you recall everything so vividly. Leng Shaofeng genuinely admired his uncle's prowess. Such competence is no mere facade. Oh, it is merely a collection of commonplace items. You may have encountered them, but perhaps you lack the proper nomenclature. Uncle, might you enlighten me a bit later? Leng Shaofeng humbly requested. Certainly. Let us seize the remaining time and visit the site. This will provide a more intuitive understanding. It is, in fact, quite simple. Leng Guangping rose and, accompanied by Leng Shaofeng, made their way directly to the abandoned workshop. As they walked, they soon arrived at the dilapidated facility. To their surprise, they discovered that they were not alone. In fact, 3 individuals were rummaging through the contents within. Such occurrences are not uncommon and have become somewhat expected. Upon noticing the newcomers, the 3 individuals were taken aback at the sight of them. Amidst the bustle, they hastily set aside their belongings, pressed against the wall. And with awkward smiles directed at Leng Shaofeng and Leng Guangping, they turned and fled. Shaofeng, aren't you going to do something? Leng Guangping inquired, observing his indifferent nephew. Uncle, what do you expect me to do? You don't seriously think I would intercept them and give them a thorough beating, do you? Leng Shaofeng shook his head and continued. In this matter, I actually find myself in a fortunate position. I indulge in the meat while they merely savor the leftover broth. Why should I create unnecessary conflict with them? Upon hearing this, Leng Guangping nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, I was genuinely worried that you might resort to violence to stop them. These individuals are workers from the mine. We see each other frequently. It's not worth it to offend them severely over a mere handful of walnuts and dates. Xiaofeng, you have truly matured. People inevitably learn to grow up. Leng Shaofeng sighed softly, a fleeting hint of weariness flickering in his eyes. Uncle, let us not dwell on trivial matters. The cables are right here. Could you teach me? Very well. Let me explain, Leng Guangping replied. This is the type used for vertical shafts. The specifications should be 631 SW, which is the most common size underground. Now, take a look at this one. Do you see? This one is thicker, and this is. Under Leng Guangping's on-site instruction, Leng Shaofeng quickly gained a preliminary understanding of the cables. Time passed swiftly, and in what felt like mere moments, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Let us go to the entrance and greet the arrivals. The time is nearly upon us, Leng Guangping remarked, glancing at the clock as he led Leng Shaofeng to the northern gate of the coal mine. Upon their arrival at the northern gate, a military green jeep approached from the opposite avenue. This jeep appeared somewhat worn, of an older model, likely a Jeep 200. However, that was not all. Following the jeep was a transport truck. The truck's cab still bore traces of green, but the entire body, particularly the rear compartment, was completely obscured by coal dust, rendering its original color unrecognizable. Leng Shaofeng was well acquainted with such trucks. They were coal transport vehicles. Goodness, are they in such a hurry? They've brought the truck directly. If they like what they see, they might just take it away on the spot. Two men disembarked from the jeep, both attired in white short-sleeved shirts, clearly officials. From the truck, two men clad in worker uniforms also emerged, unmistakably ordinary laborers. The two men in white shirts led the way. The man on the left, of average height, carried a briefcase, sported a slick hairstyle, and walked with a commanding presence. The man on the right was taller, approximately 1.8 meters, with a closely cropped haircut, exuding vitality. They both appeared to be of similar age, likely around 35 or 36. Ah, Chief Leng, greetings. Upon receiving your notification, I rushed over immediately. Let me make it clear. If there are valuable items, I wish to select first. Once I am done, then let Yang Zhanwu have his turn. He happened to be visiting me when he heard the news, and with an air of persistence, insisted on accompanying me. The man to my left was none other than Shi Dachang, who, upon our meeting, promptly tucked his briefcase under his arm and extended both hands with warmth. Leng Guangping, maintaining a demeanor of reserve, offered one hand in return, and they shook hands. Chief Engineer Ling, you must not show favoritism in terms of camaraderie. I am much closer to your Yansi coal mine, having more dealings with you. Thus our relationship is indeed more profound. Meanwhile, Yang Zhanwu, standing nearby, hurriedly extended his hands to shake with Leng Guangping as well. Well said, Director Shi, you are too kind. Guests are always welcome. Leng Guangping reciprocated the enthusiasm. Ah, is this not the esteemed nephew of Chief Engineer Leng? Truly an impressive young man. I am Shi Dachang. Pleased to meet you, Brother Leng. Shi Dachang, astute as he was, quickly deduced the identity of Leng Shaofeng. Chapter 46. Inspecting the equipment as if choreographed by fate. Both Shi Dachang and Leng Shaofeng extended their hands simultaneously, engaging in a firm handshake. Director Shi, greetings. It is indeed a rare fortune to meet you, said Leng Shaofeng, his voice imbued with genuine respect. Brother Leng, replied Shi Dachang, considering I am a few years your senior, let us dispense with formalities. Calling me director feels unnecessarily distant. If you hold me in regard, simply refer to me as Shi Go. Shi Dachang clasped Leng Shaofeng's hand with an unwavering grip. Very well then. Since you have addressed me as Brother Ling, I shall reciprocate and call you Shi Go. Leng Shaofeng responded amicably, effortlessly adopting the new title. In that moment, despite it being their inaugural meeting, an immediate rapport blossomed between the two men. More significantly, neither anticipated the other's adeptness in handling social interactions. It felt as though they had known one another for ages. This was particularly true for Shi Dachang, who was pleasantly surprised by the maturity and poise exhibited by the seemingly youthful Leng Shaofeng, who had only recently come of age. He couldn't help but regard him with increased esteem, which prompted a shift in his address. Brother Leng, I am Yang Zhanwu. I too am here to bask in the glow of Shi Ji's presence, so please allow me to call you Brother Leng as well, Yang Zhanwu declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Brother Yang, your words are far too kind. I am honored. Let us frequent one another's company, responded Leng Shaofeng with equal warmth. Indeed, came the collective affirmation as the group greeted one another, akin to long-lost friends reuniting after years apart. Sure, go. Yang, please come inside. All the equipment is in the storeroom. Allow me to show you, Leng Shaofeng offered, leading the way, followed closely by the others. Before long, they arrived at the dilapidated factory, where towering heaps of various steel cables and an array of mining equipment awaited their scrutiny. Upon witnessing the treasure trove, Shi Dachang and Yang Zhanwu's eyes sparkled with delight. They exchanged glances, yet words were unnecessary as each began to sift through the assortment of items in their respective domains. Cold Guangping and Leng Shaofeng chose to remain undisturbed, with Leng Shaofeng lighting a cigarette for his uncle, both indulging in the calming ritual of smoke. Once they had finished their cigarette, Shi Dachang approached, rubbing his hands together with a broad smile. Engineer Leng, I truly did not anticipate such a comprehensive collection of equipment here. This is the hallmark of a state-owned coal mine. My small operation pales in comparison. Shi Dachang's admiration was evident as he spoke. Indeed, Engineer Leng, the resources of a state-owned enterprise are quite substantial. It is astounding that so much equipment is rendered obsolete. At that moment, Yang Zhanwu joined the conversation, echoing the sentiment. To be candid, during the capacity upgrade, I had reservations. This batch of equipment was indeed in its prime, yet it was replaced in its entirety, such a waste. While the new equipment offers a slight increase in capacity, well, let's not dwell on that. What about you two? Which items have caught your eye? Shi Dachang took the lead in the discussion, stating, Engineer Leng, as you are aware, I am planning to establish a new mine. I require everything from steel cables to transportation and coal extraction equipment. Initially, I intended to procure new items from the south, but now I find myself with a superior alternative. Yang Zhanwu then spoke, saying, Chief Engineer Leng, the equipment I currently use was originally purchased secondhand. After so many years, it is indeed time for a replacement. Just a few days ago, a steel wire rope frayed, nearly leading to an accident, which truly frightened me. I plan to prioritize the replacement of a batch of steel wire ropes. Additionally, Chief Engineer Leng, there are 2 crushers over there. I wonder if they are still operational? As he spoke, Yang Zhanwu pointed to a corner of the warehouse. Leng Guangping glanced in that direction and replied, when they were replaced, they were certainly in good condition. But having been idle for 2 years, it's hard to say. After all, they haven't been maintained and will require a major overhaul. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhanwu's spirits dimmed slightly as he nodded in silence. However, Leng Guangping chuckled heartily. Don't worry, it's only been 2 years. The motors should be fine. Just needing some repairs. If you're genuinely interested, rest assured, I will ensure they are in optimal working condition. You may not know, but Shaofeng is my second nephew. His brother is a technician in the equipment department, specifically responsible for maintenance. He used to handle the upkeep of such equipment, so I will have him come over to take a look and service them without any issue. Yang Zhanwu's face lit up with a smile. Chief Engineer Leng, that's wonderful. As long as these 2 machines are operational, I will place an order. Brother Leng, I entrust these 2 machines to you. What are you saying? Have you forgotten about me, the living person right here? I also need crushers. Interjected Shi Dachang, somewhat displeased. Brother Leng, I want 2 crushers as well. Good things should not only benefit Yang. Leng Shaofeng laughed, interjecting, you 2 brothers are joking. You are both my clients, and clients are akin to deities. I must ensure your satisfaction. We have more than just 2 crushers. There are several more over there. I have already discussed with my brother, and he will come to assist me in servicing these machines. I will definitely reserve the best for you. Leng Shaofeng's words were delightful, and upon hearing them, both Shi Dachang and Yang Zhanwu were instantly beaming. Leng Guangping nodded repeatedly as well. Brother Leng, you can take your time with the equipment repairs. Once they are ready, just give us a call. We will come to pick them up at any time. However, those steel wire ropes and the iron scraps I just inspected are completely fine. They do not require repairs. I came here by truck today, so I have no intention of returning empty-handed. Brother Leng, please give me a quote. As long as the price is reasonable, I will take them today. Now, help me take a look at these, and these. Shi Dachang pulled Leng Shaofeng's hand, walking and pointing as he spoke. His main focus was on the steel wire ropes meant for the main shaft and the corresponding coiling equipment, as well as several large drill bits he had set his sights on. The quality of these drill bits was immediately evident, although they bore some rust. It was merely superficial, easily polished to a brilliant shine. Regarding the pricing of this equipment, with guidance from his uncle, Leng Shaofeng understood that they could not be valued merely as scrap metal. Yet, the specifics of the calculation eluded him, plunging him into a delightful quandary. He cast a pleading glance towards his uncle, Leng Guangping. With a chuckle, Leng Guangping stepped forward to take the conversation. It must be said, your discernment is truly commendable. The items you have selected are undoubtedly of superior quality, and I can assure you with utmost confidence that they will perform exceptionally well, without any issues. As for the price, we shall discuss each item individually. Upon hearing this, Shi Dachong and Yang Zhanwu also smiled. Naturally, the selections they made were of high caliber, immediately recognizable as exceptional. After all, they are well versed in this trade. As the manager of a small coal mine, while technical expertise may not be overly intricate, a broad range of knowledge is essential. The quality of the equipment can often be gauged with just a glance. Chapter 47. The first pot of gold. Several individuals halted before a bundle of steel wire ropes. These ropes were intended for the main shaft, and both individuals required them. Here lies the steel wire ropes for the main vertical shaft, primarily available in two specifications, 631 SW and 636 SW. These are precisely what you need, am I correct? Cold Guangping remarked, gesturing towards the ropes. Indeed, Chief Engineer Cold. I require both types. Shi Dachong nodded emphatically. I too need to replace some, Yang Zhanwu concurred. These specifications of steel wire ropes were all imported. I do not mean to belittle you too, but with your current capabilities, acquiring such specifications would be unfeasible, as you would not have access to sufficient foreign exchange certificates. Even if you could manage to obtain them, the prices would be exorbitant. You should have a rough idea of the market price for these steel wire ropes, Cold Guangping explained. However, we are, after all, dealing with this equipment. Let me put it this way, a 50% discount, and then another 50% off. You too consider whether the price I offer is fair. As he spoke, Cold Guangping extended his hand, displaying 5 fingers that he waved back and forth. Shi Dachong and Yang Zhanwu exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Soon, a glimmer of delight appeared on their faces. Chief Engineer Cold, you are an expert in this field. Naturally, the price you propose is acceptable. Let us settle on this. Shi Dachong declared with a broad smile. I have no objections either, Chief Engineer. However, please ensure that the 2 crushing machines I'm interested in are repaired beforehand, as I will need them immediately, Yang Zhanwu added promptly. Upon hearing this, Cold Guangping chuckled and shook his head. You, Yang Zhanwu. We were primarily discussing the steel wire ropes. We did not mention those that need repairs. By bringing this up, you've saved on repair costs. Cold Guangping teased while pointing at Yang Zhanwu. Haha, it's just about keeping the account straightforward, I assent it? Yang Zhanwu replied with a grin. Rest assured, while the repair fees may be waived, my gratitude will certainly not be lacking. To put it simply, as long as the equipment is functional, I, Yang Zhanwu, will not be stingy. Yang Zhanwu assured them with a pat on his chest. With this understanding, the implication was clear to all present. The atmosphere lightened with laughter, and the topic was deftly set aside. The remaining matters were straightforward. It was time to settle the accounts. Shi Dachong selected 2 lengths of 500-meter steel wire ropes, along with the corresponding winding machine, belt conveyor, and also procured 4 sets of alloy drill bits. He further ordered 2 crushing machines and expressed keen interest in the coal planers and spiral drilling machines, requesting notification once repairs were completed. As long as the machines were operational, he would promptly take them away. Shi Dachong's large truck drove directly in. Cold Shaofeng summoned a forklift from the transportation team. After a flurry of activity, the steel wire ropes and equipment designated for transport were all loaded onto the vehicle. Then, they proceeded to the next phase. During the loading process, Cold Guangping chose not to linger and returned to the office. Once the samples were prepared, he confidently entrusted the remaining tasks to his nephew. Today, the equipment that Shi Dachong took away is valued at nearly 100,000 in the market. After applying the discount, it amounts to approximately 21,500 yuan. Shi Dachong beckoned Leng Shaofeng aside, casually slipping a cigarette into his hand as he initiated the bargaining process. Brother Leng, the total for these items I've taken is 21,500 yuan. Given my support for your work, wouldn't you consider rounding it down for me? Shi Dachong proposed with a smile. Listening to this, Leng Shaofeng replied, Shirgu, your words make this cigarette feel rather burdensome in my hand. Though it's a huazi, it is indeed quite valuable. However, since we are getting along so well today, even without your request, I would have rounded it down for you. The question is, would you prefer a larger reduction or a smaller one? As he exhaled a puff of smoke, he chuckled. Upon hearing this, Shi Dachong's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother, Do enlighten me on the distinctions between a large reduction and a small one. A small reduction is straightforward. Since you've initiated this, I want to be vague. We can directly subtract 500 yuan, which constitutes a small reduction. Not only today, but in the future, whenever you come or bring someone along. Anything below 1,000 yuan will be considered small. Without further ado, it will be deducted. Shi Dachong's eyes squinted in delight, feeling quite satisfied. He then inquired, and what about the large reduction? For a large reduction, we can cut off 500 yuan directly. However, there is a condition. I require a commitment from you. Shi Dachong. It's quite simple. Just help me introduce some business. For every successful introduction, the large reduction will be granted. Not only will today's large reduction be waived, but for anyone you introduce in the future, as long as the transaction exceeds 10,000 yuan, I will pay a referral fee of 1,000 yuan per person. After hearing this, Shi Dachong promptly pulled out 2 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and pressed them into Leng Shaofeng's hand. Brother Xiaofeng, you are generous. I am sure to earn from this referral fee. Today, I'm taking advantage of you. Here's a total of 20,000 yuan. Keep it. When you have time next, let us share a drink, Mutai or Laojiao. I have both for you to choose. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Shirgu, are there actually 100 yuan bills in circulation now? Brother, you might not know this, but they are issued in limited quantities by the state. Major transactions rely on these bills. Otherwise, wouldn't counting money cause one's hands to cramp? However, the impoverished seldom encounter them, as they earn only a few yuan each month and have no need for such currency. Shi Dachong replied dismissively. Leng Shaofeng understood. These bills have always existed. It was merely that the poor had never laid eyes on them. Shirgu, I take your words to heart. I want to drink Mutai, he said, taking the bait. With Mutai available, who would still prefer Laojiao? Through their brief exchange, Leng Shaofeng held Shi Dachong in high regard and was eager to establish a friendship. Knowing a few coal bosses could only be beneficial. As they spoke, Leng Shaofeng tucked the 2 large stacks of cash into his bag, transforming it from a once flat state to one with considerable thickness. The first pot of gold had come into his hands, surprisingly simple beyond his expectations. As Leng Shaofeng straightened his posture, he felt a newfound sturdiness in his stance. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a certain fellow who dealt in scrap, amassing a fortune of several tens of thousands. However, it now appeared that this individual had suffered significant losses. Although the items selected today were of a relatively appealing nature, the bulk of the valuable goods remained in the old warehouse. Brother Xiaofeng, it's getting late, so I shall take my leave for now. Next time, I will come earlier and bring a few more people with me. Once we finish, drinks are on me, said Shirgu. All right, Shirgu. Make sure to seek me out when you visit the Yansi coal mine. I still hold some influence there, Leng Shaofeng replied. Subsequently, the two exchanged contact information. Shi Dachong provided his office number, while Leng Shaofeng, lacking a dedicated office, gave him the number for the security office at the East Gate. The two shared laughter and engaging conversation, and as they made their way back, they casually draped their arms over one another's shoulders. At that moment, Yang Zhanwu, who had been waiting nearby, approached them. Brother Long, you cannot show favoritism towards Shi Dada alone. What about my items, particularly the 2 crushers? I am eagerly awaiting their completion. Since Brother Yang is in urgent need, there is no issue. I shall work overtime tonight to ensure they are thoroughly inspected. And you can collect them tomorrow without any delay. Leng Shaofeng contemplated briefly before reaching a decision. Yang Zhanwu was overjoyed at the response, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. With the matters at hand concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties and bid farewell. Leng Shaofeng accompanied both men to the outer north gate. After seeing them off, he promptly turned and headed to the gatekeeper's office. Glancing at his watch, he realized that the workday was about to conclude. Seizing the opportunity, Leng Shaofeng quickly dialed a number. Chapter 48. A promise of lifelong well-being. This call was made by Leng Shaofeng to his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang. When it comes to the maintenance of equipment, it is only natural to entrust such professional tasks to those who are adept at them. Without a doubt, his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang, was the prime candidate. Hello, is this the equipment department? Yes, whom are you looking for? Could you please connect me to Leng Shaoyang? Certainly, please hold on. Moments later, Leng Shaoyang's voice resonated from the other end. Who is this? Brother, it's me. I have some work that requires your assistance. What work? Speak. True to the bond of brotherhood, he was straightforward. At the abandoned factory, there are 2 shredders that need servicing, They are scheduled to be picked up tomorrow. Therefore, we need to work late tonight to get these machines ready. Is it that urgent? Leng Shaoyang's tone was filled with astonishment. Of course, just look at who is involved. Leng Shaofeng replied unabashedly. Haha, all right, no problem. Disassembling the equipment can be quite cumbersome. I can't manage it alone and will need to call in some help from the maintenance team. I'm fine with it, but you'll need to offer something to the others. Leng Shaoyang readily agreed and even reminded him, Don't worry, brother, I understand. After ending the call, Leng Shaofeng strolled out of the guardhouse. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory, he waited a short while longer. Soon, Leng Shaoyang approached with two individuals, each carrying a bulging tool bag. These two were the same workers who had previously repaired the north gate railing. Leng Shaofeng recognized them. One was named Tian Feng, and the other, Yang Junlin. As they spotted Leng Shaofeng, they greeted him. Thank you for your hard work, masters. My brother should have briefed you on the basic details, right? Rest assured, there's overtime pay for working with me. Leng Shaofeng acknowledged the two men. Yes, Leng Kazhang has already informed us, Tian Feng replied, his slender frame leading the conversation. Indeed, this task is straightforward, Yang Junlin chimed in. Let us go, the machines are over here. Leng Shaofeng said little and led the way. The four arrived at the location where the shredders were stored. Pointing at the two machines, he said, These are the ones. I appreciate your help, masters. Brother, I leave this to you. Don't worry, you take care of your matters, Leng Shaoyang reassured him. These machines haven't been disassembled in 2 years. So it may take a bit of effort, but we will definitely complete it before dark. Leng Shaoyang examined the equipment, waved his hand to Leng Shaofeng, and confidently assured him, All right, brother, I'll let you get to work. Leng Shaofeng stepped back to allow the three to handle the task, and then proceeded without delay towards the east gate. He passed by the office building, the bathhouse, and the dining hall before exiting through the east gate. After walking a short distance, he arrived at the Sister Lamb Soup restaurant. The restaurant was already closed. The doors tightly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Leng Shaofeng rapped on the door. Soon, it was opened from the inside, revealing Li Hongqiang, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing him. What brings you here again? Li Hongqiang's watery gaze was filled with laughter. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Even if I'm not, it no longer matters. I'm here to stay, said Leng Shaofeng as he stepped into the room. He turned around to close the door and was about to scoop Li Hongqiang into his arms. Startled, she quickly stepped back. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a little girl standing at the bedroom door, blushing and shyly lowering her head. No wonder you're hiding, she thought. Leng Shaofeng walked over, tousled the girl's hair affectionately, and ruffled her locks. The little girl wasn't upset. Instead, she smiled brightly at him, clearly enjoying the attention. Why don't you call me brother? Come on, call me brother. Leng Shaofeng teased, adopting a serious expression to provoke her. Li Hongwei, with her mouth agape, finally managed to croak out, Brother, big brother. Ah, yes, excellent. So obedient. Turn around, and I'll buy you some candy, the big white rabbit kind. Leng Shaofeng praised with a grin. The little girl nodded enthusiastically. You shouldn't spoil her too much. This girl has become quite bold with you backing her up. Li Hongqiang interjected as she led Leng Shaofeng into the room. On the small table in the room, 2 dishes were laid out, indicating they were also preparing to dine. Please have a seat. I'll serve the dishes. I intentionally made extra today, Li Hongqiang invited as she gestured for him to sit and turned to leave. However, Leng Shaofeng grasped her hand firmly. What is the matter? Curiosity sparkled in Li Hongqiang's bright eyes. There is no rush to eat. I have something to show you. Intrigued, she asked, What is the exciting news? Hey, did you figure it out? Leng Shaofeng chuckled. Of course, your face is all smiles. Li Hongqiang smiled back, and even Li Hongwei was beaming beside them. Laughter truly is contagious. Leng Shaofeng shot a glance at the little girl and then eavesdropped. Lip reading was indeed quite perplexing. Deciding to be straightforward, he pulled out 2 stacks of crisp 100-yuan bills from his bag, still warm from the recent transaction. The blue design and the 4 elderly figures depicted looked so endearing. What is the point of earning money, if not to spend it on your loved ones? Ah, where did you get so much money, Shaofeng? Li Hongqiang gasped, covering her mouth, clearly astonished yet filled with concern. She had never seen so much money in her life, and was apprehensive about its origins. The little girl beside her had wide eyes, astonished. Hee, this is freshly earned. What do you think? Isn't it wonderful? Yes, absolutely. Li Hongqiang nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with admiration for Leng Shaofeng. She trusted her man but was taken aback by his prowess in quickly amassing wealth. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here, this stack is for you, while the other stack is for my own use. I plan to raise you both to be healthy and plump. When the circumstances permit in the future, I shall take Xiao Wei to receive treatment, ensuring that she can hear sounds and speak normally. Leng Shaofeng pressed a stack of bills into Li Hongqiang's hands. Shaofeng, I cannot accept this. Li Hongqiang suddenly regained her composure, pushing her hands outward. Your intention brings me great joy, but I cannot accept this money. After a brief pause, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and turned to gaze at Li Hongwei. The young girl's eyes were red, with tears welling up. Xiao Wei's condition had long since taken root. It was not something that could be easily cured. Nonetheless, Shaofeng, I still thank you on behalf of Xiao Wei. The woman smiled with the grace of a pear blossom, gazing affectionately at Leng Shaofeng. Her pristine forehead was exquisitely beautiful, and the wisps of hair framing her face added a touch of femininity. Her enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes were utterly captivating. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief. This woman was utterly irresistible. In that moment, Li Hongqiang was breathtakingly beautiful, so stunning that it took one's breath away. Chapter 49. Blooming. Although Li Hongqiang had agreed to close the lamb soup restaurant, an underlying anxiety about her future still lingered within her. It was only at this moment that she truly began to feel at ease. Astonishing beauty blossomed completely at that instant. Fool, do not say such things. Your life is mine. It is only right that I care for you. As long as I am here, I shall grant you a lifetime of peace and well-being. Cold Shaofeng extended his hand to smooth a rebellious strand of her hair. The gentle touch sent a shiver through Li Hongqiang's entire being. In the next moment, her emotions became uncontrollable and erupted fiercely. She leapt into Cold Shaofeng's embrace, disregarding the presence of her younger sister. Soft sobs escaped her lips, uncontrollable tears soaking Cold Shaofeng's shoulder. The man's promise of a lifetime of peace shattered her defenses completely. Within those cries lay an overwhelming mix of grievances and joy, alongside a yearning for a stable future. She had silently endured countless hardships without shedding a single tear. Yet, faced with the man's lifelong commitment, her heart melted entirely. Succumbing to his warmth, Cold Shaofeng remained silent, wrapping his arms around her delicate form and gently patting her shoulder. At that moment, words were unnecessary. Only the embrace mattered. Unexpectedly, a tightness enveloped her side as she was embraced once more. It was not only Li Hongqiang who had broken down. Her younger sister had already succumbed to tears as well. She rushed over to hug Cold Shaofeng and her sister. For a brief instant, Cold Shaofeng felt stiffened by the suddenness, but quickly regained his composure. Li Hongqiang, in turn, reached out to pull her sister closer. However, managing both her sister and Cold Shaofeng in her arms proved a challenge. At this moment, Cold Shaofeng took action, withdrawing his hands from between the two warm bodies. He spread his arms wide and encircled them both. The three of them were tightly embraced, enveloped in a warmth that radiated comfort and reassurance. After a while, Li Hongqiang finally composed herself and gently extricated herself from the man's embrace. The younger sister, blushing, reluctantly stepped away, her eyes filled with tender affection. It's all your fault. How could you be like this? I've cried more in the past 2 days than in my entire life. I've shed a veritable flood of tears for you. Li Hongqiang playfully pounded her small fist against Cold Shaofeng's chest like a rain of droplets. Her rosy lips pouted slightly, and her large, glistening eyes shot a playful glance at him. This was her unique, gentle way of expressing her displeasure. At that moment, though she had not consumed any alcohol, Cold Shaofeng felt slightly tipsy from the warmth of the encounter. Heh, blame me. Let us not dwell on this. Just listen, take care of the money properly. When I ask you to keep it, you must keep it. Besides, it's inconvenient for me to keep it in the dormitory. I have some significant plans coming up and may need it at any time. So please hold on to it for me. With firm resolve, Cold Shaofeng pressed the money into Li Hongqiang's hands. His strong stance, coupled with the explanation, left her no room to refuse. Then, I shall hold on to it for you. When you need it, just come to me. That's more like it. Cold Shaofeng playfully tapped her straight nose. Quite a pleasant texture. Li Hongqiang blushed, took a step back, and shot a glance at Leng Shaofeng before turning to place the money in the bedside cabinet. Once the money was securely stowed away, the three resumed their seats, serving the meal and indulging in their feast. Today, Li Hongqiang had sought bean sprouts with a hint of meat. However, the women swiftly picked out the meat slices and deposited them into Leng Shaofeng's bowl. Beside them, Li Hongwei mimicked the action, also adding meat to Leng Shaofeng's plate. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Leng Shaofeng was not particularly tempted by the meat. He preferred the lightness of the bean sprouts. In the end, he transferred the meat back into Li Hongwei's bowl, remarking, "Little girl, you're too thin. You should eat more meat to grow strong." Li Hongwei glanced at the meat in her bowl, her throat moving slightly, yet her gaze drifted towards her sister. Li Hongqiang noticed this and, understanding that Leng Shaofeng had little interest in the meat, nodded in agreement to her sister. Only then did Li Hongwei begin to eat with great enthusiasm. This scene elicited a shared smile between Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and reminiscent of home. After finishing the meal, Leng Shaofeng did not linger and turned to leave, as he needed to return to the mine where his brother was still working overtime. It would be remiss of him not to check in. As he stepped into the courtyard, he heard footsteps behind him. Recognizing the sound, he knew it was Li Hongqiang. Before he could turn around, she embraced his waist from behind and whispered something in his ear. The words made Leng Shaofeng stand at attention. Before he could respond, the woman blushed and shyly retreated into the house, leaving him with a lingering sense of wonder. Truly enchanting. Nevertheless, he found it delightful. Invited by such beauty, Leng Shaofeng felt invigorated as he strode out of the lamb soup restaurant, heading straight for the mine. Passing by the canteen, he decided to enter. Inside, the cacophony of voices filled the air, accompanied by the appetizing aroma of food, intertwined with the distinct scent of sweat mixed with soap characteristic of the miners. In one corner of the canteen, members of the security department were gathered around a table, enjoying their meal. Among them were Han Bin, Yao Shengli, and Feng Chang. Han Bin animatedly spoke while eating, spitting phrases with fervor. Leng Shaofeng contemplated for a moment before approaching. As he drew near, he heard Han Bin's voice. "Why keep these treasury bonds? What good are they? They won't bear fruit. In 3 to 5 years, they'll be worthless. Brothers, don't you agree?" You all clamored to convert them into cash immediately, and now Feng Gu offers you the chance. Speak up. As Leng Shaofeng approached, many recognized him and stood to greet him. However, he preempted them, saying, "Brothers, are you all enjoying your meal? Does anyone have objections to what Han Bin just said? Let us hear your thoughts." A silence fell over the group, and they exchanged glances. Leng Shaofeng turned to Han Bin and pulled out a large bill. "Go to the kitchen and add 2 hearty dishes for everyone. No, make it 4. And bring 2 bottles of wine as well." Leng Shaofeng once again retrieved a large banknote from his pocket. "All right, Brother Feng," Han Bin said, swiftly taking the money and dashing away. Leng Shaofeng then settled into the spot vacated by Han Bin. At that moment, Feng Chang hesitantly began to speak. Brother Feng, it's not that we don't want to cash in these treasury bonds, but Han Bin mentioned we should first keep a record before receiving the money. You see, without cash in hand, everyone is left feeling uncertain." As Feng Chang spoke, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. "Indeed, Brother Feng, we are all quite strapped for cash. If we weren't, who would sell treasury bonds?" Another added, "Yes, Brother Feng, the amount we have is minimal, and with our monthly expenses, including those 5 or 10 yuan bonds, we still need to eat. Brother Feng, I've just started dating, and my monthly budget is barely sufficient." A chorus of voices echoed the concerns swirling in their minds. Leng Shaofeng understood their plight, yet a smile graced his lips. In essence, it was merely a matter of finances. But is money truly the issue? Problems that can be resolved with money are not genuine problems. Chapter 50. Redemption. Prior to this moment, he had not possessed sufficient funds, leaving him with no means to act. It was inevitable that he would have to engage in some persuasive discourse. However, at this juncture, he stood tall, raised his hand, and quelled the clamorous voices of the crowd. "I understand, my brothers. My oversight has been evident. Although my resources are constrained, I cannot impose upon your contributions. Thus, anyone wishing to exchange should approach Han Bin for registration, and I shall ensure all funds are available by tomorrow. Does this sound agreeable? Are we in accord?" "Oh, Brother Feng, splendid," they exclaimed. Indeed, in times of trouble, we must look to Brother Feng. It seemed that Han Bin had not clarified matters in advance. Had he done so, such complications might have been avoided. The crowd began to murmur and shift the blame onto Han Bin. By the time Han Bin returned, bearing 4 hearty dishes and 2 bottles of wine, he was met with a chorus of grievances directed at him. Bewildered, he wondered what he had done to deserve this. Cold Shaofeng uncorked the bottles and filled the glasses of those not on duty. "My brothers, though I have departed from the security division, the bonds forged over 2 years have fostered a profound camaraderie. The mountains remain unchanging, and the waters flow eternal. our friendship endures, encapsulated in this cup. I shall drink to your health first." With that, cold Shaofeng raised his glass and drained it in one gulp, prompting a resounding cheer from the crowd. Half of those present, not bound by duty, raised their glasses in solidarity and followed suit with hearty swigs. "Well, my brothers, I have dined already, and I must attend to other matters, so I shall not join you for the meal. Hanbin, ensure that you keep an accurate tally. All payments must be made in cash tomorrow. Do you understand?" "Ah, yes, Brother Feng," Hanbin promptly affirmed. After exchanging a few jovial words with the group, cold Shaofeng took his leave, heading straight for the kitchen. The selections that Hanbin had made were commendable. Cold Shaofeng requested 4 additional portions and 2 bottles of wine. He borrowed food containers from the cafeteria, carefully packed them, and made his way to the abandoned factory. These containers, woven from bamboo and multi-tiered, were typically reserved for delivering meals to superiors, but cold Shaofeng had enough influence to procure them. By the time he returned to the dilapidated factory, dusk had fallen. A few dim yellow lights flickered to life within the building, surprisingly illuminating the space after years of neglect. The warm glow filled cold Shaofeng with renewed vigor. As he entered the factory, he discovered that cold Xiaoyang and the other 2 had already donned their headlamps. It was evident that they were wrapping up their tasks. "Brother, how is everything?" Cold Shaofeng inquired with concern. "Rest assured, everything has been thoroughly checked. The machinery is functioning perfectly. All is normal. We have performed maintenance. With proper care and regular upkeep, it can last for another decade," replied cold Xiaoyang, his gloves grimy with grease, as were those of the other 2. "That is marvelous news, brother. Quickly tidy up. I have brought food for everyone to share and enjoy." Cold Shaofeng exclaimed, his spirits soaring. "Very well, please wait a moment. We can have everything ready in no more than 5 minutes." The 3 men hastened their actions, and within a mere 3 minutes, they had efficiently tidied up. Discarding their greasy gloves, the trio sat down nonchalantly on the ground and opened their food boxes. Instantly, a delectable array of dishes appeared before them. Leng Shaofeng produced a wine cup, filling it to the brim with white liquor, and generously topped off the cups of the others. For coal miners, the combination of pig's head meat paired with white liquor only intensified the flavors. The more they indulged, the more delightful it became. Among the 4 dishes, one was indeed the pig's head meat. The trio savored their meal with gusto, their mouths glistening with grease. They consumed 2 bottles of white liquor, leaving them satiated. After their feast, the group exited the dilapidated factory, but as they were about to leave, Leng Shaofeng slipped a large sum of money into each of his companions' hands. "This is too much, Brother Leng. This amount nearly matches several days of my wages." No, I cannot accept it. A meal of pig's head meat and a bottle of liquor is quite sufficient," Tian Feng protested, his hands waving dismissively. However, Yang Junlin, standing nearby, hesitated as he clutched the money. "This is only fair. It is the fruit of labor. If I do not accept it, I would feel embarrassed to seek your help in the future." Reluctantly, Tian Feng accepted the money, while Yang Junlin smiled and took his share as well. The 2 reiterated their commitment to seek them out for future work, vowing to execute tasks proficiently. Leng Shaofeng welcomed this assurance. As for Leng Xiaoyang's share, there was no rush. He understood his elder brother well enough to know that some things took time, much like their father, Leng Guangfu. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way out of the mine. Tian Feng, a man of intellect, subtly inquired about the selling price of the equipment along the way. Leng Shaofeng, however, was not foolish enough to divulge details and responded ambiguously. Fortunately, Tian Feng did not press further. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Leng Shaofeng parted ways with the 3, returning the food boxes before heading back to the dormitory. Inside, Hanbin was present. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng return, Hanbin's face lit up with excitement, his acne glistening under the bright lights. "Brother Feng, you're back," Hanbin exclaimed, approaching him. "This treatment is unprecedented." "Indeed, you seem quite pleased. Did you receive a substantial sum?" "Of course, Brother Feng. However, it's primarily due to your influence. After you left, everyone clamored to register with me." As he spoke, Hanbin produced a small notebook, resembling the grid paper used by elementary students. Leng Shaofeng took the notebook and began to examine it. The handwriting was crooked and chaotic, akin to ants scuttling across the page. Thankfully, having seen much in his time, Leng Shaofeng could decipher it. The names of about 10 individuals were recorded, each accompanied by amounts ranging from 80 to 100, with the highest being Feng Chong, who had written down 200 yuan. Leng Shaofeng was aware that this amount likely included contributions from Feng Chang's father as well. His father is the district chief of the first mining area, and it is likely that he possesses a substantial amount of treasury bonds. This paltry sum is insignificant. The bulk must still be in his hands. Upon further inspection, the final total amounted to 550 yuan. Not bad. In just one day, over 1,500 had been collected. At what discount rate was this acquired? Leng Shaofeng casually inquired as he set down his ledger. Not too high, nor too low. It's at a 25 discount, Han Bin replied with a radiant smile. Leng Shaofeng nodded in approval. All right, keep up this momentum and continue collecting. After uttering these words, he began to rummage through his bag for cash. He produced a stack of pristine 100 yuan bills and commenced counting. Han Bin, standing nearby, was left utterly astonished, swallowing hard as his eyes widened. Feng, brother Feng, that must be 10,000 yuan, right? Han Bin managed to ask, albeit with some difficulty. 25, 26. Leng Shaofeng mumbled absently, continuing to count. Han Bin fell silent, his eyes ablaze with fervor. At that moment, Han Bin's heart experienced a profound impact, for it was the first time he had encountered such a considerable sum of money. Gradually, a new determination began to take shape within him. Chapter 51. Dormitory chit-chat. Only after counting to 50 did Leng Shaofeng finally pause. He carefully returned 5,000 yuan into his bag and handed another 5,000 to Han Bin. This sum of 5,000 yuan is intended to settle the account of over 1,500 yuan by tomorrow. The remaining amount serves as capital. Once news of your cash acquisition of treasury bonds circulates, many will undoubtedly approach you. Your sole responsibility is to maintain meticulous records. Financial matters are of utmost importance and must not be muddled. Leng Shaofeng reiterated his instructions with great emphasis. Rest assured, brother Feng, I will record everything meticulously. There will be no mistakes, Han Bin replied eagerly, nodding his head. The weight of the 5,000 yuan in his hands felt substantial and somewhat burdensome. Leng Shaofeng turned his attention away from Han Bin, observing that he still appeared somewhat inexperienced and in need of further refinement. Instead, he pulled out a cigarette, placing it to his lips. Han Bin, displaying keen awareness, set down the money in his hands and took the initiative to light it for Leng Shaofeng. However, this time, he refrained from taking a drag from the cigarette himself. Clearly, he had begun to embrace the role of a subordinate. Leng Shaofeng, taking the initiative, tossed a cigarette to him. Only then did Han Bin accept it, smiling as he ignited it. Instantly, the dormitory was filled with curling wisps of smoke. Brother Feng, I've realized something. Han Bin's voice was somewhat low and dry. What is it? Speak up, Leng Shaofeng replied bluntly, noticing Han Bin's hesitance. Well, it seems the amount of money you gave me is excessive. I didn't realize it before. But seeing you take out such a large sum made me comprehend that taking 3 points on the money is indeed too much. Brother Feng, I really cannot accept this much. As he continued speaking, Han Bin's words flowed more smoothly. Leng Shaofeng, intrigued, found it odd that such awareness had developed in such a short span of time. What is the matter? Why can't you accept it? He inquired, amused. I didn't have a concept of it before. After witnessing you count that thick stack of money, totaling 10,000 yuan, I suddenly thought that taking 3 points would mean I'd be pocketing 300 yuan from that sum. But I haven't done anything to deserve it. Which feels akin to taking money from you without cause. Not to mention, if I were to take 3 points from the 1,500 yuan tonight, that would amount to nearly 50 yuan, equivalent to my monthly salary. In just one day, I'd be receiving what I typically earn in a month. Brother Feng, that's quite alarming. It feels like too much, and the money feels hot in my hands. I truly cannot accept it. Moreover, it is you, brother Feng, who has truly made a difference today. Your words have completely shifted the situation. I'm merely the one running errands and keeping the accounts. If you wish to give me something, just a small sum for running errands would suffice, Han Bin said, a hint of wistfulness in his expression. Yet his tone remained resolute. Leng Shaofeng paused his smoking, gazing deeply at Han Bin. Brother, I must say, you have broadened your horizons. Initially, Leng Shaofeng had not placed much significance on this modest sum. Trading treasury bonds was merely a means to earn quick money and accumulate capital for future endeavors. However, the income from the scrap materials had far exceeded his expectations. In this manner, Leng Shaofeng's initial financial demands were alleviated. However, upon Han Bin's suggestion, Leng Shaofeng devised a new plan. He had originally intended to casually mentor this younger brother, sharing a dormitory and offering him a chance to earn a modest fortune for a future spouse. Yet unexpectedly, the young man broadened this path significantly. Now, Leng Shaofeng had to reconsider his strategy. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Since you proposed it, I shall acquiesce. Should you ever have a change of heart, I will grant you another opportunity to amend your decision. This matter shall rest upon your shoulders, rest assured. The fee for your assistance will be ample. Leng Shaofeng exhaled a languid smoke ring. Hee, very well, Brother Feng. You can entrust this matter to me. I will manage it flawlessly. Hanbin sighed in relief, patting his chest in assurance. Yet within him stirred a complex blend of disappointment and a sense of stability, a medley of emotions difficult to articulate. After all, Brother Feng's wealth was not derived from the wind. One must not be overly greedy. He was merely a helper and should possess self-awareness. Soon, Hanbin had re-established his mental fortitude. Brother Feng, can you guess what transpired in the security department today? As he smoked, he opened the floor for conversation. What new developments could possibly arise in the security department? Leng Shaofeng glanced at Hanbin. Someone is vying for the captaincy position you left behind. Hanbin chuckled, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Oh, who are the contenders? Leng Shaofeng's interest was piqued. Currently, two individuals are locked in fierce competition, Feng Qiang and Yao Xingli. Yao Xingli? What prompts him to entertain such ambitions? Leng Shaofeng felt a twinge of curiosity. Feng Qiang was understandable, as his father was the district chief of Tunnel No. 1, providing him with considerable backing. But what audacity did Yao Xingli possess? It was rumored that Yao Xingli's girlfriend's father was also a person of significance. Hanbin teased. Which one? Are you eager for the details? You little rascal, are you itching for answers? Speak up. Yao Xingli is quite the orator, fair-skinned, and possesses a certain charm. Though he is slightly shorter in stature, the girlfriend he is courting is none other than Wang Mingjie. Hanbin could no longer withhold the information. Her. If it is Wang Mingjie, that is indeed understandable. Her father is the chief of the dispatch department. However, I do question whether Yao Xingli can truly handle her. Mentioning Wang Mingjie, Leng Shaofeng could not help but envision a petite girl. Wang Mingjie was also a classmate of Leng Shaofeng. Not particularly tall, but certainly not lacking in weight. Standing under 1.6 meters, she weighed around 160 pounds. Yet, to be fair, she had her own merits, possessing an impressive presence that could rival even Li Hongqiang. Of course, physical attributes are not solely determined by size. One must also consider shape, firmness, and tactile sensations. In a comprehensive comparison, Li Hongqiang would undoubtedly triumph. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Leng Shaofeng felt a surge of heat, prompting him to look up. All right, let us cease this discussion. You may take a rest, and I shall do the same. Cold Shaofeng, no longer indulging in idle chatter, picked up the sandals he had previously purchased, along with his fountain pen, ink, and practice notebook, and promptly departed. He left Hanbin alone, guarding the empty room. How could the fates of individuals diverge so drastically? Gazing at the vacant bed left by Cold Shaofeng, a wave of envy and jealousy washed over him. Some revel in nightly celebrations, while others are left to wrestle with their own solitude. Hanbin raised his hand, which held a cigarette butt, and stared at it for an extended period. Finally, he extinguished it with a fierce determination. Subsequently, he approached the mirror, meticulously combing his hair once more. You have your lamb soup, beauty, and we have our own little firecracker. Although the little firecracker may be a bit spicy, she certainly possesses flavor. A sudden crash echoed through the air, and then Hanbin too stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 52. A beautiful scene and a fine evening. Cold Shaofeng stepped outside, traversing the path that led him to the Sisters' Mutton Soup restaurant. He felt compelled to come, for the heart of a beauty is not to be disregarded. Invited by the enchanting lady to share a splendid evening, Cold Shaofeng lamented only the length of the night. With an excited heart, he knocked on the door of the mutton soup establishment. Li Hongqiang opened the door, and before she could withdraw her petite hand, Cold Shaofeng seized it. The two entered the inner room hand in hand. Inside, Li Hongwei was seated at a small square table, engrossed in writing. Upon seeing Cold Shaofeng, she looked up and smiled sweetly, revealing two adorable dimples. Then, she sprang from her chair and dashed over, coming to a hurried halt in front of him. She glanced at her sister. Seeing no signs of discontent from her sister, she leaned closer to Cold Shaofeng. Cold Shaofeng naturally ruffled her hair, reminiscent of petting a cat. It felt delightful. The little girl, beaming with joy, returned to her seat at the small table. However, Cold Shaofeng did not rush to sit down. Instead, he began to pull items from his bag. A fountain pen, a practice notebook, and ink appeared one after another, culminating in the surprising revelation of a pair of sandals. The little girl blinked in astonishment, her large eyes fixated on cold Shaofeng's hands, reluctant to divert her gaze even for a moment. Upon seeing the sandals, her face flushed crimson, and she shyly pulled her toes back. Are these all for Xiaowei? Why did you also buy shoes? Li Hongqiang looked incredulously at the items on the table, particularly the sandals. What kind of sister are you? Look, Xiaowei's toes are sticking out. Didn't you notice? Cold Shaofeng chided Li Hongqiang. Oh, let me see. Indeed, she has grown so fast that I barely noticed. Li Hongqiang's face turned slightly red, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she turned her gaze toward Li Hongwei. You little girl, why didn't you tell me your shoes were too small? Li Hongwei lowered her head, pouting, and ignored her sister, instead fixating her gaze on the transparent sandals. Why not try them on? Cold Shaofeng offered the sandals to Li Hongwei. With a flushed face, she glanced at her sister, who nodded encouragingly. Only then did the little girl happily accept the sandals, cradling them in her arms. She did not rush to wear them. First, she filled a basin with water from the courtyard and washed her feet thoroughly. Then, with utmost seriousness, she slipped her pristine feet into the transparent sandals. It must be said that Cold Shaofeng had a keen eye. The sandals fit her perfectly. Li Hongwei, donning the sandals, trotted back and forth, her face radiating uncontainable delight. Cold Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang watched her with quiet smiles. Shaofeng, thank you. It is rare to see you care so much for Xiaowei. It warms my heart, Li Hongqiang said, her eyes sparkling with affection as she gently shook the hand Cold Shaofeng held. Isn't this precisely what I ought to do? The purchase of these shoes was somewhat hasty. The leather is a bit stiff and causes discomfort. In the future, when circumstances permit, I shall procure finer leather shoes for you, crafted from the softest, full-grain cowhide. Cold Shaofeng tightened his grip, his hands warm and gentle like jade, offering a pleasant touch. Li Hongwei ambled back and forth a couple of times before reluctantly taking a seat. She then opened a pristine notebook. Li Hongqiang also settled down, assisting her sister with the fountain pen, filling it with ink. Li Hongwei accepted the pen from her sister's hand and began to write with great delight. Meanwhile, Cold Shaofeng was not idle. He retrieved a folding knife from his green satchel and asked for Li Hongwei's sandals again. The little girl displayed a reluctant expression as she parted with her shoes. In the ensuing moments, the room was enveloped in tranquility. Li Hongwei practiced her writing while Cold Shaofeng repaired the shoes. Li Hongqiang rested her chin in her hands, glancing between her sister and Cold Shaofeng. Unbeknownst to her, a smile of contentment graced her face. Cold Shaofeng's knife was exceptionally sharp, a tool he wielded for self-defense. He also employed it to practice knife throwing, hitting the mark with precision within 10 steps. Now, however, he used it to mend sandals. To Cold Shaofeng's discerning eye, the transparent sandals appeared rather crude. Yet, to people of that era, they were cherished treasures. The sandals were quite rigid, especially at the edges, which bore sharp angles. Within only a couple of days, new sandals would cause blisters from these very edges. Cold Shaofeng had suffered this discomfort in his youth. Now he focused on smoothing out those edges. With the keen blade, he meticulously carved away, removing all the sharp angles until he sculpted a perfectly smooth arc. Though this endeavor was modest, it demanded immense patience and skill. For Cold Shaofeng, however, this posed no challenge. The little girl was evidently distracted today, unable to concentrate on her studies. After writing just a couple of characters, she would pause to steal glances at Cold Shaofeng and the sandals in his hands, repeating this cycle and failing to settle down. Yet Li Hongqiang, lost in her own world, paid her no mind. Cold Shaofeng, focused and absorbed, overlooked this distraction. By the time he had smoothed out all the edges of the sandals, the young girl had barely completed a page of practice. Cold Shaofeng handed the sandals back to Li Hongwei, prompting her to wear them once more. Li Hongwei slipped back into her beloved sandals and gestured a heartfelt thank you to Cold Shaofeng. He shook his head in response, indicating it was no trouble at all. With that, she could finally devote herself to her writing. The sandals felt remarkably comfortable beneath her feet. If possible, she wished for these shoes to last a lifetime, never to wear out or be replaced. Li Hongwei wrote with peace of mind, while Cold Shaofeng found his own peace eluding him. He leaned closer to Li Hongqiang, extending his large hand from behind her. A blush crept across her cheeks as she shot him a glance. Yet she did not resist, allowing Cold Shaofeng to proceed with his actions. After completing her calligraphy practice, she dedicated some time to pronunciation. Once the young girl accomplished her tasks, she cheerfully fetched hot water for Cold Shaofeng. After everyone had finished their ablutions, the lights in the room dimmed. Before retiring for the night, Li Hongwei removed her sandals and neatly arranged them on the floor. Across from the curtain, her beautiful sister Li Hongqiang began her own studies. This is an era of explosive knowledge. Without diligent study, one risks falling behind. Yesterday, Li Hongqiang had learned something new, and today she naturally needed to review it. As the saying goes, to review the old is to know the new. Although she was a novice, her innate talent was astonishing. After receiving guidance from Cold Shaofeng the previous day, she found herself adept today. As dusk fell, the sound of the flute resonated through the heavens, and the mountain chickens danced amidst the scattered clouds. A single melody from the flute was utterly captivating. Chapter 53. Persistence and exercise. On the following morning, Leng Shaofeng awoke from the tender embrace of slumber. After savoring the first bowl of rich mutton soup of the day, he stepped out of the sister's mutton soup house. Emerging at such an early hour, a sudden sense of aimlessness enveloped him. He no longer adhered to the constraints of a 9-to-5 job. He was utterly unshackled, free from oversight. Yet, the price of this freedom was a fleeting moment of bewilderment. Work? The prospect of ever returning to a job was utterly implausible. Home? There was nothing awaiting him there. It felt too cramped. Back to the dormitory? Perhaps not. Wandering aimlessly, Leng Shaofeng found himself inadvertently entering the mine. At this early hour, the mine was nearly devoid of activity. As he passed the activity room, a spark ignited in his eyes. He turned and stepped inside. The expansive room remained empty, which suited him perfectly. Casually shedding his outer garment, he revealed his sculpted physique and commenced a series of warm-up exercises. 5 minutes later, invigorated and ready, he embarked upon his first exercise, running. He circled the vast activity room, completing 10 laps. After a round on the horizontal and parallel bars, he approached the punching bag, unleashing a flurry of punches that echoed through the room. Once his body was thoroughly warmed up, he gradually retracted his fists, centering himself, grounding his energy, and regulating his breath. Then, he began to practice his martial arts. After executing a complete set of the Great Flood Fist, he followed it with 2 rounds of Praying Mantis Fist. Finally, Leng Shaofeng stabilized his stance and concluded his practice. He felt invigorated, drenched in sweat. With his internal energy surging, a slight exertion resonated through his muscles and bones. In that moment, he perceived an unprecedented strength within himself. This was no mere illusion. In his past life, he had heard tales of various masters, both internal and external, but throughout his experiences, he had never encountered anyone formidable. Loneliness accompanied invincibility. In his previous existence, he had been consumed by the grind, focused solely on toil, busyness, wealth, and indulgence, thus neglecting his physical fitness. This once robust body had not been preserved into his later years. Instead, in his twilight, he was besieged by myriad ailments. The bitterness and regret of this journey could only be fathomed by those who had walked the same path. Now, granted a second chance, Leng Shaofeng was resolute in not retracing the mistakes of his past. The body is the foundation of revolution. This truth remains eternally unbroken. He had resolved to maintain a regimen of moderate exercise daily, vowing to preserve his physique. Furthermore, he intended to uphold his martial arts practice. This skill must not be abandoned. Should the opportunity arise, he would eagerly seek out a master for sparring. Alas, it remained true that among those he knew, none possessed the capability to challenge him. Having silently completed his training and set his aspirations, Leng Shaofeng gathered his belongings and proceeded to the bathhouse. This visit proved troublesome, as the bathhouse was teeming with people. It was, after all, the change of shifts, and countless grimy miners crowded the space. All the pools were shrouded in darkness, as black as ink. The scent of soapy water mingled in the air, causing Cold Shaofeng to furrow his brow slightly. However, Cold Shaofeng had no intention of immersing himself in the pool at this moment. He merely sought a quick shower. After rinsing away the sweat, he promptly departed from the bathing area. The entire bathing process took no more than 10 minutes. Upon exiting the bathhouse, he felt refreshed and immediately made his way to the security office at the East Gate. After all, the contact information he had left for Shi Dachong and the others was the telephone number for the East Gate. Cold Shaofeng had an inkling that the phone would ring for him today. Inside the security office, for personnel from the security department were present, 2 standing guard outside and 2 sitting on duty inside. Cold Shaofeng was well acquainted with all 4 of them. After exchanging pleasantries, he settled into a chair on the side and casually flipped through the newspaper. Before he had finished reading a single page, the phone in the security office rang. Cold Shaofeng immediately perked up his ears. The on-duty guard answered the call. Hello, who is this? Ah, you're looking for Captain Cold? Please hold. Indeed. The call was for Cold Shaofeng. He approached and picked up the receiver. Hello, this is Cold Shaofeng. Brother Cold, this is Yang Zhanwu. May I inquire if those 2 crushers are ready? Yang Zhanwu's booming voice resonated through the line. Yang, yes, they were serviced and are in perfect condition. No issues whatsoever. Then I will send a vehicle over to collect them. Just wait a moment. I should arrive in about half an hour. All right, Yang. I'll be here. After hanging up the phone, Cold Shaofeng resumed his seat and continued reading the newspaper. There was nothing particularly noteworthy in the news. Most of it focused on institutional reforms, the prevailing theme of the era. Having perused the newspaper sufficiently, Cold Shaofeng picked up the phone again, first dialing the transportation team to arrange for a forklift. Noticing that there was still ample time, he engaged in light conversation with the 2 guards on duty. The Yansi coal mine was quite small, and word of Cold Shaofeng selling steel wire ropes had already spread. The 2 guards, whether intentionally or not, broached the subject, but Cold Shaofeng deftly brushed it aside. It was best to amass wealth quietly, low profile, low profile. If asked, he would simply respond that it was all just scrap, not worth anything. As time passed, Cold Shaofeng exited the security office and headed towards the north gate. Standing at the entrance, he waited briefly. Soon, a plume of dust rose along the country road as a dark liberation truck came to a halt before him. A figure leaped from the vehicle. It was Yang Zhanwu. Upon seeing Cold Shaofeng, Yang extended a warm handshake. Brother Cold, sorry to have kept you waiting. Yang, I just arrived as well. Come, let me show you those 2 machines. Cold Shaofeng had already informed the guards, allowing the truck to pass through without hindrance. He led Yang Zhanwu to the 2 crushers, and as they stood before the well-maintained, gleaming machines, a broad smile spread across Yang's face. Brother Leng, these are the 2 machines I had my eye on yesterday. My goodness, I can hardly recognize them. They appear as if they are brand new. Yang Zhanwu rubbed his hands together and circled the machines twice, growing more and more satisfied with each glance. Haha, Yang Gu, let me be frank with you. These machines were originally under my brother's care for maintenance. He personally came over yesterday with a team and gave them a thorough overhaul. My brother assured me that as long as you maintain them regularly and treat them with care, they will last for a decade without issue. That's wonderful, truly wonderful, Yang Zhanwu exclaimed, full of praise. At that moment, a forklift arrived. Under the direction of Leng Shaofeng, the loading commenced. Yang Zhanwu primarily selected steel wire ropes, belts, winches, and 2 crushers. Although the total volume was slightly less than what Shi Dachong selected yesterday, those 2 crushers are quite valuable. They are specialized equipment for large mines. All imported. Leng Shaofeng had already ascertained the market price of these items yesterday. When calculated comprehensively, even with discounts applied, the price slightly exceeded that of Shi Dachong's selection. Remarkably, it amounted to 22,800 yuan. Chapter 54. Yangzhuang Coal Mine. Next comes the bargaining phase, an essential component of commerce for our people. Without it, the transaction feels incomplete, leaving one with a sense of having made a poor purchase. Naturally, Yang Zhanwu aimed to eliminate every last cent. However, Leng Shaofeng politely declined, noting that the surplus was too significant to dismiss, yet he promised to waive 800. Yet, with over 2,000 remaining, Yang Zhanwu hesitated to part with it, feeling awkward about further negotiation. In that moment of inner turmoil, a spark lit up in Yang Zhanwu's eyes as he turned to Leng Shaofeng. Brother Leng, I notice you lack a steed. Are you adept at riding a motorcycle? Yes, I can ride. However, the motorcycle I used to have belonged to the security department, and I had to return it. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but spoke truthfully. That's good to hear. I used to ride as well, possessing an imported motorcycle. Now that I've become a mine manager, riding seems inappropriate. How about I trade that motorcycle for a reduction in the price? Rest assured, my motorcycle is a fine piece, imported and well cared for, maintained to look as good as new. Ah, well, if you say so, Brother Yang. I suppose I could agree to that. With Yang Zhanwu's assurance, Leng Shaofeng found it difficult to refuse, especially since he was in need of a mode of transport himself. All right, brother, here is the full 20,000. You can take it and ride off on the motorcycle with me later. Yang Zhanwu had prepared the funds in advance. Upon seeing the total, Leng Shaofeng understood why he had been so frugal. When it came to wealth, Shi Dachong was truly the one to beat. Very well, Brother Yang, Leng Shaofeng acquiesced. accepting the cash and stuffing it into his bag. The small satchel, which had just gained a bit of space, was now overflowing once more. The two crushers took up considerable room, along with other items, filling an entire truck. Following Yang Zhanwu, Leng Shaofeng squeezed into the truck. The front of the truck featured 2 seats. One was naturally reserved for the driver, a seat no one could dispute. The other seat could comfortably accommodate 1 person, though it could also fit 2 with some effort. Thus, Leng Shaofeng found himself closely seated next to Yang Zhanwu. In this proximity, Yang Zhanwu instantly felt the firmness of Leng Shaofeng's physique. Wow, brother Shaofeng, you're quite impressive. So solid, all muscle. While speaking, Yang Zhanwu pinched Leng Shaofeng's bicep. Remarkable. Harder than I am. And I was a soldier for 3 years. Moreover, I've kept up with military training all these years, running cross-country daily and practicing military boxing. Yang Zhanwu exclaimed in admiration, drawing the attention of the driver beside them. Yang Zhanwu noticed this and began to introduce them. Brother Long, this driver, like me, is a veteran. He was introduced by my former commander and goes by Shunzi. He later joined the reconnaissance unit and was one of the strongest soldiers under my old commander. Various military qualities are commendable, particularly in individual combat. Although he may be slightly shorter than us, he is indeed formidable. Initially, Leng Shaofeng also greeted the driver. Now, upon hearing Yang Zhanwu's remarks, he became quite intrigued. Brother Yang, to be honest, I grew up in Yunqing and have been involved in brawling since childhood, so I possess some strength. Brother Shunzi, this is Leng Shaofeng. Leng Shaofeng first explained to Yang Zhanwu, then extended his hand towards the driver, Shunzi, seeking a formal introduction. Lu Yishuan. As he spoke, Lu Yishuan and Leng Shaofeng shook hands. Brother Shunzi, once we arrive, how about we exchange a few moves? Sure, no problem. It was evident that Shunzi was not particularly verbose, yet he was quite straightforward, which suited Leng Shaofeng's temperament well. No wonder, you are from Yunqing. During my military service, I had a comrade from Juqing, right next to your Yunqing. He also practiced martial arts from a young age, and when it came to personal combat, 2 or 3 people could hardly match him. I reckon only someone like Shunzi could hold his own against him. It was clear that Yang Zhanwu became animated as he reminisced about his military days. Leng Shaofeng understood that the military is a unique community, and individuals emerging from it often harbor profound feelings for their service. The camaraderie shared among soldiers is not unlike that of schoolmates. In his hometown, Leng Shaofeng had a cousin who was a retired soldier. Even after many years, he still donned his old military uniform daily. Such is the sentiment attached to it. Leng Shaofeng comprehended this, albeit merely understanding. At that moment, he shared the story of his cousin. As Leng Shaofeng finished speaking, both Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi chuckled. Yang Zhanwu's laughter was hearty, while Shunzi appeared more bashful. Brother Shaofeng, to be candid, we are similar. We still keep our uniforms and occasionally wear them. However, it's usually just for private occasions before changing back. In contrast, it was not as frequent as Leng Shaofeng's cousin. The 3 engaged in lighthearted banter, causing time to fly by swiftly. The truck navigated along Xingfu Road, entered the national highway, and soon veered off again, continuing for a while before arriving at Yangzhuang coal mine. The mine appeared rather modest, consisting of a few rows of low buildings situated outside the village. The walls and roofs were darkened, characteristic of coal mines. A flock of sparrows perched on the rooftops, resembling the blackbirds at Yansi coal mine. A slight flutter of their wings would scatter black dust all around. In the distance, there was a small hill of coal debris, though it was incomparable to Yansi coal mine. Yang Zhanwu led Leng Shaofeng to a row of houses where a sign hung on the door, Office of the Mine Manager. Upon entering, they found a simple office with a desk, a chair, and a wrought-tin sofa opposite a tea table. The table was adorned with a teapot and teacups. Yang Zhanwu poured a cup of tea for Leng Shaofeng. Brother Shaofeng, I apologize for the humble conditions here. It does not compare to your state-owned coal mines. This tea is jasmine, Yang Zhanwu expressed somewhat bashfully. Cold Shaofeng took the cup of water in his hands and took a delicate sip. Yang, you are too polite, aren't you? Your place is quite decent, at least you have an office. Mine, despite being labeled as a resource recovery station, lacks even a semblance of a wall. Cold Shaofeng quipped self-deprecatingly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he had yet to finish his cup of tea when the office door was pushed open. Shunzi walked in. Shall we? Cold Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. All right. Without further ado, he stood up. Yang Zhanwu followed suit, offering an explanation. Brother Shaofeng, please don't take offense, Shunzi is just that kind of person, blunt and straightforward. Yang, there's no need for such remarks. I actually prefer dealing with straightforward individuals. It is far less tiring. Cold Shaofeng replied, unfazed. Once they stepped outside, Shunzi led the way, heading outward. Where are we going? Cold Shaofeng inquired with a hint of confusion. Chapter 55, Sparring in the adjacent grove, where a refreshing breeze whispered through the trees. Shun and I established a modest training ground. It served merely as a playful diversion, a means to enhance our physical conditioning. Exiting the Yangzhuang coal mine and proceeding 100 meters ahead, we encountered a small cluster of trees. There, the sight of vertical pull-up bars and parallel bars immediately caught our attention. Beside them lay rudimentary military training apparatuses, such as a single-sided bridge and barbed wire, primarily crafted from rough-hewn timber. A heavy sandbag dangled from above, comparable in size to that in the security department's activity room. Upon entering the grove, the coolness enveloped us. The ground beneath our feet was remarkably level, and the grass above had been meticulously trimmed, presenting a low yet orderly appearance reminiscent of a football field. With enthusiasm, I leaped about, the surface yielding pleasantly beneath me. The two of us commenced our warm-up exercises, preparing our bodies for the impending challenge. Shun shed his outer work uniform, revealing a toned upper body clad solely in a tank top. I, too, donned a short-sleeved t-shirt, pulling it off over my head to unveil sharply defined muscles, particularly my well-defined 8-pack abs, which were strikingly eye-catching. My gaze fixated on Shun, a surge of fighting spirit coursing through me as I rolled my neck and twisted my torso, the joints cracking with an audible pop. This display was undeniably impressive. Shun, sensing the intensity of my stare, straightened his demeanor, feeling a chill run down his spine as though he were being scrutinized by a formidable beast. In the next moment, his own fighting spirit ignited. Are you ready? Shun inclined his body slightly, his fists guarding his chest as he assumed a military boxing stance. Come on, I bellowed, adopting a more relaxed posture, standing about 1.5 meters away from Shun. My arms lifted slightly, fingers curled inward, my feet shifting in a subtle rhythm. My entire being embracing a peculiar cadence reminiscent of a mantis preparing to engage in combat, my eyes locked onto my opponent. Having never encountered such a stance, Shun was uncertain where its vulnerabilities lay, though it appeared riddled with openings. He resolved to initiate a probe. With a swift left jab, he propelled his fist towards my face, the wind trailing behind it. Should this strike connect, it would surely leave me bruised. As soon as Shun moved, I reacted in kind. I was still as a statue, yet when I moved, I was as swift as a hare. My forearm rose just in time to intercept Shun's punch. He had exerted about 70% of his strength, yet his fist struck my arm with the impact of a hammer against an iron pillar. The jolt sent pain reverberating through his knuckles, and before he could retract his fist, my hand swiftly snaked towards his wrist, delivering a rapid jab. It appeared a mere light tap, yet the point of contact erupted in a tingling sensation, quickly followed by an excruciating pain that rendered his grip weak. Shun was taken aback, realizing that his left hand had lost half its combat efficacy. Acknowledging the challenge I presented, he ceased to hold back. Retracting his fist, he flexed his tingling wrist before lunging forward, instantly shifting into an aggressive mode of attack. With a flurry of strikes, the air crackled with the intensity of the blows, accompanied by swift leg attacks. In an instant, a tempest of aggression erupted. Yet, despite the speed of Shunzi's fists and legs, he could not penetrate the formidable defense of Leng Shaofeng's arms. These limbs were not only remarkably agile, but as resilient as iron. Each impact sent jolts of pain through Shunzi's body. Occasionally, he felt the sting of Leng Shaofeng's counterattacks, leaving him in a state of tingling discomfort. 3 minutes later, Shunzi was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain. How are you holding up? Yang Zhanwu discerned the reality. Shunzi was outmatched. I can't compete with him. Shunzi replied, his voice low, tinged with reluctance. He possessed some lethal moves, but they were too ruthless for a friendly sparring session. No one relishes defeat, though defeat has an affinity for everyone. In this regard, failure was indeed a master of its craft. It's just practice, Yang Zhanwu reassured. Shunzi remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. It's fine, let us go again. Feel free to use any tricks. I'm not that fragile, Leng Shaofeng observed keenly. All right, do take care, he added as Shunzi, flexing his wrists, charged once more. This time, Shunzi aimed a punch directly at Leng Shaofeng's throat, who deftly sidestepped the attack. In the next moment, Shunzi's leg swung toward Leng Shaofeng's groin, a sneaky kick aimed at an unguarded spot. As Leng Shaofeng evaded this low blow, Shunzi thrust his fingers towards the eyes. No wonder he hesitated earlier. If it were anyone else, they might be down for the count, he thought. However, against Leng Shaofeng, all efforts seemed futile. The essence of man is fist lies in its swiftness, and with Leng Shaofeng's forearms as unyielding as steel, most strikes were effortlessly blocked. Even those that slipped through were deftly dodged. After a whirlwind of assaults, Shunzi found himself once more at a standstill. I concede. I cannot win. He retreated a step, halting his offensive. This bout, though brief, was exhausting. Within just 2 minutes of full exertion, he was left panting heavily. Bravo, Shaofeng. Your skills are extraordinary. A sight to behold. Yang Zhanwu applauded enthusiastically. Impressive. You're even superior to my instructors in the reconnaissance unit. It was rare for Shunzi to express such admiration. He regarded Leng Shaofeng with deep respect, fully aware of the vast gap between their abilities. Throughout their spar, Leng Shaofeng had not initiated a single attack. He merely defended and countered when the opportunity arose. All right, we're all friends here. Let us call it a day, he suggested. I was almost tempted to join in, Yang Zhanwu chuckled, relieved they hadn't, for that would have been equally embarrassing. Thank you. I was barely holding my own. I nearly made a fool of myself. Leng Shaofeng humbly deflected the praise, attempting to ease the atmosphere. How did you train to achieve such prowess? Shunzi stepped forward, a hint of bashfulness in his inquiry. Such inquiries often tread upon sensitive ground, yet he could not suppress his curiosity. It was nothing, really, merely the result of years of diligent practice. With these arms of mine, I have lost count of how many ropes I have severed, Cold Shaofeng remarked casually. What do you mean? Shunzi inquired, his interest piqued. Cold Shaofeng discerned that Shunzi possessed a certain passion for martial arts. By the way, Brother Yang, may I borrow the rope from this wooden post? Cold Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words, just as he noticed a rope tied to a wooden post. The ropes had originally been coiled around the post, but were now merely unraveled. No problem. This is my imitation of a copperman post. However, it's made of wood, simply wrapped in some rope. Feel free to use it, Yang Zhanwu replied with a casual wave of his hand. All right, let me test the sturdiness of your wooden post, Cold Shaofeng said as he approached and began to untie the rope, layer by layer. Rest assured, when I secured this post, I hammered it for quite some time. It is very sturdy, Yang Zhanwu expressed with confidence in his creation, which had endured numerous beatings from both himself and Shunzi, remaining intact to this day. Chapter 56, The Motorcycle in a Moment of Spoken Action. A rope approximately 5 meters in length and the thickness of a finger was deftly unraveled by Leng Shaofeng. He secured one end of the rope to a wooden post with a tight knot, then took the other end and began to wrap it around his arm. With a casual flick of his wrist, the rope coiled around his arm as if animated, wrapping itself neatly in successive loops. This spectacle left Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi momentarily stunned. It was evident that this seemingly simple action was imbued with the essence of mastery. He had honed this movement to the marrow, transforming it into instinct. Standing 3 meters from the post, Leng Shaofeng addressed the 2 onlookers. Watch closely. This is how it's done. He then began to swing his arm vigorously. With a sharp crack, the rope snapped taut, emitting a subtle, buzzing vibration. Since mastering the praying mantis style, Leng Shaofeng had seldom practiced with a rope, but today, a sudden inspiration struck him. With alternating tension, the rope crackled rhythmically, vibrating more intensely as it tightened. Typically, one would wrap a rope around each arm during practice, but with only one available, he made do. As he warmed up, the force of his swings increased, causing the entire post to tremble. The sound of the rope snaps intensified, and the post swayed ever more violently. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng let out a powerful roar. Go. This shout resonated from his core, invigorating his entire being. Akin to a tiger's roar echoing through the mountains or thunderclaps in a clear sky. With a sharp crack, the rope snapped in two, and the sturdy wooden post, as claimed by Yang Zhanwu, was uprooted, tumbling to the ground along with a segment of the severed rope. It struck a nearby tree, causing its leaves to rustle. Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi stood agape, rendered speechless. A sudden wave of dread washed over Shunzi. If Leng Shaofeng had unleashed such a punch during their earlier sparring, would he have been flung several meters away like the wooden post? Would he have shattered like the rope? Was such power truly within human capability? Yet, the evidence lay before them. After that thunderous shout, Leng Shaofeng felt exhilarated, a refreshing surge coursing through him. It had been a while since he practiced. and he realized he had become somewhat rusty. It seemed that such skills should not be neglected and must be revived. However, he shook his head, dissatisfied with his performance. Regrettably, since perfecting his technique back home, he had been unable to find suitable ropes and had not practiced this fundamental skill since. As he pondered this, Leng Shaofeng untangled the rope from his arm and tossed it to the ground, leaving Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to respond to his words. Fortunately, the term Versailles was not in vogue at that time. Otherwise, they surely would have remarked on how excessively grandiose his display seemed. Yang Zhanwu swallowed hard and stepped forward to examine the rope. He tugged at it vigorously, but it remained steadfast. It was not the rope's lack of sturdiness. Rather, it was a testament to the immense strength of the opponent. Brother, if you truly wish to train, I can provide you with some rope. We have thick ropes at our coal mine. As you know, we are a small coal mine, and initially, we could not afford steel cables. Instead, we used hemp ropes soaked in oil, which are thick and robust, far more reliable than this one. I believe you should give it a try. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I'll take a look shortly, and if it suits my needs, I won't hesitate to shamelessly ask Brother Yang for 2 pieces. Cold Shaofeng felt a surge of interest. In this lifetime, he would no longer need to toil for a living or worry about finances. A mundane existence must have something to occupy it. Resuming martial arts could be a commendable choice. Perhaps in this lifetime, his skills could reach new heights. No, it should be said that they had already attained a new pinnacle. He simply yearned to ascend even higher. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this physique. It's trivial. This item is of little value. Take as much as you want, Yang Zhanwu said, shaking his head as he tossed the rope onto the ground and bent down to retrieve their clothing. All right, we've had our sparring. Now it's time to check on your motorcycle. Yang Zhanwu returned their clothes to them. Good, let us take a look. Cold Shaofeng accepted the garments and donned them. He had not broken much of a sweat. Such exchanges were relatively lighthearted. To be candid, Cold Shaofeng felt a tinge of disappointment. To an ordinary person, Shunzi might indeed be a formidable opponent, capable of taking on 3 or 5 grown men without difficulty. However, to Cold Shaofeng, he found little distinction from the average individual. It essentially boiled down to the force behind a single punch. The moment Shunzi made his move, Cold Shaofeng recognized the disparity between them. He had not initiated any attacks throughout the encounter. He knew that if he did, his opponent would fall. After their bout, the 3 felt a newfound camaraderie, bantering as they made their way back to Yangshuang coal mine. Yang Zhanwu led Cold Shaofeng to a nearby storage room, transformed from an old garage. Inside were 2 trucks and a jeep, though this jeep paled in comparison to Sherdachang's. Against the wall stood a motorcycle. Cold Shaofeng's eyes lit up upon seeing it. With his profound knowledge of motorcycles, he instantly recognized it as an imported Suzuki GS250. The red and black paint scheme, the black leather seat, and the 20-centimeter windscreen above the dashboard caught his eye. A black helmet hung from the side of the rear seat. Hey, this is quite well equipped. The motorcycle exuded charm. A classic model with powerful performance and speed that could easily exceed 100 kilometers per hour on good roads. Such a design would remain timeless even after 30 years. The condition of the motorcycle appears to be quite satisfactory, well-maintained, and seemingly in pristine condition, at least 95% new. This motorcycle is vastly superior to the clumsy one I previously rode. Not only is it more fuel efficient, but it also offers a greater sense of comfort, with significantly reduced noise levels. Brother Yang, from where did you acquire this motorcycle? Leng Shaofeng expressed curiosity about the presence of such an imported model. I purchased it from a friend in the south. It is said to have arrived by water. I cannot vouch for its authenticity, but at the time, having earned a bit of money from coal mining, I impulsively decided to buy it, spending several thousand on it. After only a few rides, I acquired this 4-wheeled vehicle and have scarcely used the motorcycle since. Reflecting upon it now, I feel a genuine pang of regret. Yang Zhanwu patted the seat of the motorcycle, his expression one of nostalgia. Indeed, this bike is truly remarkable. However, Brother Yang, if you have any second thoughts, it is not too late to reconsider. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. If the other party has doubts, Leng Shaofeng would be indifferent. No. I merely expressed my sentiments. A man of honor stands by his word. Once spoken, it is as if a team of horses could not retrieve it. There shall be no turning back. From this day forth, the motorcycle is yours. Yang Zhanwu, assuming Leng Shaofeng was hesitant, quickly closed the matter with his words. Very well, a gentleman's word is his bond. Brother Yang, I shall indeed take this motorcycle. The keys are right there in the ignition, and with that, Leng Shaofeng walked over, ignited the engine, and swung his leg over the bike. Naturally, as agreed. This motorcycle is yours. With a roar of the engine, the motorcycle sprang to life. Leng Shaofeng circled the coal mine yard twice, growing increasingly satisfied with each ride. Chapter 57 Understanding in such a manner. A quarter of an hour later, Leng Shaofeng politely declined Yang Zhanwu's enthusiastic invitation to stay, donned his black helmet, and rode off on his beloved motorcycle, departing from the Yangzhuang coal mine. On the rear seat of the motorcycle, a bundle of robust hemp ropes was secured, noticeably thicker than those previously severed by Leng Shaofeng. These ropes had undergone special treatment, rendering them exceptionally resilient. After testing their strength and finding them satisfactory, he requested 2 additional bundles from Yang Zhanwu. The motorcycle's speed far surpassed that of a truck, and in an area devoid of traffic lights. Leng Shaofeng returned to the Yansi coal mine in just over 20 minutes. This time, he chose to enter through the northern gate, as it would become his primary access point henceforth, making it more convenient for him. However, as he passed through the gate, he was halted by the duty guard. Removing his helmet, Leng Shaofeng flashed a smile at the guard. "Ah, it's Team Leng. With that helmet on, I hardly recognized you. I was just thinking, who dares to ride a motorcycle straight in here like that?" The guard, scratching his head, chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, it's me, Shaosong. Hello, Shaosong. I just received a call from the eastern gate. Someone is looking for you. Surname sure as in stone." "All right, understood. Thank you, Shaosong." Leng Shaofeng halted his motorcycle, hung his helmet on the handlebars, and offered Shaosong a cigarette as a token of gratitude. "Team Leng, you've got a new motorcycle again? This one looks fantastic. Far more stylish than your previous one," Shaosong remarked, eyeing the motorcycle enviously as he accepted the cigarette. "It's all right, just a second-hand model. I traded a heap of junk for this motorcycle. Earning money these days is truly a challenge," Leng Shaofeng replied, casually lamenting while feigning poverty. "Indeed. With a salary of just over 30 yuan, we even have to distribute a 10 yuan treasury bond. Isn't Han been collecting treasury bonds? You didn't know? If you need cash urgently, just sell the bonds to Han Bin for immediate money. Of course, if you can hold on to them for 5 years, that's fine too. You'll earn some interest by then." Seizing the opportunity, Leng Shaofeng naturally promoted this idea. "Really? I think I've heard a bit about that. I was planning to ask him later. Don't worry, cash transactions. If you need money urgently, just go find him." "All right, I'll make a call." "Okay, Team Leng. You're busy." With that, Leng Shaofeng turned and entered the guardhouse, beginning to dial the number left by Shi Dachong. After 2 rings, the call was answered. "Hello. Who is this?" came the voice of Shi Dachong over the line. "Ah, brother Shi, it's me, Shaofeng. I heard you were looking for me." "Ah, Shaofeng, my brother. Indeed, I've been searching for you twice. I just received a call from old Yang and learned you were at the Yangzhuang coal mine." "Brother Shaofeng, you're not being very considerate. You went to old Yang's place, but didn't he come see me?" Shi Dachong began with a hint of reproach. "Brother Shi, I was there to collect some debts. Next time I have the opportunity, I shall certainly visit you. By the way, did Brother Shi have any matters to discuss with me?" Cold Shaofeng inquired with curiosity. "Isn't it that I am here to introduce some business to you? The heads of 2 other coal mines from Dongxi Mine have been persuaded by me and are clamoring to come and take a look at your place. I just wanted to ask if you would welcome them." "Dongxi Mine? Brother Shi, I have only heard of Basi Mine," Cold Shaofeng admitted candidly. "Haha, this terminology actually originates from your Basi Mine. Our 8 small coal mines are situated to the north of Yansi coal mine, 4 on each side. Hence, they are categorized as Dongxi Mine and Shisi Mine. You are already acquainted with me and Old Yang. The individuals coming today are from the other 2 coal mines of Dongxi Mine. Do you understand now?" Shi Dachong explained thoroughly. Brother Shi, I have a general understanding now. As long as they are brought by you, I will certainly welcome them." "Haha, that's splendid. We will first pay a visit to Yangzhuang coal mine. Old Yang has been incessantly praising the excellent performance of the machines he just purchased. Let us go and take a look before heading to your place." "All right, Brother Shi, I shall await your arrival." After hanging up the phone, Cold Shaofeng clenched his fist discreetly, encouraging himself. He glanced at the clock. It was only 10:15. Given Shi Dachong's pace, they might arrive around 11. Cold Shaofeng contemplated that some equipment appeared rather unpresentable and needed to be tidied up, though he was uncertain if there would be sufficient time. He picked up the phone to call the equipment department, but was disheartened when he hung up, as his brother, Cold Shaoyang, had left for work. Calculating the days, Cold Shaofeng realized it was not a scheduled maintenance day. Never mind, Whatever will be, will be. Unable to locate his brother, he had no other recourse. Cold Shaofeng exited the security room and mounted his motorcycle. Igniting the engine, shifting gears, he revved the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward. Little Song, watching from behind, wore an expression of envy. In an era when bicycles had yet to become widespread, a motorcycle was akin to a sports car in later years, a remarkable presence on the streets. Moreover, this motorcycle was particularly striking. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle came to a steady halt before the dilapidated factory. Dismounting from the rear seat with a bundle of ropes, Cold Shaofeng strolled into the factory, intending to secure the ropes and resume his training. Upon entering, he discovered that others were present. 3 individuals were busily engaged inside. Cold Shaofeng recognized them all: his brother, Cold Shaoyang, and the 2 repairmen from the previous night, Tianfeng and Yang Junlin. "Brother, I was just looking for you. I never expected to find you here," Cold Shaofeng exclaimed with surprise. "There hasn't been much to do lately, so I came to assist you with the equipment repairs," Cold Shaoyang replied while attending to his tasks. No matter how good the equipment is, if it lies in disrepair, it may not attract the attention of those who do not recognize its value. However, if it can be refurbished and maintained, its appearance alone can fetch a good price. Cold Shaoyang spoke while diligently working. A warmth filled Cold Shaofeng's heart. His brother was indeed reliable, treating it as his own affair. Leng Shaofeng leaned in closer and whispered, "But, brother, is it permissible for you to be here during work hours? Can the leadership approve of this?" Leng Shaoyang, merely a deputy section chief, was subordinate to a section chief, and above him, there were higher authorities. Ultimately, the paramount leader overseeing everything was Leng Guanping. "What nonsense! I am here for work," Leng Shaoyang retorted with conviction. "Isn't what you handle here related to the mine? Isn't this materials recovery station part of the mining operations?" His response was both assertive and self-evident. Moreover, he cast a puzzled glance at Leng Shaofeng, pondering the reason behind his brother's apparent confusion. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng experienced a moment of enlightenment. He realized how his brother perceived the situation. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that this understanding was not entirely unfounded. After all, his position was indeed tied to the mine. In the eyes of others, this materials recovery station was solely responsible for managing the refuse of the mining operations. Thus, the matters at hand were indeed the mine's own affairs. There was no error in this reasoning whatsoever. Chapter 58. Conducting a tour. However, Leng Shaofeng was influenced by the mindset from his previous life. In that existence, such equipment was ultimately sold to private individuals. Thus, if someone wished to enlist Leng Shaoyang for work, it would be considered private labor, necessitating after-hours engagement and remuneration. Yet, the present-day Leng Shaofeng was markedly different. He was, after all, engaging in a facade of legitimacy. This arrangement was, indeed, rather clever. Besides, what could others possibly say? His uncle still held his position as the chief engineer of the mine, having been entrenched in the operations of the Yansi coal mine for over 30 years, permeating every aspect of its workings. His elder brother served as the deputy section chief, and his brother-in-law was the principal of a school. Nowadays, Leng Shaofeng was also capable of standing on his own. The Leng family, within the realm of the Yansi coal mine, was truly flourishing, basking in prosperity and success. Who would dare to voice dissent? "All right, brother, you carry on with your work. I shall attend to my own matters." Leng Shaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Not even lifting his gaze, Leng Shaofeng pinched the bridge of his nose and, recognizing the hint, departed. His elder brother was evidently a technology enthusiast. When engrossed in his tasks, he would scarcely acknowledge his own sibling. It was disheartening. As Leng Shaofeng meandered around the old factory, his eyes soon settled upon 2 sturdy pillars. This dilapidated building had once served as a large maintenance workshop. Although it had lain unused for many years and fallen into disrepair, remnants of its former purpose remained, such as the 2 imposing columns. Beneath the pillars lay some tracks, presumably once used for hoisting. These pillars were deeply embedded in the ground, seamlessly integrated with the steel flooring, their strength beyond question. The 2 columns stood approximately 5 meters apart, their width quite suitable. Leng Shaofeng planned to tie a rope to each of these pillars. The essence of the mantis-style martial arts lay in the strength of one's arms, which constituted the fundamental skills. To progress further, one must solidify these foundational techniques. This location was typically deserted, making it ideal for practice. However, it was cluttered with a hodgepodge of equipment, leaving little room to maneuver. A thorough cleanup was essential to clear the area of debris. Without hesitation, he turned and headed to the security office to make a phone call. This time, he was requesting a forklift. When he contacted the transport team, he asserted his need for the forklift with confidence. After all, it was a matter concerning the mine. Requesting a forklift was hardly unreasonable, was it? Upon concluding the call, he engaged in casual conversation with Shaofeng, offering him a cigarette and clarifying that if anyone sought him, he should be notified. Naturally, Shaofeng readily agreed. It was imperative to honor the reputation of Team Leng. By the time Leng Shaofeng returned to the abandoned factory, the forklift had promptly arrived. Under his direction, the disarray of old equipment began to be systematically organized. Items were categorized, sorted, and disposed of as necessary. In essence, the principles of 5S were to be meticulously applied. Of course, the people of this era were unaware of the concept of 5S. With the assistance of the forklift, the area beside the pillars was quickly cleared. Leng Shaofeng then briefed the forklift operator on the tasks at hand, after which he had little else to manage. With a cigarette in hand, Leng Shaofeng leisurely returned to his brother's side, squatting down to observe his elder brother at work. Soon, Leng Shaofeng discerned the underlying dynamics. Leng Shaoyang was merely engaged in a rudimentary process of rust removal and lubrication, attending only to those pieces of equipment that appeared relatively intact. The machinery that was evidently missing limbs or components was disregarded. Brother, haven't you disassembled the machines? Of course not. Disassembly is hardly a straightforward task. I'm merely giving the surfaces a touch-up to render them more presentable. Some machines are clearly beyond salvage, devoid of any maintenance value, and will only be dismantled when necessary. By the way, if you're in a hurry to sell, just let me know, and disassembly can wait. Hehe. You always think ahead, brother, Leng Shaofeng complimented, but regrettably, Leng Shaoyang remained unresponsive. There was no remedy for this. Leng Shaoyang was simply that kind of individual, akin to a tech enthusiast in modern parlance. Accompanied by 2 repairmen, Leng Shaoyang busied himself, and after more than half an hour, they had managed to conduct a cursory assessment of the equipment. They then gathered their tools and exchanged brief pleasantries with Leng Shaofeng before departing. At that moment, the forklift driver approached, having reorganized everything according to Leng Shaofeng's instructions. After a quick inspection, Leng Shaofeng nodded in approval and dismissed the driver. No sooner had the forklift departed than Shaofeng hurried over, panting. Captain Leng, at the north gate, someone is looking for you, arriving in a jeep. Got it. Any sign of the truck? Leng Shaofeng inquired. Not yet, Shaofeng replied. Leng Shaofeng understood instantly that this visit was merely an exploratory one. After all, few possessed the wealth of someone like Sherdachong. Nevertheless, the mere act of visiting signified potential interest in a purchase. With purpose, Leng Shaofeng strode toward the exit. The Yansi coal mine had regulations stipulating that outsiders must be accompanied by a host to enter. Thus, he needed to greet the guests himself. Upon reaching the north gate, he spotted 3 individuals standing there, with Sherdachong at the forefront. Behind him were 2 men, one of average height, with a dark complexion and a decent appearance, and the other somewhat older, nearing middle age, tall and lean, engaged in conversation with Sherdachong, revealing a glint of gold teeth as he spoke. Brother Sher, welcome, welcome. Leng Shaofeng called out warmly from several meters away, extending his hands in greeting. Sherdachong stepped forward to shake hands with him. Come, Shaofeng brother, let me introduce you. This is Xian Lin from Xinjiang Coal Mine, and this is Wang Tao from Wangzhuang Coal Mine. I brought them here to show them your esteemed establishment. Director Xian. Director Wang, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Everyone, accustomed to social pleasantries, exchanged warm handshakes and greetings. Brother Ling, truly a young man of achievement. I've heard that you're raking in the gold, Xian Lin remarked. We, the Dongxi Mine, are of the same lineage. We are all brothers. My establishment is modest, not nearly as affluent as Director Sorceress, so I hope you can extend your generosity. The speaker, Xian Lin, appeared to be a shrewd individual, immediately playing the poverty card. However, Leng Shaofeng took his words with a grain of salt. The man before me, with his dark skin, is undoubtedly the legendary figure from a past life. In my previous existence, I had only heard of his name, yet in this lifetime, I am fortunate enough to encounter him. It is a testament to the capriciousness of fate, akin to mere monkey droppings. Well, since we are all here accompanying Brother Sher, there is certainly a generous discount to be had. Cold Shaofeng is not afraid of discounts. Rather, he fears your reluctance to purchase. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but steal another glance at this Xian Lin. His physique and appearance are quite commendable, yet he is distinctly characterized by his dark complexion. This aligns perfectly with the rumors that circulated about him, a man who is dark-skinned, with a heart equally shadowy and hands tainted. Cold young brother. I am Wang Tao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Observing your age, you seem to be about the same as my own son, yet here you are, conducting such significant business. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Wang Tao approached for a handshake, his expression filled with a sense of wonder. Why are other people's children so remarkable? Reflecting on my own son, alas, it is better not to dwell on that. Welcome, Brother Wang. Please, everyone come inside. Cold Shaofeng led the way, greeting the guests as they proceeded. Upon arriving at the abandoned factory, all three were met with a striking transformation. Even Shi Dachong was no exception. Brother Shaofeng, you have undergone a remarkable change. Shi Dachong exclaimed, astonished. Just yesterday, the factory was a chaotic mess, yet now it stands impeccably organized. Particularly, the machinery gleams with polish, presenting an impressive appearance. To be frank, Shi Dachong found it hard to believe that these were indeed the same devices he had seen just the day prior. Chapter 59. Legendary figures. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to browse. Our prices are fair and honest. Cold Shaofeng gestured towards the expansive factory, enthusiastically calling out. As Xian Lin and Wang Tao entered the premises, they immediately immersed themselves in their exploration. Compared to yesterday, today's equipment presented a markedly impressive appearance. Soon, expressions of delight adorned their faces. Wang Tao examined and touched the machinery, indifferent to the grease that coated his hands. In contrast, Xian Lin moved swiftly, taking in the sights with a cursory glance. Cold Shaofeng discreetly approached Shi Dachong and inquired, Brother Shi, what can you tell me about these two? Old Wang here hails from a background as a technician in the coal mines and possesses considerable expertise. He eventually returned to establish his own coal mine, Shi Dachong replied, pausing momentarily before gesturing towards Xian Lin. This gentleman is quite renowned in the village. He successfully acquired the coal mine amid fierce competition. Shi Dachong offered only a succinct overview, which Cold Shaofeng appreciated, considering they had only recently met. Before long, the two men returned from their inspection. So, brothers, have you found anything of interest? Cold Shaofeng inquired with a cheerful smile. The two exchanged glances instead of replying directly. What is there to hesitate about? Please, express your thoughts openly. Shi Dachong, standing nearby, spoke candidly. I'll start. I noticed two coal mining machines over there that seem quite promising. One is a coal planer, and the other a screw drilling coal machine. I also desire a complete set of steel ropes, belt conveyors, and scraper conveyors. However, the equipment must be in good working condition. Old Wang was the first to voice his preferences. Cold Shaofeng nodded and assured him, Brother Wang, you need not worry. I guarantee that these two machines will be thoroughly maintained and repaired. If they're not operational, I certainly wouldn't sell them to you. Wang Tao quickly responded, how could I possibly be concerned? I've inspected the equipment and am confident that it's mostly in good order, perhaps just needing a bit of lubrication inside. He chuckled, revealing his two prominent gold teeth. Brother Tao, you certainly know your trade, Cold Shaofeng praised, giving him a thumbs up. The focus then shifted to Xian Lin. After a brief hesitation, he spoke, I trust your character, Brother Cold. We've just come from Yangzhuang, and we've seen the operational status of those two machines. However, to be frank, my coal mine has only been in operation for less than 2 years, and I require quite a few things. Yet, as he trailed off, Xian Lin appeared conflicted, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Cold Shaofeng felt a pang of urgency on his behalf. Brother Xian, if something is on your mind, please speak candidly. If you like something, just say so. If not, that is perfectly fine. Cold Shaofeng interjected, eager to foster a deeper connection with him. So, you do find something appealing? Indeed, indeed. To put it simply, Brother Cold, I have contracted the Xian village mine for a total of 30 years. And each year I am required to pay a concession fee of 10,000 to the village. In the past 2 years, I have taken the reins and dedicated myself wholeheartedly. To be candid, thus far, I have yet to see a return on my investment. However, if I do not extract more coal, I will struggle to pay next year's contracting fees. Dear Cold, I find myself coveting every piece of underground equipment you possess. Yet my finances are rather constrained. Might I request a deferred payment? Upon uttering these words, Xian Lin's face was etched with bitterness. Cold Shaofeng understood immediately. This individual was not merely feigning poverty. He was genuinely impoverished. Brother Shaofeng, the Xinjiang coal mine is indeed a new venture. The initial phase is always the most challenging. It is exceedingly difficult to expect profits within the first couple of years of operating a coal mine, without a span of 3 to 5 years. Recouping the initial investment is arduous, requiring continuous input in the early years, explained Shi Dachong from the side. This clarification enlightened Cold Shaofeng. However, it should not be the case. He was relatively well acquainted with the Xinjiang coal mine, particularly concerning Exine Lin, who was the subject of many rumors. The Xinjiang coal mine is in close proximity to the Yansi coal mine, following Happiness Road northward at the very end. A mere 1,000 meters further lies the Xinjiang coal mine. Thus, the Xinjiang coal mine is less than 5 kilometers from the Yansi coal mine. Consequently, among the smaller coal mines, rumors about Xinjiang are the most prevalent. Notably, the workers from Yansi coal mine are well aware of a particular historical incident, a dark chapter in their own narrative, between the Yansi and Xinjiang coal mines. Another pit was discovered, rumored to contain substantial coal reserves. A fierce battle for ownership ensued, and astonishingly, the victor turned out to be the Xinjiang coal mine. A state-owned coal mine was outmatched in such a fierce contest. Unfortunately, in my previous life, I did not have the opportunity to engage with this Exine Lin. It is said that the Xinjiang coal mine subsequently flourished, becoming the largest among the nearby smaller coal mines. Remarkably, after amassing considerable wealth, the mine's manager did not rest on his laurels. When the southern city of Pingcheng was designated as an economic zone, the manager quickly seized the moment, investing in the burgeoning real estate market. Ultimately, he established himself as a prominent figure in real estate, reaping immense profits. As time progressed, the most intriguing tales about him revolved around his various romantic liaisons, with each partner being a luminary of the entertainment industry. Even in his 60s, he married a starlet younger than his granddaughter, who subsequently bore him 3 children. When this esteemed gentleman celebrated his 70th birthday, he embarked on a luxurious yacht excursion with a cadre of models and actresses to the open sea. Tragically, the festivities proved too exhilarating, resulting in a sudden heart attack from which he could not be revived. A life marked by ordinariness, yet lived with brilliance, concluded in an extraordinary manner. Such a legendary figure, one must ask, how could one not be impressed? This individual epitomizes the essence of a true victor in life. From his humble beginnings as a coal magnate to his eventual rise as a real estate tycoon and ultimately, the patriarch of the entertainment industry, his life has been replete with wealth. Yet, astonishingly, he professes to be impoverished. Could the rumors be unfounded? However, in light of the circumstances described by Shi Dachong, Leng Shaofeng arrived at a rational conclusion. The rumors must indeed hold truth. It is this Exine Lin, this man of dark complexion before him, who now seems to be traversing the nadir of his existence. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Leng Shaofeng. A burgeoning idea began to take shape. In a previous life, a renowned angel investor once remarked that the essence of investment lies in choosing the right person. As the saying goes, it is fundamentally about people. Confronted with such a legendary figure during this extraordinary juncture, it would be sheer folly for Leng Shaofeng, a person reborn, not to seize this opportunity. With this thought, a smile graced Leng Shaofeng's face. Brother Exine, we might have something to discuss. Chapter 60, Investment after a brief pause. Leng Shaofeng glanced at Shi Dachong beside him and continued, You are brought here by Brother Shi. I am a person of considerable fortitude, and I have resolutely decided to maintain a close relationship with all of you. As for money, it is of little concern. If Brother Exine desires any equipment, he is welcome to take it. Leng Shaofeng's unexpected declaration left the 3 men present utterly astonished. What? They exclaimed in unison, their eyes fixed on Leng Shaofeng. Of course, I do have a minor request that I hope Brother Exine will consider, he added with a mischievous grin, shifting his tone. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, the 3 men finally exhaled in relief. Brother Ling, you nearly frightened me. I thought you had taken a liking to me, Exine Lin replied, feigning fear while crossing his arms and retreating slightly. Let me make it clear, I only perform for women, particularly those of exquisite beauty. This elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. After the laughter subsided, the atmosphere between the men grew noticeably more relaxed. To be honest, Brother Exine, I too am only interested in women, and they must be beautiful. A rugged man like you hardly merits a second glance, Leng Shaofeng said, wrinkling his nose in mock disdain, prompting another round of jovial laughter that further enhanced the camaraderie. Brother Leng, what did you mean by what you just said? If you have any requests, feel free to express them. I will certainly do my utmost to accommodate. Xian Lin inquired eagerly, sensing the weight of his own concerns. Whether it can be done is merely a matter of your word, Brother Xian, Leng Shaofeng replied, taking his time as he began to disperse smoke. Upon examining it closely, Shi Dachong realized it was a Deqinmen cigarette. Brother Shaofeng, no offense, but smoking that now seems somewhat unbefitting of your stature. Here, have one of mine. It's not that I look down on your choice. I simply cannot get accustomed to it, Shi Dachong declared, producing a pack of Huazi cigarettes, offering one to each man. Brother Shi, I've only just started. How could I possibly afford your brand? Moreover, even if I wish to smoke Huazi, I have nowhere to purchase them. Leng Shaofeng replied nonchalantly, accepting the cigarette with ease. With a sharp crack, as Leng Shaofeng was about to reach for a match, Shi Dachong had already ignited his Zippo lighter. Leng Shaofeng, not one to stand on ceremony, leaned in to light his cigarette from the soft blue flame. There's no point in purchasing what I already possess in abundance. If you wish to smoke, just help yourself, Shi Dachong proclaimed generously with a wave of his hand. Brother Shi, you must be jesting, Leng Shaofeng responded, equally unreserved. If you hold back, I will be quite displeased, and I shall no longer acknowledge you as my brother. Shi Dachong shot him a stern look, pretending to adopt a serious demeanor. Leng Shaofeng, perceptive as ever, recognized that Shi Dachong was clearly intent on forging a friendship, which was precisely what he desired. Only through mutual effort does a relationship hold significance, does it not? I shall visit your Shurgo coal mine soon. I will take whatever I see, so do not hold back. That cannot be. When it comes to my elder brother, I certainly cannot let you suffer any losses. Shi Dachong thumped his chest. You too, with your romantic entanglements, should find a more suitable place to express your feelings. What about my matters? I am nearly at my wit's end, and you, Shi Dachong, are merely jesting. It was then that Xian Lin, unable to bear the frivolity any longer, interjected. Brother Leng, don't just indulge in your smoking. Speak up. What are your demands? Xian Lin, forgetting the cigarette in his hand, eagerly pressed for answers. Brother Xian, shall I proceed? Leng Shaofeng exhaled a puff of smoke, his demeanor now serious. Please, do enlighten us. Xian Lin, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of nervousness, his palms growing clammy. Brother Xian, I have little interest in managing coal mines. However, I am but a mere mortal, and aside from my interest in women, I am also keen on making money. To be frank, with the country's reform and opening up, economic control has become increasingly market-oriented, and I hold a favorable view of the coal industry. I have regrettably never had the opportunity to partake in it. Now, I possess some idle funds and, more importantly, I have access to certain equipment. I wish to invest in your coal mine with this equipment, but I am uncertain whether Brother Xian would agree. Leng Shaofeng laid bare his thoughts without any reservations. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Shi Dachong and Wang Tao remained indifferent, detached from the matter at hand, merely observing as spectators. Xian Lin, however, took deep puffs on his cigarette, his expression grave as he fell into contemplation. After a brief period of reflection, he discarded the barely smoked cigarette, extinguishing it with force. Brother Leng, please elaborate on how this exchange would work. Xian Lin suddenly raised his head, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Leng Shaofeng's handsome visage. Inwardly, he could not help but marvel. This fellow is truly striking. He must have no shortage of admirers. The terms of the exchange do not rest solely with me, but rather depend on you, Brother Xian. Let me put it this way. Any equipment in my factory, whether it be steel wire, conveyor belts, or those larger items, you are free to take as you see fit. In that case, how much equity could that procure for you? Leng Shaofeng leisurely released a cloud of smoke, directing the question back to Xian Lin. Let me think. My mind is a bit muddled at the moment. Xian Lin began to scratch his scalp, flakes of dandruff cascading down like confetti, blanketing his shoulders. Leng Shaofeng did not press him, continuing to smoke in a relaxed manner. The other two merely smoked as well, their ears perked up in anticipation. Brother Leng, this mine is truly hard-earned for me, akin to my own child. I am loath to part with it. After a considerable period of contemplation, Xian Lin sighed. Yet the words remained unspoken. Though unarticulated, his meaning was clear. Leng Shaofeng, attuned to the nuances, detected an underlying sentiment. Brother Xian, have you perhaps misunderstood? Do you think I am trying to seize your mind? Xian Lin was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was that not the case? Alas, it is my fault for not being clearer. Brother Xian, I have stated that I am solely interested in financial gain. I have no interest whatsoever in the management or ownership of your coal mine. I merely wish to acquire a modest share, to amass some capital for my future spouse. Alas, I find myself still unable to marry, and the urgency weighs heavily upon my heart. Cold Shaofeng hastily elucidated the situation, not forgetting to indulge in a touch of self-deprecation. However, the others present chose to disregard the latter part of his statement. How could you have the audacity to claim you cannot find a wife? None among the assembly believed him. Oh, is that so? In that case, we can negotiate. Xin Lin's expression brightened, revealing a glimmer of excitement. It is often said that a gentleman does not covet another's delights. How could I usurp your mind? Even if you were to grant it to me, I would not know how to manage it. Moreover, I am too indolent to concern myself with such matters. Is it not more delightful to recline and count my riches? Xin Lin gazed at the equipment within the warehouse, his face once again alight with fervor. His small eyes began to dart about. How about you take a 10% stake? Xin Lin ventured to inquire. Yet, Cold Shaofeng did not even lift his eyelids in response. Chapter 61. A third at this moment, Leng Shaofeng's heart was filled with an overwhelming certainty. To exchange a heap of worthless scrap for a 1% stake in the Xinzhuang coal mine was a stroke of fortune that one could hardly find even with a lantern in his previous life. It was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. However, it was evident that this was far from Xin Lin's bottom line. Chuckling lightly, Xin Lin, noticing Leng Shaofeng's silence, awkwardly scratched his head, causing flakes of dandruff to cascade down. Leng Shaofeng was also in a quandary, contemplating whether to agree immediately. After all, this was a 1% stake in the Xinzhuang coal mine. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward calm, engaging in casual conversation with the two individuals beside him. On the other hand, Xin Lin, after a moment of hesitation, finally steeled himself. Brother Leng, if you don't mind a smaller share, I can offer you a maximum of 2% as a dry stake. Anything more is non-negotiable. Upon uttering these words, Xin Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The turmoil lay in the deliberation. Once the decision was made, a burden was lifted. Brother Xin, I have no objections to the 2% stake. However, I haven't finished speaking yet. I mentioned earlier that I have some spare funds. How about this? Since you need to pay an annual fee of 10,000 yuan for the lease, I will cover that for you. This way, you can enter the fray with ease, for 10,000 yuan each year until you cease operations at the Xinzhuang coal mine. How much would that equate to in dry shares? With this statement, Leng Shaofeng dropped another bombshell. The revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. Shi Dachong and Wang Tao were equally taken aback. Xin Lin gasped. Ah, Brother Leng, are you serious? Indeed, it's more genuine than mere gold and silver. Waking up every day burdened by a debt of 10,000 yuan must be quite a struggle, and I can empathize deeply with that. Brother Xin, just look at how troubled you appear. Your scalp is flaking. Ah, no, that's not it. It's just a condition I have, psoriasis, though it's not too severe. It just flakes when I scratch it. Xin Lin hastily clarified, but soon found himself ensnared in his own turmoil, occasionally glancing at Leng Shaofeng. Brother Leng, do you truly have such faith in my coal mine? I am currently operating at a loss, and to be frank, that 10,000 yuan haunts me daily. It feels like a mountain pressing down on my heart. Xin Lin still found it hard to believe. After all, that was 10,000 yuan, and every year at that. Would this not mean he was essentially acquiring a coal mine for nothing? Was fortune truly falling from the sky, landing right in his lap? I'm not merely optimistic about the coal mine. I have faith in you as an individual. I see great potential in you. To secure the Xinzhuang coal mine under such challenging circumstances is no small feat. I believe Brother Xin will achieve even greater success in the future, and thus, I am willing to invest, Leng Shaofeng declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xin Lin felt a profound sense of camaraderie swell within him. Throughout his life, no one had ever recognized him in such a manner. He had risked everything, pouring all his resources into securing the coal mine. As a result, even his family does not support him, and his wife reproaches him, offering him no kindness. Now, a masked stranger places such unwavering trust in him, which genuinely moves him. He realizes how exceptional he truly is. Oh, I'm not as remarkable as you portray me. You are overly flattering. He chuckles. Brother, with your generosity, I feel as though I've stumbled upon a coal mine. Let's do this. For the Xinzhuang coal mine, I will grant you a 50% stake. From now on, regardless of how much profit the mine generates, you shall receive half. Xinlin's voice resonates with conviction, yet he quickly adds a caveat. However, brother, let me be clear. If there are losses, you shall receive nothing and will have to contribute an additional 10,000 each year. No, Brother Xian, I cannot agree to such terms. Yet, Leng Shaofeng raised his hand to halt Xinlin's words. Ah, but Brother Leng this. If you want more, I can. Xinlin's thoughts became muddled, and he grew flustered, speaking incoherently. He assumed that Leng Shaofeng was dissatisfied with a 50-50 split. No, Brother Xian, you have misunderstood. I do not desire so much. 50% is excessive. I will exchange a 10% stake for an annual fee of 10,000. Furthermore, with regard to the equipment stake, I will only require a 30% share. Also, I will refrain from interfering in any affairs of the Xinjiang coal mine. All decisions will rest solely with you. Brother Xian. Once Leng Shaofeng concluded his remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The onlookers were astounded to witness someone negotiating in reverse. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Could it be that there are individuals in this world who consider money excessive? Xinlin was utterly bewildered. The reason was straightforward, 30% aligned with his psychological expectations. As for the remaining 20%, let it be a gesture of friendship between us, shall we? It was not that Leng Shaofeng did not wish for that 50%, but rather that while Xinlin appeared harmless now, his future reputation was notorious for being ruthless. Leng Shaofeng was willing to forego 2% of profits to silence any potential grievances from Xinlin in the future. Should Xinlin later change his mind, Leng Shaofeng would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Brother, you are doing me a great favor. Though I do not understand why you hold such confidence in me, I am truly grateful. I can only repay this kindness by diligently managing the Xinjiang coal mine and ensuring it becomes profitable, so as not to cause you any losses. Xinlin grasped Leng Shaofeng's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Shall we then finalize this arrangement? Leng Shaofeng inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Yes. Although we are gentlemen operating on trust, it is still prudent to formalize this with documentation. Conveniently, Brother Shi and Old Wang are here. They can serve as witnesses. With Leng Shaofeng's prompt, Xinlin quickly added, Brother Xian was indeed thoughtful. A written agreement would ensure no one could backtrack. Brother Xian, should the Xinjiang coal mine thrive, do not think ill of me for taking advantage of you. Know that I have great faith in your venture. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, offering a preemptive caution. Haha, whether you take advantage of me remains to be seen. Regardless, my dear brother, I shamelessly took advantage of you. Once this document is established, we must not renege on our agreement. Xian Lin chuckled heartily. Come, fortuitously, I have paper and writing instruments, even sealing wax, in my briefcase. Who will draft this document? Shi Dachong retrieved paper and pen from his bag and presented them to the two. Well, I am not particularly skilled in this. I have only received 3 years of education. Perhaps it would be better if Brother Leng took charge of the writing. Xian Lin scratched his head and pushed the paper and pen toward Leng Shaofeng. Very well, I shall take care of it. Brother Shi, Brother Wang, today's events. From the initial reasons to the subsequent developments and the final outcome, you both will witness the entire process. In a moment, you will sign as witnesses. Is that agreeable? I, Shi Dachong, am willing to serve as a witness. I, Wang Tao, also willingly accept this role. The two responded in unison. I am grateful to both of you. I shall treat everyone to mutton soup this noon. Leng Shaofeng clasped his hands in thanks to the two. Subsequently, he took the paper and pen from Shi Dachong's hands. Chapter 62. Sincerity. Leng Shaofeng surveyed his surroundings and found a flat surface on the conveyor belt, preparing to write. After a moment of contemplation, he deftly wielded his pen, producing a soft rustling sound as he began to inscribe. Although it was merely a commonplace document, Leng Shaofeng adhered to the formal structure of a contract. The intentions they had just reached were articulated in a clear and coherent manner, with comprehensive content. This endeavor occupied him for over 20 minutes, and he meticulously crafted 2 identical copies, which left his wrist aching. His calligraphy, executed in a flowing and vigorous style, was both powerful and effortlessly elegant. The moment he commenced writing, it drew gasps of admiration from the 3 observers nearby. Upon completion, Shi Dachong snatched one copy, while Wang Tao seized the other, leaving Xian Lin wide-eyed and flustered. Brother Shi, Brother Wang, those are for me. What do you mean by taking them? Xian Lin exclaimed. Silence. I will return it to you shortly, Shi Dachong retorted brusquely, turning back to admire the writing. Xian Lin was left speechless. There was no escaping the fact that Shi Dachong was now the leader of Dongxi Mine, while Xian Lin remained merely a subordinate. This handwriting is truly a feast for the eyes. Allow me to savor it a moment longer, Shi Dachong remarked, shaking his head in admiration. Not only does the calligraphy look splendid, but the content is also crystal clear. This is essentially a complete contract, is it not? Indeed, it was worth our visit today. Brother Leng's handwriting is exceptionally beautiful, each stroke exuding a sense of grace befitting a gentleman. It's hard to believe such artistry comes from a young man, Wang Tao added. Clearly impressed, Leng Shaofeng chuckled heartily, saying, "It is merely a trivial skill, hardly worthy of admiration. Now, my esteemed brothers, let us not linger. It is noon, and we should partake in our meal. Let us sign these documents first, for I intend to treat you for lunch." His concern over prolonged delays prompted him to urge them forward. "All right, let us sign first. However, there is no rush for lunch," Shi Dachong interjected. "Brother Leng, you have only prepared 2 copies, which suffice for the 2 of you. Wang and I are witnesses, and we each require a copy as well. Correct, Brother Tao?" Since Shi Dachong had adopted the term Brother Tao after hearing Leng Shaofeng use it, he found it quite agreeable and followed suit. "Indeed. It would not do without our copies. Otherwise, how could we be considered witnesses?" Wang Tao chimed in, joining the banter. Realizing their genuine desire for a copy, Leng Shaofeng understood there was little left to discuss, merely a matter of expending a bit more effort. He retrieved his paper and pen once more, swiftly producing another 2 copies in a flurry of strokes. In due course, signatures were affixed and seals were stamped. The task of signing 4 documents kept them all quite busy. Ultimately, Shi Dachong held the 4 signed contracts, distributing them to everyone present. "Brother Leng, your earlier decision was somewhat hasty. However, I cannot advise you otherwise, lest I disrupt the decorum. Alas, this fellow from Xian Zhuang has benefited, walking away with several tens of thousands. Why is it that such fortune eludes me?" As Shi Dachong distributed the contracts, he shook his head in contemplation. "Indeed, in matters of mutual consent, it is not our place to interject." Wang Tao took the paper from his hands, also expressing his sentiments. "Why do you speak in such a manner? Is my 30% stake in the Xinzhuang coal mine truly so worthless? Humph. Your perspectives are rather misaligned compared to cold brother." Xian Lin, of course, felt indignant, though his tone was somewhat feeble. While the future remained uncertain, he genuinely believed he had struck a considerable deal. "You two have misunderstood. It is priceless to have the willingness to collaborate with Brother Xian. This opportunity to ride on Xian's coattails is quite valuable to me. As I have stated, I hold great faith in Brother Xian and am willing to invest these resources in friendship with him." Cold Shaofeng smiled and accepted his contract, placing it in his bag, feeling a sense of relief. From this day forth, he would possess a 30% stake in the Xinzhuang coal mine. He could now consider himself a man with a mine. He chuckled to himself. "Cold brother, I am feeling a bit envious. It seems you have faith in Xian Lin, but not in us. Tao Ge, are you feeling envious?" Shi Dachong jested. "A tad." Wang Tao nodded solemnly. "Brothers, how about I extend an opportunity to you both? The contracts are ready. Shall I sign one with you as well?" Cold Shaofeng declared, making as if to retrieve paper and pen. Should these 2 agree, Cold Shaofeng would not hesitate. With the government's continued liberalization of the market, coal prices were poised for a swift surge. They would soon realize the true worth of that 30% stake. "Haha, Brother Shaofeng, weren't you going to treat us? My stomach is growling. Let us not waste time. Let's head out now." Shi Dachong laughed, diverting the conversation. His Shirgo coal mine was already profitably operational, and he was reluctant to part with his gains. "Indeed, I am quite hungry. Since we are on Brother Cold's turf, we must treat him to a feast." Wang Tao's stomach rumbled in agreement. Although his Wangzhuang coal mine could not rival Shirgo, it was not lacking in resources either. "Fear not. Since we have arrived at Yansi coal mine, I shall ensure you are not disappointed. Let us indulge in lamb soup." Cold Shaofeng, invigorated, led the way. "Cold brother, isn't this a bit inconsiderate? Are we, 3 mine directors, to be satisfied with just a bowl of lamb soup?" Shi Dachong joked as they walked. "Indeed, the esteemed second owner of the Xinzhuang coal mine and the head of Yansi coal mine is treating us to but a bowl of lamb soup." Xian Lin chimed in, feeling lighthearted and carefree at that moment. Wang Tao, being the eldest and more composed, refrained from joining the mockery of Cold Shaofeng, instead following into Shi Dachong's jeep. "Gentlemen, this lamb restaurant is the epitome of my sincerity. I, Cold Shaofeng, am offering my finest to host you. Are you not satisfied?" Cold Shaofeng spoke earnestly, displaying genuine intent. The others were not truly disdainful. Rather, they were now enticed by the prospect of a delicious meal. Shi Dachong was at the wheel, with Leng Shaofeng occupying the passenger seat to provide directions. In the rear, Xian Lin and Wang Tao sat. I shall eagerly anticipate the experience. Should it fail to meet my expectations, humph, Shi Dachong remarked as he drove. Rest assured, I offer my utmost sincerity. However, I must give my brothers a heads up. In that mutton soup restaurant resides my greatest treasure, which you may admire from a distance, but entertain no other thoughts. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, teasingly withholding details. Wang Tao, wise and well-versed, suddenly interjected, Brother Leng, could it be that the owner of this mutton soup restaurant is a woman? Leng Shaofeng turned his head to glance at Wang Tao, smiling but remaining silent. He anticipated that it would be the eldest among them, Wang Tao, who would discern the truth first. It appeared that Wang Tao, too, harbored his own tales. The other two also perceived the underlying hints, casting a profound glance at Leng Shaofeng, yet chose to remain silent. Chapter 63. Family. The jeep sped swiftly along the perimeter of the Yansi coal mine, circumnavigating the outer wall, and soon arrived at the unassuming Sister's Mutton Soup restaurant. Shi Dachong parked the vehicle and gazed at the modest establishment. Sister's Mutton Soup restaurant, he pronounced deliberately, finding it rather amusing. 3 guests, please come inside. Upon entering his territory, Leng Shaofeng greeted warmly. At that moment, he felt a sense of elation mixed with a touch of excitement and anticipation. The 3 individuals before him were undoubtedly the most valued connections in his network, and he was determined to demonstrate his sincerity. After some contemplation, he realized that the best way to express this sincerity was through the humble mutton soup restaurant. Furthermore, Li Hongqiang's mutton soup was exceptional, certainly worthy of being showcased. Within the small courtyard, the number of patrons was relatively sparse. The peak hours for savoring the mutton soup were in the morning. By noon, although there were still customers, the flow was significantly diminished compared to the earlier hours. Li Hongqiang stood by the stove, having just seen off a group of customers, stirring the pot with a long spoon. Upon hearing the sound of the car brakes, she lifted her head to look outside. Instantly, her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, soon followed by a hint of confusion. At first, when she was not well acquainted with Leng Shaofeng, he would come alone in the mornings for mutton soup. Later, as they got to know each other better, he continued to visit alone, but in the evenings instead. This was his first time bringing companions along, and the individuals emerging from the vehicle exuded an extraordinary presence, clearly not of ordinary stature. Naturally, common folk could not afford a jeep. Li Hongqiang hesitated for a moment, contemplating how to greet Leng Shaofeng. After considering her options, she decided to adopt a standard hospitable demeanor. It was her fundamental intention not to create any inconvenience for him. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. Li Hongqiang approached gracefully, a smile gracing her lips, extending a warm welcome. As she followed Leng Shaofeng into the courtyard, the 3 men found themselves momentarily captivated. The woman before them, with her picturesque features and enchanting smile, appeared breathtaking despite her natural beauty. Clad in a white blouse adorned with blue flowers, which hugged her form, and tied around her waist was a pristine blue apron. Her hair was simply gathered with a white handkerchief, revealing her alabaster arms akin to lotus stems. In the sweltering heat, coupled with her proximity to the stove, a slight sheen of perspiration glistened on her forehead, a tendril of hair sticking to her skin, adding a touch of allure. Her graceful figure moved with a delicate, willowy elegance, exuding a unique charm. She was indeed an extraordinary woman. Despite their worldly experience, the 3 men were genuinely astonished. Who would have imagined that such a remarkable woman could emerge from such an unremarkable establishment? It was utterly unexpected. However, the next moment, Leng Shaofeng's action left everyone in stunned silence. He stepped forward and gently tucked the stray lock of hair behind the woman's ear. Her face flushed instantly, yet her eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions, sparkling with life as if waves were dancing within them. Family doesn't require such formality. These 3 gentlemen are my esteemed friends, and today I have brought them here to savor your culinary skills. Please slice half a kilogram of the finest lamb, accompanied by lamb offal, and serve it in a large basin. Prepare small bowls for us to share as we drink. Prepare 4 of your signature dishes. We are not outsiders, so feel free to cook whatever you have on hand. Thank you for your efforts, Hongjia. Leng Shaofeng, with a commanding presence, directly began placing orders. He then turned to the 3 gentlemen behind him, who were still in a state of astonishment. Dear friends, This is a small establishment, so we cannot be too casual with our selections. I sincerely apologize if our hospitality falls short. He continued, by the way, Hongjia, please prepare the finest wine. Today is a joyous occasion, and I will share a couple of drinks with my esteemed friends. Li Hongqiang, pursing her lips and blinking her large, watery eyes, nodded repeatedly. She offered a polite smile of apology to the three gentlemen before turning to the back room to fetch the dishes. Yet, in that fleeting moment as she turned away, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. This was the first time Leng Shaofeng had revealed their relationship before outsiders, and it was evident that he held these three men in high regard. How had this seemingly nefarious man suddenly become so enlightened? Yet, he perpetually brought her to tears. The phrase "one of our own" was enough to move her to tears. Li Hongqiang lifted her apron to wipe away her tears, and a charming smile graced her exquisite face. A feeling of happiness began to blossom within her heart as Leng Shaofeng led the three gentlemen into the dining area. A graceful young girl approached, none other than Li Hongwei. She was balancing a stack of bowls and chopsticks in her hands, clearly busy with her tasks. Upon spotting Leng Shaofeng, a sweet smile spread across her face as she hurried towards him. Upon reaching him, she chirped a couple of sounds before finally calling out, "Brother." However, upon noticing the three gentlemen trailing behind Leng Shaofeng, she realized they were part of the group. For a brief moment, she appeared taken aback and shyly smiled at the three. Leng Shaofeng gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "Go on with your work. I've brought friends for dinner." Li Hongwei nodded obediently and skipped away. Unbeknownst to her, the three gentlemen were once again left in awe. This lively and adorable little girl bore a striking resemblance to the beautiful woman from earlier, undoubtedly siblings. Though still young, with an unrefined face and an immature figure, it was clear she possessed the makings of a stunning beauty. In a few years, she would surely blossom into a captivating woman like her sister. It was a pity, however, that she was mute. Inside the dining area, 3 tables were already filled with patrons. Leng Shaofeng glanced around and noticed that the east room was empty, so he led his companions inside. The 4 of them gathered around a small dining table. As soon as they sat down, Xen Lin eagerly spoke up. "Brother Leng, is this your romantic interest?" Leng Shaofeng shot Xen Lin a disapproving look. "Can you not choose your words more carefully? That's rather unflattering." "She is my confidant," he added, "and Xen, do wipe your drool. You hardly present yourself as a mine manager. Perhaps take a cue from Brother Shi and Brother Wang." Turning to Shi Dachong and Wang Tao, he found them also wiping their mouths. "All right, let us pretend I didn't say that." Cold Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words, resorting to tapping the table as a form of warning. All right. Just take a look and refrain from overthinking," he said. Wang Tao, being older and more composed, was the first to react. "Brother Cold, quite impressive. You have indeed hidden your treasure well," he teased, winking at Cold Shaofeng with a playful smirk. "Indeed, Brother Shaofeng, you have truly broadened our horizons," Shi Dachong chimed in, readily agreeing. "Uft, if you're in a relationship. Just admit it. What's with this soulmate nonsense? It sounds rather refined, yet it's all the same," Xen Lin remarked, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "Gentlemen, I must confess, this is my first time bringing someone here. This humble establishment may be quite modest, and I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. However, I assure you, this is the utmost sincerity I can offer. In my eyes, this little place holds more value than any grand banquet hall," Cold Shaofeng stated earnestly. "That said, let us refrain from speaking carelessly outside. Women are sensitive about such matters." "Brother Shaofeng, we understand. Your sincerity is palpable," Shi Dachong nodded vigorously. "No doubt about it. Brother Cold's sincerity is most commendable. In comparison, we have come empty-handed, which seems rather discourteous," Wang Tao added, his expression reflective. "You must drink a few more glasses later. It's clear you are here to show off," Xen Lin insisted, unrelenting. Chapter 64. The beautiful woman's toast just moments ago. The woman who appeared before him seemed to unveil a portal to a new realm. However, before he could fully appreciate the scenery within, a casual flick of Cold Shaofeng's hair shattered the gateway. His heart surged and plummeted, leaving him feeling deeply wounded. Such a woman was worth a significant portion of the Xinjiang coal mine. No, perhaps even 2/5 of his stake. Alas, well, it's the first time we've gathered together. Although my tolerance for alcohol is not commendable, I am willing to sacrifice my life for camaraderie," Cold Shaofeng declared with exuberance. "Very well, let us drink to our heart's content. We shall not cease until we are inebriated." The others erupted in cheers. As laughter subsided, all eyes turned towards cold Shaofeng. Before indulging in spirits, dear brother, why don't you enlighten us about your relationship with that lady? How did you meet? How did your courtship unfold? And what transpired in the months and years? Particularly, certain details must be vividly depicted. No ellipses allowed. Come on, brother, spill the truth. Shida Chong eagerly threw out a barrage of inquiries. Yes, we demand elaborate accounts. No holding back. Xi and Lin joined in the ruckus. Wang Tao, while dispersing smoke, chimed in. That little wife seems quite lively. My young brother has a discerning eye. Wang Tao also smoked a huazi, leading cold Shaofeng to wonder if this brand was a standard for the coal tycoons. Tao Ge, how did you discern she is a little wife? Xi and Lin inquired with curiosity. In response, he received a dramatic eye roll from Wang Tao. You don't understand, do you? Wang Tao leisurely exhaled a smoke ring without elaborating, merely smiling at Xi and Lin. Feeling somewhat miffed by the cryptic exchange, Xi and Lin retorted, You old fool. Don't act so high and mighty. If you want to speak, then forget it. Tao Ge, do share. I am equally intrigued. Shida Chong, too, was drawn into the discourse. This matter is rather elusive. It is a sensation that can only be grasped intuitively. Wang Tao was not being enigmatic for the sake of it. He relied on instinct, his personal insight. Then do enlighten us about your impressions. Xi and Lin pressed on. Cold Shaofeng leisurely enjoyed his smoke, amused by their banter. Allow me to express that the essence of a little wife is primarily her maturity, a maturity that is perfectly attuned. For instance, that young girl from earlier is akin to an unripe green apple, rather immature. Upon hearing this, both Shida Chong and Xi and Lin nodded in agreement. Compared to Li Hongwei and her sister Li Hongqiang, she indeed appeared exceedingly youthful, unmistakably so. Conversely, the little wives resembled ripe peaches, ready to yield juice at the slightest pressure, their taste sweet and delightful, rich in flavor and moisture. They had experienced life, their expressions radiating warmth, naturally exuding femininity. The more a woman is cherished by a man, the more pronounced her femininity becomes. Take the proprietress, for example. She appears vibrant and well-nurtured, which signifies she has been well cared for by our cold brother. Heh. As the conversation progressed, the focus inevitably shifted to Leng Shaofeng. With a resigned smile, he acknowledged that he could not escape this topic. Although Wang Tao's comments were somewhat accurate, the charm of Li Hongqiang was beyond mere words. At that moment, a figure appeared at the doorway. Li Hongqiang gracefully approached, balancing a tray with a teapot and cups, her movements imbued with an indescribable elegance. Following her was Li Hongwei, carrying a thermos, trailing behind her sister. Observing Li Hongqiang, Xi and Lin suddenly gained a new understanding of the feminine allure Wang Tao had spoken of. The group fell silent, unable to resist casting their gazes toward the approaching woman. Everyone, this humble establishment may be lacking, so please enjoy some tea while the dishes are prepared, Li Hongqiang said. Her cheeks flushed, perhaps having overheard the earlier conversation. Leng Shaofeng took the teapot from her hands and began serving tea to everyone. I will take care of things here. You may attend to your tasks, he assured her with a nod, prompting her to smile at the others before she and her sister departed. Though Li Hongqiang had left, the conversation continued to revolve around her. Brother Leng, how did you manage to win the affections of such an extraordinary woman? You must share your secrets with me. Xi and Lin earnestly inquired of Leng Shaofeng. However, Leng Shaofeng internally scoffed, thinking it should be the other way around. In this regard, you are the expert, he mused. Ahem. There's nothing to teach. When fate brings two people together, it simply happens. Besides, we genuinely love each other. It's not just a game, he asserted with an air of righteousness. Yet, this earned him a collective scoff from his three companions. Well, this conversation seems futile. Let us enjoy some tea first. Just so you know, don't complain about the quality of the leaves. Once I acquire some fine tea, I will invite you all for a proper tasting. Leng Shaofeng remarked while raising his teacup, ensuring to set the expectation. The fragrance of jasmine is quite delightful, Wang Tao remarked after taking a sip. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng turned to Xi and Lin, saying, Didn't you want to learn? Ask Brother Tao. Can't you see? Brother Tao is quite the seasoned player. Likely having charmed numerous young ladies, he added. Xi and Lin pondered this for a moment, then turned his attention to Wang Tao, insisting he share his wisdom. Wang Tao, begrudgingly pressed, agreed. The two leaned in close, whispering to each other, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. One spoke animatedly while the other listened intently. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng tended to Shida Chong, pouring him tea. Brother, aren't you curious about what those two are discussing? Shida Chong, despite his own curiosity, feigned calmness, noting Leng Shaofeng's unperturbed demeanor. What could they possibly be discussing? Isn't it all the same between men and women? Besides, some women possess a charm that surpasses the rest. Leng Shaofeng shrugged, his dismissive words leaving Shida Chong speechless. This was a case of someone speaking without experiencing the discomfort themselves. The conversation had reached a standstill. Within 10 minutes, Li Hongxiang began to bring out the dishes. The dishes were rather simple, the only substantial fare being the pig's head meat. Leng Shaofeng was aware that this pig's head meat had been purchased from outside. A large plate of fried peanuts, a stir-fried tomato and egg dish, and a plate of cold cucumber salad accompanied the meal. Most notably, a large basin filled with milky white lamb soup adorned the center of the table, garnished with vibrant green scallions and cilantro, presenting a most appetizing sight. Additionally, there were 2 bottles of Luzhou Laojiao, which in this era could be considered fine liquor. Leng Shaofeng filled everyone's glasses, preparing to toast, but was halted by Xian Lin. No, my first drink must be one offered by the proprietress, he insisted. The others readily agreed, with Shi Dachong and Wang Tao nodding in unison. Leng Shaofeng turned his gaze toward Li Hongxiang, silently inquiring her opinion. While friends were important, if his woman was not willing, all else was moot. However, Li Hongxiang was undaunted. She raised Leng Shaofeng's glass and addressed the 3 men. Gentlemen, I am truly delighted by your presence. Allow me to toast to you all, wishing you prosperous businesses and abundant wealth. As a business owner, she effortlessly articulated the flattering words. After her speech, she clinked glasses with everyone and drank deeply from her cup. The moment the wine slid down her throat, her previously fair complexion flushed a lovely shade of red, rendering her even more endearing. Come, come, everyone drink up. With the beautiful woman having raised her glass, Shi Dachong and the others wasted no time, downing their drinks in unison. Chapter 65. Intoxication. A sumptuous meal brought delight to both host and guests. While the dishes were few, their flavors were exquisite, particularly the lamb soup, which received unanimous praise. As the drinking commenced, Leng Shaofeng found himself the target of relentless toasts. The other 3, in unison, poured him drink after drink, leaving him with no option but to comply. Their persuasive words were diverse and difficult to decline. The most audacious among them was Xian Lin, who boldly declared, "Will you drink or not? Regardless, I shall raise this glass in your honor. If you refuse, I shall summon your sister-in-law to drink in your stead." With that, he feigned an intention to rise. Reluctantly, Leng Shaofeng downed the alcohol, determined not to let Li Hongxiang drink. After consuming 2 bottles, nearly half had found its way into his belly. Just as he began to feel relieved that the liquor had run dry, Shi Dachong stepped outside. A minute later, he returned, bearing 2 bottles of Maodai. Fortunately, I had 2 bottles stashed in the car. Otherwise, our revelry would be incomplete, Shi Dachong announced, preparing to open the Maodai. Brother Shi, please reconsider. It is inappropriate to drink your liquor. Put it back. Leng Shaofeng, sensing impending trouble, hastily attempted to deflect. Come now, Brother Shi, let us continue. We must ensure he is thoroughly inebriated today. Xian Lin chimed in, clattering his chopsticks in encouragement. Before long, both bottles of Maotai were uncorked, and the rich aroma of the spirit filled the air. With glasses clinking and laughter resonating, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. From that point onward, no matter how much they drank, the details faded from Leng Shaofeng's memory. Ultimately, the group finished both bottles of Maotai to the last drop. As his recollections began to blur, he found himself collapsing into the embrace of a fragrant woman. Her soft and alluring presence enveloped him, lulling him into a state of blissful intoxication. Later, a wave of nausea washed over him, prompting a violent bout of vomiting. After purging his stomach, he succumbed once more to sleep. In the haze of slumber, he sensed a coolness washing over him, as if someone were gently cleansing his body. Drowsily, Leng Shaofeng awoke, driven by an urge to play cards. Soon, he found himself engaged in a game of 2-person do di zhu, a game in which he excelled. After exhausting himself with the cards, he drifted back into sleep. When he awoke again, it was thirst that roused him. His throat felt as if it were ablaze. The silvery moonlight poured through the window, casting a glow upon the wooden bed. The woman beside him slept soundly, though her brow was slightly furrowed, suggesting fatigue. Recognizing her form, Leng Shaofeng deduced that it was Li Hongxiang, likely worn out from their card games. He rose from the bed and approached the table. downing half a pot of cool tea in one go, which revived him. He stood for a moment, attempting to recall the events of the previous night, but finding his memory elusive, he resigned himself to forgetfulness. He then returned to the bed, embracing the fragrant warmth of the woman beside him once more. Sinking into a peaceful slumber, Cold Shaofeng remained oblivious to the fact that the little girl in the adjacent wooden bed was tightly covering her mouth, her eyes wide open, fixed upon him without blinking. For Li Hongwei, the events of the day had been overwhelmingly shocking, leaving a profound impact on her blank mind. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to the three guests, the sisters closed the door and devoted themselves to caring for the inebriated Cold Shaofeng. He seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, intermittently uttering cries or whispers. To Li Hongwei's astonishment, this seemingly powerful brother of hers was reduced to tears. Some of his words were too soft for anyone outside to comprehend. Even Li Hongqi could not discern them. However, Li Hongwei was able to glean some of his words from the movements of his lips. Unfortunately, they were mere fragments, lacking coherence, rendering it impossible to extract more information. The most frequently uttered phrase from Cold Shaofeng was "I'm sorry," which echoed repeatedly. He also mentioned a woman's name, Su Jing, followed by a string of apologies. The name of his sister surfaced as well, alongside her own. Once Cold Shaofeng had rid himself of the filth, the sisters hurriedly cleaned him up. After much effort, they finally managed to make him presentable, drenched in sweat from their exertions. Just as they thought they could catch their breath, Cold Shaofeng lifted his head and, without a word, pulled them into a game of do di zhu. Startled, the sisters gasped in unison. Fortunately, with Li Hongqi's fervent persuasion, they managed to replace her younger sister, who was still too young to grasp the complexities of card games. Thus, Li Hongqi willingly engaged in the game with Cold Shaofeng. As they revealed their cards to one another, Li Hongwei was taken aback by the stark disparity in their hands. Cold Shaofeng's cards were formidable, 2 jokers, for 2s, and 4 aces, a veritable hand of destiny. With such a powerful hand, victory seemed assured. The game commenced with a one-sided slaughter, leaving Li Hongqi in disarray. Yet, despite her modest hand, she possessed a remarkable sequence of cards, allowing her to employ guerrilla tactics against Cold Shaofeng's overwhelming arsenal. Through a series of strategic assaults, she managed to deplete Cold Shaofeng's forces. Ultimately, through sheer willpower and astounding talent, she found herself evenly matched against him, leading to a draw. Throughout this encounter, Li Hongwei observed anxiously, relieved that her sister ultimately achieved a commendable outcome, even managing to obliterate Cold Shaofeng's vast army. Typically, Li Hongwei was well protected by her sister, akin to a blank canvas. Having never played poker before, today she discovered the sheer enjoyment of the game. Eager to participate herself, she regretted that her sister would undoubtedly deny her permission, forcing her to relent. However, witnessing the game for the first time ignited her imagination about the excitement it promised. That night, the little girl experienced her first bout of insomnia, inadvertently catching sight of Cold Shaofeng's unguarded cards. Destined to be a protracted, sleepless night, Li Hongwei finally drifted into a hazy slumber. However, her respite was short-lived as she succumbed to unsettling nightmares. In her dream, she found herself engaged in a game of poker, confronting an adversary wielding a pair of kings, for 2s, and 4 aces. Just as she contemplated declaring her withdrawal from the game, feeling overwhelmed by the unfairness, she was abruptly awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she realized the dawn had already broken. Li Hongxiang was urging her to rise promptly and attend to the guests. Hastily, Li Hongwei sprang from her bed, glancing around in search of Leng Shaofeng. And upon not finding him, she sighed in relief, patting her chest. At that moment, she felt a tinge of apprehension towards Leng Shaofeng, an unsettling fear. The stakes were too high. She dared not engage him in a game of landlord. Chapter 66. The election. As Li Hongwei rose from her slumber, Leng Shaofeng was drenched in sweat within the training room of the security department. The effects of yesterday's indulgence in alcohol had long since dissipated. Any residual alcohol had been expelled through perspiration. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng had just finished a bout with the punching bag, his blood coursing with vitality, his body glistening with sweat, fully immersed in his workout. Seizing the opportunity while his body was still invigorated, he unleashed a couple more vigorous punches. However, before he could complete his final strike, an unexpected visitor arrived. Casting a sidelong glance, he quickly recognized the newcomer as Yao Shengli, a rather rare sight indeed. How to describe him? Yao Shengli was slight of build, fair-skinned, and took great pride in his meticulously slicked back hair, exuding an air of vanity. However, he lacked physical strength and would likely struggle against even a woman in a fight. For instance, Wang Mingjie could easily overpower him. Yao Xingli approached Leng Shaofeng without interrupting, simply observing him as he practiced. Once Leng Shaofeng concluded his sequence of punches, Yao Xingli eagerly scurried over, bowing slightly as he offered a cigarette. However, having just finished his exertions, Leng Shaofeng was not inclined to smoke. Furthermore, he had grown accustomed to smoking the more refined Huazi brand lately. And Yao Xingli's choice of the cheaper Hongmei brand did not appeal to him. Waving his hand dismissively, Leng Shaofeng inquired, "What brings you here? Speak plainly." "Brother Feng, I'm due for my second shift soon, but I heard from my colleagues that you were here, so I came to find you. I was wondering if I could learn a few moves from you. Is that all right?" Taken aback, Leng Shaofeng replied, "What is this? This isn't like you. Training could ruin your hairstyle." Yao Xingli, who prioritized his hair over anything else, was known to groom it countless times a day, a fact well known among the security department staff. "Well, I'll be careful. I just want to become a bit stronger, Brother Feng," Yao Xingli asserted. Fiddling with his hair, Leng Shaofeng was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, "Are you here to entertain me? How could he hope to train under such conditions? Have you encountered some trouble?" "Not particularly. It's just that I started dating a girl, and she thinks I'm not strong enough," Yao Xingli admitted with some embarrassment. "After considering it, I figured you're the strongest person I know, so I sought your guidance." "Wang Mingjie?" Leng Shaofeng inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, Brother Feng. You've heard of her?" Yao Xingli's cheeks flushed with rare color. "Indeed, I have. If it's Wang Mingjie, your physique does leave something to be desired. I doubt you could even lift her," Leng Shaofeng mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Yao Xingli. "Who could argue with that? She won't even bother to lose weight, and yet criticizes me for not being able to lift her, saying I'm not strong enough." Yao Xingli trailed off, falling silent. Leng Shaofeng, disinterested in Yao Xingli's trivial matters, nonetheless recognized their shared camaraderie as colleagues and felt obliged to lend an ear. "Indeed, I have yet to practice the fundamentals today. Come with me. To cultivate one's skills, one must first endure hardship. Shortly, I shall engage in my training, and you may ponder your own capabilities in the meantime." Leng Shaofeng donned a short shirt and led Yao Xingli toward the dilapidated factory. Upon their arrival, Leng Shaofeng guided him to the two columns positioned nearby. At that moment, each column was tethered with a lengthy hemp rope. Leng Shaofeng removed his shirt, revealing his robust physique, which elicited a twinge of envy in Yao Xingli. Unperturbed, Leng Shaofeng focused solely on his task, binding both arms with the ropes before commencing his exercises. With great effort, he swung his arms vigorously, producing a series of sharp cracks as the ropes snapped taut. The sound reverberated throughout the abandoned structure, captivating Yao Xingli, who could only watch in astonishment. For half an hour, Leng Shaofeng continued this relentless endeavor, while Yao Xingli swallowed his own saliva in awe. Eventually, Leng Shaofeng unraveled the ropes from his arms and tossed them to Yao Xingli. "Now, you give it a try. Start with 100 swings, gradually increasing the count. When you can effortlessly achieve 1,000, your arms will have undergone their preliminary training." As Leng Shaofeng spoke, he began to wrap the ropes around Yao Xingli's arms. Observing the ropes constricting around him, Yao Xingli's expression turned pale. With a slight nod of his chin, Leng Shaofeng signaled for him to begin. Gathering all his strength, Yao Xingli swung the rope with a mighty effort. The rope merely swayed. It neither made a sound nor even straightened. Leng Shaofeng was rendered speechless. After several attempts, Yao Xingli managed to make the rope oscillate, yet still, no sound emerged. Frustrated, he declared he would not attempt another swing. He loosened the ropes and rubbed his reddened arms, grimacing in discomfort. "If you wish to train, you must return here and persevere. Once you can swing 1,000 times, I will teach you further techniques. By then, even without my guidance, you will undoubtedly be much stronger." Leng Shaofeng stored the ropes beside the columns. "Perhaps I should reconsider, Brother Feng. I just remembered I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer." Yao Xingli chuckled awkwardly and made to leave. Leng Shaofeng, uncertain yet satisfied with the outcome, allowed him to retreat. "Oh, by the way, Brother Feng, I have a small favor to ask." Yao Xingli paused after taking a few steps. "What is it? Speak." Leng Shaofeng inquired bluntly. "Well, since there is an upcoming election for team leader, both Feng Chang and I have signed up. I hope you can support me when the time comes." As he spoke, Yao Xingli pulled a pack of cigarettes from his bag and handed it directly to Leng Shaofeng, not waiting for a response before hastily departing. Holding the pack of Deqian men, Leng Shaofeng suddenly grasped the situation. Surely, this fellow's primary intention was not merely the election. Suddenly, Cold Shaofeng felt disenchanted with the large front gate he held in his hand, realizing that it no longer held the same allure. Resolutely, he decided to procure a couple of fine cigarettes from those coal barons. Feeling the uncomfortable stickiness on his body, he promptly resolved to take a shower. The bathhouse was as crowded as ever, a throng of dark-clad individuals indulging in their ablutions, coinciding perfectly with the off-duty hours of the miners. Cold Shaofeng hurriedly took a shower, washing away the sweat that clung to him. Upon exiting the bathhouse, he emerged as a dapper young man, fresh and clean. He made his way directly to the north gate, where he found the familiar figure of Shaosong on duty. "Cold team, you're here," Shaosong greeted him. You're busy. I'll make a call," Cold Shaofeng replied, nodding to Shaosong before stepping into the guardroom. He had memorized the phone number of Shi Dachong long ago. After all, after the first call, it had naturally etched itself in his mind. He dialed Shi Dachong's number. But after several minutes, the line remained unanswered. A sense of unease gripped Cold Shaofeng. After all, Shi Dachong had been driving yesterday, and he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Could something have gone awry? Chapter 67. Preparation for construction. Cold Shaofeng was understandably filled with concern. He began rummaging through his bag in search of contact information. Soon, he found the piece of paper that his uncle, Leng Guangping, had given him. He first dialed Xian Lin's number. This time, the call was swiftly answered. "Hello, who is this?" came a hoarse voice from the other end. "Hello, brother Xian, it's me, Cold Shaofeng." "Oh, Shaofeng. I was just thinking about how to reach you today, and fortuitously, you called. What is up? Is there something on your mind?" Upon hearing Cold Shaofeng's voice, the tone on the other end became noticeably warmer. Indeed, alcohol serves as a potent medium for bridging relationships. "Not much, really. I overindulged yesterday and lost track of things. I didn't even realize when you all left. I sincerely apologize. Come on, we're like family. No need for such formalities. Who would have thought you could drink so much? It took the three of us to finally bring you down." Xian Lin chuckled, relishing the memory. "Haha, it was quite an experience, to say the least. I won't be drinking like that again. I felt awful all night, throwing up multiple times. By the way, I called to check on you guys. I remember Brother Shi was driving. He drank quite a bit too. Everything all right on your way back?" Cold Shaofeng inquired with concern. "Oh, don't even remind me. I'd never ride in Shi Dachong's car again. He drove it into a ditch yesterday. My head is still throbbing. Thankfully, he wasn't speeding. The ditch wasn't deep, and there was no water. Otherwise, you wouldn't be hearing my voice today." What about the others? Is everyone fine?" Cold Shaofeng was taken aback by the revelation. Indeed, drunk driving is a perilous affair. Fortunately, Brother Wang just had a minor bump. That scoundrel Shi Dachong, however, emerged unscathed. He was wearing his seatbelt. Xian Lin lamented over the phone. That's a relief." Upon hearing that they were all safe, Cold Shaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. "By the way, Shaofeng, I plan to load up a truck with some steel cables today. Is that all right?" Xian Lin cautiously probed. "Of course, no problem at all. We've already signed the contract. Take whatever you need. It's perfectly fine to take everything," Cold Shaofeng replied with unwavering assurance. Brother, you're so generous. I'm just taking some simple items that require no maintenance. The equipment that needs upkeep will require your assistance." Xian Lin was in high spirits, feeling that his decision was remarkably astute. This time, he was poised to reap substantial rewards. "All right, when you come over, just let me know what equipment you need, and I'll prioritize the maintenance." "Sure thing, brother. I'll prepare the truck right away. See you soon." "See you soon." After hanging up, Cold Shaofeng did not rush to leave. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone once more and dialed again. "Hello, is this the construction team? I am looking for Zhang Donglai." "Speaking." Is this Brother Shaofeng? What can I do for you?" "Zhang, there is a significant task I wish to entrust to your construction team." "That is splendid news. We do not shy away from substantial work. Rather, we dread the absence of tasks. Presently, we find ourselves idle for days on end, with sporadic work leading to meager earnings at the end of the month. As the team leader, the pressure is quite overwhelming." Zhang Donglai expressed his frustrations. The construction team at the mine struggles to secure external projects, limiting themselves to minor repairs within the site. With frequent holidays, managing the team has become increasingly challenging. "Very well, Zhang. Please await my arrival at the construction site." "I shall be there shortly," said Cold Shaofeng. "Or perhaps I should come to find you instead." He added, feeling a bit sheepish. No need, Zhang. Given your mobility issues, I can reach you swiftly on my motorcycle. With that, Cold Shaofeng hung up and set out on his motorcycle, heading straight for the construction team. As he rode past a derelict factory, he noticed some activity inside and decided to investigate. To his surprise, he found 3 individuals hard at work: Cold Xiaoyang, Tianfeng, and Yang Junlin. Truly, it was evident that his elder brother was more dedicated than he himself was. Not wanting to disturb them, Cold Shaofeng continued on to the construction site. The headquarters of the construction team was located in a rather obscure corner, as prime locations were seldom afforded to such teams. However, the journey was brief on the motorcycle, and he soon arrived. Under the shade of a tree at the entrance stood 2 figures. One was undoubtedly Zhang Donglai. Upon recognizing the other, a shiver ran down Cold Xiaofeng's spine. He felt a wave of discomfort, particularly in his ears. It was none other than his mother, Li Suyun. Indeed, before Cold Xiaofeng could steady his motorcycle, Li Suyun swiftly approached him and pinched his ear. Mother, gentle, that hurts. Ow. Regardless of the authenticity of his pain, Cold Xiaofeng instinctively cried out. In response, Li Suyun eased her grip. So, you believe you've grown wings? You hardly ever come home anymore. Do you even remember that you have a mother? Mother, I have missed you dearly. However, I have been exceedingly busy these past few days. Did my brother not inform you that I am now the head of the materials recycling station? There is a mountain of responsibilities awaiting my attention, Cold Xiaofeng explained, wincing slightly. Humph, ungrateful child. I shall let you off this time. Your brother mentioned that you are quite accomplished now. Regardless of your achievements, you are still my son, so remember that. Though she released her grip, her tone remained relentless. Mother, I understand completely. You need not worry, Cold Xiaofeng reassured her, rubbing his ear as he turned to Zhang Donglai. Zhang, let us go. I will take you to the site to have a look. He glanced back at Li Suyun. Mother, I have matters to discuss with Zhang. I shall be off now. Understood, Li Suyun replied with a hint of annoyance. Cold Xiaofeng mounted his motorcycle, with Zhang Donglai as his passenger. With a twist of the throttle, they sped away to the area outside the northern gate, where they came to a halt in an open space. Cold Xiaofeng gestured towards the expansive plot of land before him and spoke to Zhang Dong. Brother Zhang, this vast expanse now belongs entirely to me. As he uttered these words, a surge of ambition coursed through him. This place marks the inception of his career, yet it is far from its conclusion. He, Cold Xiaofeng, is destined to soar from here. Through wind and waves, there will come a time when I unfurl my sails to navigate the vast seas. His journey is one that promises to traverse the stars and the oceans, embracing the boundless sky and the tumultuous tides of this era. Brother Xiaofeng, I have heard from your aunt that you have embarked on your venture with great determination. Indeed, absence makes the heart grow fonder. I see you in a new light. Zhang Dong said, a sincere smile gracing his face. Brother Zhang, on this very land, I plan to construct 2 factories, one for coal washing and another for innovative building materials. Additionally, I intend to erect a 3-story office building near the northern gate. Cold Xiaofeng explained, pointing towards the land before him. Zhang Dong felt a swell of excitement. Indeed, this was a significant undertaking. So, you will not have to worry about work for the next 2 to 3 months, he mused. And you truly intend to build a 3-story building? He inquired with a hint of uncertainty. What is the matter? Is your construction team incapable of such a task? If so, I shall have to seek assistance elsewhere. Cold Xiaofeng replied, his brow furrowing at the thought. Chapter 68. Preparing the factory building. To be candid, it would be best to delegate these tasks to a construction team. After all, one should not let valuable resources slip away to outsiders. However, if the construction team lacks the requisite capabilities, that would be a different matter. No, there are no concerns. It has simply been a while since I have constructed a 3-story building. At first glance, my hands itched with anticipation. Zhang Donglai chuckled heartily, offering a reassuring presence to Leng Shaofeng, who then felt a sense of relief. After all, it was merely a 3-story structure, devoid of excessive technical complexities. Yet, if it truly proved unfeasible, Leng Shaofeng would have to settle for a 2-story design. Fortunately, the captain of Zhang Donglai's construction team was no novice. Brother Xiaofeng, what exactly does this coal washing plant and the new building materials factory look like? I have never encountered such things before. You must elucidate for me. Zhang Donglai voiced his inquiry. I can give you a rough outline, and later, I shall sketch a blueprint for you, replied Leng Shaofeng. Ah, Brother Xiaofeng, you can draw blueprints? Zhang Donglai asked, astonished. The question left Leng Shaofeng momentarily perplexed. Was drawing a blueprint truly so difficult? However, upon reflection, he realized it might indeed present a challenge. At the age of 20 in his previous existence, aside from excelling in fighting and basketball, his skills were primarily limited to card games, particularly skilled in playing do de jeu. Well, it's manageable. I've seen my uncle draw blueprints, and yes, I learned a bit from him, he responded, relieved that his mind was quick to adapt. Internally, he felt a twinge of guilt towards his uncle, Leng Guangping. Uncle, my apologies. This burden is yours to bear. Ah, no wonder Brother Shaofeng has truly matured, Zhang Donglai remarked with admiration. Once the blueprint is ready, please show it to me. Some preliminary work could commence immediately, such as solidifying the ground and preparing cement, sand, stones, and bricks. Oh, it would be prudent to establish the brick factory first, which is the new materials factory. This way, I can produce the bricks I need without relying on external suppliers. The quality of the bricks I intend to manufacture far exceeds that of ordinary red bricks, Leng Shaofeng indicated, gesturing towards a specific area. Very well. Let us prioritize the brick factory, Zhang Donglai agreed without hesitation. Subsequently, Leng Shaofeng guided Zhang Donglai across the expanse of land, illustrating where to construct and how deep to excavate. They engaged in a simple discussion that lasted over 10 minutes. Zhang Donglai nodded repeatedly, finding himself enlightened by some aspects that even he, a professional in construction, found somewhat perplexing. Is it truly possible to approach building in such a manner? He mused, a hint of skepticism creeping in. How could this Brother Shaofeng possess such extensive knowledge? It seemed he was more adept than himself. In truth, this was not merely a matter of expertise, but rather one of experience. In a world inundated with information, Leng Shaofeng had traveled far and wide, gaining a wealth of knowledge. By sharing insights from the future, he provided a refreshing perspective, even managing to astound Zhang Donglai, a seasoned professional. Certainly, it is indeed significantly related to his own condition. After much effort, Leng Shaofeng concluded his explanation, and Zhang Donglai proceeded to inquire about several questions he found somewhat perplexing. Leng Shaofeng addressed each one with clarity. All right, Shaofeng, I have gained considerable insight today. So, when do we commence? Zhang Donglai posed a pivotal question. Time waits for no one. Naturally, the sooner, the better, Leng Shaofeng responded decisively. The earlier we commence production, the sooner we reap profits. Besides, he still owes the mining quota. Do you think those scraps of copper and iron just appeared? No, they were earned. Very well. I shall begin preparing the land today and arrange for the transportation of cement and gravel. Cement and sand will require expenditure. Zhang Donglai paused briefly at this juncture. While he could manage with a small amount, for such substantial usage, he would have no choice but to purchase. And purchasing, of course, necessitates spending money. I have the funds here. Take this 5,000 yuan, Brother Zhang, for your use. When you are finished, come back to me for more. Leng Shaofeng understood Zhang Donglai's implication and opened his backpack, retrieving a bundle of banknotes. Zhang Donglai caught a fleeting glimpse and felt his heart race unexpectedly. Goodness. There must be at least 2 full bundles of cash inside. It seems this Brother Shaofeng has truly struck it rich, carrying such a fortune with him. Zhang Donglai accepted the 5,000 yuan without counting it, simply stashing it in his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the sound of a truck horn echoed from the dirt road nearby. Leng Shaofeng turned to look, and amidst a cloud of dust, a truck was barreling toward the northern gate of the mine. Considering the time, it was likely Xian Lin had arrived. Brother Zhang, that truck is probably here for me. Let us get on board and depart. All right. With matters here largely settled, Zhang Donglai hopped onto the back of the motorcycle. When they reached the northern gate, the truck arrived simultaneously. This time, Leng Shaofeng did not wear a helmet. The heat was unbearable. Xian Lin, aboard the truck, spotted Leng Shaofeng immediately. The truck came to a halt, and Xian Lin leaped out of the passenger seat. Brother Shaofeng, sorry to keep you waiting. Xian Lin mistakenly believed Leng Shaofeng had been waiting for him specifically, greeting him with enthusiasm. Come, Brother Zhang, allow me to introduce you. This is Xian Lin, the mine manager of Xian Zhuang coal mine. He turned and gestured towards Zhang Donglai. Brother Zhang, this is my fellow townsman and the construction team leader at our mine. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. They exchanged warm handshakes. Brother Xian, if there are any repairs needed at your mine, or if you require the construction of a building, do not forget to seek out Brother Zhang here. He is absolutely professional, with guaranteed quality. Leng Shaofeng could not help but promote a bit. a habit ingrained from his past life. Many business opportunities arise in the most casual of manners. As long as one is earnest, business can flourish anywhere. Certainly, certainly. I do indeed have plans for expanding the factory, and was just pondering whom to approach. Xian Lin nodded vigorously. However, in the past 2 or 3 months, it is likely that Brother Zhang and his team will be quite occupied. I intend to construct a factory on this vacant land. Cold Shaofeng casually gestured towards the expansive area beside them. Ah, remarkable. In just a few days, such a large factory is to be erected. I am not in a hurry. This idea has only recently taken shape. By the time all my equipment is operational, it should be about the right moment. Xian Lin sincerely remarked, acknowledging that although this individual is relatively young, he indeed possesses considerable wealth and ambition. All right, you all carry on with your tasks. Brother Shaofeng, I shall take my leave now. Zhang Donglai, noticing that the other party had matters to attend to, turned to bid farewell. Before departing, he made sure to greet Xian Lin. Brother Zhang, take care. I won't see you off. No worries, it's just a short walk. With Zhang Donglai gone, Cold Shaofeng and Xian Lin began to immerse themselves in their own endeavors. Xian Lin approached the dilapidated factory, unceremoniously pointing around, then proceeded to load and load. During this time, he introduced Cold Shaoyang to Xian Lin. Cold Shaoyang merely nodded and smiled, without shaking hands, then lowered his head to continue his own tasks. Xian Lin discerned that Cold Shaoyang and Cold Shaofeng were 2 entirely distinct individuals. Such a person, he thought with a chuckle, was not worth his concern. It was not until he had filled a truck bed to the brim that Xian Lin finally paused, his face beaming with delight. The exhilarating sensation of effortlessly pointing, loading, and doing so without spending a dime was simply delightful. Indeed, quite addictive. Chapter 69. The gift of flowers. Observing the scene before him, Leng Shaofeng could not help but chuckle. At that moment, Xian Lin appeared inexplicably adorable in his eyes. Little did he realize the sacrifices he had made for these worthless trinkets. Of course, by the time he came to this realization, it would be too late. Brother Shaofeng, I shall take these for now. Once you've repaired the equipment, do let me know. The finest treasures must be reserved for our Xian Zhuang coal mine, Xian Lin instructed, placing particular emphasis on the word our. Leng Shaofeng echoed this sentiment with equal fervor, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, bursting into hearty laughter, embodying a camaraderie born of mutual respect and late-blooming friendship. With this equipment, I will finally have the means to make a living. Await my good news, as I strive to turn the coal mine profitable and share the rewards with you, Xian Lin promised earnestly. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate that day. However, remember, money is but a trivial matter. Do not sacrifice your health in the pursuit of wealth. That would be a grave miscalculation, Leng Shaofeng advised, his sincerity palpable. Touched by his friend's concern, Xian Lin replied, No need for words, my good brother. I understand your intentions. Farewell, and do not see me off. We are family. With that, Xian Lin turned to leave. Yet, Leng Shaofeng insisted on accompanying him to the northern gate. As he watched the dust-laden truck fade into the distance, he lit a cigarette, lost in contemplation. The vehicle seemed to carry his hopes, signaling the dawn of his aspirations. The smoke from his cigarette wafted gently into the breeze. Gradually retracting his gaze from the departing truck, Leng Shaofeng surveyed the expanse before him. The vast, empty land, the dilapidated factory roofs in the distance, and the distant slag hill. Ultimately, he lifted his head to gaze at the sky. In the bright azure above, fluffy white clouds drifted lazily. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, stirring the youthful spirit within him. The midday sun blazed down, warming his youthful visage. Suddenly, a radiant smile broke across his handsome face, bright and sunny. Feeling an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him, Leng Shaofeng tossed the cigarette but into the nearby stream. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, embracing the world with unbridled joy. How wonderful it is to live once more like this. Despite Leng Shaofeng's exuberance, he could not escape the unforgiving midday sun. In the brief span of a cigarette, he was drenched in sweat. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon the ground before him, and he froze in astonishment. He had failed to notice the vibrant greenery, adorned with clusters of blooming flowers. These blossoms, though modest in size, were a spectacle of color, some red as fire, others delicate pink, and still others a deep purple. The floral display was breathtaking. It was a field of roses. A veritable carpet of roses stretched before him. With a leisurely stride, Leng Shaofeng approached, bending down to admire the enchanting sight. Gently caressing the petals, he plucked a flower and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. The delicate fragrance permeated his senses, inducing a state of mild intoxication. Suddenly, a thought struck cold Shaofeng, one that he could no longer suppress. He bent down and began to gather the blossoms, selecting a few from each hue, stacking them carefully in his hands. Soon, a beautiful bouquet of roses emerged, predominantly adorned in shades of pink and purple, with red accents interspersed. Gazing at the bouquet, cold Shaofeng smiled. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he paused, deciding to continue his floral gathering. In no time, another bouquet took shape, slightly smaller, yet rich in red and purple tones, with pink highlights. He bound the two bouquets together with some nearby foxtail grass. Only then did cold Shaofeng stride towards the mine, mounting his motorcycle and racing towards the east gate. One hand cradled the two bouquets while the other deftly controlled the motorcycle, the speed remaining unaffected. Before long, cold Shaofeng arrived at the entrance of his sister's lamb soup restaurant. He tidied his disheveled hair before disembarking. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stepped through the restaurant's door. At that moment, the clientele was sparse, and Li Hongqiang was busy processing a transaction. The instant cold Shaofeng crossed the threshold, Li Hongqiang glanced up at him, but chose not to acknowledge his presence. After bidding farewell to two customers, she remained engrossed in her tasks, not sparing him even a glance. Cold Shaofeng chuckled to himself, realizing that Li Hongqiang was in a bit of a huff. Earlier that morning, she had pinched him quite hard, though the reasons were not elaborated upon. Nevertheless, cold Shaofeng could surmise that the events of the previous night, fueled by inebriation, had sparked some discord. Yet, the dilemma, while present, was not insurmountable. Cold Shaofeng edged closer until he stood directly before Li Hongqiang. She lifted her gaze and shot him a piercing look, still refusing to speak. He pondered what exactly had transpired the previous evening to incite such ire. Would a bouquet suffice to mend the rift? Doubts crept in. He questioned what he had done to provoke her so profoundly, a rare occurrence indeed. However, with the arrow drawn, it must be released. Problems must be addressed promptly to avoid festering. Otherwise, minor issues could escalate into significant ones, while major concerns could diminish into trivialities. In the realm of appeasing women, cold Shaofeng considered himself somewhat of an expert. Here, a bouquet of fresh flowers suddenly appeared before Li Hongqiang. What? Li Hongqiang exclaimed in surprise, her small hands instinctively covering her mouth. Is this, for me? Her disbelief was palpable as she stared at the flowers before her. Yes, he replied. I believe I may have upset you, though I cannot recall the specifics of yesterday's events. If I have angered Sister Hong, it must surely be my fault. At the very least, I acknowledge my shortcomings. This bouquet of flowers serves both as an apology and an expression of my sentiments. Can you perceive it? It is a collection of exquisite roses. The moment I beheld them, thoughts of you and Xiao Wei came flooding back to my mind. I have a profound affection for them. I cherish their beauty as much as I cherish you. Thus, I took the liberty to gather them, intending to present them to you. I sincerely hope you will find joy in them and that they will uplift your spirits. Hongjie, please accept this gift. Leng Shaofeng gently extended the bouquet toward her. Gazing upon the captivating arrangement, Li Hongqiang felt she had never encountered such breathtaking flowers before. The stern expression she had endeavored to maintain melted away. The flicker of irritation had vanished without a trace. She nodded enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with tears as she accepted the flowers. Overcome with emotion, she found herself unable to articulate her feelings. In her tear-filled gaze, disregarding all else, she plunged into Leng Shaofeng's embrace. Chapter 70. Washing the face. A smile graced Leng Shaofeng's face, indicating that the gift of flowers was indeed well received. Shaofeng, thank you, Li Hongqiang expressed, her nature being one of modesty. She briefly nestled in Leng Shaofeng's embrace before retreating. Gazing at the blossoms in her hands, joy illuminated her features. If I ever err in any way, you must tell me rather than harboring resentment, she insisted. Understanding her words, Leng Shaofeng playfully pinched Li Hongqiang's petite nose. As a matter of fact, there is one thing you are currently doing wrong. Li Hongqiang took a slight step back, glancing around cautiously to ensure their conversation remained unnoticed. Fortunately, the guests in the main hall were distracted. Li Hongwei stood at the entrance, blocking the view of others. Such a clever girl. Becoming increasingly considerate and shielding her sister, he mused. As for appearing foolish before her younger sister, Li Hongqiang had grown indifferent to it. especially after the more embarrassing incident that had transpired the previous day. Pray tell, what am I doing wrong? I shall amend my ways, she urged. However, Leng Shaofeng's heart raced at her words. It is that you are far too kind to me, making it increasingly difficult for me to part from you. Li Hongqiang gazed at him with a dreamy expression, her genuine emotions laid bare. What was meant to be the most profound of sentiments caused a jolt in Leng Shaofeng's heart. His eyes locked onto Li Hongqiang's charming visage, his voice trembling slightly. Are you contemplating leaving me? The thought was a heavy burden for him to bear, as he had already experienced the void of her absence in his past life. Would history repeat itself? No, I have never entertained the notion of leaving you. It is merely that my affection for you grows, and I fear you may cast me aside. As long as you do not reject me, I shall remain by your side. If you do not abandon me, I shall not depart. With her cheeks flushed, Li Hongqiang uttered these words before shyly turning and dashing into the inner room, casting a disapproving glance at her sister. She was certain her sister had deciphered their conversation. The younger girl stuck out her tongue and made a face at her. This endearing expression caught Leng Shaofeng's attention. Almost forgetting, he realized there was still a bouquet left to present. Approaching Li Hongwei, he smiled and extended the flowers toward her. Xiaowei, these are for you. The surprise on the young girl's face was unmistakable, and her hands gestured animatedly. Yet her excitement rendered her movements too swift for Leng Shaofeng to comprehend. Thank you, brother, she stammered. Fortunately, Li Hongwei recognized her own enthusiasm, accepting the flowers while attempting to voice her gratitude, lowering her head and inching closer to him. Leng Shaofeng understood her intent and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to gently pat her head. This small gesture had become a silent agreement between them. The young girl squinted her eyes, beaming with delight before turning and racing into the inner room. Leng Shaofeng shook his head and chuckled softly, realizing both had dashed away. What a situation this is. Where's the proprietress? Time to settle the bill. At that moment, someone finished their meal and emerged to settle their account. Coming. Li Hongqiang in the inner room responded promptly and hurried out. Leng Shaofeng, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the bustling activity, withdrew into the inner room as well. Inside, Li Hongwei was busy arranging her bouquet into a glass jar, ensuring to add a splash of water. Beside this jar stood another, containing the flowers recently gifted to Li Hongqiang. The young girl aligned the two jars neatly, standing beside them with her head tilted and hands clasped behind her back, eagerly awaiting Leng Shaofeng's praise. The slightly worn windowsill filtered the light in a dappled dance, casting a beautiful interplay between the girl and the blossoms, reminiscent of a splendid oil painting. This picturesque scene was so enchanting that it captivated the heart. Leng Shaofeng gave her a thumbs up, instantly causing the girl's charming face to blossom into a radiant smile. What shall you have for lunch, Shaofeng? I will prepare it for you, she chirped. Just then, Li Hongqiang returned from settling accounts in the shop. Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you have, replied Leng Shaofeng nonchalantly. He was not picky, for in these times of scarcity, having something to eat was a blessing. Just wait a moment, Li Hongqiang replied with a gentle smile, turning to gesture to her sister before heading out to cook. Although there was mutton soup readily available, she would not allow Leng Shaofeng to have soup again for lunch. Even the most delicious broth could become tiresome if consumed too frequently. They themselves preferred to stir-fry a couple of simple dishes to accompany their steamed buns or flatbreads. The young girl followed suit, stepping out and returning shortly with a basin of clean water. She placed the basin on the stand and began to wash her face vigorously. Leng Shaofeng understood her intent. However, he decided to tease her. Leaning closer to the basin, he mimicked her washing motion and then held his face still, gesturing toward Li Hongwei with a playful pout. Her cheeks instantly flushed a delightful shade of crimson, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she timidly approached, her delicate hand dipping into the water to scoop a handful. To his astonishment, she began to wash his face. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated her to shyly stomp away. However, reality had taken an unexpected turn. Despite her youthful innocence, she displayed a burgeoning confidence reminiscent of her sister's more alluring traits. Initially tentative, she soon found her rhythm, washing with increasing ease and dedication. A swirl of emotions stirred within Leng Shaofeng, blending embarrassment with a novel sense of comfort. He felt an urge to lift his gaze, but dared not to continue further. The young girl, though still in her budding youth, seemed to embody a hint of the captivating charm that could enchant a nation. This is not merely a flirtation with water. It is evidently a provocation of a mature man's desires. This is not a mere dalliance. It is clearly a game of fire. Leng Shaofeng stepped back, shaking his head as droplets splashed around him, liberating himself from the grasp of the young girl. He shot her a stern glance, playfully pinching her delicate nose. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You really are washing, aren't you? The young girl, however, responded with a teasing smile on her charming face, haughtily turning her gaze towards the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Leng Shaofeng could only smile wryly and shake his head, taken aback by being bested by a mere girl. Noticing his helpless expression, she showed no intention of letting him off the hook. She leaned towards the basin, mimicking the scrubbing motion, shaking her head and pouting at him. This action was all too familiar to Leng Shaofeng, as he had just performed it moments ago. Now, the young girl was mirroring him with a hint of provocation on her face. Does she intend to play with fire until the very end? Leng Shaofeng found himself ensnared in a web of inner conflict. Chapter 71. The little sorceress Leng Shaofeng found himself in a perplexing predicament. Advancing further could lead him to an abyss, while retreating might not guarantee a serene sky and mutual peace. At that moment, the young girl discerned Leng Shaofeng's hesitation and, with a slight shake of her head and a meaningful glance, clearly challenged him. Come on, why don't you? Her demeanor brimmed with provocation and audacity. Could he truly endure such insolence? Gazing upon her delicate, almost ethereal visage, replete with youthful collagen, Leng Shaofeng could no longer restrain himself. Was it conceivable for a grown man to be outdone by a mere girl? He resolved to heed his instincts. Wasn't it merely a matter of washing her face? At worst, he could always return the favor. With a fond pat on Li Hongwei's little head, he extended his hand and effortlessly grasped her. With a gentle force, he pressed her head down toward the basin. Water splashed and cascaded as he began to cleanse her face. The cool water met her fair complexion, and unbeknownst to him, a rosy hue began to emerge, lending a subtle warmth to her skin. Li Hongwei's face, much like her sister's, was petite. Leng Shaofeng's large hand perfectly enveloped her entire countenance, making the task convenient. His movements were tender. The water he splashed upon her fair cheeks felt akin to caressing a perfectly peeled soft-boiled egg, soft and bouncy. After meticulously washing her face several times, he deemed it complete. Li Hongwei lifted her face. Droplets clung to her flushed cheeks, dampening a strand of hair that adhered to her forehead, resembling a freshly bloomed lotus, radiating a unique beauty. For a fleeting moment, Leng Shaofeng found himself entranced. Observing his captivated expression, the young girl smiled with satisfaction. She turned to fetch a towel, first drying her own face before offering it to Leng Shaofeng. This time, he refrained from any mischief, accepting the towel obediently to dry his face. The towel bore the delicate fragrance of the two sisters, weaving its way into his senses. He hastily shook his head to dispel any distracting thoughts. The room fell into a tranquil silence as they ceased conversation. Leng Shaofeng settled at a small table, casually perusing Li Hongwei's writing. Although the characters were juvenile, her meticulousness was unmistakable. Each stroke was orderly and clear. Leng Shaofeng nodded in approval. At that moment, Li Hongwei joined him at the table. The gentle fragrance of the young girl enveloped him. Witnessing his satisfaction, her heart swelled with sweetness, akin to tasting honey. She picked up a fountain pen, the very one he had gifted her, and gestured to him, mimicking the act of writing. Leng Shaofeng understood. She wished for him to write. The past few days, she had been practicing his script. As he pondered, a phrase uttered by Li Hongxiang resonated in his mind. If you do not forsake me, I shall not depart. How could Leng Shaofeng bear to let her go? Lost in thought, a poem came to him, seemingly fitting. In the next moment, he began to write. Flowing lines of cursive appeared on the paper, proclaiming, "Life blooms like flowers on the roadside. Where does the wind carry us? If you cherish this moment, even the mud would outshine the finery." This is a poignant reflection of a woman's tragic fate, and it mirrors the life of Li Hongxiang. In a previous life, he merely offered her a fragment of security and promises that were never fulfilled. This unfortunate woman, however, devoted her entire heart to him, blossoming in all her beauty for his sake. The unfulfilled promises became shackles throughout his life, ultimately turning into his deepest obsession. Perhaps it is precisely this obsession that grants Leng Shaofeng the chance to relive the past. In this lifetime, I, Leng Shaofeng, am determined to compensate for all debts owed. In this life, I vow to protect you throughout your days, allowing this flower, blooming in solitude, to flourish in pristine elegance while time flows gently. Beside them, the young girl frowned as she read. She recognized the characters, yet when they came together, their meaning eluded her. Deep down, she sensed that it must be an exquisite poem, undoubtedly dedicated to her sister. Li Hongwei picked up a fountain pen, meticulously connecting the strokes. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng's thoughts drifted far away, as if traversing through time and space, until Li Hongxiang entered with 2 large platters of food. After placing the bowls and chopsticks down, Li Hongxiang gestured animatedly to her sister. The young girl nodded obediently. Shaofeng, let Xiaowei keep you company for dinner. I will eat later. There are still a few guests who haven't finished. Having said that, Li Hongxiang turned and left, as another voice called for the proprietress outside. One platter contained stir-fried green beans adorned with vibrant red chili peppers, overflowing in abundance. The other featured tangy and spicy shredded potatoes, uniformly cut and visually appealing with red and green chili peppers. Leng Shaofeng, feeling no need for formality, seized his chopsticks and began to eat. The flavors were exquisite, tangy and spicy, perfectly aligning with his palate. He consumed at least half of the dishes, along with 4 pieces of baked bread, surpassing the combined appetite of the 2 sisters. Once Leng Shaofeng finished, the young girl also set down her chopsticks. Leng Shaofeng glanced at the time, realizing it was still early. Outside, the sun blazed mercilessly, and he was reluctant to venture out into its harsh rays. Instead, he remained in the small room, guiding the young girl in her writing. To correct her posture, he provided hands-on assistance. However, he soon discovered that the more he tried to teach, the more crooked her characters became, even worse than her usual writing. He pondered the reason behind this. It seemed he was ill-suited to the role of a teacher. Resigned, Leng Shaofeng ceased his guidance. After spending some time alone with the young girl, he found himself unable to endure her antics any longer. She was far from focused on her writing, instead causing mischief, teasing him with her braided hair, playfully kicking him with her new sandals, and even casting flirtatious glances. Leng Shaofeng realized that without Li Hongxiang's restraint, the young girl exhibited a hint of mischief. She was nothing like her usual obedient self. He even began to wonder if Li Hongxiang was aware of this side of her sister. Even with the memories of his past life, Leng Shaofeng had not discerned this particular aspect. Especially when alone with him, Li Hongwei exhibited a remarkable boldness, daring to engage in various attempts and provocations. Upon realizing that Leng Shaofeng would never lose his temper with her, she grew increasingly audacious, almost taking on the demeanor of someone intent on teasing him. This left Leng Shaofeng at a loss for words. Feeling flustered, he decided to leave, thinking it better to avoid confrontation. As he fled in disarray, Li Hongwei clenched her small fist, her delicate nose wrinkling in a soft huff. Then, she composed herself, returning to her usual charming demeanor, and began to diligently write, focusing on the poem that Leng Shaofeng had taught her that day. Just as the young girl immersed herself in the joy of writing, another figure entered the room. It was Li Hongxiang. Observing her obedient and diligent demeanor filled Li Hongxiang with a sense of warmth. Then, she noticed the poem written by Leng Shaofeng. The verses were both fresh and elegant, yet infused with a tender and passionate spirit, compelling her to read them repeatedly. As she read, her gaze fell upon the bouquet of roses on the windowsill. Gradually, Li Hongxiang became entranced, and unbeknownst to her, a single tear began to flow slowly down her cheek. Chapter 72. Praise for Han Bin. After Leng Shaofeng stepped out, he swiftly mounted his motorcycle and returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, he discovered that Han Bin was also present. Han Bin was sprawled on his bed, diligently scribbling in a notebook. Beside him lay neatly categorized stacks of treasury bonds, sprawling across a third of the bed's surface. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Han Bin lifted his head, and upon recognizing Leng Shaofeng, he leapt up from his bed with delight. Feng Ge, you have come. His tone brimmed with joy, tinged with a hint of longing. Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. It was increasingly rare for him to return to the dormitory alone these days. Why can't I come? He retorted gruffly. He was not like the adorable Li Hongwei, and thus had no need to indulge. Of course you can come. This dormitory originally belonged to you, Feng Ge, Han Bin replied, a statement that held truth, as it was indeed Leng Shaofeng's room from the beginning. Han Bin had joined later. Hey, why aren't you at work? Leng Shaofeng suddenly recalled this question. Feng Ge, since you left the security department, it seems you've lost interest in its affairs. This week is my night shift, Han Bin explained. Ah, I see. I had forgotten about the shift rotation. Are you managing without sleep? Leng Shaofeng inquired with concern. I see you've been busy with the treasury bonds. No worries. You know, If there's nothing to do at night, I can find a place to rest for a while, Han Bin replied with a chuckle, unabashed in his demeanor. How's it going? How much have you collected from the treasury bonds? Leng Shaofeng reclined on his bed and pulled a cigarette from his bag. Feng Ge, may I have one? Han Bin asked eagerly, having not enjoyed a smoke in several days due to Leng Shaofeng's absence from the dormitory. Although he had his own cigarettes, there was no comparison to the pleasure of sharing someone else's. Leng Shaofeng tossed him a cigarette. The two lit up and began to smoke. However, Leng Shaofeng suddenly felt that his own cigarette was lacking in flavor, while Han Bin continued to relish the taste of Feng Ge's smoke. I need to hurry and get some cigarettes from Shi Dachong, Han Bin mused. It's all these coal barons. They smoke expensive brands, making it hard for me to adjust from luxury to frugality. After finishing a cigarette, Han Bin retrieved the small notebook from his bed and handed it to Leng Shaofeng. Leng Shaofeng flipped through it briefly. Remarkably, Han Bin had kept meticulous records. Every individual, date, amount, and even the transaction locations were noted with precision. As he continued to browse, he reached the final entry, a total of 850 yuan. Impressive. To achieve such results in just 2 days is no small feat, Leng Shaofeng remarked, returning the notebook to Han Bin. Well done. It is evident that you have put in considerable effort. Keep it up, he praised casually. Han Bin beamed at the compliment, his excitement causing several of his small pimples to erupt. Rest assured, Feng Ge, in recent days, many have become aware of my endeavor to purchase treasury bonds. And some have even approached me with inquiries, exclaimed Han Bin excitedly. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Shaofeng responded, this is still insufficient. We must acquire more. Furthermore, you should spread the word that this is merely the first batch and that transactions are in cash. When the second batch arrives, we will have to rely on credit. Leng Shaofeng was preparing for the future while simultaneously stimulating potential clients. Moreover, should the acquisition of treasury bonds consume a substantial amount of cash, it would impose a considerable burden on him. Once the initial transaction is made and the reputation established, future acquisitions can be handled on credit. Utilizing others' funds to generate profit is the true path to wealth, a notion Leng Shaofeng was acutely aware of. Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest, Brother Feng. I will spread the word shortly. I anticipate that many will rush to find me upon hearing this, Han Bin remarked, quickly grasping Leng Shaofeng's intent. He believed it was a commendable idea. Brother Feng, should we set a deadline for the first batch? Han Bin cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng's eyes brightened. He thought to himself, this lad possesses some cleverness, demonstrating an ability to make connections. He is indeed suited for business. Let us tentatively set a week for the first phase. After a week, we will only accept transactions on credit. Leng Shaofeng made a swift decision. Han Bin nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain. Brother Feng is remarkable. Brother Feng is formidable. He could not help but flatter. Enough. Don't use Yao Shengli's tricks to fool me, Leng Shaofeng retorted, delivering a light kick to Han Bin. Suddenly, he recalled Yao Shengli's matter concerning the election for the team leader position. How is the election progressing? Leng Shaofeng inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. After all, he was seeking a successor, so it was only fitting to ask. The voting officially begins tomorrow. However, Feng Chong and Yao Shengli are both fervently courting support. As for who will prevail, that remains uncertain. I am not particularly invested in the outcome, Han Bin replied, pausing briefly before recalling something. Oh right, the section chief mentioned that all security personnel must be present at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to participate in the election. Additionally, the section chief specifically advised that it would be best if you could attend, Brother Feng. After reflecting briefly, Leng Shaofeng concluded that maintaining a relationship was necessary, given the advantageous title of security team leader. As long as he held the honorary title, he would not be subject to difficulties from the security department. I suppose I shall make an appearance. After all, I still carry the title of leader, he decided. That is splendid, Brother Feng. In truth, you are the most suitable and competent individual for the role of security team leader. The others merely fill space, Han Bin remarked dismissively. Huh, are they really that different? Leng Shaofeng chuckled lightly. How could they be? You alone can outperform 10 others, Han Bin insisted, who could possibly spend their days engaged in brawls. Cold Shaofeng languidly exhaled a ring of smoke. Suddenly, he realized that since his rebirth, he had not engaged in a single fight. He had merely sparred with Shunzi. For someone like Cold Shaofeng, who was once embroiled in frequent skirmishes, this was indeed astonishing. The wisps of smoke, disturbed by the ceiling fan above, scattered delicately throughout the room. As he gazed at the whirling blades of the fan, it struck him that there was no fan in Li Hongxiang's room. Conversely, each of the 3 main rooms was equipped with a ceiling fan, intended for the guests who came to savor lamb soup. Yet, she had not deemed it necessary to install a fan in her own chamber. In these times, a single fan costs nearly 100 yuan, equivalent to the wages of an ordinary worker for 2 or 3 months. The better models are even more expensive. Most families simply cannot afford such luxuries, let alone air conditioning. Unfortunately, this era is characterized by the high prices of industrial goods, coupled with stringent controls. In the past, acquiring such items, even a bicycle, required a purchase voucher. Fortunately, these various forms of rationing have now been abolished. Reflecting on this, Cold Shaofeng extinguished his cigarette butt and, with a determined effort, rose from his bed. Chapter 73. The Incident. Brother Feng, are you leaving? Han Bin observed the movements of Leng Shaofeng and deduced his intentions. Well, you have a night shift to attend to later. You should try to get some rest. I won't disturb you. As he spoke, Leng Shaofeng had already opened the door and stepped outside. Han Bin watched his retreating figure, muttering to himself, I've said there's no need to sleep. Yet he finds such a poor excuse. I really envy Brother Feng. I just wonder which beauty he's off to meet this time. A wave of jealousy washed over Han Bin. As Leng Shaofeng rode away, passing by the cadre building, he instinctively glanced up at a certain window on the 3rd floor. The window stood wide open, its 2 panels separated and secured. The last time they played cards, he had arranged with Su Jing that if someone was home, only one window would be opened. If no one was home and she missed him, both would be opened. Thus, seeing both windows ajar, Leng Shaofeng understood Su Jing's message. At this moment, both windows were indeed flung wide. Without hesitation, Leng Shaofeng halted his motorcycle, paused for a moment, and made a decision. There was no rush for shopping, but an appointment with a beautiful woman should not be neglected. With a twist of the throttle, he continued on his motorcycle. Upon arriving at the bike shed outside the east gate, he parked his motorcycle and swiftly made his way back, his strides rapid and purposeful, reaching the 3rd floor of the cadre building in no time. Standing before the security door, Leng Shaofeng took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. It wasn't the exertion of the short journey that left him breathless, but rather the thrill of anticipation. After all, he had been preoccupied with work and finances for the past few days, and it had been 3 days since he last saw Su Jing. By the adage that 1 day apart feels like 3 autumns, it felt as if they had been separated for 9 years. Thus, he felt a mix of longing and excitement. Once he had calmed his heart, Leng Shaofeng raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, 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 knock. Each knock followed a pattern of 3 long and 1 short, with intervals of 3 seconds, a rhythm they had previously agreed upon. Such a knock would signal to Su Jing that it was him. In truth, upon the first series of knocks, he could already hear footsteps approaching from within the room. However, there was no response. Leng Shaofeng had no choice but to continue knocking, adhering to the rules he had set, even if it brought him to the brink of tears. After patiently completing the 3 knocks, before he could retract his hand, the door suddenly swung open. There stood Su Jing, her tall figure framed by her radiant smile. Clad in a knee-length, beige nightgown and with her hair styled in a fluffy ponytail, she appeared vibrant and enchanting. Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but smile in return. Neither spoke a word. Their gazes intertwined in the air, igniting an invisible spark. Confirming their connection through their eyes, he knew she was indeed the one he sought. With a swift motion, he slipped inside like a silvery eel, remembering to close the door behind him. In the next moment, Leng Shaofeng opened his arms, intending to embrace her warmly. However, to his surprise, Su Jing deftly stepped back, evading him. You rogue, what are you up to? Su Jing pouted, glaring at Leng Shaofeng with a playful reprimand. Oh dear, she's being coy, thought Leng Shaofeng, recognizing her slight sulkiness. Women are indeed extraordinary creatures. 3 days without discipline, and they become quite unruly. It had merely been a few days since he had last asserted his authority over her, and already she seemed to be in need of a little correction. Today, he resolved to set her straight. Of course I want to. Leng Shaofeng appeared to respond to her previous question, yet it felt ambiguous. Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, sensing something peculiar. Nevertheless, she was no longer an innocent blank slate. She had begun to perceive the nuances of his intent. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and with a flurry of playful aggression, she lunged at him, playfully scratching and nibbling. You naughty rogue, shameless as you are, I'll scratch you to pieces. I'll bite you to death. Leng Shaofeng, startled, dodged her advances, yet not entirely escaping her grasp. He allowed her to touch and tease him, but just as she was about to seize him, he would slip away. The two engaged in a delightful tussle, transitioning from the living room to the bedroom, and ultimately landing on the bed. Eventually, Su Jing grew weary, lying still upon the bed. "Come on, continue." Leng Shaofeng, now emboldened, taunted. Exhausted, Su Jing could hardly muster the energy to respond, even to cast him a weary glance. Despite the merriment of their playful scuffle, it had left her utterly fatigued. "I can't take it anymore. Stop it," she murmured, lost in thought. "Still want to bite me?" Leng Shaofeng inquired with a mischievous grin. "No, I won't bite anymore." Su Jing shook her head, acknowledging her misstep and the consequences that followed, vowing not to repeat it. I'll give you another chance to articulate yourself," Leng Shaofeng insisted, feigning a menacing demeanor. "Bite." Su Jing playfully bit her lip, casting him a sideways glance, yet obediently gathered her thoughts once more. Having been tamed, she naturally became adorable and compliant. "Now that's more like it." Leng Shaofeng nodded in satisfaction. He then got off the bed to tidy his clothes, which had become disheveled from their vigorous play. It was a scene so chaotic that no one would believe it if he recounted it. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jing also adjusted her attire, as her nightgown had become somewhat askew and tangled around her neck. After a brief period of rearrangement, they both returned to their previous appearances. Thoughtfully, Leng Shaofeng poured Su Jing a glass of warm water to help her rehydrate. He himself drank 2 large cups, replenishing the fluids they had lost during their playful antics. Once Su Jing finished her glass, she felt revitalized. "This sensation is delightful." They exchanged smiles, a silent intimacy enveloping them. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, startling Leng Shaofeng. He froze momentarily, the scene feeling eerily familiar. In a previous life, he was cornered in his home by Lu Lijuan, who left work early. On that occasion, Leng Shaofeng had to leap from the 3rd-floor window to escape. Although he emerged unscathed, he was sufficiently frightened, refraining from seeking out Su Jing for several days thereafter. To his astonishment, this life was poised to witness a similar escape. Leng Shaofeng swiftly approached the window, opened it, and leaned out to survey the surroundings. If the conditions permitted, he would undoubtedly take the plunge. "What are you doing?" Su Jing inquired, having sensed the peculiar behavior of Leng Shaofeng. "Your mother has arrived. I must escape through the window," he replied, already lifting his leg, as there was no one below at that moment. Suddenly, Su Jing erupted into a fit of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, her entire being shaking with mirth. Leng Shaofeng was initially taken aback, but soon realized the source of the noise. It was not the bedroom door, but the security door. The sound of the security door indicated that the visitor lacked a key, thus it could not be Lu Lijuan. In his previous life, it was indeed Lu Lijuan who had knocked on Su Jing's bedroom door, leaving Leng Shaofeng with no option but to leap out. Now, with the realization that Lu Lijuan was not returning, a wave of relief washed over him. It was merely a trivial misunderstanding, a minor incident. Chapter 74, The Spectator's Fool. "I have invited friends over today. Spending the entire day at home is rather dull, so I arranged for a female classmate to come and visit. Who would have thought that after several days of absence, you would appear today? So that's how it is." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking persists. Who could it be? Cold Shaofeng ponders his next course of action. It must be Yang Qian, Sunmi, Li Qiaoling, and Wang Mingjie. However, it would not be favorable for them to see you here. At this moment, Su Jing has also begun to worry. "So it's them. I'll come." Upon realizing it was them, Cold Shaofeng felt a surge of relief. They were all familiar faces, classmates from middle school. Yang Qian excelled academically and went on to attend a normal secondary school, where she now teaches in Yansi town. Sunmi's father is the president of the agricultural bank, and she is currently employed at the bank located by the mine. Li Qiaoling and Wang Mingjie both work at auxiliary units within the mining sector. As Cold Shaofeng passed the coffee table in the living room, he noticed a large watermelon resting atop it, along with an assortment of sunflower seeds and snacks. It appeared they had prepared ahead of time. Knock, knock, knock. "Su Jing, are you home?" The knocking resumed outside, accompanied by the exuberant voices of the girls, their volume quite impressive. Cold Shaofeng recognized Li Qiaoling's voice. In disbelief, Su Jing watched as Cold Shaofeng approached the door and swiftly pulled open the security door. 4 girls stood outside, some petite, others statuesque, some with striking figures, and others robust. At the forefront was the fiery Li Qiaoling. Following her were Yang Qian, Sunmi, and Wang Mingjie. Why did you take so long to arrive? Cold Shaofeng took the initiative to voice his complaint as soon as he opened the door. Ah, Cold Shaofeng, you're here too? Upon seeing him, Li Xiaoling exclaimed with surprise and excitement. Is it only you who can come to play with the class monitor? I can't join. Humph. The class monitor belongs to all of us. Su Jing, being academically gifted and the daughter of the mine's manager, naturally became the class monitor. Didn't you hear that Su Banzhong invited you? Li Xiaoling, carrying a large watermelon, entered with a puzzled expression. Why did you also bring a watermelon? I already bought one. Cold Shaofeng casually accepted the watermelon and placed it on the coffee table, positioning it beside the larger watermelon already there. Two equally large watermelons stood side by side, both of similar size. Su Jing, unable to restrain herself, rolled her eyes at Cold Shaofeng's back. How did the watermelon her father bought become his? Was this not a form of taking advantage of her? However, he had already taken advantage of her in many ways. If he wished to take more, so be it. Ah, we had no idea you bought one. This watermelon is so heavy. Had I known, I wouldn't have purchased one. Carrying it all the way here has exhausted me. Li Xiaoling exclaimed as she shook her arms. At this moment, Su Jing hastily invited everyone to take a seat. You are the one showing off. You should have taken turns carrying the watermelon, yet you refused. Wang Mingjie placed a bag of peaches onto the coffee table as well. I fear that your watermelon might crush the large one we purchased. Li Xiaoling cast a sidelong glance at Wang Mingjie's two sizable watermelons before lowering her gaze to her own, a wave of irritation washing over her. Xiaoling, are you trying to get yourself killed? There are boys present. Yang Qian swiftly pinched Li Xiaoling to hush her. This Li Xiaoling, with her loose lips, might utter something indiscreet. Hee. Sunmi, seated nearby, set aside her sunflower seeds, covering her mouth as she stifled a laugh. What watermelons? Wang Mingjie, where did you get those? Quickly reveal where you've hidden them. Leng Shaofeng interjected, his expression one of innocent curiosity. Instantly, the living room erupted into peals of laughter from the girls, their mirth causing them to lean precariously in all directions. Even Wang Mingjie found herself smiling shyly at the commotion. The two watermelons trembled slightly with the vibrations of their laughter. Su Jing cast a deep gaze at Leng Shaofeng. Recognizing his talent for pretense, since his arrival, he had maintained an impeccable facade, leaving no room for doubt. His earlier jests could easily mislead one into thinking he was a naive young lad. Finally, the laughter of the girls began to subside. Enough. Class monitor. Why did you invite him? Now we cannot enjoy our conversation. Li Xiaoling lamented, clutching her belly as laughter still bubbled within her. For reasons unknown to her, she wished for Leng Shaofeng to leave. Everyone present knew that Leng Shaofeng had previously proposed to Su Jing, only to be rejected. Rumors of discord between their families had also circulated. Yet, one cannot ignore the dynamics of a lone male amidst a gathering of females. Well, I merely encountered him by chance and asked him a question. Who knew he would take it seriously? Su Jing fabricated an excuse, shooting a glare at Leng Shaofeng, who remained entirely unfazed. He began searching for a watermelon knife to slice the fruit. I am here to serve the people, without a boy nearby to assist. I worry about your watermelon cutting. As he spoke, he deftly sliced the watermelon, completing the task in no time. You must admit, this watermelon is cut splendidly. Yang Qian remarked as she took a piece, savoring it. It's passable, Li Xiaoling chimed in, relishing her share with enthusiasm. Thank you, Leng Shaofeng. The watermelon is delightful. She added. Yang Qian, being a teacher, consumed her portion with grace, remembering to express her gratitude to Leng Shaofeng. What have you been up to lately? We haven't heard the sound of your motorcycle in some time, Sunmi inquired, as her workplace was near the mine entrance, making her familiar with the sound of his bike. I am now the head of the Mineral Resources Recycling Station. I am no longer the captain of the security team. Hence I no longer ride that motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng replied while enjoying his watermelon. The girls, intrigued, began to inquire further about the recycling station. Leng Shaofeng briefly explained it as a facility for processing the mine's waste materials. In simpler terms, it was akin to a garbage station. Upon his explanation, the girls understood, though their gazes towards him carried a hint of sympathy. Even Su Jing was not an exception. She had just learned that Leng Shaofeng had lost his position as captain. Moments ago, they had been engrossed in playful antics, leaving little time for meaningful conversation. Su Jing found herself contemplating whether she should enlist her father's assistance on Leng's behalf. In the minds of these naive young girls, the head of a garbage station paled in comparison to the imposing figure of a security captain. It is worth noting that Leng Shaofeng, with his motorcycle, exuded a remarkable aura of authority. Naturally, he refrained from elaborating further. After finishing the watermelon, Leng Shaofeng casually concocted an excuse and bid farewell to the group of girls. Departing from the Su residence. Upon stepping outside, he instinctively glanced at his watch. The time was now 4:30 in the afternoon. The town's supply and marketing cooperative would not close until 6, leaving him ample time. With purposeful strides, Leng Shaofeng approached the entrance of the mine, kicked his motorcycle into action, and sped off towards Yansi town. Chapter 75. The supply and marketing cooperative Yansi town is a substantial settlement, home to tens of thousands of residents. Benefiting from the proximity of two large state-owned enterprises, it has gradually evolved from a modest township into a thriving town post-liberation. The steel mill and the Yansi coal mine stand as stalwart guardians, flanking the town on either side. Particularly in recent years, with the advent of reforms and opening up, the living standards within the town have seen a marked improvement. A considerable number of locals are employed at the steel mill, and compared to the coal workers, whose attire is perpetually stained with coal dust, they take pride in being robust steel workers, representative of strength. This dynamic has fostered a deeper bond between Yansi town and the steel mill. While the relationship with the coal mine resembles that of neighboring acquaintances, observing each other from a distance, occasionally clashing. To the townspeople, both the steel mill and the coal mine are perceived as outsiders earning their livelihoods on local soil, while they themselves are the true natives. Such sentiments are universal. Locals often harbor disdain for outsiders, regardless of the era or region. However, when it comes to friction, the most notable incident in recent years involved the nephew of the chief engineer of the Yansi coal mine, who assaulted the son of the town's mayor, Huang Dongshan. This altercation was not a mere skirmish. It escalated to the point where the mayor's son was pursued and beaten over several miles. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. It was inevitable that this event would become widely known. Nevertheless, for the majority of Yansi residents, it was ultimately perceived as a trivial scuffle between two young men, and most dismissed it with a chuckle. However, for one individual, this incident was a profound disgrace. Huang Dabiao, the only son of Mayor Huang Dongshan, and the sole heir of 3 generations of the Huang family. In Yansi town, as well as in the larger steel mill, Huang Dabiao was a figure of considerable influence, a prince untouchable by others. Yet, at the small Yansi coal mine, he faced a humbling defeat. The audacity of someone daring to pursue the woman he coveted was nothing short of outrageous. Yet, this very scenario unfolded as a young man named Leng Shaofeng brazenly struck him. In the ensuing confrontation, the wild-eyed Leng Shaofeng fought valiantly, taking on a group single-handedly. According to the terms of their altercation, as long as Leng Shaofeng remained at the Yansi coal mine, Huang Dabiao was forbidden from setting foot there. Failure to adhere to this pact meant that Leng Shaofeng would confront him at every opportunity. Initially, Huang Dabiao dismissed the matter lightly and agreed without much thought. Little did he expect to be bested in combat, and even more shocking, to be intimidated by the frenzied Leng Shaofeng. From that day forth, the coal mine became a no-go zone for Huang Dabiao, and a bitter rivalry was born between them. Consequently, Huang Dabiao developed a new habit of gazing across the Wen River at the Yansi coal mine, repeatedly vowing to himself beside the rushing waters that he would defeat Leng Shaofeng and reclaim the woman he desired. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng sped along on his motorcycle, crossing the Wen River Bridge and arriving at the main thoroughfare of Yansi town. This bustling avenue was teeming with pedestrians, flanked by an array of shops offering a diverse selection of goods, clothing, food, housing, and various daily necessities. Leng Shaofeng reduced the speed of his motorcycle, ultimately coming to a halt before a 2-story building. A sign at the entrance read, Yansi Town People's Supply and Marketing Cooperative. People were frequently entering and exiting, indicating that the business within was quite bustling. The interior decor exuded a distinct charm characteristic of the era. At the center stood a counter over a meter high, with shelves behind it brimming with an array of assorted goods. Shoppers congregated on one side of the counter while the sales clerks attended from the other side. After parking his motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng strolled inside. Upon entering, he noticed 2 imposing columns. The architectural design prompted a moment of internal critique. In a later time, any designer who dared to create such a uniquely structured building would likely face harsh criticism for creating an entrance that could lead to an unwelcome collision. Each column bore a slogan. The left proclaimed, "No hitting or scolding customers," while the right read, "Serve the public with dedication." The latter appeared quite new, evidently added not long ago. The sight of these phrases caused a slight twitch at the corners of Leng Shaofeng's mouth. As the familiar ambience of the era washed over him, it was indeed distinctive. Shaking his head, he began his shopping. The sales clerks within paid him no mind. Engrossed in their tasks, some knitting, others snacking on sunflower seeds, while a few sipped tea, each exuding a calm demeanor. Each was preoccupied with their own affairs, offering no more than a fleeting glance to customers seeking assistance. If one wished for help in locating an item, they would need to search the counter themselves. Those fortunate enough to encounter a good-natured clerk might receive a cursory look, while others, less fortunate, could face a barrage of harsh words. Are you blind? Can't you find it yourself? Are your eyes light bulbs? Should one dare to retort, the clerks might well vault over the counter to teach a lesson in humility. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng had no intention of courting trouble. However, oddities abound, and this year seemed particularly rife with them. Just as Leng Shaofeng was becoming overwhelmed by the dazzling array of choices, a melodious voice rang out from across the room. Hello, comrade. What are you looking to buy? I can help you find it. Taken aback, Leng Shaofeng glanced around, only to discover that those on either side were observing him intently. With a chuckle, the girl opposite him revealed a pair of delightful dimples. Leng Shaofeng's attention was instantly captured. The girl appeared to be of a similar age to him, standing just over 1.6 meters tall. Her hair was styled in 2 braided pigtails, and her porcelain-like skin was remarkably fair, complemented by a sweet visage. While her beauty may not rival Su Jing's, she was certainly not far behind. Her smile was enchanting, with her dimples adding to her charm, and a hint of youthful roundness graced her cheeks, her dark eyes sparkling with liveliness as she smiled at him. Regaining his composure, Leng Shaofeng returned her smile. Hello. I'm looking to purchase some snacks, some clothing, and most importantly, a fan. Oh, you're looking for a fan as well? The girl responded with surprise, glancing at him. With a calm nod, Leng Shaofeng affirmed, the snacks are on the first floor, while the clothing and fan are on the second. What snacks are you considering? I can get them for you, she offered, her cheerful demeanor shining through as her dimples reappeared. That would be great, thank you. Weigh 1 pound of white rabbit milk candies, and additionally half a pound of honeycomb sweets. And let us not forget half a pound of those elongated confections as well. With the assistance of someone, Cold Shaofeng graciously accepted the help. The young lady was adept and swift, and soon she had weighed all these items accurately, each time exceeding the expected amount. She smiled at Cold Shaofeng, who returned her smile in kind. Once the items were weighed, the girl wrapped them in oiled paper. Skillfully securing them with a special string, she pulled from atop her head. Is there anything else you require? She inquired once more. Let us have 2 bottles of malted milk essence, Cold Shaofeng pondered. Considering Li Hongwei's delicate frame, it was essential to provide the young girl with some nourishment. The girl turned and fetched 2 bottles of malted milk essence. Now everything was complete. Chapter 76. The theft of a car, let us settle the bill. How much is it? Just a moment, let me calculate, the girl replied. A bottle of milk powder costs 10 yuan. The big white rabbit candy is 3.50 per pound, and these 2 packets of pastries total 26.50. The girl was quite adept at mental arithmetic, swiftly arriving at the total. These items were rather pricey, nearly equivalent to a laborer's monthly wage. Naturally, the expense was primarily attributed to the 2 bottles of milk powder. Without hesitation, Leng Shaofeng opened his small handbag and retrieved the money. However, he found himself without any change. Thus, he had to unfold a stack of new bills and extract a note. This action left the young girl and the middle-aged woman beside her momentarily stunned. Clearly, this man was quite affluent. Time to settle the bill, Leng Shaofeng gently reminded her. The girl hurriedly accepted the money and began to search for change. Meanwhile, the woman took the 100 yuan note from the girl's hand and scrutinized it intensely. After a nod of approval, she confidently returned the bill to the girl. In the meantime, the girl managed to gather a substantial amount of change. Thank you very much. Leng Shaofeng expressed his gratitude with a nod. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a favor? Would you mind looking after these items for me? I need to go to the second floor to purchase something, and it would be inconvenient to carry them. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Leng Shaofeng spoke up. He would not have bothered asking the expressionless clerks. But facing this warm and enthusiastic young girl, he decided to give it a try. Of course, I will keep an eye on them. My name is Huang Tingting. When you come back down, you can call me by my name. The girl readily agreed, even offering her name. Her fair complexion tinged with a rosy blush as she did so. All right, I am Leng Shaofeng. Thank you, he replied politely, establishing a formal introduction between them. After taking a few steps, Leng Shaofeng paused, turning back to the girl with a smile. By the way, Huang Tingting, I must tell you, your smile is truly enchanting. His laughter resonated through the air as he confidently strode toward the second floor. Upon hearing Leng Shaofeng's compliment, Huang Tingting was initially taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. She nervously tugged at one of her braided pigtails and lowered her head shyly. Hey, Tingting, what's wrong? Your face is so red, teased her colleague, the middle-aged woman, mimicking Leng Shaofeng's words. Tingting, your smile is truly enchanting. She giggled. And how? How could you say that? You were eavesdropping. I was not eavesdropping. That young man spoke so loudly, and my hearing is perfectly fine, the middle-aged woman replied, munching on sunflower seeds while laughing. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore, Huang Tingting declared, stomping her foot and turning away with the items Leng Shaofeng had purchased. On the second floor of the supply and marketing cooperative, the area primarily offered fabrics, clothing, and shoes. Household appliances were scarce, with only a few placed in one corner. Leng Shaofeng first approached the fabric section. In this era, most people's clothing was custom-made. In this era, the possession of a sewing machine is particularly esteemed, as it is generally deemed essential for a young woman upon her marriage. The garments adorning Li Hongqiang were crafted by her own hands, as were those of her sister. Thus, Leng Shaofeng first ventured to the fabric section, intent on acquiring several appealing pieces of material. In these times, the options for fabric are rather limited, primarily consisting of polyester, cotton, and linen. For the summer season, nothing is more suitable than polyester, being both lightweight and soft, durable, and aesthetically pleasing with a variety of patterns. This age can indeed be described as one dominated by polyester. However, Leng Shaofeng was aware that such clothing does not fit snugly and has poor breathability. Once one begins to sweat, it clings to the body, becoming somewhat transparent and prone to revealing too much. Just yesterday, Li Hongqiang had worn a polyester outfit that had a section at the chest, which had become damp with sweat and adhered to her skin. Nonetheless, with limited fabric options available, Leng Shaofeng prioritized two pieces of polyester, one with a blue base adorned with white flowers, and the other featuring a white base with a large red floral pattern. These two could be fashioned into skirts. He then selected two pieces of the finest cotton, one in a yellow and white checkered pattern, the other a soft beige. Next, he proceeded to the ready-made clothing section and chose two short shirts that caught his eye, one with a white base and purple floral print, and the other in a delicate lotus color. Admittedly, from Leng Shaofeng's discerning perspective, these garments were merely passable. Yet, he had no choice. This was the best he could procure. Before he could proceed to check out, a hurried patter of footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Leng Shaofeng, hurry. Go check on your motorcycle. Someone is stealing it. Huang Tingting urgently tugged at his shirt. Frowning, Leng Shaofeng swiftly unfastened his shoulder bag and tossed it to Huang Tingting. Watch my bag. Before she could react, he dashed down the stairs. Upon bursting through the doors of the supply and marketing cooperative, he glanced around and immediately spotted three men lifting his motorcycle. One directed the front, while the other two manned each side of the rear seat, heading toward a nearby alley. Had he been a moment later, he would have missed this sight. Leng Shaofeng sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash, closing the 50-meter gap in mere seconds. Hey, put down that bike, he bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. The trio, startled, turned in unison upon recognizing him. They trembled and abandoned the motorcycle, fleeing with remarkable speed. With a swift stride, Leng Shaofeng caught the motorcycle just before it toppled over, observing the trio escaping like rabbits. He let out a cold chuckle, unclipping the motorcycle key from his belt. In one fluid motion, he inserted the key, ignited the engine, shifted gears, and accelerated. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, run as fast as you can. I'll give you 100 meters. The motorcycle roared to life, its thunderous sound echoing like a clap of thunder, an impressive display of power. Among the three individuals, the slowest one was startled by the roar of a motorcycle. He glanced back at Leng Shaofeng, but failed to pay attention to his footing. When he turned his head again, he stumbled and fell awkwardly to the ground. The other two, unfazed, continued to sprint ahead with remarkable speed, quicker than a rabbit. Leng Shaofeng had already begun to accelerate. The motorcycle beneath him roared like a beast as it surged forward. Just as the fallen man attempted to rise, he was struck on the neck by Leng Shaofeng, sending him crashing against the wall before he slowly descended, rendered immobile in that instant. Ignoring him, Leng Shaofeng pressed on, pursuing the two ahead. In the blink of an eye, they had dashed out of the alley. Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle swiftly followed suit, exiting the narrow passage. Upon emerging, he found himself on a street that was not particularly wide. The two individuals, one to the left and the other to the right, had cunningly split their paths. Leng Shaofeng paused, realizing how crafty they were. Which one should he pursue? Chapter 77. The Bet. As Leng Shaofeng hesitated, the two fleeing individuals once again darted into a narrow alley. Realizing that he could no longer afford to wait, Leng Shaofeng made a swift decision, steering his motorcycle to the right in pursuit of the figure on that side. The man, acutely aware of the approaching roar of the motorcycle, quickened his pace even further. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, he could not outmatch the speed of Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle. In approximately 20 seconds, Leng Shaofeng had closed the distance to the man's rear. He then reduced his speed, maintaining a deliberate distance as he trailed behind. You enjoy running, don't you? Let's see how long you can keep this up, he thought, intending to exhaust the man. Initially, the figure sprinted with remarkable speed, but soon began to sense something was amiss. The motorcycle was right behind him, capable of overtaking him at any moment, yet it chose to maintain a steady pace, clearly intent on wearing him out. However, he had no choice but to continue his frantic flight. Despite his commendable stamina, after 3 minutes, he was breathless and leaned against a tree to catch his breath. He had managed to escape the confines of Yansi town and had reached the woods by the banks of the Wen River. Why have you stopped running? Leng Shaofeng dismounted and seized the man by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. CC cold Shaofeng, don't be so arrogant. You want to leave Yansi town today? The man gasped, struggling to speak. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng chuckled. You recognize me? As he spoke, he adjusted the man's head to get a better look. The individual was a wiry fellow, thin as a monkey, with an unattractive, sharp-featured face. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Shaofeng searched his memory. Thanks to his exceptional recall, combined with the man's distinctive appearance, a memory quickly surfaced. Last winter, during Huang Dabiao's recruitment, this man had been among a group of over 10 individuals. Leng Shaofeng had pursued them, noting that this one ran the fastest, only catching him at the Wen River Bridge. So you associate with Huang Dabiao? He remarked. Well, it seems you have some memory after all. Today, Brother Huang has spoken. You shall not leave Yansi town upright. I shall break your 3 legs. The thin monkey gasped for air, delivering his threat with all the bravado he could muster. Leng Shaofeng, amused by the audacity, hurled the thin monkey to the ground. A group of defeated lackeys still dared to act arrogantly. It seemed he had been too lenient last time. This time, he would ensure they remembered their lesson, starting with this thin monkey. A chilling laugh escaped him, resonating ominously as he flexed his wrists, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. The thin monkey, sensing the impending danger, was visibly terrified. What do you intend to do? I warn you, cold Shaofeng, if you lay a finger on me today, Brother Huang will not let you off easily. The slender monkey faced the cold and ominous wind, scrambling backwards in terror. Seizing the moment while the wind was still adjusting his wrist, he performed a roll on the ground, flipping over and swiftly getting to his feet to flee. However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, a tremendous force struck him from behind. The slender monkey felt as though a battering ram had collided with his back, propelling him forward and sending him flying over 3 meters before he landed. Upon hitting the ground, he became a rolling gourd, tumbling several more meters before finally coming to a halt. Yet, he felt as if this body no longer belonged to him. The pain was unimaginable, as if all his internal organs had been dislocated and were convulsing. Nevertheless, the cold wind did not relent, pursuing him relentlessly. He was met with a flurry of punches and kicks, directed precisely at the most agonizing yet non-lethal areas. After a few strikes, the slender monkey was reduced to tears. His bravado shattered. Ah, it hurts. Please stop. Oh, brother, spare me. He began to plead for mercy, but his words elicited no compassion from the cold wind. With ample experience in brawling, the cold wind struck with measured precision, inflicting torment that rendered the slender monkey powerless while ensuring he would recover in a matter of days without severe repercussions. Yet the pain was genuine, and whether it would leave psychological scars remained uncertain. One thing was clear. Those who had faced the cold wind had no desire to experience it again. After 2 minutes of relentless assault, the slender monkey was utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground, appearing on the brink of death, a pitiful sight indeed. Having inflicted such a degree of punishment, the cold wind was mostly satisfied, feeling that the boy would be confined to bed for several days. Just as he was about to turn away, a throng of people suddenly surged into the alley. The cold wind turned back, narrowing his eyes and surveying the group with a frigid gaze. Upon a cursory glance, he estimated there were around 20 to 30 individuals. The front row brandished clubs, while those behind were unarmed. Upon recognizing the leader among them, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Huang Dabiao. Thus, there was no need to ponder the intentions of this gathering. The cold wind advanced rather than retreating, casually pushing his motorcycle over onto the soft grass. He stood firm at a distance of 7 to 8 meters, unconcerned about anything else except the safety of his motorcycle, which he cherished immensely. After all, with so many adversaries, he feared they would not only entrap him but also vandalize his beloved motorcycle, which would be disastrous. Based on the cold wind's life experience, toppled motorcycles or bicycles rarely attracted attention. As expected, the group approached him, effectively surrounding him without a single glance at the motorcycle. Cold wind. You truly possess audacity to come to my Yansi town, Huang Dabiao declared, his jowls quivering as he spoke. Huang Dabiao possessed a robust physique, standing approximately 1.77 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds. His squinty eyes and round face were accentuated by a closely cropped hairstyle reminiscent of a convict. Nevertheless, he exuded an air of formidable ferocity. Why should I be barred from Yansi town? Just because your father is the mayor does not imply that Yansi town belongs to you, sneered Leng Shaofeng with a chuckle. Enough of your nonsense. As long as I cannot set foot in your Yansi coal mine, you, Leng Shaofeng, shall not be allowed to enter my Yansi town, Huang Dabiao retorted menacingly. Rubbish. Our wager stipulates that upon your defeat, you cannot step foot in the Yansi coal mine. However, it does not state that I cannot leave Yansi town, Leng Shaofeng replied, crossing his arms with a frosty demeanor. I don't care. I can refrain from entering the Yansi coal mine, but you shall not tread upon my Yansi town. That is only fair, Huang Dabiao insisted stubbornly. A smirk spread across Leng Shaofeng's face as he reveled in Huang Dabiao's unreasonable stance. This was precisely the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Chapter 78. A fierce encounter fairness? That is your notion of fairness, not mine. Enough of this nonsense. Let us adhere to the old custom and settle this with a duel. Should you emerge victorious, I, Leng Shaofeng, shall never set foot in Yansi town again. But what if you lose? Would you also refrain from entering Yansi town? Heh. Leng Shaofeng once again proposed a wager, not forgetting to jest about Huang Dabiao. Huang Dabiao, a native of Yansi, had no reason to leave his town even if he were to lose. After all, Leng Shaofeng had not yet become tyrannical to that extent. Furthermore, Huang Dabiao's father was the mayor of Yansi town. Inviting his father to intervene would undoubtedly complicate matters. How could that be? My family resides in Yansi town. If you win, you win. Huang Dabiao found himself at a loss for words regarding what to wager. Suddenly, he steeled himself and declared, if you win, I, Huang Dabiao, shall avoid you henceforth. Leng Shaofeng pondered briefly. It was acceptable and deemed fair. Agreed. A gentleman's word is his bond. Will you challenge me, or shall I challenge you? Leng Shaofeng then posed a question. What? A one-on-one? No. I won't fight you alone. You must face our entire group. Huang Dabiao retreated a step, gesturing towards the large crowd behind him. Is this your version of fairness? In my past life, I would not have quibbled over such matters. Whether facing one or many, I would fight first and consider later. After all, I have grown accustomed to taking on groups single-handedly. But haven't you always fought this way? Huang Dabiao was momentarily taken aback. So, you believe this to be justified for me? Leng Shaofeng pressed further. Well, of course, Huang Dabiao replied, a sense of certainty in his tone. Though internally he was perplexed, today's Leng Shaofeng seemed somewhat different. In the past, he would have charged in bare-chested. See, your notion of fairness is fundamentally rooted in unfairness. Is it not? Leng Shaofeng spread his arms, incisively exposing the issue at hand. Huang Dabiao was not particularly eloquent and found himself at a loss for words. Huang Gu, why waste words with him? Look at how ruthlessly he strikes. Just see what he has done to Shouho. One of Huang Dabiao's long-haired lackeys, wielding a stick, pointed at the injured Shouho on the ground. To his surprise, the fellow was indeed named Shouho. Leng Shaofeng, you dare to harm my men? This matter is far from over. Huang Dabiao, having seen Shouho's miserable state, felt a shiver run through him. Leng Shaofeng was indeed merciless. How can you claim they stole my motorcycle? Was it not you who instigated them? Leng Shaofeng confronted Huang Dabiao. So what? Who dares to ride a motorcycle brazenly in my Yansi town? What gives you the audacity? Huang Dapio, in his straightforwardness, conceded without hesitation. That has settled then. My motorcycle has been in dire need of fuel, and isn't the gas station in Yansi town owned by your family? If you wish to engage me in a brawl, I am amenable, but on one condition. Henceforth, any time my vehicle, Cold Shaofeng's, arrives for refueling, it shall be complimentary. What say you? Cold Shaofeng, pragmatic and shrewd, understood that without incentive, there was no reason to engage in conflict. Very well. You have triumphed. Your vehicle may refuel at will, Huang Dapio replied after a brief contemplation. His dilapidated motorcycle consumed little fuel, a trivial matter indeed. His uncle, who dotes on him, would surely acquiesce, and furthermore, he added, in the future, steer clear of me. Let us see you earn that right first, Huang Dapio commanded, gesturing to his followers. Brothers, advance. The group surged forward, their enthusiasm palpable, particularly the long-haired individual who had wielded the stick moments prior, leading the charge. Cold Shaofeng had already set his sights on him, recognizing that those who brandished weapons were few, and he was the most vociferous among them. Although the throng seemed formidable, they were merely a rabble. The true core of Huang Dapio's entourage likely consisted of just a handful of those with weapons. The rest were merely swept along in the tide of the moment. Cold Shaofeng was well versed in dealing with such adversaries. By first neutralizing the few armed individuals at the forefront, he knew the rest would falter without leadership and dissipate in disarray. Undeterred by the multitude before him, Cold Shaofeng launched a counteroffensive. As the two sides closed in, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick. This moment underscored the significance of combat experience. As both parties accelerated toward one another, their speeds compounded, and a moment's hesitation could lead to a miscalculation, forfeiting the initiative. The long-haired assailant had scarcely begun to swing his weapon when Cold Shaofeng's foot struck him squarely in the chest. The weight of over 100 pounds sent him hurtling backward, a cry of anguish escaping his lips as the stick slipped from his grasp. In his backward tumble, he inadvertently toppled two others behind him, creating chaos on the ground. Seizing the moment, Cold Shaofeng unleashed a flurry of kicks, sending two more attackers sprawling to the ground. Just as he dispatched these foes, the mass of adversaries surged to encircle him anew. Without pausing to linger, Cold Shaofeng pivoted and darted toward the nearby woods. This unexpected maneuver caught Huang Dapio off guard, as did several of his subordinates. They had previously clashed with Cold Shaofeng, aware that he was a fearless combatant, willing to plunge into a crowd to confront his foes. Yet they had never witnessed him retreat in a skirmish. Come here, you fools, Cold Shaofeng taunted as he fled. Pursue. Break his legs. Let us see how he escapes. Huang Dapio, filled with frustration, issued commands from the side. The crowd hurriedly surged into the woods. This expanse of forest was quite vast, significantly larger than the one across the river belonging to the Yansi coal mine. It was populated with white poplar trees, each as thick as a bowl, standing approximately 2 meters apart. These trees were not intended to grow into substantial pillars, but rather to serve as adequate supports, destined to be sold to various coal mines. However, at present, these trees had become excellent allies for Leng Shaofeng in his brawls. This had long been predetermined as his battlefield. He was no longer the reckless youth who charged forward without thought. While brute force could yield victories, it often resulted in injuries. Now, he emphasized careful planning before action, considering all advantageous factors to enhance his chances of success. Chapter 79. Free refueling. As the throng of 20 to 30 individuals surged into the woods, they were swiftly fragmented. Encircling Leng Shaofeng proved to be an arduous task, akin to scaling a mountain. Each encounter saw only 2 or 3 adversaries confronting him, and they were invariably dispatched to the ground by his formidable fists and feet. In instances where he could not evade the oncoming strikes, Leng Shaofeng effortlessly raised his arm to parry. Astonishingly, his arm sustained no injury. While the assailants' weapons were sent hurtling away, the misfortune of his opponents was palpable. Leng Shaofeng awaited the encirclement, deftly maneuvering the scene to his advantage. On one occasion, he catapulted himself, grasping a tree trunk, executing a remarkable 270-degree lateral rotation, and with a series of kicks, he sent 6 adversaries sprawling before he paused. This display was not only impressive but breathtakingly spectacular. The onlooker, Huang Dapio, felt a shiver run down his spine. Surely, this could not be a cinematic performance? Such feats would be deemed too audacious for the silver screen. The cacophony of screams echoed through the grove, punctuated by the relentless collapse of his comrades. leaving Huang Dabiao in a state of trepidation. He sensed calamity brewing. The Leng Shaofeng of today was a stark contrast to the one he had previously encountered. In their last confrontation, although he had single-handedly taken down over a dozen foes, he had emerged battered and bruised. Yet today, as he observed the impending annihilation of his underlings, Leng Shaofeng remained unscathed, vibrant, and vigorous. Amidst Huang Dabiao's bewilderment, the tumult of combat subsided, leaving only the sounds of anguish and despair, punctuated by pained groans. Leng Shaofeng approached him, a warm smile gracing his features, which to Huang Dabiao appeared chillingly sinister. How could this be possible? Had only 5 minutes elapsed, and all 30 of his subordinates lay defeated? Don't come any closer. I concede, I surrender. Huang Dabiao's hefty frame retreated, hands waving in desperation, resembling a helpless maiden confronted by a ruffian. Have you heard the saying, sharing good fortune and bear adversity together? As the elder brother, you must show some acknowledgement. With a sudden leap, Leng Shaofeng seized Huang Dabiao by the neck, lifting him effortlessly before slamming him to the ground. The impact left Huang Dabiao dazed and disoriented, and before he could regain his composure, searing pain radiated from his body as Leng Shaofeng targeted his most sensitive areas. These spots, often invisible to the eye, were excruciatingly painful. Huang Dabiao's cries and pleas for mercy resounded throughout the forest. However, Leng Shaofeng refrained from inflicting any lasting harm. After delivering a few casual kicks, he hoisted Huang Dabiao once more, dragging him like a ragged dog to his motorcycle. Climbing onto the bike, he sped away, leaving the woods behind. They returned to the main thoroughfare of Yansi town, finally halting at the town's sole gas station. Do you know what to do next? If you are unaware, I do not mind imparting knowledge. Leng Shaofeng unceremoniously hurled Huang Dabiao from his motorcycle. Fill it up, just fill it. Huang Dabiao gasped, clutching his waist, trembling in pain, feeling as though his back might snap, the agony causing beads of sweat to cascade down his brow. Brother Huang, what happened? At that moment, a man clad in a gas station uniform rushed over. Despite appearing older than Huang Dabiao, he addressed him as Brother Huang. Ah, it's nothing. Just refuel it. Fill it to the brim. Huang Dabiao gestured towards Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle. All right, I'll do that. The attendant, known as Gongzi, hesitated briefly but remained silent, proceeding to follow Huang Dabiao's instructions to refuel the motorcycle. The tank was quite small, and soon it was filled to capacity. Leng Shaofeng. Is this satisfactory now? Huang Dabiao, still supporting his aching waist, inquired. Yes, but what about in the future? Leng Shaofeng nodded in satisfaction before offering a reminder. Do not overstep, Leng Shaofeng. Huang Dabiao contemplated reneging on his commitment. Huang Dabiao, repeat that. Leng Shaofeng began to flex his wrists, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. The sight was utterly terrifying, causing Huang Dabiao to break into a cold sweat. Please, just this once, and from now on. It shall be free. A wise man avoids immediate loss. Huang Dabiao quickly conceded. That is more like it. Leng Shaofeng, satisfied, retracted his fist and seized Huang Dabiao's arm, dragging him towards the office. What do you intend to do? I have already agreed. Huang Dabiao's face contorted in distress. Your words no longer hold weight with me. You must provide a written agreement, in black and white, stamped with a red seal. Leng Shaofeng insisted on the necessity of a written record. Leng Shaofeng, do not push your luck. I have already given you my word. Huang Dabiao protested indignantly. It is essential, otherwise, it would be cumbersome to seek you out every time for refueling. Of course, if you prefer otherwise, consider my words unspoken. Dare to refuse, and I shall strike you each time I see you. Leng Shaofeng threatened menacingly. Then let us proceed with the agreement. Huang Dabiao, feeling resigned, did not wish to become a target for this cold maniac. Brother Huang, are you all right? Should I call for help? Gongzi, noticing the tense atmosphere, inquired. I have already stated that I am fine. Is my uncle present? Huang Dabiao asked. Station Chief Huang is not here. Very well, if he is absent, so be it. I shall speak with him later. You, fetch me paper and pen, and also bring the official seal. Huang Dabiao instructed Gongzi with impatience. Understood, Brother Huang. Gongzi complied and soon returned with the requested items. Under Leng Shaofeng's dictation, Huang Dabiao began to write, his handwriting resembling that of a first grader, atrociously poor. After completing the task, he signed his name and affixed the seal. Taking the paper, Leng Shaofeng pointed to the text, reminding Huang Dabiao of its contents. Clarify your understanding. Our agreement stipulates that any vehicle belonging to Leng Shaofeng may refuel here free of charge. Of course, I am aware of what I have written, retorted Huang Dabiao, somewhat annoyed. I merely wish to remind you, lest the day comes when I procure another vehicle and you refuse to honor our agreement. You? Purchase another vehicle? If you could afford one, you would still be granted free refueling, Huang Dabiao scoffed disdainfully. This fool believes he can buy a car? Perhaps he can only manage a bicycle. Huh. Well, that is satisfactory. Enough for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Do not see me off, Leng Shaofeng chuckled, waving goodbye to Huang Dabiao as he exited the gas station. Huang Dabiao was nearly infuriated, as if anyone would miss him. Depart quickly, and it would be best if you never return. Brother Huang, will you truly provide him with free refueling in the future? Gongzi inquired cautiously. Nonsense. Did you not see it with your own eyes? I have already prepared the written agreement. Huang Dabiao shot a glare at Gongzi. And what did the station manager say? Gongzi pressed on. What could they say? If you do not speak, I shall not either. Who would know? Moreover, is this gas station not owned by my family? Can I not make such decisions? My uncle merely manages it on my behalf. Huang Dabiao thumped the table, exuding authority. Yes. Gongzi fell silent, retreating to the side. What are you dawdling for? Do you lack perception? Go fetch the red flower oil. Ah, it hurts terribly. Unbeknownst to him, while thumping the table felt invigorating, it also aggravated his injury, causing Huang Dabiao to grimace in pain. Gongzi, whom have I offended? Chapter 80. The fleeting passerby Cold Shaofeng rode his fully fueled motorcycle out of the gas station, feeling exceptionally elated. Along the way, he couldn't help but marvel at how Huang Dabiao was truly a benevolent soul, a veritable bringer of fortune. He envisioned a future where he would purchase a truck and a car, both of which he would bring to refuel, ensuring that he took good care of his business. Perhaps even to the point of tears. The motorcycle came to a halt before the cooperative's grand edifice. Just as he parked, a girl with 2 braided pigtails dashed down the steps. It was none other than Huang Tingting. You found your motorcycle? How impressive. Huang Tingting's face lit up with joy, her voice brimming with delight. Thanks to your timely warning, I would have been in quite a predicament with my motorcycle today. Cold Shaofeng felt a genuine gratitude for this girl. Hee, I didn't do much. I merely happened to see it, he replied modestly. How did you know that motorcycle belonged to me? Cold Shaofeng inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, I saw you park it when you first arrived, the young girl said, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Cold Shaofeng's eyes. Haha, I see. Cold Shaofeng chuckled, then deftly shifted the conversation. I haven't finished my shopping yet. I need to head to the 2nd floor. All right, hurry up. We close soon. In half an hour, Huang Tingting reminded him. Got it. Bidding farewell to Huang Tingting, Cold Shaofeng ascended to the 2nd floor. His clothes were neatly packaged, awaiting payment, as the sales clerk had set them aside for him. The total came to 35 yuan. Cold Shaofeng grabbed his garments and made his way to the appliance section. There were only 2 fans available, one tall and one short. Cold Shaofeng opted for the shorter one. Primarily, it was a reputable brand, Huasheng. He had a favorable impression of this brand, known for its durability and robust airflow. The fan boasted green blades, a gleaming silver mesh cover, a square green base, and 4 equally square buttons, presenting an aesthetically pleasing sight. It was just right for placement on a small table or stool. However, this one was pricier. Upon inquiring, he learned it cost 160 yuan, with no room for negotiation. That sum equated to nearly half a month's wage for an ordinary worker. Nevertheless, Cold Shaofeng was not short of funds at the moment. In a word, he decided to buy it. After settling the payment on the 2nd floor and collecting his belongings, he returned to the ground floor. There, Huang Tingting was attending to customers. Her peripheral vision fixed on the staircase, immediately spotting Cold Shaofeng as he descended. The young girl promptly abandoned her customer, took the items Cold Shaofeng had purchased, and stepped out from behind the counter to greet him. She approached him briskly. Have you finished shopping? Huang Tingting inquired. Yes, thank you so much for today, Cold Shaofeng replied, accepting the items and expressing his gratitude once more. The girl smiled quietly, saying nothing, her head bowed. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat melancholic. Cold Shaofeng, attuned to the subtleties of emotion, sensed something amiss. Yet, in this life, Cold Shaofeng was not the carefree spirit he had once been in a past existence. Once upon a time, the vast ocean was not merely water. Apart from Mount Wu, there were no clouds to compare. In his previous life, Leng Shaofeng, disheartened and despondent, mingled amidst the flowers, aptly dubbed the flower-picking bee. Had it been in that past existence, with his cunning ways, He could have easily charmed this innocent young lady with a few casual words. Yet, in this lifetime, Leng Shaofeng found himself burdened by lingering attachments. Among the myriad of waters, I would only take a single ladle to drink. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced his lips. Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Ah, farewell. Huang Tingting suddenly snapped back to reality. However, upon uttering those words, her heart inexplicably ached. She felt a twinge of pain as she watched Leng Shaofeng stride away, her hand hesitating in midair before slowly dropping. Huang Tingting stood at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, leaning against the doorframe, quietly observing as Leng Shaofeng busily attended to his motorcycle. With a few items to secure, he took his time fastening them properly. Once he finally organized everything, he mounted the motorcycle, inserted the key, and ignited the engine. The roar of the motorcycle reverberated through the air. Just as Leng Shaofeng was about to accelerate, Huang Tingting, who had remained silent, suddenly leapt down the steps. She approached the motorcycle in 2 swift strides. Where are you from? Where do you work? The young lady's chest rose and fell slightly, betraying her excitement. Me? I'm Leng Shaofeng from the Yinshan coal mine, he replied, raising his hand in farewell as he spoke. In the next moment, the motorcycle roared to life and swiftly disappeared around the corner, vanishing from Huang Tingting's sight. Unbeknownst to her, as she bit her lip, tears began to well in her eyes. In the vast sea of humanity, the instant I laid eyes upon you, my heart raced. Yet, despite pouring forth all my courage, I failed to leave a trace of your presence. Ultimately, you have departed, and I am but a fleeting passerby in the tapestry of your life. Huang Tingting let out a self-deprecating laugh, feeling powerless as she turned away, returning to her previous position. However, what Huang Tingting did not realize was that the motorcycle, which had swiftly vanished around the corner, had not ventured far, but had halted at the railing of the Wenhe Bridge. Leng Shaofeng felt an inexplicable melancholy wash over him. For reasons unknown, he felt the urge to smoke a cigarette. Thus, he stopped the motorcycle, retrieved a cigarette, and struck a match. As the thin plume of smoke spiraled upward, his thoughts meandered. Smoking in solitude does not always signify loneliness. It may merely be the act of smoking itself. Leng Shaofeng sensed a subtle twist of fate. This moment of his rebirth had its merits. As everything was still possible, nothing was too late for change. Yet, it also bore its drawbacks. Had his rebirth occurred a tad earlier, he would have certainly avoided provoking Li Hongqiang, regardless of her brilliance. Had it transpired even earlier, he would not have proposed, thus sparing himself the humiliation and the ensuing complexities that followed. However, it is precisely at this juncture that the 2 most significant women in his life appear unbidden. The sudden emergence of Huang Tingting today resonates deeply with Leng Shaofeng's aesthetic sensibilities. Judging by the girl's demeanor, it is evident that Leng Shaofeng has sensed her subtle affections. Should he wish to pursue her, it is likely that he could swiftly secure her heart. Yet what follows? Fate seems destined to bring disappointment. So why should I provoke it? This is the very reason for Leng Shaofeng's hasty departure. His emotions were merely influenced by the moment. Is there truly such a thing as inevitable betrayal? Am I capable of avoiding it? After finishing a cigarette, Leng Shaofeng found no answers. Yet soon, his confidence was restored. A man's emotions can flare up quickly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. As he mounted his motorcycle once more, Leng Shaofeng felt the vigor of his youthful body surging through him. His self-assurance returned anew. If he fails, it is merely due to a lack of strength. As long as he possesses sufficient power, nothing is beyond his reach. If a fist can resolve conflicts, he will wield an iron fist. If wealth can carve a path, he shall forge a Rome with his riches. And if money and might prove inadequate, he will add authority to the mix. In this moment, Leng Shaofeng radiates youthful exuberance, his heart swelling with ambition. Chapter 81. Intertwined lives. The Suzuki GS250 came to a smooth halt at the firmly shut door of the lamb soup restaurant. Just as the first knock echoed, the door swung open from within. Li Hongqiang appeared, her hair half-wrapped in a towel, strands damp and cascading. Her delicate visage glistened with freshness, a rosy hue illuminating her features, truly a lotus emerging from the water. Have you just bathed? Cold Shaofeng inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity. Yes, I make it a point to shower after closing each day. Otherwise, I carry the lingering scent of mutton, she replied. How did you acquire so many items? This must have cost a fortune. The casual tone of Li Hongqiang shifted to one of astonishment as she beheld the bundles on the motorcycle and in Cold Shaofeng's grasp. A wave of surprise washed over her. Were these gifts for her and her sister? The sheer volume was overwhelming, especially the electric fan cold Shaofeng held, which surely cost over 100 yuan, a purchase she had always hesitated to make. Stop dawdling, come and help, cold Shaofeng urged, noticing her moment of distraction. Right, of course, Li Hongqiang responded, coming back to her senses. By the time cold Shaofeng had organized the items and parked the motorcycle in the courtyard, several minutes had elapsed. Inside the room, each snack Li Hongwei unwrapped caused her already bright eyes to sparkle even more. When she laid eyes on the white rabbit milk candy, she gazed deeply at cold Shaofeng. He had fulfilled his promise to buy it for her, a thought she had dismissed as mere banter meant for children. Yet here he was, having delivered. Throughout it all, her small dimples remained, unyielding in their presence. Occasionally, she would steal glances at cold Shaofeng as he busied himself with the fan installation. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang sorted through fabrics and clothing. Upon unveiling 2 finished garments, the little girl immediately dashed over, excitement radiating from her as she gestured animatedly, her rapid movements leaving cold Shaofeng momentarily dazzled. Such speed was truly impressive. Li Hongqiang joined in the gesturing, ultimately presenting the 2 outfits to Li Hongwei. Cold Shaofeng observed the sisters with a smile, relishing their joyous interaction, content to remain silent. Witnessing their happiness, he felt a profound sense of worth in his purchases, an intoxicating feeling of accomplishment. Shaofeng, could you step outside for a moment? Li Hongqiang interrupted his reverie. What is the matter? Cold Shaofeng asked, bewildered. We need to try on the clothes, she replied, shooting him a playful glare and pushing him toward the door. All right, I can manage on my own. Besides, who are we to each other? It's not like I've never seen you, cold Shaofeng jested. Li Hongqiang, her face flushed with embarrassment, shot him a knowing look. Cold Shaofeng smacked his lips. Realizing his mistake, he had forgotten that Li Hongwei could read lips. The mere action elicited a charming laugh from Li Hongwei. Indeed, this girl had once again deciphered his thoughts. Leng Shaofeng realized that she would be exceptionally suited for the role of a spy. It would be a pity if she did not pursue that path. However, he had no choice but to obediently step outside to smoke a cigarette. Before he could finish, a sound emanated from the door behind him, causing him to turn abruptly, momentarily frozen in place. The cigarette he had been holding slipped from his lips and fell to the ground. Both sisters had changed into new outfits. Li Hongqiang donned a delicate white blouse adorned with purple flowers, the elegant patterns accentuating her graceful demeanor and highlighting her unique femininity, making her even more alluring. Just a single glance left Leng Shaofeng utterly captivated. Li Hongwei wore a charming lilac top, radiating youthful vibrancy and exuding the essence of girlhood. Their beautiful eyes shone with happiness and affection, both directed towards Leng Shaofeng, who couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, who could resist this? A pair of sisterly blossoms, akin to twin lotus flowers, possessed a beauty that could captivate a city and a nation, their grace rivaling the moon and flowers. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment in life, convinced that existence was indeed worthwhile. At that instant, he also felt the weight of responsibility. In this lifetime, he vowed to protect these sisters with all his might, ensuring that they could fully bloom and showcase their beauty. Leng Shaofeng smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting to reveal a soft expression of joy. Truly beautiful, he exclaimed, admiration pouring from his lips. The next moment, he opened his arms wide, yearning to embrace this beauty, wishing to hold on to this exquisite moment forever. Li Hongqiang felt a touch of shyness, yet more sweetness enveloped her. Confronted with the man's open embrace, she perceived this as the utmost compliment. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she instinctively nestled into Leng Shaofeng's arms. Yet, before his arms could fully envelop her, another cheerful little swallow darted in. Li Hongwei. Leng Shaofeng's arms paused briefly before swiftly closing around both of them. After all, this was not the first time, nor would it be the last. Embracing the 2 warm bodies, he savored their beauty, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. The scents wafting from them were distinct yet harmonious, one fragrant like orchids and musk, rich and alluring. The other light and refreshing, a gentle balm to the soul. For a moment, he could not discern which was which. After a long while, the trio slowly separated, still retaining the warmth of one another. The women's eyes sparkled with playful reproach, tinged with a hint of shyness. The younger sister blushed, fidgeting with her clothing. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng felt a profound satisfaction, reveling in the joys of life. Observing Leng Shaofeng's unabashed demeanor, Li Hongqiang could not help but cast him a disapproving glance. She then turned to glare at Li Hongwei, who seemed to be growing bolder by the day, before resolutely heading back indoors. Yet, cold Shaofeng grasped her hand firmly. Li Hongqiang, puzzled, turned back. They had already indulged in each other's embrace. What more did he desire? However, at that moment, cold Shaofeng gazed at her with profound affection, appearing somewhat solemn. Sister Hong, he addressed her with a weighty tone. His throat felt parched as he spoke. Li Hongqiang was taken aback, acutely sensing that cold Shaofeng's emotions were askew. Shaofeng, what's the matter? She inquired with gentle concern, her voice soft and tender. Having you here is truly wonderful. Those simple 4 words, however, were laden with gravity. What nonsense are you speaking? Li Hongqiang replied bashfully, playfully scolding him. With her sister still present, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to such romantic declarations. In recent days, she had distinctly perceived a significant transformation in cold Shaofeng. He had matured and grown stronger. More importantly, he began to show genuine care for her, transcending mere physical infatuation. He even started to express heartfelt concern for her sister. All of this felt incredibly beautiful. Cold Shaofeng's gaze remained somewhat entranced, slowly continuing to express himself. To be honest, I felt a sense of unease lately. I constantly worry that I might awaken one day to find all of this has been a dream. It is only when I hold you close that I can feel the reality of it all. Cold Shaofeng spoke softly, his words somewhat ethereal, his eyes dreamy. Sister Hong, I wish to guard you by my side for a lifetime. I long to shield you from life's storms and ensure you never vanish from my life. What disappearance are you talking about? That's merely a figment of your imagination, Li Hongqiang replied, gently caressing the chiseled features of the man before her. This man, who should have been formidable, appeared vulnerable at that moment. Then promise me, you will never disappear from my life. Cold Shaofeng took her other hand and pressed it against his face. All right, I promise you. Li Hongqiang nodded softly, her tone equally earnest. A smile blossomed on cold Shaofeng's face. In the next moment, Li Hongqiang gazed at him affectionately, her lips parting slightly. Life is like flowers blooming along the road. When the wind rises, where does it go? If you cherish me, even the mud surpasses adornment. Shaofeng, thank you for the poem you gifted me. I truly adore it. Cold Shaofeng chuckled shyly, for it was not an original piece. Li Hongqiang shifted the conversation. But I prefer what you said yesterday when you were drunk. Oh, what did I say? Cold Shaofeng felt a bit overwhelmed, as he had lost his memory of the previous night. If he had uttered something inappropriate, it would be troublesome. Li Hongqiang smiled sweetly, exuding charm. If you remain steadfast, I shall be inseparable from you in life and death. Chapter 82. The Waiting Ones in an Instant. Leng Shaofeng felt as though he had fallen into a honey pot, the very air around him imbued with sweetness. He yearned to continue sharing heartfelt sentiments with Li Hongqiang. Just then, an ah-ah-ah sound reached his ears, accompanied by the sound of stomping feet. The two turned in surprise to find Li Hongwei standing there, gesticulating animatedly. Upon witnessing her sister's animated motions, Li Hongqiang's cheeks flushed. Leng Shaofeng, on the other hand, wore a bewildered expression, deeply acutely aware of the damage wrought by his lack of skill. Li Hongqiang took Leng Shaofeng's hand, leading him into the inner room. Xiaowei is hungry and craving those delicious treats, she explained shyly. Oh, I see. Then let us indulge. Upon seeing the two retreat into the room, Li Hongwei stomped her foot in frustration and followed suit. Every time, they lavish affection right before my eyes. I'm not even hungry. I'm thoroughly sated with their display of affection. How infuriating. Li Hongwei could not quite fathom the emotions that stirred within her. Despite feeling touched and the happiness that accompanies being cared for, a pang of jealousy consistently gnawed at her. However, as Li Hongwei picked up a honey cake and took a bite, all her discontent vanished into thin air. In that moment, she transformed into a little hamster, her cheeks stuffed to the brim. Observing Li Hongwei's delight in her treat, Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang exchanged knowing smiles. They too picked up a piece of honey cake, and in the next instant, they simultaneously offered it to one another. Upon seeing the honey cake at their lips, they paused, only to burst into laughter together. Their unspoken connection felt splendid, a delightful dance of mutual affection that always took one by surprise. Yet, the little hamster, with her cheeks puffed out, suddenly found the honey cake less sweet and somewhat sour. Gritting her teeth, Li Hongwei chewed rapidly, hastily digesting the morsel in her mouth. In the next moment, she opened her mouth towards her sister. Li Hongqiang smiled gently and fed her a piece of candy. Only then did Li Hongwei joyfully continue to eat, her large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Ah, the sweet sensation has returned. It feels wonderful to be pampered. After finishing her treat, Li Hongwei opened her mouth once more, this time directed at Leng Shaofeng. Her meaning was unmistakable. Hurry, feed me. Leng Shaofeng hesitated, glancing at Li Hongqiang. Upon seeing her radiant smile and lack of any negative reaction, he picked up a piece of big white rabbit candy and placed it into her petite mouth. Li Hongwei's joy intensified, and the sweetness enveloped her once again. At my age, still needing to be fed, how embarrassing. After serving her, Leng Shaofeng shook his head with a sigh, deliberately directing his gaze toward Li Hongwei, ensuring she would notice. Indeed, she caught sight of it, her eyes widening in surprise. With the candy in her mouth, she opened wide, contemplating whether to eat it or not. But discarding it was not an option. It cost 2 dimes apiece. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately swallowed the candy whole. Then, she glared fiercely at cold Shaofeng, gesturing animatedly. You, a grown man, need someone to feed you. Yet I'm so small, how can I not do it? However, cold Shaofeng remained oblivious. Although he could vaguely guess her meaning, he simply did not comprehend. He picked up a piece of big white rabbit candy and once again stuffed it into Li Hongqiang's mouth. This time, Li Hongwei was incensed. You double-standard dog. It's infuriating. She leapt from her small stool and lunged at cold Shaofeng, scratching, clawing, and pounding. Cold Shaofeng dared not retaliate, raising his hands to shield his head as he clumsily fled. While dodging, he laughed and begged for mercy. Li Hongwei was unwilling to relent, relentlessly pursuing him. The already small room erupted into chaos, filled with laughter and joy. Li Hongqiang stifled her giggles, ultimately laughing until she doubled over. Seeing her younger sister so cheerful and lively brought genuine happiness to Li Hongqiang. The tumult of battle soon engulfed Li Hongqiang, who became cold Shaofeng's shield. Li Hongwei gestured animatedly at her sister, and though the content of her words was unclear, Li Hongqiang blushed. No longer neutral, she joined the ranks against cold Shaofeng. Now, there was no escape for him. Cornered at the edge of the bed, he found himself at the mercy of Li Hongwei, who seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blows. Li Hongwei straddled cold Shaofeng, her small fist raining down like a shower upon him. The first punch landed on his left shoulder. Cold Shaofeng begged for mercy while subtly shifting positions, only to have her fists fall upon his right shoulder. Surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. He attempted to change positions once more, but Li Hongqiang's laughter gave him away. This alerted Li Hongwei, who noticed cold Shaofeng's contented hum. Realizing she had been used as a mere massage tool, Li Hongwei was incensed. In the next moment, she revealed her 2 little tiger teeth and bit down on cold Shaofeng's arm. Cold Shaofeng, experienced in such tactics, cried out in pain. Instantly, someone felt sympathy. Li Hongqiang hurried over and pulled her sister away. Reluctantly, the little girl released her grip, pouting as she returned to her seat, twisting her body, refusing to look at either cold Shaofeng or her sister. The message was clear. She was upset and not easily appeased. Li Hongqiang shrugged helplessly at cold Shaofeng, indicating her inability to assist. She had no solutions. Cold Shaofeng chuckled, scooting closer to the little girl. She immediately turned away 90 degrees. He mirrored her movement, inching closer again. Yet, she continued to ignore him. However, before she could turn away again, a large hand gently stroked her braided hair, while the other tidied her slightly disheveled strands. The little girl froze, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at cold Shaofeng. He extended his arm toward her, inviting her to look. Upon her bronze-hued arms, 2 distinct bite marks were etched. The young girl cast a pointed glance at Leng Shaofeng, then gently blew on the row of bite marks. Her bright, expressive eyes gazed at him, as if inquiring whether it still hurt. With a smile, Leng Shaofeng shook his head. Instantly, a radiant smile blossomed on the girl's delicate face. At that moment, Li Hongqiang also approached. She extended her hand to caress another braided pigtail. Li Hongwei rested her small head gently against her sister's embrace, while Li Hongqiang leaned softly into Leng Shaofeng's arms. The 3 of them nestled together, enveloped in a serene silence, the only sound being the gentle whir of the newly purchased electric fan, which brought forth a refreshing breeze. Cradling her sister in one arm and her beloved in the other, Li Hongqiang subtly swayed her shoulders, unconsciously humming a nursery rhyme. In her memory, it was a song her mother used to sing to her. Oh, how distant that memory felt. She could only faintly recall a fragment. In spring, the trees will bud. In summer, the birds chirp. In autumn, who will harvest the fruits? In winter, the snow will melt. The flowers I awaited have all withered. And the person I longed for, where art thou? In this moment, Li Hongqiang wished to convey to her mother, who was lost to time, that her daughter had grown and found the one she had been waiting for. Chapter 83. Will you? The evening meal was rather simple. Li Hongqiang prepared a modest seaweed and egg soup and casually stir-fried a couple of dishes. The little girl not only filled her belly with dog food, but also indulged in snacks until she was satisfied. If any more cooking were to be done, she would have no appetite left. The primary reason for preparing this meal was for Leng Shaofeng, whose hearty appetite required substantial nourishment to fuel his considerable energy expenditure. Li Hongqiang herself also needed to replenish her energy after a long day. After the warm dinner, Li Hongqiang began to clear the table. Only Li Hongwei and Leng Shaofeng remained in the room. Li Hongwei regarded Leng Shaofeng with a cold gaze, her lips curling into a smirk that revealed her small canines. Leng Shaofeng immediately sensed a foreboding. The little enchantress was about to unleash her mischief. Sure enough, in the next moment, she lunged at him. He swiftly dodged. But with a thud, Li Hongwei missed her target and bumped her leg against the table. In pain, she crouched down, clutching her leg. Leng Shaofeng hurriedly bent down to check on her. However, in an instant, the little girl sprang up and leapt onto his back, wrapping her arms around him tightly. This time, there was no escape for Leng Shaofeng. He resigned himself to his fate, just as he anticipated that she would surely bite him on the shoulder. To his surprise, she settled quietly on his back, resembling a peaceful little kitten. Leng Shaofeng also stilled, remaining motionless as a small head nestled against his back, rubbing and burrowing in affection. Gradually, he felt a gentle coolness on the nape of his neck. In light of such circumstances, he refrained from speaking or questioning. Silence, at times, serves as the most profound answer. Companionship is the most enduring declaration of affection. After a while, perhaps her arms grew tired, or perhaps she felt content. The little girl voluntarily hopped down from his back. Leng Shaofeng observed her closely, sensing a hint of melancholy in her demeanor, though it was not entirely so. He shook his head. Women truly are complex beings. Even such a small girl left him perplexed. Li Hongwei took a seat on the bench, glanced at Leng Shaofeng, and then opened her notebook to begin writing. The scratch of her pen against the paper filled the air briefly before it ceased. She then pushed the notebook toward Leng Shaofeng, revealing a sentence penned in her youthful, somewhat awkward handwriting. Would you protect me as you do my sister? Leng Shaofeng smiled. He could have answered her question verbally, but instead, he solemnly took the pen from her hand and wrote, I am willing. Once he finished, he slid the notebook back to Li Hongwei. Upon seeing the response she had longed for, her heart felt a profound sense of relief, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her youthful face. With a playful grimace directed at Leng Shaofeng, she scrunched her delicate nose before resuming her quiet writing. However, Leng Shaofeng was not to be deterred. He seized one of her legs and rolled up her pant leg, revealing a bruise on her fair calf. A pang of sympathy struck him as he beheld the mark. While such an injury would hardly faze him, its presence on her slender leg stirred a deeper sense of concern within him. Observing the tenderness in Leng Shaofeng's gaze, Li Hongwei shook her head gently, offering a sweet smile. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful, especially as it came from a powerful man. Li Hongwei found herself at a loss for words to articulate this sensation, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of security within her heart. Before long, Li Hongqi returned after completing her chores of washing pots and dishes. The atmosphere in the room was serene. One was practicing calligraphy while the other, armed with her ruler, was sketching fervently. Choosing not to interrupt, Li Hongqi unfolded the newly purchased fabric from Leng Shaofeng and began contemplating how to tailor it into garments. Each of them remained engrossed in their tasks until after 9 o'clock, when they all finished their respective endeavors. Li Hongwei cheerfully stepped out to fetch water for foot bathing, leaving only Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqi in the room. They nestled together at the head of the bed. Thank you, Shaofeng, Li Hongqi murmured, resting her head gently against his shoulder. What troubles you? He inquired, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. Over these past few days, Little Wei's smiles have multiplied. She grows more cheerful and lively with each passing day. This is all thanks to you. Li Hongqi paused momentarily before continuing. I thought I had protected her well, but it is only now that I realize I have fallen short. It is only the protection of a man that can truly bring us peace of mind. Leng Shaofeng understood her words. This was the essence of security, an undeniable priority among a woman's myriad needs. We are family. It is my duty to provide this. He assured her. From now on, our lives will continue to improve. Indeed, Li Hongqi replied softly. In this tumultuous era, she felt a genuine sense of safety. She and her sister had lived like drifting reeds, unanchored and swept along by the currents, but now they finally had a warm and reliable haven. Henceforth, they could simply embrace their femininity and radiate their beauty, unafraid of any storms. For there was a man who would shield them from the tempest and offer them a vast expanse of sky. Their hands intertwined, they exchanged no further words. At that moment, silence spoke volumes as their hearts resonated in unison. Li Hongwei brought in hot water, and as customary, Li Hongqi prepared to wash Leng Shaofeng's feet. Following that, she busied herself with making the bed and arranging the mosquito net. Seizing the moment while her sister was occupied, Li Hongwei quietly edged closer to Leng Shaofeng, playfully pinching the flesh at his waist. Ouch, that hurts. Leng Shaofeng gasped inwardly, bewildered by her sudden antics. Just moments ago, everything seemed perfectly fine. She had not been bullied at all. He turned to glare at Li Hongwei, yet the young girl merely waved her tiny fist at him and nonchalantly walked away. Subsequently, Li Hongwei found herself all alone on the wooden bed. She crawled into the mosquito net and lay down, turning her side toward the wall. The night enveloped the world like water, and as time flowed slowly by, the swaying curtain finally settled into stillness. At last, Li Hongwei could find solace in sleep. However, her slumber was far from peaceful, for she had come to understand the reason behind the curtain's inexplicable movement. Alas, she would have preferred to remain unaware. Though silence surrounded her, the rustling of the curtain allowed her to form various conjectures. Oh, poor sister! Cursed be the cold-hearted Shaofeng. Tomorrow, I shall ensure he pays for his actions and avenge my sister. Lost in these tumultuous thoughts, Li Hongwei eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 84. Feng Jianya. The following day, Li Hongwei arose later than usual. When her sister, Li Hongqiang, called her to get up, she was enveloped in a morning grumpiness and even expressed a slight irritation towards Li Hongqiang. A sharp glance from Li Hongqiang immediately subdued her, prompting her to rise obediently. Observing her sister's reluctance to leave her slumber, Li Hongqiang could not help but chuckle, shaking her head in bemusement. Lately, the young girl had developed quite the temperament, and it was unclear from where she derived her newfound audacity. If this continued, she would become somewhat difficult to manage. After completing her morning routine, Li Hongwei noticed that Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle was no longer parked in the courtyard. A brief survey of her surroundings revealed no sign of him. She wrinkled her nose in displeasure and huffed softly. Humph, so you think you can escape quickly? Indeed, Leng Shaofeng had taken off rather swiftly. He had opted not to have breakfast at the lamb soup restaurant. Consuming breakfast followed by a workout felt uncomfortable, and he knew he would be hungry long before noon. Thus, he decided to exercise first before heading to the cafeteria for his meal. At that moment, Leng Shaofeng arrived at an abandoned factory to engage in his physical training. While he could find alternatives for most exercises, such as running and using the parallel bars, he faced a challenge with the absence of punching bags, which required some ingenuity on his part. After completing his run and practicing his punches, he transitioned into the fundamental training phase. The sound of two sturdy ropes snapping echoed throughout the factory, reverberating with a thunderous rhythm. As Leng Shaofeng concluded his training and began to gather the ropes, the sound of applause resonated from the entrance of the dilapidated factory. He turned to see a middle-aged man, carrying a briefcase, approaching him with measured steps. Leng Shaofeng recognized this man well, Feng Jianya, the district head of Mining District 1 and father of his friend Feng Chong. Uncle Feng, what brings you here? Leng Shaofeng inquired, already harboring suspicions but maintaining the customary courtesy. Impressive, Feng Jianya replied, somewhat evasively. I just witnessed my nephew's training and now understand the origins of the infamous cold madman moniker. Leng Shaofeng furrowed his brow lightly, soon grasping the implication. Did you hear about what happened in the town yesterday? Of course. Now, throughout the entire Yansi town, from the steel factory to the Yansi coal mine, who does not know your name, Cold Shaofeng? Your single-handed defeat of 30 ruffians is a feat I have never heard of in my lifetime, Feng Jianya remarked with admiration. Haha, it's merely a notorious reputation. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, unfazed by the praise. Feng Jianya waved dismissively, steering the conversation in a different direction. What you are managing now is quite remarkable. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings of the factory, hinting at deeper implications. All in service to the people. I am doing this to lighten the burden on the mines. Leng Shaofeng laughed heartily. Indeed, your vision is truly commendable, Feng Jianya acknowledged. Feng Jianye praised him repeatedly, offering compliments from the moment he entered. Uncle Feng, what brings you here? Cold Shaofeng, drenched in sweat, was eager to take a shower and had little desire for idle chatter. Engaging in conversation with a grown man held little appeal for him. He was no Li Hongwei. Why did Li Hongwei come to mind? It's nothing significant. I heard from Feng Chang that you've recently been acquiring treasury bonds. Feng Jianye shifted the topic. Yes, just some small-scale dealings, merely for amusement. Cold Shaofeng acknowledged with a nod. Coincidentally, I have quite a few on hand, and together with Feng Chang's collection, we should have around 1,000 yuan. I'll have Hanbin reach out to Feng Chang. Since my nephew is interested, we shall certainly lend our support. Feng Jianye's tone was filled with sincerity. Thank you. Uncle Feng, Cold Shaofeng began to organize his bag and clothes. Look at you all sweaty. Hurry and take a shower. Oh, by the way, Uncle Feng, I happen to have 2 packs of decent cigarettes. Take them. As Feng Jianye spoke, he opened his briefcase and pulled out 2 boxes of cigarettes. These cigarettes were familiar to Cold Shaofeng. Indeed, they were Huazi. Uncle Feng, what is this? I can't accept your cigarettes. Cold Shaofeng attempted to return them, but Feng Jianye waved his hand, already moving towards the door. You and Feng Chang have always been close. Remember to keep in touch and look after him. With that, Feng Jianye departed, never once mentioning Feng Chang's candidacy. Yet, all that needed to be done had been accomplished. The timing was impeccable, and Cold Shaofeng couldn't help but shake his head. He stuffed the 2 boxes of Huazi into his bag, which now contained 2 boxes of Huazi and 2 boxes of acumen. The contrast was stark. Who would smoke acumen when one had Huazi? Cold Shaofeng decided to gift the 2 boxes of acumen entirely to Hanbin. Once prepared, Cold Shaofeng hopped on his motorcycle and sped towards the bathhouse. Inside, the atmosphere was still vibrant and bustling. The pool was covered in a layer of black and white foam, making it impossible to soak. Cold Shaofeng quickly took a shower before venturing out to find something to eat. Instead of returning to the Sisters' Lamb Soup restaurant, he headed to the large cafeteria. Cold Shaofeng hurried into the dining hall, drawing little attention from the patrons. While queuing for his meal, he occasionally overheard conversations at a nearby table discussing him. Is Cold Shaofeng really that formidable? Did you hear? He took on 30 people alone. Who else could possibly accomplish that? Indeed, I've heard the same. Absolutely incredible. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a valiant warrior charging into battle. As he walked through, he frequently caught snippets of conversation about him. Cold Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the news would spread so quickly, and even more surprisingly, how distorted it had become. Although he had indeed faced 30 opponents, there were circumstances involved, particularly the geographical advantage he held. In terms of practical combat, it was far less challenging than last winter's encounter. At this moment, many had already spotted Cold Shaofeng. Many pointed at the silhouette of Leng Shaofeng, introducing him to those unfamiliar with his presence. The tone of their introductions suggested that knowing Leng Shaofeng was a matter of great honor. Brother Feng, over here. Someone called out to Leng Shaofeng from a short distance. He glanced over and recognized Yao Xingli. A number of colleagues from the security department were gathered together for a meal. Normally, they would occupy a single table, but today they were divided into 2. One table hosted Feng Chang, while the other was occupied by Yao Xingli. Feng Chang's table had 7 or 8 individuals, whereas Yao Xingli's table consisted of only 3 or 4. Leng Shaofeng held his tray, hesitating momentarily before ultimately making his way to Yao Xingli. Instantly, Yao Xingli's face lit up with joy, while Feng Chang appeared somewhat despondent. However, when Leng Shaofeng glanced at Feng Chang, their eyes met, and he offered a nod. In an instant, a smile blossomed on Feng Chang's face, and his spirits were once again lifted. Chapter 85. The campaign begins, though the seating arrangement today was somewhat orderly. The group finished their meal together and departed. After all, they were colleagues accustomed to sharing moments of camaraderie. Upon exiting the cafeteria, they did not rush to the grand conference room, as the time was still early, just past 7:30. They had half an hour to digest their food. A lively group made their way to the security department's activity room, where Leng Shaofeng was a familiar face, but for the others, it was a rare visit. Naturally, they felt compelled to showcase their skills. Unfortunately, few could perform a pull-up on the horizontal bar, and the same was true for the parallel bars. Ultimately, the crowd became mere spectators. The ensuing moments transformed into a personal exhibition for Leng Shaofeng. He engaged with the parallel bars, exhibiting graceful form and powerful arms. Unable to cease once he began, the onlookers could only watch in envy. As time drew near, the group made their way towards the grand conference room. Positioned among them, Leng Shaofeng continued to bask in the limelight. Although he had departed from the security department, tales of his prowess lingered within its walls. This was a true reflection of Leng Shaofeng. Upon arriving at the grand conference room, the attendees were gathered. The moment Han Bin spotted Leng Shaofeng, he hurried over, offering a silent thumbs up, conveying unspoken admiration. Li Jun quickly acknowledged him. Shaofeng, it's been several days since I last saw you. I must admit, it feels a bit strange. This is your home. You should come back more often. The warmth of his welcome felt even more pronounced than before. Of course, I will always be a part of the security department, Leng Shaofeng promptly affirmed, aware that flattery was a universal language. I'll hold you to that, Li Jun replied with a wry smile. Without your formidable presence, to be honest, the security department feels somewhat lacking. Indeed, 1 against 30, unheard of and unseen. Were it not for the credible accounts, I would scarcely believe it myself. Come on, Shaofeng. Share the story with everyone. Liao Wenlong chimed in, clearly aware of the events that transpired in Yansi town the previous day. Leng Shaofeng was genuinely surprised by how swiftly the news had spread. Yes, Shaofeng, do tell. If something arises in the future, we must invoke your name. Yang Guozhan interjected, a look of envy on his face. The crowd erupted in chatter. Hold on. Today's protagonists are Feng Chong and Yao Xingli, Leng Shaofeng quickly interjected, not wishing to overshadow the main event. Had he been the Leng Shaofeng of his past life, he might have relished the opportunity to boast. But the current Leng Shaofeng found little merit in such trivial matters. Only children seek to flaunt their fighting prowess. The crowd observed Leng Shaofeng's demeanor, feeling somewhat disoriented by his unexpected modesty. This is markedly different from the impression they had of Leng Shaofeng. Could it truly be that within just a few days, someone could evolve to such an extent? Li Jun quelled the doubts stirring within him. He then raised his hands and pressed them downwards. Instantly, the conference room fell into a profound silence. One could hear a pin drop, a stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Now, let us set aside trivial matters. The sole focus of today's meeting is the election of a team leader. Comrade Leng Shaofeng, during his tenure as the captain of the security department, has made tremendous contributions and has significantly enhanced our department's reputation. Over the past 2 years, the surrounding villages have grown markedly quieter and more orderly. Why is that? While it is difficult to say definitively, the role played by Comrade Leng Shaofeng in this transformation is invaluable. I hope that his successor will take him as a model to strengthen our security department. Now, let us commence the election. I would like to outline the basic principles of voting. Everyone present here, including the guard on duty, has 1 vote. The department head possesses a veto power, while the 3 captains hold voting rights, with each of their votes counting as 3. I now invite the 2 candidates to deliver their campaign speeches. As Li Jun spoke, occasional chuckles resonated throughout the room. Feng Chong and Yao Xingli, in a display of humility, took turns yielding the stage. Ultimately, it was Yao Xingli who ascended first. Clutching his speech notes, he stumbled through his delivery, revealing a rather lackluster level of oratory skill. To be frank, he excels at casual banter but falters in formal settings. Next came Feng Chong, who presented a more imposing figure, embodying the archetype of a robust man. His stature was similar to that of Leng Shaofeng, yet unlike Leng, his physique was entirely composed of excess weight. Those familiar with him understood that he was merely a fade, lacking substance. In comparison to Yao Xingli, Feng Chang's performance appeared far superior. His speech was largely extemporaneous and flowed relatively smoothly, reflecting a sense of composure. Finally, we reached the voting segment. Li Jun gathered the 3 captains, Leng Shaofeng, Liao Wenlong, and Yang Guozhan, for a brief discussion, where each scribbled the name of their preferred candidate on a piece of paper. When Li Jun revealed the results, the 3 men shared a knowing laugh. All 3 votes had been cast for Feng Chong. Li Jun joined in their laughter. In truth, the results of the external voting had lost significance. At that moment, the captain had already been determined. Nonetheless, the established procedures must continue. Unsurprisingly, Feng Chong was elected. At the moment the results were announced, Yao Xingli displayed clear disappointment, whereas Feng Chong was brimming with vigor, exuding an air of triumph akin to a spring breeze. After the election concluded, Leng Shaofeng made a point of approaching Feng Chong to extend his congratulations. Feng Chong expressed his intention to seek out Han Bin afterward to liquidate all of his treasury bonds. Leng Shaofeng had no objections. With this matter settled, Leng Shaofeng found some closure to a personal concern. At that moment, Xiao Song approached him, holding a slip of paper, which he handed to Leng Shaofeng. Captain Leng, someone called for you yesterday afternoon. I've noted down the numbers. Thank you, Xiao Song. You are very considerate. In gratitude, Leng Shaofeng offered Xiao Song a cigarette, a large Qinmen brand, still unopened. As he examined the note, he discovered that the callers were Shi Dachong and Wang Tao. Once again, Leng Shaofeng felt the inconvenience of being without a phone. How he longed for the era when everyone possessed a mobile device. Upon seeing the numbers of these two individuals, he could surmise the nature of their calls. Yet, he was not in a hurry to return the calls. Before that, Leng Shaofeng had another task at hand. He needed to find someone named Lu Lijuan. Chapter 86. Union rejected. The reason Cold Shaofeng sought out Lu Lijuan was hardly for idle chatter or to curry favor with a prospective mother-in-law. Such attempts would only yield counterproductive results. The more aloof he remained, the more she would lower her defenses. The crux of the matter lay in Lu Lijuan's control over the Union, which possessed a plethora of resources, among which was an item Cold Shaofeng desperately required, a sandbag. Although a large sandbag resided in the security department's activity room, the focal point of Cold Shaofeng's future endeavors would be an abandoned factory. He aimed to transform this dilapidated space into a personal training facility. While other equipment such as pull-up bars and parallel bars were easily fashioned from the abundant materials available in the factory, acquiring a sandbag posed a significant challenge, necessitating alternative approaches. The Union was conveniently located adjacent to the office building of the mine manager, occupying the ground floor. It consisted of a single spacious office, with the remainder designated for various activities. Within this large office, Cold Shaofeng found Lu Lijuan. "Annie Lu, I've come to see you," he exclaimed with exuberance upon their meeting. "Oh, it's the great hero. I heard you single-handedly took on 30 opponents. Is that true?" Lu Lijuan began to gossip. Her curiosity piqued. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Cold Shaofeng detected a hint of mockery in her words. The title of great hero felt somewhat awkward. Not quite so exaggerated. "I merely took advantage of the terrain and defeated them one by one," he replied with a chuckle. Lu Lijuan continued to express her astonishment before shifting the conversation. "Shaofeng, you certainly have a remarkable physique. By the way, what brings you to the Union?" "Well, Annie Lu, I'm planning to establish an activity center at the material recycling station. The other equipment is readily available, and I can modify it easily. However, I currently have no means of obtaining a sandbag. I thought I might come here to inquire," he explained. Lu Lijuan shot him a sidelong glance. "Shaofeng, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I may not know much about your recycling station, but you can't fool me. I'm aware that you've completely taken over that so-called material recycling station, which has only a nominal connection to the mine." Clearly, Lu Lijuan was well informed, likely due to her husband's position as the vice mine manager. "Auntie, could you do me a favor? I recall that the Union has an unused sandbag," he pleaded. "While a hard one won't do, I could settle for a soft one," he added with a light-hearted tone. "Ah, you wish to lead me astray. How could I simply give away the mine's assets?" Lu Lijuan replied. "This isn't me making things difficult for you. It's you who is complicating matters for me." Cold Shaofeng was taken aback by Lu Lijuan's obstinacy. She was adamant and unyielding. Recognizing that further discussion would be futile, he conceded, "Very well, Annie Lu. I shall consider other options. I will take my leave now." He chose not to waste any more words and bid her farewell. Lu Lijuan nodded indifferently, watching as Cold Shaofeng departed. Observing his tall, robust stature, she felt a pang of envy, wishing that her own husband resembled him. Reflecting on her husband's behavior from the previous night, Lu Lijuan felt a surge of irritation rise within her. Leng Shaofeng, strolling out of the office, remained largely unaffected. He sensed that Lu Lijuan harbored some grievances against him, clearly targeting him. However, in this instance, she held the upper hand, leaving him with little recourse. Although reluctant to accept this, he resolved to channel his frustration towards her daughter instead. As the saying goes, a mother's debt must be repaid by her daughter. "Su Jing, next time you seek mercy, it will be futile. Your mother is the one to blame. No need to wait for the next time. This afternoon will suffice." Leng Shaofeng cheerfully decided to educate Lu Lijuan's daughter thoroughly, ensuring she would pay a steep price for her mother's transgressions. She must be made to kneel and plead for forgiveness. Thus far, Leng Shaofeng had navigated his circumstances successfully, leveraging his advantages from Rebirth and the influence of himself and his uncle, particularly at the Yansi coal mine. However, Lu Lijuan's subtle resistance served as a wake-up call for him. He could not afford to become complacent, believing that his rebirth granted him boundless power. Unbeknownst to him, the true source of Lu Lijuan's displeasure was his husband, Su Changhe, and he was merely collateral damage. Upon exiting the Union building, Leng Shaofeng hopped on his motorcycle and headed straight to the dilapidated factory. As anticipated, he found his brother, Leng Shaoyang, busily engaged in work. A wave of gratitude washed over him. After all, his brother treated his affairs as his own, selflessly refusing any payment for his labor. "Hey bro, are you busy?" Leng Shaofeng squatted beside his brother. "Indeed, there's quite a bit to do here. It will take some time," Leng Shaoyang replied casually, continuing his tasks. "Please don't let my work interfere with your own," Leng Shaofeng felt compelled to remind him. "It's fine. I know my schedule. There hasn't been much going on at the mine lately," Leng Shaoyang reassured him. "Oh, you should come home for lunch. Mother has been asking about you," he added. Their mother, Li Suyun, often pinched and scolded Leng Shaofeng upon seeing him, yet Leng Shaoyang understood how much she cared for her younger son. Admittedly, this favoritism was evident, but there was little to be done. Leng Shaofeng had been raised by their mother, while he had only accompanied her during his childhood before coming to the Yansi coal mine. Fortunately, the bond between the brothers was strong, and they did not dwell on such matters. "All right, I understand, brother. By the way, I want to build something," he said with a grin, ready to impose on his brother once more. "What do you wish to create?" Leng Shaoyang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "I'd like to make a set of horizontal and parallel bars, as well as a frame to hang sandbags," he explained. "Are you planning to train here? Be cautious with those thick ropes. Don't injure yourself." Leng Shaoyang expressed genuine concern for his younger brother. "Yes, I prefer to practice here without interruptions. Don't worry, brother. I've long since mastered the fundamentals and will not get hurt," Leng Shaofeng assured him. "Indeed, this is quite simple. However, you must devise your own method for that sandbag." After a brief moment of contemplation, Leng Shaoyang arrived at a solution and nodded in agreement. "Hey, brother. If you have no other commitments tonight, let's put in some extra hours. Those few machines need to be prioritized for maintenance," he said, gesturing towards some equipment. This was promised to Wang Tao, and merely 2 days had passed before they began to press for it. Leng Shaofeng accurately surmised the reason for Wang Tao's call. It could be nothing else. "All right, working overtime is not an issue. Just make sure you accommodate them," he added. "Rest assured, brother, I am well aware of the situation," came the confident reply. Such matters of human relations were trivial for the current Leng Shaofeng. Observing his brother diligently laboring, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at merely watching. Thus, he opted to depart. He entrusted this task to his brother Leng Shaoyang, knowing he would handle it with greater assurance than himself. Exiting the dilapidated factory, Leng Shaofeng chose not to ride his motorcycle, instead meandering leisurely out through the northern gate. Beyond the gate, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. A group of individuals was busy weeding the open space, while others were leveling the land, shoveling and filling as necessary. Zhang Donglai was orchestrating the efforts from a central position. Leng Shaofeng also caught sight of his mother, Li Siyun, who was wearing a straw hat and crouched among a group of women, diligently pulling weeds. Witnessing her toil, a wave of discomfort washed over him, stirring a sense of unease within. Chapter 87. The invitation to the gathering. Cold Shaofeng felt a slight ache in his nose, a hint of congestion. He yearned to stride over and pull his mother away, to tell her that they did not need the money, that she should simply return home and enjoy a life of leisure. Yet, he refrained from such actions. He understood that his mother had always been a restless spirit. Without tasks to occupy her, she would feel utterly uncomfortable. Li Suyun soon spotted Cold Shaofeng and rose to wave at him. He eagerly rushed over, and the two found themselves beneath a willow tree. "I heard from your brother Zhang that this entire plot is yours. You plan to erect 2 factories and a building here?" Li Suyun's eyes sparkled as she spoke. "Yes, indeed, mother. What do you think? Isn't your son impressive?" Cold Shaofeng puffed up with pride, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. "With that attitude in front of me, you must be asking for a reprimand," Li Suyun playfully threatened, causing Cold Shaofeng to step back in mock fear. "Please, mother, we are in public. Grant me some dignity. Am I not somewhat of a figure now?" Cold Shaofeng braced himself for a scolding, but Li Suyun merely shot him a look that brimmed with pride and affection. Unbeknownst to her, her son had grown into a fine young man, deserving of respect in front of others. "With such a large undertaking, do you think you can manage?" Li Suyun inquired with concern. "Nothing too difficult, merely straightforward tasks. Besides, it won't be me doing the work. It will all be handled by machines. What do you say, mother?" Why not cease your small jobs and come work for me as a grand boss? I'll pay you a monthly salary of 100 yuan. You can simply relax in an air-conditioned room, sipping tea. Cold Shaofeng painted a bright future for his mother. Oh, come now. I cannot afford such luxury. If you truly want to find me some work, you should marry quickly and give me a chubby grandchild. I can take care of the baby and avoid going to work altogether. Li Suyun, like countless mothers, yearned to hold her grandchild soon. Rest assured, you will have a grandchild before long. Cold Shaofeng remembered that his little nephew was due to be born in May of the following year. Calculating the days, he deduced that it would be quite soon. His brother had recently won the bid. Ah, is it happening? Is it that girl from the Su family or the widow? Whoever it may be, as long as there is a child, let it be born, and I shall help care for them. Li Suyun was visibly excited, her joy unmistakable. Cold Shaofeng found himself speechless. What are you talking about? I meant my brother. He and my sister-in-law have been married for quite some time. It's about time they had a child. He quickly clarified, well, she's rather plump, and doesn't he seem like the type to lay eggs? Unlike me. Li Suyun realized her misunderstanding and instantly lost her spirited demeanor. She pouted slightly, wanting to continue the conversation, but suddenly fell silent, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Forget it, I can't be bothered with your affairs. Li Suyun shifted the topic. You, turn around so I can have a look. Suddenly, she made an inexplicable request. Huh. Leng Shaofeng was somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he complied. Li Suyun scrutinized him from head to toe, and upon seeing her son was unremarkable, she finally felt at ease. In the future, you must not engage in fights anymore. I wonder why you always end up in brawls with so many people. Her tone was laced with concern and a hint of reproach. However, Leng Shaofeng felt helpless. Every time he was in a fight, it was never a one-on-one. He was always besieged by a group. What could he do? Don't worry, Mom. Your son has matured. Such childish antics will not happen again. He quickly assured her, silently adding, as long as they don't provoke me. If anyone does, they will certainly face the consequences. Well, you're grown up now. I won't to interfere any longer. Just be mindful of yourself. Looking at her son, who now towered over her, Li Suyun felt a swell of pride. After reminding him once more to come home for dinner, she returned to her busy schedule. Leng Shaofeng felt as if a weight had been lifted and approached Zhang Donglai. Brother Zhang, your movements are quite swift. He offered a cigarette. Ah, Huazi, I'm lucky to share in this. Zhang Donglai grinned as he accepted the smoke. Leng Shaofeng produced a match, and they lit their cigarettes simultaneously. Brother Zhang, about that dilapidated factory of mine, there are a few holes in the roof. Could you arrange for someone to fix it? He decided it was time to repair the leaky ceiling. That's a trivial matter. Do you prefer a simple fix or a more intricate one? Zhang Donglai countered. What do you mean by simple? And what by complex? Leng Shaofeng inquired. For a simple fix, we could just lay a piece of tarpaulin over it and weigh it down with iron sheets. It will definitely prevent leaks. For a complex fix, we would need to source identical materials to restore the roof to its original state, which can be quite troublesome, Zhang Donglai elucidated. Then let us go with the simple approach. As long as it doesn't leak, that is sufficient. Leng Shaofeng opted for simplicity. That old factory wasn't worth expending too much effort on. No problem. I'll have it resolved before nightfall, Zhang Donglai assured him. All right, I appreciate it, Brother Zhang. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After discussing the arrangements, Leng Shaofeng didn't linger. As he passed by the security booth at the north gate, he stepped inside. The guard on duty was still Xiao Song. Leng Shaofeng casually handed him a cigarette. Amid Xiao Song's expressions of gratitude, Leng Shaofeng entered the booth and began dialing a number. Hello, who is this? Came the voice of Shi Dachong from the other end. Brother Shi, it's me, Leng Shaofeng. Ah, Shaofeng, it's not easy to reach you. You need to get your own phone installed. It's too inconvenient. Upon his arrival, Shi Dachong launched into a tirade of complaints. Indeed, I have sensed it as well. I will expedite the process. Leng Shaofeng is also eager to install the telephone post-haste. Brother Shi, what brings you to me? He inquired. Haha, it is certainly a matter of joy. I am planning to organize a gathering, bringing together the heads of our 8 small coal mines for a delightful rendezvous. Additionally, I wish to introduce Brother Shaofeng to the other 4 gentlemen. What do you think? Are you interested? Shi Dachong asked with a grin. Ah, I am indeed interested. However, Brother Shi, is it appropriate for me to attend a gathering among the prominent owners of coal mines? Leng Shaofeng expressed his concerns, not wishing to impose. How could it be inappropriate? It is utterly fitting. Do not forget, you are also the owner of Xinzhuang coal mine, possessing an abundance of equipment and steel cables. Which small coal mine owner wouldn't covet such resources? Shi Dachong remarked, convinced of its suitability. With Shi Dachong's reminder, Leng Shaofeng suddenly realized, slapping his forehead in epiphany. Only then did he come to the realization that he too was a coal magnate. This revelation left him momentarily disoriented as he struggled to adapt to this newfound identity. Chapter 88. A greater challenge, all right. At what time and place shall I meet you? Cold Shaofeng was eager not to miss the opportunity to expand his network. Unconsciously, his circle of acquaintances had begun to widen. How about the day after tomorrow? Come directly to the Shirgo coal mine in the morning. I need to make some preparations. Shi Dachong suggested, hinting at something deeper. You extended a warm welcome to us at the Yansi coal mine. While I may not possess the same level of sincerity, I should at least show some gesture, shouldn't I? Cold Shaofeng understood the underlying meaning of his words, but chose to play along. Rest assured, brother Shi, I will be there bright and early. He hung up the phone and proceeded to dial Wang Tao's number. The call connected swiftly. Who is this? Wang Tao's voice came through. Brother Tao? It's Cold Shaofeng. You reached out to me yesterday? Apologies, I just received the message today. I'm calling you back right away. Cold Shaofeng spoke with a tone of regret. Of course. When will my equipment be ready? Wang Tao cut to the chase. Brother Tao, I was just about to mention that. I will work overtime today to have it ready. You can come by tomorrow morning to pick it up, Cold Shaofeng assured him. Excellent. I will be there first thing in the morning. By the way, did Shi Dachong reach out to you regarding the gathering? Wang Tao inquired. Yes. I'm aware of it. Brother Shi has already informed me. I'll be there early the day after tomorrow, Cold Shaofeng replied. Great. Our little team is finally welcoming new faces. We'll give you a warm welcome. Wang Tao sounded genuinely pleased. After hanging up, Cold Shaofeng picked up the phone again to call Xian Lin. It was important to notify him as well, to maintain fairness. Moreover, the Xian Zhuang coal mine had its own interests to consider, and he needed to be attentive. The equipment that Xian Lin was interested in would also be ready for transport by tomorrow. Upon receiving Cold Shaofeng's notification, Xian Lin was undoubtedly delighted. He expressed his intention to come by for a load tomorrow morning. After hanging up once more, Cold Shaofeng felt in good spirits. He could foresee a substantial influx of cash heading his way the following day. Reflecting on the day's events, he felt little concern over Lu Lijuan's rejection. After all, she was merely an obstacle. Cold Shaofeng was confident he would find a way around it. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 10:30. Feeling lethargic, he decided not to make any unnecessary trips and settled into the security office to read the newspaper, waiting for Li Suyun to finish her shift so they could head home together for dinner. In the capital city, at the Ministry of Energy, within a spacious office on the third floor, sat a middle-aged man with a serious expression. There was a faint resemblance to Su Changhe in his features. This was Su Changhe's elder brother, Su Changshan. On his desk lay a small toy truck, crafted with remarkable skill. It was clear that the creator of this miniature vehicle possessed considerable talent, as the truck was intricately detailed and perfectly proportioned. At that moment, the middle-aged man was deftly tugging at the canvas cover of the rear compartment. As he maneuvered the fabric back and forth, it contracted and expanded with remarkable agility. Gradually, a hint of a smile crept onto his face. While smiling, he shook his head repeatedly, occasionally uttering a few exclamations of admiration. Ingenious in thought. Though the canvas was modest, it served a significant purpose. He was indeed a thoughtful individual. Subsequently, Su Changshan set down the small truck in his hand and began to pace back and forth in the room. This was his habitual manner of contemplation. Whenever feasible, he preferred to think while walking. After a considerable time, his furrowed brow relaxed and a resolute expression settled on his face. With a sudden rustle, he approached his desk, picked up the telephone, and began dialing. Hello, is this the Wenhua Mining Bureau? Please connect me to the Yansi coal mine. In this era, making long-distance calls across provinces and regions was quite challenging. Connections often required several intermediaries. In this instance, Su Changshan's call was routed twice before finally reaching Su Changhe. Hello. Who is this? I am Su Changhe, he answered, recognizing the external line. Changhe, it's me, came the serious voice of Su Changshan through the receiver. Elder brother. Su Changhe responded with excitement. Yes, I received the toy truck you sent. Su Changshan stated directly. Elder brother, what do you think of it? Su Changhe sprang from his chair. After receiving it, I studied it for quite a while. This little invention is remarkable, Su Changshan affirmed. Elder brother, does this help me in any way? Can this canvas design function effectively? Su Changhe's throat felt somewhat dry as he posed the question. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. Though the invention is small, its impact is substantial. A fortuitous opportunity has arisen. There is great potential here. Su Changshan offered high praise. Haha, that is good, very good. Su Changha found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. When you last introduced the toy truck, you mentioned that the inventor seems to be a young person? Su Changshan inquired. Yes, elder brother. He is indeed a young man and was a classmate of Xiaojing. It seems they have a decent relationship. Su Changha hesitated, but the distance of the phone made it difficult for Su Changshan to discern his uncertainty. I thought about it, and it would be best to extract this individual from the situation. This way, operations might be more convenient. Perhaps offer him a sum of 1 or 2,000 to silence him. Su Changshan expressed his opinion. Elder brother, this matter is not known solely to him. Moreover, I doubt 1 or 2,000 would suffice to keep him quiet. Su Changha replied, feeling a pang of frustration. The former Leng Shaofeng might have cared about such a sum, but the current Leng Shaofeng likely would not even consider it. What do you mean? Su Changshan asked, somewhat surprised. This fellow has recently made a substantial amount of money, quite a considerable sum indeed. Su Changha felt an overwhelming sense of despair, recognizing his own role in the unfolding events. Since bribery was not an option, silencing him permanently became the new objective. Opposite him, Su Changshan's tone suddenly turned chillingly cold. Upon hearing these words, Su Changha shivered involuntarily. This was the elder brother he knew so well, decisive in action and unyielding in approach. Elder brother, I comprehend your intent. Yet this task poses significant challenges, even more formidable than the previous attempt at bribery. Su Changha hesitated before reluctantly articulating his thoughts. Changha, do not worry. I will make the necessary arrangements and deploy a master capable of single-handedly defeating 10 opponents. There will be no issues. Su Changshan expressed his dissatisfaction with his brother's indecisiveness. This third brother of mine remains too soft-hearted. Elder brother, I understand your perspective and am aware of those so-called masters. However, this young man is exceptionally skilled. Just yesterday, he faced 30 opponents simultaneously, emerging unscathed while the others were utterly vanquished. Su Changha spoke softly. Chapter 89. The phone conversation this time. The voice on the other end of the line fell into silence, a silence that lingered for an unsettling duration. Changha, are you suggesting that there exists a young man who possesses not only a brilliant intellect, but also the acumen for making money, coupled with exceptional skills? Is that correct? Su Changshan's voice was somewhat somber. Indeed, elder brother, Su Changha responded earnestly, commending his brother for his astute summary. Please elaborate on this young man. Su Changshan suddenly expressed a keen interest in the youth. Certainly, this young man is named Leng Shaofeng. His uncle is the chief engineer at the Yansi coal mine. Through the phone, Su Changha detailed everything he had learned about Leng Shaofeng to his elder brother. Previously, there was little to commend about Leng Shaofeng, aside from his prowess in fighting and his penchant for trouble. However, recent events had cast him in a more favorable light, whether intentionally or not. Su Changha refrained from mentioning the romantic entanglements between Leng Shaofeng and Su Jing. He is an exceptional young man with an uncle who serves as a chief engineer. With a bit of support, he could undoubtedly achieve modest success in the future. It is truly unfortunate, however, that his origins are rather humble. Our Su family is currently struggling to maintain itself, lacking the resources and time to nurture such talent. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider bringing him into our fold, given time. He could become a formidable asset. With proper cultivation, he might even emerge as a pillar of our family, Su Changshan remarked. Listening to this, Su Changha felt a pang of disappointment. If Xiaojing were to marry a young man like Leng Shaofeng, it might not be a poor choice. He hesitated, contemplating whether to share the details of Leng Shaofeng's relationship with Su Jing with his elder brother. Ultimately, he decided against it. Some things cannot be obtained through mere effort. Certain individuals, lacking certain privileges at birth, cannot attain them no matter how hard they strive. If only this young man had a slightly better background, he would truly be worth investing in. Moreover, since he and Xiaojing are classmates, perhaps bringing them together could result in a delightful story. For now, however, all they could do was watch the opportunity slip away. All right, third brother, do your utmost to befriend this young man. I will expedite matters on my end. Su Changshan concluded, preparing to end the call, oblivious to the fact that some missed opportunities can never be reclaimed. Oh, understood, elder brother. Su Chang has suddenly lost interest in the conversation. By the way, how is Xiaojing? Su Changshan always showed particular concern for his niece. She's doing well, Su Changhe replied succinctly. I recall you mentioning that Leng Shaofeng shares a good rapport with Xiaojing? Su Changshan inquired unexpectedly. I suppose so, Su Changhe hesitated. I believe you should keep a close watch over Xiaojing. Young men like him can easily capture the attention of young women. The youth of today have their own ideas. So it would be wise to remain vigilant, Su Changshan advised, displaying his extensive knowledge and careful consideration. I will, Su Changhe assured him. The heart of Su Changhe was inexplicably filled with unease. With Xiaojing home alone, he found it difficult to relax. If possible, he wished for his younger siblings to visit more often. Su Changshan had conveyed new instructions. Indeed, this afternoon, I shall have Li Juan return home early to keep her company. Su Changhe acknowledged, finding wisdom in his elder brother's words. Yet, for reasons unknown, his unrest only intensified. Very well, then, let us end the call, he concluded as both parties hung up. In his office, Su Changhe began to pace back and forth, a habit he had adopted largely from imitating his elder brother. However, the anxiety within him grew increasingly profound. No, I must ensure to convey my thoughts to my wife during lunch. From now on, she should return home early whenever possible. Su Changhe resolved firmly. At 10 that morning, the construction team concluded their workday. At the north gate, Leng Shaofeng mounted his motorcycle, carrying his mother, Li Suyun. As they headed toward their home, they made a brief detour to the abandoned factory, where Leng Shaoyang was also tidying up, preparing to leave. Brother, I'll take you with me, he called out, the engine of the motorcycle still running. Leng Shaoyang glanced at the somewhat cramped motorcycle and waved his hand, signaling for him to go ahead. Leng Shaofeng did not press the matter. After all, accommodating 2 individuals on that bike would be exceedingly cramped, unless one were rather slender. Preferably with a certain charm, to make the seating more comfortable. As he revved the motorcycle and departed from the mine, he inquired, Mother, are you tired? If so, we can take a break, all right? I have money now. I can take care of you. Riding the motorcycle, he expressed his concern for his mother. Not at all. I'm in good health. Just give me a robust grandson, and I'll gladly retire from work. Li Suyun playfully pressed her son. All right, forget I said anything. Leng Shaofeng replied helplessly. You little rascal. Li Suyun chuckled, teasing him. Having been influenced by modern thoughts, Leng Shaofeng did not feel a pressing desire for children. If he were to have them, he preferred to wait a few more years. However, he dared not share these sentiments with his mother, fearing she would be quite displeased. Upon arriving downstairs and parking the motorcycle, the two ascended to their home together. Li Suyun produced the key and unlocked the door. As they entered, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Noticing Leng Shaofeng's arrival, his sister-in-law, Gao Zuixia, peeked from the kitchen, beaming with a warm smile. Shaofeng, you're back. Come, sit. The meal will be ready shortly. Yes, I'm back. My brother is slow, so we must wait a little longer. Leng Shaofeng greeted her with enthusiasm. After a few days apart, he noticed his sister-in-law, Gao Zuixia, seemed to have gained a bit of weight. He admired her resilience in this era of material scarcity, where some could effortlessly gain weight with the smallest of meals. One could only marvel. In the center of the sofa sat his father, Leng Guangfu, with a long face, as if the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. If you believe that Leng Guangfu appears this way due to being in a foul mood or angered, you are gravely mistaken. His current demeanor is entirely normal. When he is truly incensed, his face elongates, darkened to the point that it seems as if water could drip from it. And when he is in a fit of rage, the very presence he exudes can instill trepidation even in Leng Shaofeng. This is one of the reasons why Leng Shaofeng is reluctant to return home. Each time he steps through the door, it feels as though he owes millions. Can you imagine it? Welcome, take a seat. Leng Guangfu glanced at Leng Shaofeng and nodded. Father, have you been busy lately? Leng Shaofeng could only make small talk. It's fine. Leng Guangfu replied curtly with just 3 words. Thus, the father and son fell into a profound silence. Their exchanges have always been succinct and efficient. It is inevitable. Leng Shaofeng grew up without his father's presence, and his most vivid recollection of him is the sting of a slap received for transgressions in his childhood. However, as he honed his martial skills, such slaps ceased to land upon him. Instead of retaliating, he would display his prowess by arranging a line of bricks before his father and then performing a one-handed brick-breaking feat with a resounding crack. Each brick shattered under his hand. Since that day, Leng Guangfu has never struck him again. Chapter 90. Luncheon. The atmosphere in the living room only improved once Li Siyun had washed her face and changed out of her soiled clothes, returning to the space. After a brief wait, Leng Shaofeng returned home, and the family commenced their meal. The dining experience was rather uneventful, characterized by a shared silence as they ate. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng found himself reminiscing about the warmth of dining at the mutton soup restaurant. It felt oddly unfamiliar to be eating at home. After the meal, some indulged in tea while others engaged in casual conversation. The primary focus for the two brothers was to discuss certain work-related matters. "Brother, will the equipment be repaired in time?" Leng Shaofeng inquired, his concern evident. "Yes, it should be fine. This morning, the three of us managed to complete half of it. However, two of the machines are malfunctioning and require replacement parts, which complicates matters," replied Leng Shaofeng. "Ah, will that cause any delays?" questioned Leng Shaofeng. "We've already disassembled the necessary parts. We will know by afternoon if the replacements work. Don't worry, it won't delay anything. We'll work late tonight to try to salvage a few more good ones," reassured Leng Shaofeng. He then shifted the topic. "However, after we finish repairing this batch, the remaining equipment is quite aged and visually less appealing, so keep that in mind." Leng Shaofeng nodded, aware of the situation. Those coal bosses have discerning eyes, always picking the best, leaving only the less desirable options. Nevertheless, the solution was straightforward: sell at a lower price. The situation had already exceeded Leng Shaofeng's expectations. "It's no matter, we can always sell at a discount," he replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Leng Guangfu interjected. "Are you sure you won't run into problems with the dealings at the mine?" Leng Shaofeng glanced at his father and retorted, "My uncle has agreed." Leng Guangfu shot him a stern look. "I'm just worried about implicating your uncle." Unfazed, Leng Shaofeng continued, "Both mine manager L and mine manager Su have also consented." This left Leng Guangfu momentarily speechless, though he could clearly sense his younger son's defiance. His expression darkened. "Enough, you old fool. Why are you fretting over matters you don't understand? You must truly be bored. Go drink your tea or wander off," interjected Li Siyun in defense of her younger son. Leng Guangfu fell silent, as he was not one for lengthy discussions. He lifted a cup of hot tea and drank deeply, the cup clinking crisply against the table as he set it down. "Father, let me pour you some tea," said his daughter-in-law, who was unusually perceptive. Leng Shaofeng cast her a glance. It seemed his mother, Li Siyun, was signaling her. No wonder. However, as he sipped the tea poured by his eldest daughter-in-law, Leng Guangfu's demeanor visibly brightened. He held a certain satisfaction for this honest and compliant daughter-in-law, appreciating her unpretentious nature and lack of trouble. Regarding those who are perpetually causing trouble and being mischievous, he finds their antics quite bothersome. "Ah, by the way, father, there is something I must mention. My brother has been asking me to assist him, and ordinarily, one would expect to be compensated for such labor. However, my brother refuses to accept any payment from me. Father, what do you think I should do about this?" Cold Shaofeng inquired deliberately. "You should accept payment. Why not? As the old adage goes, even among brothers, clear accounts must be maintained. Compensation is due. Not a single cent should be overlooked." Cold Guangfu's expression turned stern as he addressed Cold Shaoyang. "Very well, I shall accept it." Cold Shaoyang complied readily, never daring to contradict Cold Guangfu. A secret smile flickered within Cold Shaofeng. He was well aware of the family dynamics, understanding their temperaments and how to navigate them. Indeed, Cold Shaoyang promptly accepted the payment. However, it seemed that Cold Guangfu's influence was limited to this matter. For other issues, one could not rely on him. Uncle Cold Guangping had been supportive for many years, yet had failed to make a significant impact. Cold Shaofeng pondered whether he possessed the capability to achieve such influence himself. With his objective accomplished, Cold Shaofeng felt no desire to linger. Citing other obligations, he bid farewell to his family and mounted his motorcycle. In a swift motion, the Suzuki GS250 came to a halt beneath his dormitory building. At the Su residence, Su Changhe returned home shortly after finishing work, his mind preoccupied. Lu Lijuan had arrived even earlier and was already busy preparing a meal. Su Jing, clad in a light and airy nightgown, assisted her mother with the cooking. The two women chatted and laughed as they busied themselves in the kitchen. Their conversation revolved around Lu Lijuan imparting culinary wisdom to her daughter. Observing Su Jing's eagerness to learn, a wave of warmth enveloped Su Chang's heart. His little girl had grown up. It was a rarity to see her taking an interest in cooking. In the past, Su Jing seldom ventured into the kitchen. Now, she was eager to learn the art of preparing meals. How remarkable it is, he thought. shaking his head in astonishment. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon his daughter's graceful figure, and an inexplicable sensation stirred within him. It seemed as though she had blossomed into an even more beautiful young woman, exuding an air of maturity. The recent transformations in his daughter were quite significant. Su Chang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled his elder brother's words. Initially, he had dismissed them, confident in his understanding of his daughter. Su Jing was a sensible and obedient child, and he had always felt at ease regarding her. However, observing her figure, even in a loose nightgown, he could not help but feel a sense of unexplainable unease. This simply would not do. He needed to have a serious conversation with his wife and spend more time with their daughter. The meal was soon ready, consisting of 4 dishes, all simple home-cooked fare, accompanied by 4 fluffy white buns and a side of pickled vegetables. Su Chang'e picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Yet, Lu Lijuan and Su Jing did not rush to join him. Instead, they watched him as he enjoyed the meal. "Why aren't you eating?" Su Chang'e inquired, puzzled. "Old Su, please have a taste of this," Lu Lijuan said as she brought a mouthful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes to Su Chang'e's lips. Without a hint of suspicion, Su Chang'e accepted it eagerly. However, as soon as the food touched his tongue, his brows furrowed. "Lijuan, how much salt did you put in this dish?" "It's exceedingly salty." He couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing this, Lu Lijuan stifled a laugh, while Su Jing, standing nearby, shot an indignant glare, her brows furrowing in discontent. "If you don't like it, then just don't eat it." "Humph, I'll eat it myself," she huffed, snatching the plate away before taking a bite. "Ugh, spit it out," she exclaimed, immediately ejecting the morsel from her mouth. "Forget it, let us not eat this dish. I told you to use less salt, but you wouldn't listen." Lu Lijuan, preparing to discard the plate, was halted by Su Chang's chopsticks blocking her hand. "No, this is the first dish my daughter has cooked. It cannot be thrown away. I shall eat it." He placed the plate before himself and began to devour the dish with great enthusiasm. Su Jing stuck out her tongue in distaste, yet obediently fetched her father a large glass of water. Indeed, Su Chang'e, with the aid of 2 substantial cups of water, managed to consume an entire plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which tasted akin to pickled vegetables, even embarking on a clean plate initiative. Nonetheless, his efforts were not in vain. Su Jing nestled against her father's arm, playfully seeking his affection for quite some time, causing Su Chang'e to beam with delight. After the meal, Su Jing, displaying her sense of responsibility, went to wash the pots and dishes. Just as Lu Lijuan intended to assist, Su Chang'e firmly grasped her arm. He then leaned closer to Lu Lijuan, whispering quietly in her ear. The couple's glances occasionally darted towards their daughter. Finally, Lu Lijuan nodded solemnly.